As dawn broke in the east, the crowing of a rooster heralded the start of a new day on the farm. Each household awakened from slumber. The women commenced boiling water and preparing meals, while the men either fetched water or organized farming tools, ready to begin their day's labor after breakfast. This village, a part of the Lianqing district in the Jin state, is home to approximately 300 to 400 residents, all sharing a single surname, belonging to one family. Consequently, the village is named Mo Family Village after their surname. At the eastern edge of the village, a few houses are scattered, among which a brick house with a single door stands out conspicuously amidst the earthen dwellings. Its prominence arises from the superior quality of its materials. The roof tiles are thick and sturdy. The walls are neatly arranged bricks, clearly not fashioned by the hands of rural artisans. Unlike the other mud houses, which are hastily constructed with random branches and vines, its courtyard wall is meticulously woven from fine bamboo strips. Yet, despite its superior construction, this house appears more dilapidated than the others. Its roof is littered with broken tiles. Unattended, the courtyard wall has crumbled in places, and the vegetable patch within is in disarray. At this moment, the door of the small courtyard swung open, revealing a little girl with a yellowish complexion and braided hair. She appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, slender in stature, her face bearing a pallid hue, and her clothing was worn, yet she was impeccably clean and tidy, with her hair neatly arranged and her garments spotless. She first lifted the chicken coop, coaxing the chickens out, then made her way to the kitchen in the side room, opening the door to wash her face with cold water. After cleansing herself, she rolled up her sleeves, measured out some rice, fetched water from the barrel to rinse it, and brought a small stool to the stove, standing upon it to pour the rice into a large pot, beginning to kindle the fire. Lianqing, situated to the south of the Jin state, boasts a temperate climate that is exceptionally conducive to rice cultivation, leading to the practice of utilizing rice stalks for fuel. Fortuitously, this is the case otherwise. How could a girl of such tender age manage to chop firewood? Before long, a sound emanated from the door of the main room, and a pallid woman entered the kitchen. The young girl, who was tending to the fire, immediately sprang to her feet. "Mother, why are you up? Go rest a while longer. The meal will be ready shortly." The woman smiled gently, caressing her daughter's head. "Tiangu, let me handle these matters. You should go and play." "That won't do," the girl insisted, pulling her back towards the room. "Mother, you must not be exposed to the wind. I can manage these tasks. It's merely a trifling matter. I am more than capable of handling trifles." "Mother, do you wish to faint and cause me worry?" The woman found herself momentarily speechless at her daughter's words. The girl continued, "Mother, please rest well. Once you recover, I shall no longer have to take on these responsibilities." The innocence in her voice brought a smile to the woman's face, albeit tinged with sorrow, and her tone softened. "Very well. I shall recover swiftly and ensure that Tiangu does not have to endure hardship any longer." As dawn broke, casting a rosy hue, the kanji emanated a fragrant aroma of rice. The young girl, perched upon a small stool, carefully ladled 2 bowls, then fetched some pickled vegetables from a jar in the corner, bringing them all to the main room. The plain kanji paired with pickled vegetables, lacking any extravagant embellishments, was suitable for a patient and a child. It was no wonder that the faces of both bore no hint of color. The woman gazed upon her daughter with a pang of heartache, yet the girl remained oblivious, her focus solely on her bowl of kanji. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, the woman tidied her daughter once more before removing the fabric bag hanging on the wall and placing it on her shoulder. She cautioned, "When you go to school, be sure to listen to your teacher and study diligently." "Yes, I'm off to school now," the young girl replied. As the sun began to rise, the little girl ventured toward the ancestral hall in the western part of the village, treading upon the dewy path. Along the way, she encountered groups of boys frolicking and playing. Not far behind her, a boy of about 10 stealthily followed, suddenly leaping forward to tug at her braid, laughing heartily. "Emo, Tinga, your braid is truly ugly. You might as well shave your head." With that, he scampered away. Emo, Tinga, Having her braid pulled, shot him a fierce glare and called out, "Return my hair tie." The boy, however, made a face and taunted, "Return it? Why should I? If you have the guts, come and take it, come and take it." Unable to withstand such provocation, Tienga flicked her braid and pursued the boy. "Huh, so foolish, I'm right here." The boy was remarkably agile and robust, far surpassing her frail stature. Each time he turned, he easily outmaneuvered her, infuriating her beyond measure. Before long, Tienga was panting heavily from the chase. At that moment, a girl's voice echoed from afar, "Brother, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this, both children came to a halt. A girl of about 7 or 8 approached, her eyes narrowing in anger as she observed Tienga's disheveled braid. "Brother, you mustn't bully Tienga, return her belongings," she admonished. The boy, who had been so fierce moments before, now wore a sheepish expression. "I was just playing with her," he protested. The boy's expression darkened further as he retorted, "What kind of sister is she? She doesn't even live with us." All right, I'll give it to you," the boy said, hastily shoving the hair tie into his pocket and walking away. As he departed, Tienga whispered, "Tian Xiao, thank you." Tian Xiao smiled brightly. "No need to thank me, it was he who was in the wrong. Here, take this back." Tienga accepted the hair tie and clumsily tied her hair into a braid. "Let me do it," Tian Xiao offered, noticing her hasty attempt. She deftly unraveled the braid and restyled it. Standing half a head taller than Tienga, she could easily manage the task without needing to bend down. Once the braid was neatly done, Tian Xiao carefully retrieved a paper package from her pocket and opened it. "Tienga, here, have some cake." Tienga took the offering, a piece of sweet potato cake, and softly murmured, "Thank you." Tian Xiao and her brother Tianjun were the children of their uncle, and she was always kind to Tienga, frequently sharing her snacks with her. "Let's eat together." The two of them continued eating as they made their way to the ancestral hall. The family's clan school was situated at the ancestral hall on the western side of the village, where an elderly scholar served as the teacher, imparting knowledge to the children of the clan. As a clan school, children from family village were exempt from tuition fees. However, the villagers, who had toiled in the fields for generations, mainly hoped their children would learn to recognize a few characters and be able to count and calculate. The children would attend school in the morning and assist their families with work in the afternoon, with only a few particularly promising children remaining for the latter part of the day. Tiangu and another girl entered the ancestral hall, where the room was already filled with children, some as young as 6 or 7, others around 13 or 14, all boys, save for the two of them. Society holds the belief that a woman's lack of talent is a virtue, and this notion is reflected in the teachings of the family. In Jia village, daughters seldom attend school. Instead, they begin helping with household duties from tender age. Only those from affluent families send their daughters to learn a few characters. Tian Xiao was one such exception. As the legitimate granddaughter of the clan leader, she was afforded a higher status due to being the eldest granddaughter, sharing the same mother as her elder brother, which resulted in her name being derived from her male siblings, alongside her enrollment in school. She and Tiangu are the only two in their generation named according to their lineage. However, Tiangu's circumstances were quite different. Her mother, once the 4th daughter of the clan leader, is now referred to as 4th Madam. She was not born of the clan leader's wife, but rather from an affair during his youth, leading to a cold reception from the family. Furthermore, her health was frail from birth, suffering from chronic ailments, which only intensified her family's neglect. A decade ago, a scholar came to the village to stay and, upon encountering her several times, inexplicably sought to marry her. Although the clan leader held little affection for this daughter, he feared ill intentions from others and proposed that the scholar be allowed to marry into the family and remain in the village. To everyone's surprise, the scholar agreed. Soon after, the two wed and settled in the village. As the classroom erupted into chaos, a cough resonated from within, instantly silencing the room. An elderly teacher, his hair graying and his demeanor imposing, emerged from the inner chamber. The classroom fell into a deeper silence. These children, merely striving for literacy, hardly engaged earnestly with their studies. Teaching 10 characters and having them grasp half would be considered a success. The venerable teacher furrowed his brow and called out, "Mo Tianjun, step forward and recite." Mo Tianjun hurried to his feet, his face contorted, devoid of the arrogance he had displayed while bullying Mo Tiange moments earlier. He began to recite hesitantly. When parents call, one should not delay. When parents command, one should not be idle. When parents teach, one must listen with respect. When parents reproach, one must obey. The teacher nodded approvingly. Correct, continue. In winter, one should keep warm. In summer, one should stay cool. In the morning, one should reflect. In the evening, one should settle. When one goes out, one must report. Upon returning, one must. At this point, he scratched his head in distress, unable to recall the words. Stealing a glance at the teacher's stern expression, he quickly lowered his gaze once more. "Oomph." The teacher snorted coldly and remarked, "What were you doing last night? How could you recite so little?" "Hands," came the reply. Upon hearing this, Mo Tianjin's expression soured, reminiscent of bitter gall, yet he dared not defy the teacher. He stepped forward cautiously, extending his left hand. The teacher's bony hand gripped the ruler and struck his palm once. Mo Tianjun flinched, resolutely flattening his hand and turning his head away. The ruler was raised high, and with a resounding crack, it struck his palm heavily. The other children in the classroom held their breath, fearful that they might be next. After 5 strikes, Mo Tianjin's palm was already crimson. The teacher retracted the ruler. Next, Mo Tianwei. Indeed. Another child rose to recite. When parents call, one must not delay. When parents command, one must not be indolent. When parents teach, one must listen with respect. When parents admonish, one must comply. Sensing Tiankio's restlessness, Mo Tiange quietly inquired, "Tianxiao, what troubles you? Hurry and recite while you can. There's still time." "You're right." Mo Tianxiao swiftly opened the pages of her book and began to recite silently in her mind. "Montak Tiange." Mo Tiange promptly stood. "Yes, teacher." After a moment's thought, she commenced a recitation. When parents call, one must not delay. When parents command, one must not be indolent. When parents teach, one must listen with respect. When parents admonish, one must comply. In winter, provide warmth. In summer, ensure coolness. In the morning, be diligent. In the evening, settle down. When going out, inform. When returning, greet. Maintain a regular abode, and your occupation should not fluctuate. In mourning for 3 years, one must constantly grieve. In times of residence change, abstain from wine and meat. Fulfill all rites and offer sincere sacrifices. Treat the deceased as one with the living. A faint smile appeared on the teacher's face. "Well done. You have recited excellently. Today, you shall begin to study when out. Be respectful." "Yes, teacher." Although the Mo family children were largely indifferent to the quality of their learning, the old teacher possessed a quintessential scholar's temperament, being quite severe regarding academics. To earn his commendation was indeed a challenging feat. Chapter 2. Strange Events in the Ancestral Hall. In the morning, the venerable master instructed all the children of the clan in literacy, while the afternoon classes were reserved solely for those who were held in high regard. Mo Tiange, being a daughter, was ineligible for the imperial examinations and found it inconvenient to seek employment in the towns. Originally, she had no pressing need to study extensively, however. The master held great admiration for her father's erudition and thus regarded her with special favor. Moreover, her mother believed that given her father's profound knowledge, she too ought to engage in scholarly pursuits, rather than idly passing time like an ordinary village girl engrossed in trivial domestic matters. The afternoon lessons were considerably more relaxed than those in the morning. 5 or 6 children either read and practiced their calligraphy independently or received individual instruction from the master. Upon entering, Mo Tiange performed the customary student salute to the master before proceeding to the library. The Imo family was not a prominent clan. The ancestral hall consisted of a grand hall, a courtyard, and east and west wing rooms. The main hall housed the spirits of their ancestors, while the rear courtyard served as a venue for festive gatherings during the new year. The eastern wing was partially converted into a classroom, with the latter half designated as the library, while the western wing was occupied by several elderly residents who diligently tended to the ancestral hall. The library was modest in size, featuring 6 bookshelves lined against the wall, collectively housing over 1,000 volumes, a legacy of the Imo family's ancestors. Imo Tienga pulled a stool to the east side, selecting books from this shelf that consisted of travelogues and miscellaneous writings, characterized by accessible language and abundant illustrations, making them perfectly suited for a child like her, who had only recently embarked on her educational journey. She delighted in perusing these assorted works, and the master made no objections. After all, as a girl who could not participate in the examinations, her choice of reading material was of little consequence. Imo Tienga picked a book and set aside a copy of the Dejin dictionary, positioning herself by the window to read. The chosen volume was titled Tianji Lu 1. It is said that in this vast world, there exist countless lands and oceans, collectively referred to as the celestial extremes. The expanse of the celestial extremes encompasses the state of Jin and several other nations, both large and small. To the northeast lies an extensive forest, while to the west stretches a desolate desert. To the north, one can behold the breathtaking spectacle of glaciers, and to the south, a range of mountains unfolds endlessly. This tome chronicles the extraordinary tales of remarkable individuals within the celestial extremes. Gradually, it became a common belief that this mountain is a sanctuary for immortals, accessible only to those of divine nature. People yearn to enter this mountain, aspiring to cultivate their ethereal essence. However, the path to discovering one's spiritual roots is elusive, and most have only heard of immortals through legends. Within this book is recorded a tale from ancient times about a ruler of the kingdom of Chu, who was deeply enamored with the Tao and sought to attain immortality. He summoned Taoists from across the land to the capital in search of a master of profound Taoist arts. During the nationwide gathering of Taoists to demonstrate their abilities, a beggar, filthy and disheveled, entered the arena and declared, "You are unworthy even to assist me with my shoes." The assembled Taoists were incensed. Yet the beggar merely laughed heartily. With a mere gesture, a deep pool suddenly materialized at the center of the Taoist platform, and with another wave of his hand, the pool vanished, replaced by a raging fire. The onlookers were astounded, and the Chu king wished to appoint the beggar as the national master. However, the beggar raised a cloud of dust and vanished in an instant. The narrative continues with a scholar from the state of Liang, who, despite his impoverished background, diligently pursued his studies and ultimately achieved the highest honors. Yet, at the Qianlin banquet, he inadvertently offended a powerful noble of the time and was relegated to managing the library of the Hanlin Academy. Thus, the esteemed top scholar languished in the library for a decade, with no prospects in sight. Nevertheless, after 10 years, this scholar discovered a Taoist text within the library and attained enlightenment overnight. Upon learning of this, the noble who had once been offended was filled with trepidation. But the scholar simply smiled and soared away on the winds. Imo Tiangu was engrossed in her reading when suddenly a figure appeared before her. She looked up, promptly closed her book, and rose to her feet. "Master," she greeted. The old master nodded, took the book from her hands, flipped through several pages, and inquired, "Do you recognize them all?" He then returned the book to her, saying, "Well, reading extensively is the finest method to learn characters. Please continue." "Yes, master." After tidying the desk and sweeping the floor, she headed to dispose of the trash. As she passed the back door of the hall, she paused for a moment. Inside, there seemed to be a glimmer of light. She gazed for quite a while and then set down her dustpan to lean in closer. Women were forbidden from entering the ancestral hall. Even if they were married, it was the husbands who were permitted to enter. Thus, Imo Tiangu had never stepped foot into this hall of ancestral tablets. At that moment, the main door of the hall was closed, and the indistinct glow resembled both light and smoke, rendering it impossible to discern clearly. She glanced around, noticing no one nearby, and after a moment's hesitation, her curiosity overwhelmed her. She placed the dustpan aside and stealthily stepped inside. The hall was lofty, with the door shut, casting the entire room in darkness, save for the dim light filtering through the window panes and the brightness from the back door. Cautiously, she approached, realizing that the light seemed to emanate from the highest ancestral tablet. A row of tablets occupied the hall, numbering at least 40 or 50. With the walls adorned in similar fashion, creating a rather ominous atmosphere. Imotianga felt a twinge of trepidation, yet as she entered, the light grew more intense. Unable to contain her curiosity, she looked up and discovered that the highest tier held but a single ancestral tablet. It was entirely white, resembling jade, akin to the white jade statue of the Taoist deity that resided in her grandfather's home. However, the spirit tablet was of a purer hue, seemingly enveloped in a mist-like white vapor. Imotianga scanned her surroundings before retrieving a chair from the corner, placing it beside the spirit tablet, just high enough for her to reach. Cautiously, she extended her hand to grasp the tablet. Her diminutive stature required her to lean almost entirely upon the table to secure it. It felt somewhat cool, and the ethereal mist enveloped her fingers, becoming increasingly discernible. As she turned the tablet over, she beheld 5 characters inscribed upon it. Imo Yaoqing's position. It was merely a name, distinct from the others. The white mist thickened, progressively engulfing her form, while she fixated on the tablet, noticing the white light intensifying. Initially, the glow had been a mere hazy luminescence, but it gradually transformed into a brilliant radiance, causing her eyes to widen in astonishment at this extraordinary phenomenon. Suddenly, the light flickered and swiftly penetrated her brow. Startled, her vision blurred, and she gradually closed her eyes, tumbling down from the chair. Chapter 3. Ancestry of the Mo family. An endless abyss enveloped her. Her body adrift as if submerged in water, unable to grasp anything tangible. Fear gripped her heart. She wished to call out for her mother, yet her voice faltered. Abruptly, her body stilled, and a bright light materialized before her, prompting her to scan her surroundings. There was nothing, no objects, not even walls, only an emptiness illuminated by an inexplicable glow. She heard a sigh, haunting and eerie. Alarmed, she called out, "Who? Who is there?" The voice paused momentarily before responding. After all these years, a descendant has finally triggered the seal. The Sunu Ju has found its heir. The voice resonated neither near nor far, seemingly echoing from the void, elusive and intangible. She searched in vain, only to provoke a soft laughter. "Silly child, you cannot find me. I am but a wisp of consciousness sealed within this barrier." The voice, both ethereal and melodious, belonged to a woman of exquisite tone. Imotianga, trembling with trepidation, gazed around the space and stammered, Who are you?" "I." The woman sighed softly. "I am your ancestor, and my name is Imo Yaoqing." The term consciousness eluded Imotianga, yet she comprehended the latter part. Imo Yaoqing was the name inscribed on the ancestral tablet she had seen. Could she be a ghost? The thought startled her, and after a pause, she timidly inquired, "Are you a ghost?" She had once heard the elders in her village say that when a person dies, they become a ghost. A ghost? The woman chuckled lightly, then with a serious tone, asked, "Do you know that there are practitioners of immortality in this world?" Suddenly, a gust of wind stirred, causing Imotianga to flinch as she felt an invisible presence envelop her, exploring her being, rendering her immobile. After a moment, the sensation loosened, and the woman wondered aloud, 5 elements spiritual roots? And of the same strength? Could it be that you have inherited the primordial spiritual roots of that young man? Imotianga was bewildered by the terms 5 elements spiritual roots and primordial spiritual roots, yet she sensed that this ancestor bore no ill will towards her, and she was not a malevolent spirit. The voice sighed again. "I never expected that a child would inherit our talents simultaneously. It truly is fate." Regrettably, that young man remains oblivious to his fate. His profound martial arts techniques are not in my possession, rendering me unable to pass them on to future generations. My dear child, do you understand that those who cultivate immortality can possess the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth and maintain eternal youth? This notion. It reminds her of a book she once encountered in the library. The immortals residing on Kunwa Mountain, who inhale the essence of clouds at dawn and partake of the moon's essence at dusk, are capable of extraordinary feats. Are you referring to those immortals on Kunwa Mountain? Oh, this response carries a hint of surprise. You have indeed heard of them? The ancestral spirit appears remarkably benevolent, emboldening her to speak more freely. I once read a book in the academy that spoke of the immortals on Kunwa Mountain, who possess unparalleled abilities and can achieve eternal life. The feminine voice chuckles. Humanity tends to exaggerate, yet there lies some truth. If one can attain the great path, they may indeed achieve omnipotence and immortality. Alas, few can reach the Yuanying stage nowadays. Even with my aptitude, it took considerable effort and fortuitous circumstances for me to ascend to that level. Unfortunately, after a millennium of stagnation following the Yuanying stage, I failed to progress to the Huashan stage, ultimately succumbing to a corporeal dissolution sealing this fragment of consciousness within a jade tablet. Awaiting the day a descendant might activate the seal and inherit this technique. Imo Tienga, lost in contemplation, paused her inquiries and asked, "My child, do you aspire to possess powers akin to those immortals, capable of traversing the skies and the earth?" Imo Tienga blinked. "I. Would that mean I could cure my mother's illness and locate my father?" The feminine voice inquires, puzzled. "What affliction plagues your mother, and where is your father?" Imo Tienga lowered her head and spoke despondently. "My mother has been ill for so long, yet no remedy seems effective. The doctor claims it is congenital. She was not meant to live beyond 20, and that she has survived this long is already a blessing. My father departed before my birth. My mother told me he had matters to attend to and would come for us eventually, yet he has never returned." She was perplexed by the term pure in body. Upon hearing the ancestral spirit declare her mother beyond salvation, her heart sank further. A realization that had long been known yet still brought despair. No matter the circumstances, her mother could not be saved. This was beyond omnipotence. The voice of the woman faltered at this admission, momentarily rendered speechless, before finally responding. "However, if you were to learn the ways of immortality, you could seek out your father. Would that not be a blessing?" She had never laid eyes on her father, and a deep yearning to know what he was like stirred within her, yet out of concern for her mother's feelings, she had never dared to inquire. "Thousands of years ago, I was a cultivator in the clouds, known as Yunchong, located beyond the southern peaks of the heavens. Crossing Kunwa Mountain and traversing the South Sea leads to Yunchong. I was discovered at a young age to possess spiritual roots, a rare purine body, and therefore was accepted into the esteemed Danxia sect. With my dual spiritual roots, coupled with my pure in constitution, my progress in cultivation was on par with those of single-rooted practitioners, and I attained the golden core by the age of 100. I believed my cultivation was flourishing and my future boundless, unaware that within the sect, the nascent soul elder had already taken note of my physique at the time of my initiation, deciding to cultivate with me as his bloodline descendant once I achieved my golden core." Imo Tienga could not comprehend her words, only discerning a tone of initial lamentation that soon transformed into indignation. The female voice paused for a moment, seemingly regaining her composure, before continuing. "Eventually, I endured countless hardships to escape from the Danxia sect, becoming a wandering cultivator thereafter. Through this experience, I learned to be ruthless. From that point on, whenever a cultivator coveted my strength, I would absorb their entire essence, thus earning the moniker of the Golden Bell Demoness. After my transformation, I found my way to the celestial realm, but alas, I was forever trapped in the mid-stage of the nascent soul, forced to refine my physical form into a formless state, sealing this fragment of consciousness within my spiritual essence, awaiting a fortunate successor to break the restrictions and pass down the Su-Nu Sutra. Before imparting the techniques, I shall share some fundamental knowledge about cultivation. Cultivation, in essence, involves individuals with spiritual roots absorbing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, allowing this energy to circulate through their meridians and be stored within their dantian, thereby granting them magical power. The process of cultivation necessitates the cleansing of sinews and marrow, enabling one's body to expel worldly impurities while drawing ever closer to the standards of the immortals. When mastered to perfection, one may ascend to immortality. In our realm, the highest attainable level of cultivation is the transformation of deity, and the method to transcend this stage remains a mystery to all. Should you one day reach the nascent soul stage, your knowledge will be no less than mine. Thus, I shall first convey the foundational concepts of cultivation. The rest you shall learn as you progress in your practice. The world we inhabit is the realm of mortals, often referred to as the human realm. Our cultivation levels can be categorized into 5 major stages. The initial stage involves the absorption of spiritual energy into the body, storing it within the dantian, which is termed chi refinement. Once the spiritual energy within the dantian reaches a certain threshold, it undergoes a transformation, compressing into spiritual liquid, marking the second stage, foundation establishment. After establishing a solid foundation, one must continue to absorb spiritual energy. When the spiritual liquid becomes sufficiently abundant, it can be further compressed and transformed into a golden elixir, marking the attainment of the third realm, known as the golden core. Upon reaching the pinnacle of this stage, the spiritual energy within the body will reach its zenith, rendering further cultivation impossible. The only path forward is to merge the primordial spirit with the golden core, thus transforming into the nascent soul. Those who can achieve the nascent soul in the human realm are few and far between. Nascent soul cultivators possess the formidable ability to move mountains and overturn seas, earning the title of terrestrial immortals. The next realm is called the transformation of the spirit, which involves refining the primordial spirit to its utmost potential. A process akin to being tempered through 1,000 forges, rendering one impervious to all but the most potent artifacts of the previous realm. This stage has persisted since time immemorial, yet remains exceedingly rare. Even I am eternally trapped in the nascent soul phase, unable to advance further. In the voice that conveyed these sentiments, there lay a profound sense of melancholy, although Imo did not fully grasp the meaning behind the words. The desolation in the tone resonated deeply with him. Should you choose to abandon the mundane world and step into the realm of cultivation, remember this: the differences between these grand realms, let alone the subtleties between the early and late stages of the same realm, are vast. Do not provoke those whose cultivation exceeds your own. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, while they may fear the inner demons brought forth by karma. Hesitating to commit acts of unwarranted violence, the allure of sufficient benefits can compel them to act without hesitation. Furthermore, possessing a pure yin constitution, one must understand that female cultivators with such a rare trait are exceedingly hard to find. For male cultivators, the advantages of dual cultivation with such a being are immense. Once they appear, they will undoubtedly attract the covetous attention of many male practitioners. In years past, I devoted an immeasurable amount of effort to secure my own safety. At this juncture, a sigh escaped the woman's lips, her voice seemingly weakened. I am about to dissipate. Thus, I shall pass this technique on to you. Regrettably, I cannot bestow upon you all that I once possessed. Only by attaining sufficient cultivation can one acquire corresponding treasures. When your mastery of the technique reaches its zenith, seek out the remnants of my past. Imo, in a state of bewilderment, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head, and an influx of myriad thoughts rushed into her mind. Remember, a female cultivator of pure yin physique is the coveted furnace of male cultivators. If you cannot conceal your nature, do not step into the realm of immortality. Chapter 4. Awakening Tiangu. The sound of her mother's weeping reached her ears, and Imo opened her eyes in confusion. Tiangu, the fourth lady of the Imo family, overwhelmed with joy, cried out, "You have finally awakened." Her gaze gradually focused, and she called out vacantly, "Mother, I am here, my dear. Is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable? Please tell me." A look of bewilderment flickered in her eyes, and she then touched her belly, saying, "I am so hungry." The fourth lady was momentarily taken aback, then smiled through her tears. "You silly child. Rushing into the ancestral hall and falling from the chair has frightened everyone, yet upon waking, your first thought is of hunger. I shall prepare something for you to eat. Please wait a moment." She nodded. The fourth lady hurried to the kitchen, but as she stepped out the door, her vision suddenly blurred, and she quickly steadied herself against the wall, her pale complexion taking some time to recover. Imo rose to her feet and surveyed her surroundings. Everything remained unchanged. She couldn't help but rest her chin on her hand, murmuring to herself, could it be a dream? As this thought crossed her mind, a flurry of peculiar characters and gestures suddenly materialized in her mind, startling her. These symbols were unlike any she had ever encountered, yet for reasons unknown, she instinctively recognized them. Immortals, does this world truly harbor such beings? Could she, too, ascend to the status of an immortal, soaring through the skies? Yet, upon remembering her ancestors' words, that her mother could not be saved, her expression dimmed once more. Footsteps echoed from outside. Someone had entered the courtyard. "Fourth miss, are you preparing a meal?" Imo recognized the voice of Aunt A. Wong from next door. Following this, her mother's gentle voice chimed in. "Indeed. Tiangu fainted and hasn't eaten for 2 days. She's quite famished." Aunt A. Wong chuckled. "The child has awakened? That's splendid. We don't possess anything of great value. Just these few eggs and fruits. Let's nourish Tiangu a bit. Your complexion looks so poor. Come, sit and rest for a while. I'll handle this. How could I impose? Sister-in-law, you always share your eggs with us. I cannot trouble you further." "Not at all. Preparing a few simple dishes is no burden. Your family has helped us immensely in the past. When I fell down the mountain years ago, it was thanks to Fourth Master's assistance that I wasn't left crippled. So, please, do not stand on ceremony." Tiangu knew that Fourth Master referred to her father. She had heard snippets of conversations. Her father was not only erudite, but also skilled in medicine. Despite his scholarly appearance, He possessed strength surpassing that of others, as Uncle A. Wang had remarked, suggesting that he bore martial prowess. Father resided in the village for several years, during which the villagers relied on him for medical assistance, construction, and well digging. I overheard Wang mentioning, Tiangu, how can a girl enter the ancestral hall? Fortunately, everyone overlooked it due to her youth and the bump on her head. How is she now? Is her head all right? Upon waking, she expressed her hunger, indicating that she was likely fine. Mother remained silent. And Tiangu understood without words that there was indeed nothing amiss. Grandmother harbored a dislike for both mother and her, while uncles and aunts were similarly distant. And grandfather's demeanor was equally cold towards them. In that household, apart from Tian Xiao's kindness, none showed her affection. Wang was correct, with mother so gravely ill. How could she care for her? She resolved to recover and take care of mother. Steeling herself, she leapt from the bed, only to feel a dizzy spell wash over her. Her mind was a flurry of thoughts, remnants from an ancestral voice, something known as the Sinuju. Though she did not fully comprehend it, she felt an innate sense of direction. The door swung open, and fourth miss along with Aunt Wang entered, each carrying dishes of food. Upon seeing her, Aunt Wang beamed, Tiangu can get out of bed. How do you feel? Does your head still hurt? She shook her head. I am fine, Aunt Wang. That's good to hear. Come, let us eat. You must be starving after 2 days without food. She nodded and turned to see mother placing the dishes on the table, saying, Tiangu, come eat. Noticing mother's pale complexion, she grew concerned. Mother, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Fourth miss shook her head, offering a reassuring smile. Do not worry. I simply haven't tea rested well. I will be fine after a while. She accepted the food her mother handed her without suspicion. Her mother mentioned that she hadn't tea eaten for 2 days. She hadn't tea felt hungry until now, when the aroma of the dishes made her acutely aware of her hunger. Observing her devour the meal ravenously, the fourth mistress and Aunt Wang exchanged amused glances. Slow down. No one is competing with you. Be careful not to choke. With a bit of sustenance in her stomach, Tiangu slowed her pace and looked up to say, Mother's cooking is delicious, and Aunt Wang's stir-fried green beans smell divine. This remark elicited laughter from both adults. Aunt Wang lingered for a while, engaging in light conversation before taking her leave, advising the fourth mistress, although Tiangu has awakened, there may still be concerns. It might be prudent to summon the doctor once more. The fourth mistress nodded, lamenting, I only regret my frail constitution, necessitating another visit from Brother Wang. Indeed, sister-in-law. Take care. Just as she bid farewell to Aunt Wang, the fourth mistress noticed her little niece's arrival. Tian Xiao, what brings you here? Tiangu has woken up. How thoughtful of you. Come, sit for a while. As Tian Xiao entered behind her mother, Tiangu leaped up, exclaiming, Tian Xiao. Tiangu, eat your meal properly. The fourth mistress chided her, then smiled at Tian Xiao, saying, Tian Xiao, sit for a moment. I shall prepare you a bowl of noodles. Would you prefer long noodles or dragon whisker noodles? Not wishing to impose, she retrieved a few fresh plums that Aunt Wang had brought, washed them, and presented them. Enjoy these plums. They were freshly picked by Aunt Wang from next door. Tian Xiao promptly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, fourth aunt. Upon witnessing her courteous demeanor, the fourth lady offered further praise before entering the inner chamber, allowing the 2 children to converse freely. Tiangu, how did you come to fall in the ancestral hall? I heard from my father that you even knocked over the ancestral tablet. Tiangu was about to recount what she had seen, but hesitated momentarily. I was careless. When grandfather learned of the incident, he was quite upset, declaring it a sign of disrespect towards our ancestors, especially since a girl had entered the ancestral hall and toppled the sacred tablet. Initially, grandfather intended to punish her, but the other elders interjected, saying she was still young and lacked understanding. Thus there was no need for punishment, which alleviated grandfather's anger. Hearing that she had caused grandfather distress, Tiangu buried her face in her rice bowl. She harbored a deep fear of grandfather, as he held disdain for her mother and, by extension, for her as well. However, it seemed there was no cause for concern now. Did you hurt yourself anywhere? Is it still painful? My head aches a little, but otherwise, I am fine. Reflecting on the ancestral tablet she had knocked down, a question arose in her mind. Tian Xiao, why is it that girls are forbidden from entering the ancestral hall when the foremost ancestor is also a woman? How do you know that? I saw the name. It must be a woman's name. Normally, she would share any matter with Tian Xiao, yet for reasons unknown, she felt it best to keep such astonishing revelations to herself. especially since that individual had mentioned that her mother had not been saved. She was particularly reluctant for her mother to find out. Never mind, don't ask any further, or grandfather might get angry again. Mo Tianxiao pondered for a moment and agreed with her reasoning, opting to change the subject. When will you be going to school? I shall go tomorrow. I am already well. Very well. I have a delightful surprise to bring to school tomorrow for us to enjoy together. Indeed. This afternoon, Uncle A. Wang from next door went to town to summon a doctor. Upon seeing Mo Tiange lively and energetic, the doctor felt her pulse and declared that there was no need for medicine. She was quite well. Fourth mistress finally felt at ease. She personally ventured into the kitchen to stir-fry a dish of greens, pan-fried tofu with minced meat, and even asked Aunt A. Wang to purchase pig's trotters from the village butcher, preparing a pot of pig's trotter soup. Mo Tiange was greatly tempted upon seeing this feast. Such rich dishes were rarely seen at home, let alone in such abundance. Fourth mistress shared some of the pig's trotter soup for Mo Tiange to take next door, where mother and daughter enjoyed a hearty dinner together before retiring to their respective beds for the night. Chapter 5, Passing Away Awakening at the Break of Dawn. Mo Tiange sprang out of bed. After a night of slumber, her headache had vanished, and she felt invigorated. She dressed herself and descended from her bed, only to find her mother already awake, leaning by the bedside with her eyes half closed, needle and thread in hand. Mo Tiange gently urged, "Mother, if you haven't rested well, please lie down on the bed." Fourth mistress remained still. Mo Tiange insisted, giving her a firmer push. Just as she spoke, fourth mistress toppled from her position against the bedpost and collapsed onto the mattress. Mo Tiange was taken aback, rushing to her side, but fourth mistress lay there unresponsive, her complexion alarmingly pale. It was then that Mo Tiange noticed the blood at the corner of her mother's mouth, and her clothes were stained crimson. "Mother!" Mo Tiange cried out in panic, leaping up and dashing outside. Just as she exited the small courtyard, she collided with Aunt A. Wang, who had just emerged, and both fell to the ground with a startled cry. Aunt A. Wang had yet to inquire about the matter when Mo Tiange cried out in distress, "Aunt A. Wang, my mother has fainted and is vomiting blood. What should we do? What should we do?" Hearing her words, Aunt A. Wang was taken aback and hurriedly replied, "Tiange, do not panic. Let me go and check." Mo Tiange hastily wiped her face and rushed next door to summon Uncle A. Wang, who was in the midst of his meal. Upon learning that his wife had collapsed, Uncle A. Wang pushed his bowl aside and hurried toward the town. Aunt A. Wang embraced the girl, offering her comfort for a considerable time. An hour later, Uncle A. Wang returned with the doctor. Mo Tiange watched intently, tears streaming down her cheeks. Moments later, the doctor stood and shook his head, stating, "This woman has always been frail and has overexerted herself. It appears that her heart condition has flared up. I fear she will not survive the night. Prepare yourselves for her departure." With that, he declined any payment and left with his medical kit. Aunt A. Wang had anticipated that the fourth miss would not last long. She sighed and instructed Uncle A. Wang, "Please go inform the clan leader." Uncle A. Wang, also sighing and shaking his head, exited. Aunt A. Wang gazed at the unconscious fourth miss and then at the weeping Mo Tiange, lamenting. It is pitiful for the child to lose her mother at such a young age. As dusk fell, Mo Tiange found herself devoid of tears, sitting vacantly by her mother's bedside. Suddenly, she felt a slight movement in her mother's palm and quickly looked over, noticing her mother's eyelids fluttering, as if awakening. "Mother! Mother!" she called out anxiously. Aunt A. Wang, witnessing this, rushed over, "Fourth miss?" As the fourth lady opened her eyes, she beheld Mo Tiange, and tears began to stream down her face. Yet, she lacked the strength to lift her hand, so she could only gaze. "Fourth lady," Aunt A. Wang murmured, "if you have any unfulfilled wishes, please share them with me." The fourth lady surveyed the desolate room, comprehending that until her last breath, she would have no family to care for her. With a heart full of compassion, she looked at Mo Tiange, feeling an even deeper sorrow. She too had lost her mother at a young age, and now she realized that Tiange was destined to endure a similar fate. Observing the trembling lips of the fourth lady, Aunt A. Wang leaned closer, faintly catching the name Tiange. "Are you worried about Tiange?" she inquired. The fourth lady nodded through her tears. "Do not fret. I shall look after her for you." Noticing her nodding and the desire to speak, Aunt A. Wang leaned in to catch a few words. She then opened a box, revealing several fine pieces of jewelry. She understood that the fourth lady's husband had been quite capable, thus these treasures were not surprising. As she picked them up one by one, she noticed the fourth lady's expression change upon her grasping a bracelet adorned with a glass bead. Leaning down to hear her faint words, she asked, "Is this from your husband?" The fourth lady nodded with great difficulty, her gaze fixed upon the silently weeping Imotienga. "Mother, mother!" Imotienga cried out in anguish. But the fourth lady slipped into unconsciousness once more. That night, the fourth lady drifted in and out of consciousness, ultimately succumbing just before dawn. The head of the Mo family came to take one last look, departing before her eyes could close. Several sisters-in-law also came to pay their respects. Yet they were merely awaiting the arrangements for the funeral. Imotienga clung tightly to her mother's hand, alternating between tears and moments of stunned silence. Until she could no longer feel warmth, she wept herself into a stupor. 3 days after her passing, the fourth young lady was laid to rest. Imotienga remained in a daze, sometimes being cared for by Aunt A Wang, and at other times accompanied by Imotianchiao. Many years prior, when the fourth young lady sought a husband, she divided the household as if she had sons, though not many sons received a significant share. Nevertheless, she specifically constructed this courtyard and allocated over 10 acres of fertile land. For these years, the mother and daughter had relied on this modest plot for sustenance and medicine. Observing his son's quarrel over inheritance, the old master of the Mo family furrowed his brow tightly. The daughter born of his youthful folly held little emotional weight for him. Yet she was undeniably of his blood. Witnessing his sons bicker over property before her remains, without regard for his dignity, filled the old master with profound displeasure. When he spoke, the young gentleman dared not utter another word. The elders of the village, seeing the patriarch's just handling of the matter, voiced no objections, only inquiring about the fate of the child. Who will take care of her? This question rendered the faces of the young gentleman awkward. The old master snorted, "Enough, disperse. Tiangu, your grandfather has spoken. You will have someone to look after you from now on, and Andy can rest easy," Ine Wang said while folding her clothes. Imo Tiangu sat by the bed, her fingers tracing the beads on her wrist, her head bowed in silence. Upon mentioning her mother, her expression shifted. She looked up at Aunt A Wang and said, "Aunt A Wang, do not worry. I will be well, and I shall not cause my mother any unrest." Thank you, Aunt A Wang. Chapter 6. Living under another's roof. Imo Tiangu lowered her head, enduring the scrutinizing gaze of the sharp-tongued woman seated in the wrought tin chair. After what felt like an eternity, Madame Zheng finally let out a disdainful huff and instructed the maid beside her, Aunt Lin, "Prepare the room next to the kitchen for her. Take her out to help with the tidying." The robust middle-aged woman responded curtly and coldly gestured to Tienga, "Come here." Imo Tienga continued to keep her head bowed as she followed Aunt Lin out of the room. In the entire Imo family village, there were only 5 or 6 households with such affluence. The clan leader's family could be deemed as local gentry, possessing over 100 acres of fertile land and an imposing estate, along with several servants for laborious tasks. The young masters of the Mo family, upon marrying, had all established their own households, leaving only the eldest son to inherit the family estate. The room beside the kitchen, once a storeroom, was now designated for her. Imo Tienga, under Aunt Lin's direction, cleared out the clutter and tidied up the space. It was unclear where Aunt Lin procured a few pieces of worn furniture and bedding, but she hastily placed them in the room before departing. Imo Tienga sat in the room for a while, surveying her new surroundings. This space had long been neglected as a storeroom, showing signs of disrepair, with cracks in the walls and a pervasive dampness, while moss gathered in the corners. Although Aunt Lin had swept the floor, dust still lingered, giving the room an air of antiquity. Rising to fetch water from the courtyard, she intended to clean the furniture thoroughly. Being slight of build, she managed to carry only a small half-bucket of water. In the kitchen, she requested a cloth from Aunt Lin, who was busy preparing a meal, and began to wipe down the surfaces slowly. As she worked, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. The mother has departed, and she is acutely aware that no one is left to cherish her. Within this residence, the population is sparse, yet there are ample vacant rooms, yet she is relegated to such a humble abode. "Tiangu, Tiangu," a voice calls from outside. Imo Tienga hurriedly wipes away her tears, and before she can respond, Imo Tianchao bursts in from outside. Upon seeing her cleaning the bedboard, Imo Tianchao exclaims, "Why are you still doing this yourself? Where is Aunt Lin?" She starts to head outside to summon help. Imo Tienga quickly intercepts her, saying, "There's no need. Aunt Lin has already tidied up for me. It's just that I find it unsatisfactory." "Then let her clean it properly." Imo Tianchao begins, but Imo Tienga interrupts, hesitating briefly before changing the subject. "What brings you here?" Imo Tianchao, with her innocent mind, is readily distracted and sits on the only clean chair, saying, "I came to see you." Since we will be living in the same courtyard, it will be more convenient for us to play together. Mo Tiange remains silent as she tosses the rag into the bucket and begins to make the bed. Observing her struggle, Mo Tianxiao jumps down from the chair and exclaims, "I'll help you." The two young girls, lacking in strength and experience, clumsily unfold the bedding, attempting to arrange it as best as they can. When it comes to the tent, they find themselves at a loss, prompting Mo Tianxiao to dash outside to call for Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin enters, muttering in discontent, but eventually assists in hanging the tent properly. As she departs, she advises Tianxiao, "Miss, it is time to eat. You should head to the dining hall first. If the young mistress finds out you are doing such chores, she will scold me." Mo Tiange has no retort, while Mo Tianxiao bristles with indignation. This Aunt Lin, really? Why the long face? Just to hang a tent, so many complaints. Mo Tiange felt a twinge of hesitation, uncertain if she was permitted to dine in the hall. Deep down, she recognized that her grandmother did not consider her a true member of the family. Who could tell if she was merely being relegated to the kitchen for her meals? Enough of this and that. Let us go. Tianxiao tugged at her, leading her swiftly toward the dining hall. As they burst into the room, they found the elder and Mrs. Zheng already seated. Mo Tiange promptly released Tianxiao's hand and stepped back, bowing her head. Mrs. Zheng furrowed her brow, exclaiming, "What a careless display for a young lady." Mo Tiange dared not respond, but Tianxiao, ever the impudent one, made a face and said, "Grandma, I'm hungry." Mrs. Zheng shot her a sharp glance. Though a hint of a smile betrayed her irritation, "Very well, sit down quickly." Yet, Mo Tiange remained still, for there was no place set for her at the table. Mrs. Zheng cast a cold glance her way and directed, "Aunt Lin, bring an extra stool." Aunt Lin obliged, promptly placing a stool beside Tianxiao. Mo Tiange exhaled in relief and cautiously took her seat, whispering, "Grandpa, Grandma." The elder nodded slightly, resuming his meditation with eyes closed. Mrs. Zheng turned to the side and inquired, "Aunt Lin, where is everyone else?" Mo Tiange had already anticipated this and felt no disappointment, merely reminding herself to disregard her grandmother's demeanor. Aunt Lin replied, "The eldest young master will arrive shortly. The young master has sent Uncle He to fetch him." No sooner had she spoken than footsteps echoed from outside, heralding the arrival of the Mo family's eldest son and his wife, accompanied by Mo Tianjun grandpa, grandma, before her parents could inquire about her well-being. Mo Tianjun had already called out, rushing between the two elders, chattering merrily and eliciting an immediate wave of affection from them. Facing Zheng, who had consistently worn a cold expression towards Mo Tiange, a tender smile graced her face as she doted on Mo Tianjun, showering him with kisses before instructing him to sit and prepare for the meal. Mo Tiange, not yet able to comprehend the situation, was startled when Mo Tianjun, upon noticing her presence, exclaimed with wide eyes, "What are you doing here? This is my home." Mo Tianjun was quick to voice his discontent. "Hey, Mo Tianxiao, I haven't even said anything yet, and you're already giving me a hard time. I am your brother, you know. Why are you so close with someone else?" "What do you mean by someone else? Tiange is clearly part of our family. You may refuse to acknowledge her, but I certainly do. Just take note of that." Mo Tianxiao was resolute, not backing down in the least. Although Tianjun was the cherished grandson of the household, she was equally a treasured granddaughter. Despite being a mischievous rascal, Mo Tianjun found himself at a loss against his sister's tenacity. After being thoroughly threatened and noticing the adults were indifferent, he could only sulk in silence, pretending not to hear her. His expression, however, drew smiles from the elders. With a gentle smile, Zheng commanded, "Let us eat." During this meal, Mo Tiange immersed herself in her food, acutely aware that this was indeed a family. They served each other dishes and engaged in light banter. Yet she felt utterly disconnected from it all. Her thoughts drifted to the modest courtyard in the east of the village, the simple dining table, and her mother serving her food while discussing trivial worries. That place was her true home. Chapter 7. The so-called immortal realm. As dawn broke softly, Mo Tiange was awakened by the sounds from the neighboring room. She opened her eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling for quite some time before remembering that she was in her ancestral home. The quilt carried a damp odor, prompting her to frown as she got up to dress. The clothes were easy to put on. She had been dressing herself since the age of 4, though she found braiding her hair a bit troublesome. No matter how she styled it, she felt it could never compare to how her mother used to do it. Struggling to suppress the urge to weep, she wiped her eyes and stepped outside. In the adjacent kitchen, Aunt Lin was already preparing breakfast, while Uncle He was chopping firewood in the yard. handling all the heavy labor around the house. Several other servants were busy sweeping the ground and feeding the pigs. Just after Imotinga finished fetching water to wash her face, she heard Aunt Lin calling from inside. "Hey, come here." She turned her head, looking at Aunt Lin in confusion. With a spatula in one hand and her other hand on her hip, Aunt Lin said, "I'm calling you. Come help me stoke the fire." Glancing around, Imotinga lowered her head and walked over. Aunt Lin pushed her behind the stove, instructing, "Make a big fire outside and a small fire inside." Imotinga watched as Aunt Lin turned her attention to chopping vegetables, seemingly indifferent to her presence. Biting her lip, she settled behind the stove to tend to the fire. Thankfully, breakfast was prepared quickly. Aunt Lin boiled a pot of thin porridge and steamed or stir-fried a few small dishes, all ready in no time. The fragrant aroma filled the air, intensifying her hunger. Once breakfast was ready, Aunt Lin noticed her emerging from behind the stove and said, "Go wash your face and then come eat." Imotinga wiped her face and noticed some dust clinging to her skin, so she obediently went outside to fetch some water and washed her face again. Only when she felt clean did she proceed to the dining area. As usual, despite her evident hunger, she found it difficult to eat much. Hastily finishing her meal before heading to the school with Imotianxiao. As she walked along the path, Imotianxiao animatedly spoke to her, but she remained oblivious to his words. It was not until Imotianxiao gently tugged at her sleeve and, with concern, inquired, "Tiangu, what is troubling you?" that Imotinga paused, lowering her gaze without offering a denial. Imotianxiao glanced at her once more, tightened his grip on her hand, and earnestly declared, "Tiangu, I understand that you are deeply saddened, yet your grief cannot alter the fact that your mother is no longer with us." Although this was a rather clumsy attempt at consolation, Imotinga managed to smile and replied, "Thank you, Tianxiao." Seeing her smile brought him relief, and he resumed his spirited chatter, to which Tiangu responded with a few words of agreement. Upon arriving at the classroom, they discovered that the teacher had already arrived, prompting them to hastily take their seats. Ahem. The old teacher cleared his throat, and the students immediately fell silent. Has everyone copied the outsider's disciple? The students promptly produced their copied texts, laying them on their desks in anticipation of the teacher's inspection. The teacher's gaze swept across the room, and upon noticing that Imotinga's desk was devoid of any materials, he asked, "Tiangu, have you recovered from your injury?" Imotinga quickly stood up, responding, "Teacher, I am fully recovered now, and I will catch up on my studies by tomorrow." The teacher nodded, "Very well. You have missed several days of school and must have fallen behind. Today, we will only check the dictation, so you may go study on your own and return in the afternoon for supplementary lessons." Understood. The teacher surveyed the room once more. Those who have successfully completed their copying may also proceed to study. Imotinga gathered her books and writing materials, bowed respectfully to the teacher, and then entered the library. After a few days of absence, the library remained unchanged, yet today, she found herself devoid of the desire to read. Casually pulling a book from the eastern shelf, she opened it to discover it was the unfinished celestial records from her previous visit. Suddenly, she was reminded of a dream in which a voice, claiming to be an ancestor of the Mo family, spoke to her. Contemplating this, she resumed her perusal of the book. It was evident that this text was penned by mortals, offering merely hearsay accounts of celestial beings. Intrigued, she climbed onto a stool to search the eastern shelf for more books. She leafed through several volumes without encountering anything of particular interest until she stumbled upon the Qinglian journal. Upon opening it, she discovered that the preface was a personal account by the author, who identified himself as the Qinglian recluse. The preface revealed that he was once a mere scholar of the gene state, whose extensive knowledge went unrecognized, leading him to wander amidst mountains and rivers, traveling the world. To his astonishment, this journey bestowed upon him a chance at immortality and the practice of celestial arts. Regrettably, he had not achieved great mastery, and upon nearing the end of his life at over 200 years of age, he penned this tome as a legacy for future generations. In the beginning of the text, this Qinglian recluse recounted his origins, but Imotinga found little interest and quickly turned the pages. Subsequently, the recluse began to narrate his encounters with celestial opportunities. It was revealed that during his wanderings, he visited a place known as Tianmao Mountain, where local inhabitants spoke of the mountain shrouded in mist, occasionally illuminated by a spectrum of colors, indicating the presence of celestial beings. Thus, the Qinglian recluse ascended Tianmao Mountain alone, where he discovered its extraordinary nature, boundless seas of clouds and oddly shaped rocks, which made it easy to lose one's way. While wandering, he stumbled upon what seemed to be the dwelling of an immortal, adorned with peculiar paintings and inscriptions. He beheld the marvel and meticulously transcribed it. Later, upon departing from the mountain, he unexpectedly unraveled the secrets of immortality. As time progressed, the Qinglian recluse had mastered the art of transcendence, experiencing heightened senses and an astute mind. Gradually, ethereal energy manifested within him, granting him the extraordinary ability to manipulate objects from a distance, rendering him impervious to blades and arrows. Thus, he surpassed even the mightiest warriors of the realm. Engrossed in his pursuit of immortality, he remained oblivious to the origins of this celestial craft. It was only upon a serendipitous encounter with fellow practitioners of the art that he discovered the existence of many like himself. They belonged to a realm known as the immortal cultivation world, and they were referred to as cultivators. Upon learning about the immortal cultivation world, the Qinglian recluse began to engage with other practitioners, gradually absorbing fundamental knowledge about the path of transcendence. In the distant primordial era, when deities still roamed the earth, an abundance of spiritual energy permeated the land, inhabited by numerous powerful cultivators, formidable spirit beasts, and enigmatic entities of demonic origin. It was not uncommon for cultivators or spirit beasts to ascend to the realm of immortals, nor for demon practitioners and monsters to evolve into malevolent beings. However, for reasons unknown, a cataclysmic battle erupted across the cosmos, leading to the demise of countless immortals, humans, beasts, and the deceased. The world underwent a cataclysmic transformation, with mountains splitting and seas shifting, resulting in utter devastation. Following the primordial age, the ancient era emerged, which saw the separation of realms belonging to deities, spirits, demons, and monsters, leaving the mortal world to those yet to attain enlightenment. During this period, the human realm still possessed spiritual energy and an environment comparable to that of the primordial age. Numerous sects flourished, marking a zenith for humanity, during which an array of techniques and treasures were conceived. For over 100,000 years, a semblance of peace reigned. However, the conflict between righteous and demonic forces reignited, with demons and spirits joining the fray, leading to cataclysmic upheavals that nearly extinguished humanity, ultimately culminating in the present state of affairs. Over the course of millennia, the once mighty practitioners of profound abilities have vanished, as have the high-ranking spiritual beasts. The essence of spiritual energy has become increasingly scarce, leading to the extinction of numerous spiritual entities. Cultivators have begun to withdraw from the mundane world, no longer cohabitating with mortals. In the contemporary realm of cultivation, sects have been established in areas abundant with spiritual energy, far removed from the secular world, and only when selecting disciples do they venture among ordinary people. Furthermore, not everyone among mortals is capable of cultivating. Only those endowed with spiritual roots, capable of retaining spiritual energy within their bodies, may embark on the path of cultivation. Such spiritual roots are exceedingly rare among mortals, appearing only once in a myriad, with the likelihood significantly increasing among the descendants of cultivators. The body is divided into two polarities, while spiritual attributes correspond to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This implies that one's constitution possesses yin and yang attributes, whereas spiritual energy embodies the 5 elemental forces. Generally, the constitution of an ordinary person is a mixture of yin and yang, leading to mutual repulsion during cultivation. Conversely, spiritual roots engage in cycles of mutual generation and restriction. Possessing conflicting spiritual roots results in mutual negation. Thus, a purer constitution is preferable, and fewer spiritual roots are deemed advantageous. Within the cultivation realm, those with 3 or 4 spiritual roots are most common. Practitioners with 3 spiritual roots may cultivate at a reasonable pace, yet they seldom achieve great heights. 4 and 5 spiritual roots, however, are considered inferior, often relegating individuals to a lifetime stuck in the qi refining stage, with foundation establishment proving exceedingly arduous. The esteemed Qinglian Taoist himself possesses 4 spiritual roots and, lacking favorable circumstances, has been unable to establish his foundation. Practitioners with 3 spiritual roots or more, particularly those with dual roots, are liberated from the constraints of their innate capabilities. Moreover, there exists a rare type of anomalous spiritual root with elemental mutations, whose cultivation speed rivals that of practitioners with a single spiritual root. However, possessing a spiritual root alone does not guarantee success. The cultivation of immortal techniques also necessitates insight and temperament. Though her spiritual root was somewhat lacking, if her comprehension was exceptionally high, her progress would not be significantly hindered. The breakthrough of one's realm, however, is intricately tied to one's character. With a resolute heart, one would not be ensnared by mental obstacles during their ascension. Yet, all of this rests upon the foundation of one's spiritual root. Should the root be excessively poor, even the finest comprehension and character would prove futile. Emotienga recalled the words of her ancestors, noting that she possessed a pure Yin constitution and dual spiritual roots. Thus her cultivation speed was not in the least inferior to that of practitioners with a singular root. However, her ancestors had also mentioned that she bore 5 elemental roots, deemed by Qinglian Zhushi as the weakest of all, typically leading to little promise of greatness. A sense of melancholy washed over her. Although she had not pondered deeply on the events of that day, the knowledge of her inferior spiritual roots still dampened her spirits. Tiange, what are you reading? It was then that Mo Tianxiao pushed the door open and entered. Mo Tiange closed her book and replied, Tianxiao, have you passed your examination? Mo Tianxiao's face lit up with joy. Yes. I studied all night yesterday and finally managed to pass. What book are you looking for? I can help you find it. Mo Tianxiao reached for the book, flipped through a couple of pages, and, finding it of little interest, returned it to her. You can read it. I'll just browse around. All right then. Observing Mo Tianxiao wandering between the bookshelves, Mo Tiange glanced at the book in her hand, hesitated momentarily, and then tucked it into her bag. Chapter 8. Cultivation. She had recognized characters since the age of 3 and entered school at 6. Although her handwriting was not yet exquisite, it had already taken a discernible shape. At the back of the book, Qinglian Zhushi had pinned some of his experiences in cultivating immortality. For instance, he noted that in the entirety of the heavenly extremities, the majority of cultivation sects were located in the southern Kunwu mountain range. This mountain stretches endlessly, encircling the southern expanse of the heavenly pole from west to east. Deep within the mountain range, it is said that dense forests flourish, inhabited by numerous. Yet only those cultivators who have reached the core formation stage or higher can traverse these mountains to reach the southern shores. Beyond the southern edge of the heavenly pole lies an infinite ocean. Whispers speak of land beyond the sea. But the recluse of the azure lotus has only heard vague accounts, thus merely alluding to it. Mo Tiangu reflects upon the words of their ancestors, suggesting that south of the sea lies the realm of clouds, the origin of their forebears. The recluse of the azure lotus further expounds that among mortals, those possessing spiritual roots are exceedingly rare, while the offspring of cultivators exhibit a significantly greater probability of manifesting such roots, thus giving rise to families of cultivators. In these so-called cultivating families, the ratio of cultivators may reach 1 in 1,000 or even 1 in 100 if one is a cultivator themselves. The likelihood of their descendants possessing spiritual roots may soar to 1 in 10. Consequently, both sects of cultivation and families of cultivators ardently encourage marriage and procreation to perpetuate their lineage. Marriages among cultivators typically result in dual cultivation partners, who refer to each other as Tao companions or immortal partners. The recluse of the azure lotus is greatly astonished to discover that in this realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Only blood relatives or disciples are accorded the traditional respect of age, while others are ranked by their realms of cultivation, devoid of distinctions of age or gender. This absence of gender differentiation particularly piques the curiosity of the recluse, as male cultivators may take concubines, while female cultivators may likewise keep favored male companions. However, cultivators are often pressed for time, and very few choose to keep concubines or male favorites. Moreover, in the realm of cultivation, which venerates strength, the roles of concubine or male favorite are often looked down upon, unless the master is exceptionally powerful or harbors unspeakable secrets. Thus, it is rare for cultivators to willingly take on such positions. Nevertheless, it is evident that high-ranking female cultivators are significantly outnumbered by their male counterparts. This is primarily due to 2 reasons. First, loose cultivators often stem from the mundane world, where women are seldom seen outside their homes and thus lack opportunities. Second, female cultivators, being women, tend to be more emotional and less decisive, resulting in a scenario where a majority, approximately 70 to 80%, of cultivators at the golden core stage and above are male. The subsequent content pertains to the unique objects collected by the recluse Qinglian, categorized into several types such as elixirs, magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, and formations. His understanding of these matters is rather superficial, as he merely jotted down a few examples known within the cultivation community. As the old scholar perused the book, a look of daze crossed his face, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed and addressed her. I once doubted the notion of blood ties, yet now I find myself compelled to believe. Your interest in these matters suggests that your father's blood flows within you. Very well, should you ever uncover the path, you may yet find your father. This revelation left Imotienga astounded. Could it be that the old scholar knew of her father? Furthermore, was her father connected to the world of cultivation? Master, what is it about my father that you speak of? She inquired, while he gently ruffled her hair and reassured her, you need not dwell on this too heavily. The art of cultivation is elusive. If it proves unattainable, focus on your studies instead. As she watched the scholar shake his head and depart, Imotienga felt a surge of excitement. Her father possesses celestial abilities. If she were to cultivate the elusive Su Inju, would she not become akin to him and be able to seek him out? An ancestor once mentioned that the Su Inju is a technique reserved solely for female cultivators of pure Yin constitution, allowing for swift progress in cultivation. Yet, endowed with the 5 elements' spiritual roots, she lacks a specific technique. Thus her advancement would be painfully slow. Imotienga found herself ensnared in confusion. To cultivate the Su Inju, one must possess a pure Yin constitution, yet the 5 elements' spiritual roots necessitate a tailored method. What, then, should she cultivate? After much deliberation, regardless of the path to take, she resolved to begin with the only method she was aware of, the Su Inju. The first step in her cultivation journey was to draw qi into her body. Following the instructions of the technique, she seated herself cross-legged, her heart directed toward the heavens. Clearing her mind of all thoughts, a wondrous sensation enveloped her. The world felt void, and her body seemed to float, light as a speck of dust caught in a breeze. Gradually, it felt as though she were encased in warm, nurturing waters, akin to being cradled in her mother's embrace. In this cocoon of warmth, time appeared to stand still, and her sense of self faded away. Time slipped by, and she was eventually startled awake by sounds from outside. Upon opening her eyes, she realized dawn had broken, yet she remained in her meditative posture. Had she succeeded? If one were to claim success, she had not perceived any spiritual energy. Conversely, if she had failed, she had not sensed the passage of time and felt remarkably refreshed, devoid of the fatigue one would expect from a sleepless night. With no time for further contemplation, Aunt Lin was already knocking at her door. She understood that Aunt Lin's request for assistance was undoubtedly her grandmother's wish. Otherwise, Uncle He and the others would not have chosen to overlook her. With no alternatives, she would have to address it later. As she was about to rise from the bed, she nearly stumbled and fell. After sitting for an entire night, her legs had gone numb, yet her spirit remained intact. In the days that followed, during daylight hours, Imotienga would accompany Tian Chao to the academy and assist Aunt Lin with various chores. In the evenings, she devoted herself to her cultivation. As the days passed, she consistently failed to perceive the so-called spiritual energy. After each session of practice, she felt disheartened, but the thought of her father invigorated her resolve to continue. However, the cultivation did yield some benefits. For instance, she no longer required sleep, feeling quite refreshed after each session. Her memory also improved remarkably. Whatever her teacher imparted, she retained after only hearing it once. When visiting the library, a single glance sufficed for her to grasp the material thoroughly. Moreover, her physical strength had increased significantly. She could now carry a bucket of water with ease, helping Aunt Lin without feeling fatigued. Yet, the persistent absence of spiritual energy left her feeling anxious. Could it be that her method of cultivation was flawed? Chapter 9. The influx of spiritual energy if she were an ordinary child. The inability to sense spiritual energy might have led her to abandon her practice. However, Imotienga had never entertained such a thought. Since her mother's passing and her subsequent stay at her ancestral home, she felt utterly devoid of familial affection, which was particularly arduous for a sensitive heart. In such an environment, her longing for the father she had never met grew more intense, especially upon learning that he likely possessed celestial abilities, amplifying her yearning. Unbeknownst to her, the practitioners of the immortal cultivation realm typically immerse themselves in the dense spiritual energy, experiencing its infusion within their bodies. In contrast, the lay cultivators often lack comprehensive texts on the subject and are unaware of what it truly means to have spiritual energy enter their being. Only after years of arduous practice do they come to realize its existence. Despite the disparities in their cultivation, there is no one to consult, leaving Imo Tienga to scour the library for answers. Regrettably, in the mundane world, it is already a rarity to find even 2 books pertaining to the immortal cultivation realm. Thus, her exhaustive search yielded no valuable information. As months slipped by, she still had not succeeded in cultivating spiritual energy. However, her academic performance soared, as her practice enhanced her memory and comprehension far beyond that of an ordinary 7-year-old. Eventually, her teacher permitted her to forego attending lessons, allowing her to study independently, returning only with questions for him. Consequently, she spent her days ensconced in the library, which garnered the envy of her peers, particularly Tianjun and Tianchao. Upon learning of her academic prowess, her uncle and aunt treated her with greater kindness, urging Tianjun to seek her assistance with his studies, which only fueled his jealousy and desire to bully her, though he lacked the courage to act. Tianchao, on the other hand, was overjoyed. She had long struggled with her studies, and with Tienga by her side, she now had someone to assist her. Only Zheng remained indifferent, treating her with disdain as if she were invisible. Nonetheless, Imo Tienga paid no heed to this. For ever since she discovered the existence of the immortal realm and learned that her father was a cultivator, she harbored a singular ambition to succeed in her cultivation and leave this place in search of her father. Her life revolved around attending school, performing chores, and cultivating. Although thoughts of her mother occasionally brought sorrow, the desire to find her father eclipsed all else. As days passed, the moments spent with Tianxiao grew increasingly scarce. Tianxiao was being compelled by her mother to learn domestic skills, and whenever she came to seek companionship, her eyes shimmered with envy. For no one pressured her to partake in such endeavors. Yet, in Tianji's heart, she believed that Tianxiao was the fortunate one. It was precisely because she was cherished that her aunt treated her with such sternness. One day, after yet another fruitless session of cultivation, Imo Tiangu emerged from her meditative state. She had grown accustomed to this condition. Each time she settled down, her thoughts would seamlessly drift into contemplation, and upon awakening, she felt invigorated. Raising her gaze, she noticed that the sky remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the bright moonlight. The moonlight glimmered like a pristine satin devoid of any hue, streaming through the window and cascading onto her bed. Unconsciously, she reached out her hand, yearning to gather this silvery glow. To her astonishment, her palm was filled with shimmering moonlight, gentle and radiant. She found herself lost in reverie. She recalled a time when she had asked her mother if the moon could be plucked from the sky. Her mother had smiled, extending her hand to gather a handful of moonlight before her, saying that there was no need to pluck it. The beautiful light was already present. At this thought, Imo Tiangu felt her eyes welling up. It had been nearly 3 months since her mother passed away in autumn, and now winter was approaching. She endeavored to suppress thoughts of her mother, focusing intently on her studies and cultivation, yet she still longed for her mother dearly. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she wished to weep once more. Mother! Suddenly, a glimmer caught her eye, growing increasingly bright at the corner of her vision. She forgot her sorrow, staring blankly at her wrist. There, a string of glass beads sparkled, the very ones her mother had specially retrieved before her passing, claiming they belonged to her father. When she acquired the bead, she was uncertain where to place it. She slipped it onto her hand, only to find that it fit snugly, perfectly encircling her finger without any discomfort. Thus, she wore it as it was, despite having adorned herself with this bead for an extended period. She remained oblivious to any anomalies. She merely admired its exquisite beauty, each bead a pristine white, devoid of any impurities. Moreover, it neither felt hot nor cold against her skin, instilling a profound sense of tranquility within her. However, at that moment, the beads on her wrist began to radiate an increasing warmth, as if they were igniting. The light intensified, growing from a mere speck to a brilliant glow, gradually spreading over her hand and leg until it enveloped her entire being. Suddenly, she perceived a flash of white light before finding herself in an utterly dark realm. In this world, there was no illumination, no objects, only an expanse of emptiness. Amidst this darkness, a faint glimmer emerged, initially as a point, which then elongated into a line. This line continued to stretch, abruptly transforming into a shooting star that hurtled toward her from afar. She barely had time to utter a sound before the radiant light pierced through her, bringing a chilling sensation. She had expected pain, yet there was none. Instead, she felt a refreshing coolness that began at her wrist, gradually flowing along her meridians to her shoulders, and then downward to her lower abdomen. Abruptly, she opened her eyes wide, meticulously attuning herself to her bodily sensations. Indeed, she detected a subtle coolness coursing between her meridians, continuously traversing before converging in her lower abdomen. Realizing this phenomenon, she was instantly filled with exhilaration. Spiritual energy. This must be the spiritual essence referred to in her cultivation techniques. She promptly assumed a cross-legged position once more, preparing to circulate her energy in accordance with the prescribed methods. She finally attained the state of qi entering her body. After concluding the flow of qi, she hurriedly glanced at the beads adorning her wrist. At that moment, the beads no longer emitted their brilliant white light. Instead, they remained as they had before, translucent and luminous, yet devoid of any radiance, resting on her wrist. However, she was certain that what she had just witnessed was not a figment of her imagination. These beads must undoubtedly be the treasured relic left behind by her father. With this thought, Emotienga felt an exhilarating rush. Her father must have known that she would embark on the path of cultivation. Hence he left this artifact to aid her in her practice, so that one day she could seek him out. Chapter 10. The Secret of the Glazed Beads in the Days that Followed. Emotienga continued her cultivation while harboring a curious desire to uncover the secret of the glazed beads upon her wrist. The beads appeared rather unremarkable, allowing her to wear them without attracting any inquiries. Those who were aware recognized them as her mother's keepsake, while those who were oblivious found them merely ordinary. To others, these beads were simply common glazed ornaments. As she gazed at the still translucent beads in her hand, she found herself lost in thought. The beads felt cool to the touch, reminiscent of the sensation of qi entering her body. Furthermore, they were remarkably hard, no matter what she struck them with. Not a single chip appeared. Unable to fathom their purpose, she settled into a cross-legged position, closed her eyes, and began her meditation. She had already begun to manifest within her, and she gradually followed the method outlined in her cultivation technique, attempting to control the qi. During her initial attempts at harnessing the qi, she found herself struggling immensely. The qi coursed through her meridians and dantian, eluding her control. Thus, she could only guide it to circulate around her body, gradually acclimating herself before attempting to exert control. Now, due to the presence of spiritual energy within her, she is also able to sense the external spiritual essence. However, the surrounding energy is exceedingly sparse, nearly imperceptible. Thus, her subsequent cultivation remains a futile endeavor, as the amount of spiritual energy she absorbs is negligible. Realizing this, Emotienga ceases her practice. Since cultivation proves unproductive, she resolves to uncover the secrets of this string of beads. She firmly believes that it is a treasure left behind by her father, certainly not an ordinary object, though she remains uncertain of its proper use. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration strikes her. If it is indeed a treasure, she shall attempt to probe it with her spiritual energy. With this determination, she resumes her cultivation, albeit this time she focuses on mobilizing her spiritual energy, gradually channeling it outward. This requires considerable effort to control the energy within her body. By the time she manages to exert a modicum of control over her spiritual essence, she is drenched in sweat. Nevertheless, she does not intend to rest just yet. Instead, she begins to gather the energy, directing it through her meridians to the outside world. The moment her energy makes contact with the glass beads, a look of terror suddenly crosses her face. She realizes that her spiritual energy has spiraled out of control. As soon as it touches the string of beads, it rushes uncontrollably into them, leaving her utterly powerless to restrain it. In an instant, a sharp pain sears through her dantian. All the painstakingly accumulated spiritual energy has been completely absorbed by the beads. She is taken aback, unable to ponder further due to the overwhelming agony, and swiftly loses consciousness. This episode of fainting is brief. When Emotienga awakens, she discovers that the sky is still dark, with only a sliver of moonlight filtering through the window. She sits up, recalling her spiritual energy, and promptly enters a meditative state. This time, she discovered that the spiritual energy within her dantian not only remained intact but had also increased slightly, albeit by a small margin. Her heart, once filled with trepidation, now began to settle, and joy swelled within her as she pondered the implications. Could it be that this bead required spiritual energy to activate? Yet, why had spiritual energy manifested that night without any conscious effort on her part? As her thoughts spiraled into confusion, she inadvertently noticed the bead in her hand shimmering with a luminous glow under the moonlight. Intrigued, she moved the bead back and forth under the silvery rays. Indeed, when the moonlight graced the bead, it radiated a brighter light. In its absence, it appeared dim and lackluster. Could it be that the spiritual energy had emerged that night due to the moonlight? With a newfound objective, verification became effortless. Upon confirming this hypothesis, she was filled with elation. This string of beads seemed to possess the ability to gather spiritual energy, allowing her to cultivate without the dread of scarcity. With a clear understanding of the sapphire bead's purpose, Imotienga's cultivation accelerated remarkably. Armed with an excellent methodology, a source of spiritual energy, and her diligent daily practice, the energy within her continued to flourish. 3 individuals were particularly aware of her transformation. One was Aunt Lin, who found her daily tasks increasingly effortless and efficient as Imotienga assisted her. The second was Tian Xiao, who had once towered over Imotienga, but gradually, Imotienga matched her height. The last was the old scholar. Whenever she stumbled upon a line or two in her teachings, she would seek his guidance. He would patiently elucidate each character to her, never inquiring about the source of her knowledge. However, at times, his gaze upon her carried a complexity of emotions, akin to a mix of pride and wistfulness. Thus, she gradually ceased to ponder her mother or her current circumstances, immersing herself day by day in reading, laboring, and cultivating her skills. 3 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Once a delicate child, her prolonged deprivation of nourishment had rendered her pallid and emaciated, giving her a rather disheveled appearance. Now, however, her complexion was fair, her skin smooth, and her overall demeanor exuded an air of elegance and vitality that was quite striking. During these 3 years, she had perused every book in the library, no longer needing formal education. By her aunt's request, Tiancao also ceased attending school, opting instead to learn domestic arts and culinary skills daily. Although her aunt did not teach her directly, her keen observational skills, honed through her own cultivation, allowed her to learn even faster than Tiancao. Gradually, her aunt entrusted her with fewer chores alongside Aunt Lin, encouraging her to study domestic skills with Tiancao while offering guidance. Yet, all of this merely served as embellishments in her life. Her nightly cultivation remained her foremost priority. Over the course of these 3 years, she grew increasingly attuned to the string of beads, and the practice became progressively easier. After a year of cultivation, the spiritual energy in her dantian began to accumulate significantly, and an unexpected transformation occurred. Her meridians felt as though they had been unblocked, allowing the energy to circulate within her body before settling firmly in her dantian. No longer erratic. Consulting her cultivation technique, she realized she had finally crossed the threshold into the realm of immortality, achieving the first layer of qi refinement. In the subsequent 2 years, she continued her relentless practice, and just recently, she sensed that she was approaching another boundary, on the verge of a breakthrough. Chapter 11. 3 years later. On a moonlit night, Imotienga awoke, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead from her cultivation. Although she was drenched in sweat, her heart brimmed with joy, for she had successfully broken through to the second level of qi refinement, allowing her to practice some minor spells. These spells were recorded with the levels of cultivation required, and upon reaching the second level of qi refinement, she could learn one of them called the wind breath technique. This technique harnessed spiritual energy to create fluctuations, generating wind. Once mastered, it could be wielded at will, even inflicting harm upon foes unseen. However, Imotienga held no interest in causing harm. Her ancestors had always cautioned her that the world of cultivation was fraught with peril, and even without malicious intent, one must remain vigilant at all times. Since she intended to seek out her father, it was imperative that she ventured into the realm of cultivation and inquired with other practitioners, as acquiring some self-defense techniques was absolutely essential. Yet, sensing her recent breakthrough and the emptiness of her internal spiritual energy, she concluded that immediate practice would be ill-advised. Imotienga contemplated for a moment, then rose to fetch some water from the kitchen to cleanse herself before deciding to rest. In recent years, she had seldom indulged in sleep, often cultivating for 5 or 6 days before feeling any fatigue. As she could not practice during the day, her nights were spent seizing every moment, forgoing rest whenever possible. Nevertheless, she understood the principle that haste makes waste. Thus, at this moment, it was more prudent to restore her spirit first. Upon awakening, she found that dawn had already broken. Imotienga opened her eyes, feeling a refreshing lightness throughout her being before rising. After attending to her morning routine, she stepped outside, closed the door behind her, and made her way to Tianxiao's room. Now that she was no longer required to assist Aunt Lin with chores, she need not rise so early, and upon waking, her only concern was to join Tianxiao for breakfast. There was no need to lock her small room, for there was nothing of value within. The property deed left at home is managed by my uncle, while the jewelry and valuables reside with my grandmother. She possesses little more than 100 coins, primarily accumulated from the occasional snacks her aunt buys for her. Additionally, the cultivation techniques reside solely within her mind, and a glass bead perpetually adorns her wrist. The house only contains some moderately worn garments and bedding of inferior quality. She deems the most significant items to be her writing materials, yet Aunt Lin and the others are illiterate, not even bothering to glance at them. In the courtyard, Tian Xiao's room is situated in the inner compound. The furnishings are undoubtedly more elaborate than those in her own quarters, as the entire space is at least twice the size. Upon entering, she observes Tian Xiao's young maid emerging with a basin of water, who bows respectfully before busying herself. This maid was purchased by her aunt, despite being a local landowner with a few servants. They would not typically acquire such young maids to attend to daily needs like a proper affluent family. However, her aunt has high aspirations and has raised Tian Xiao as a young lady of status, thus acquiring a maid to attend to her as she matures. Once inside, Tian Xiao is indeed awake, selecting clothes. Upon noticing her arrival, she waves, "Tian Gu, come help me choose which one to wear." This remark brings a smile to Imotienga, who selects a sky blue garment from the array. "How about this one?" Tian Xiao receives it with delight, exclaiming, "With your recommendation, it must be perfect." Observing the wardrobe filled with clothes, Imotienga shakes her head. While her aunt is determined to cultivate Tian Xiao into a refined young lady, it is unfortunate that Tian Xiao's lively personality seems to thrive more freely, akin to her own carefree spirit. Nonetheless, such sentiments remain unspoken, as voicing them would only be perceived as jealousy. In a blink of an eye, Tian Xiao had donned her attire and smiled at her, asking, "Do I look good?" Imotienga nodded with a smile. The Mo family was renowned for producing beauties, and it was no surprise that her aunt devoted herself to nurturing Tian Xiao. Once Tian Xiao was ready, the two made their way to the dining hall, where breakfast was already prepared. "Grandfather, grandmother," they called out in unison to the elderly gentleman and Madame Zheng seated at the head of the table. Madame Zheng lifted her eyelids and, upon seeing Tienga standing beside Tian Xiao, involuntarily furrowed her brow. She never concealed her disdain for this granddaughter, who bore no blood relation to her. However, as the 3 years passed, her indifference had not made Tienga shrink in spirit. Rather, she grew more poised and self-assured, no longer affected by the opinions of others as she once was. Each time Madame Zheng observed her standing next to Tian Xiao, despite her less elegant attire, Tienga managed to draw more attention than Tian Xiao, which irked Madame Zheng. Yet, out of respect for the elderly gentleman, she refrained from expressing her displeasure, merely offering a faint nod. "Father, mother, uncle, aunt." After completing her greetings, they took their seats. Aside from them, Mo Tianjun was already settled in his designated spot. 3 years had passed, and he had grown considerably taller, no longer the mischievous boy he once was. Perhaps it was the realization that his younger sisters were different from him that had instilled in him a sense of care. He no longer bullied Mo Tienga, and even occasionally brought gifts for Tian Xiao, ensuring to include Tienga as well. "Father, may I go to the market in town?" Mo Tianjun inquired of his father, then added, "I will go in the afternoon. I have lessons at the academy in the morning." The eldest son of the Mo family glanced at the elder, noting his lack of expression, and continued, "One must complete their studies before venturing out." Receiving consent, Mo Tianjun joyfully clapped his hands, stating, "I understand. I shall not delay my studies." He then eagerly turned to his mother, saying, "Mother, may I have some money to buy things at the market?" Mo Tianjun nodded repeatedly. Observing this, Mo Tianxiao quickly interjected, "Brother, take me along, for it has been ages since I last ventured outside." Mo Tianjun wished to oblige but hesitated, casting a glance at his parents' expressions. "Indeed," his mother replied, "you should remain at home and practice your needlework. What business does a girl have at the market, where it is so crowded?" Mo Tianxiao pouted. "A few hours won't hurt. I haven't been out in so long, it's stifling." Upon reflection, the eldest son remarked, "Let Tianxiao accompany us." With Tian Gu and Xiao Shaner together, and Tianjin leading them, there should be no trouble. Mo Tianxiao exclaimed with delight, "Thank you, father. You are the best." Meanwhile, Mo Tienga silently sighed. She was not particularly keen on going, but it was her duty to accompany the prince in his studies. Chapter 12. The first cultivator Mo Tienga had little to prepare, merely securing the 100 or so coins within her garment. In contrast, Mo Tianxiao's maid, Xiao Shaner, collected an array of items, ultimately carrying a large basket. Curious, Imotinga lifted the basket's cover to discover it contained combs, mirrors, fans, water pouches, snacks, and even a folding stool. She was utterly astonished and inquired of the little fangirl what all these items were for. The little fangirl pointed out each one. When the young lady's hair became disheveled, she used a comb and a mirror. When she felt warm, she employed a fan. When she was thirsty, the water pouch provided hydration. When hunger struck, there were snacks to indulge in. And when fatigue set in, there was a stool to rest upon. Imotinga then asked, "What shall we do if it rains?" Upon hearing this, the little fangirl promptly fetched an umbrella. Imotinga was rendered speechless. Regardless of her status, this little girl certainly exhibited a commendable demeanor. Indeed, it was a true display of the young lady making an outing. The trio finally completed their preparations and followed Tianjin out the door. Naturally, Tianjin was not alone, accompanied by several boys on their journey. The nearest settlement to Mo's village was Feiyun Town, a distance not too far, and they arrived in a little over half an hour. Upon reaching the town, Tianxiao, unaccustomed to walking, was left breathless and truly made use of that little stool. The little fangirl fared slightly better, though she was weary from carrying a large basket, glistening with sweat, while Imotinga maintained an air of nonchalance. As they entered the town, a few boys could no longer contain themselves and dashed off to play, leaving only the three of them. Once Tianxiao had rested sufficiently, they set off to explore the market. Imotinga had visited Feiyun Town in her childhood with Uncle Wang, but since her return to the ancestral home, she had not ventured out again. Observing Tianxiao wiping her brow while the little fangirl busily fanned her and offered her water, Imotinga shook her head and, noticing a nearby stall selling meat noodles, suggested, "Shall we pause there? Let us first enjoy a bowl of meat noodles to satisfy our appetites." Tianxiao, having been exhilarated all morning and scarcely having eaten, eagerly nodded in agreement. The trio then made their way to the small stall and ordered 3 bowls of meat noodles. Xiaoshaner also received a bowl, and upon learning that she could sit down to eat together, tears of joy welled up in her eyes. Imotinga, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but sigh. Had it not been for the modest inheritance left behind at home, she surmised that after her mother's passing, she would have been in a situation quite similar to Xiaoshaner when her aunt had purchased her. It was said that Xiaoshaner was originally sold to a wealthy household in the city, but after committing a minor transgression, she was sold off. It seemed she had not fared well under her previous owner's care, and Tianxiao treated her kindly, for which she was profoundly grateful. The meat noodles were a local delicacy of Lianqing, a place abundant in water and fish. The fish meat was finely minced, mixed with flour to form a dough, and then rolled into noodles. The broth was made from bone stock, generously seasoned with vinegar and flavored with scallions and ginger. This meat noodle dish, with the scallions and ginger eliminating the fishy odor and the vinegar adding a tantalizing tang, was both chewy and smooth, much to the delight of children. Such delicacies were seldom enjoyed by Tianxiao, as the Mo family, being farmers, did not indulge in such culinary refinements. Aunt Lin could only prepare ordinary fare. The three savored their bowls of meat noodles, yet found themselves craving more. Tianxiao longed for another serving, but Tiange remarked that there were plenty of delicious treats at the market, and once full, one could not eat again. Only then did Tianxiao refrain from ordering more. Upon hearing Tiange's words, Xiaoshaner realized how misguided she had been to bring so many snacks to the market. Having once been a maid in a wealthy household, she knew that such families would only carry their own homemade food, never consuming questionable fare from roadside stalls. Motivated by the prospect of delightful cuisine, Tianxiao felt invigorated, and the trio began to leisurely explore the market. "Miss, look at this," Xiaoshaner exclaimed, pointing at the vividly crafted sugar figurines. Mo Tianxiao hurriedly approached and indeed spotted a small stall selling sugar figurines, alongside various cats and dogs. As soon as she laid eyes on them, her attention was captivated. In the village, it was a rare occasion to see artisans passing by with their wares, and they had encountered such sights only a handful of times. Thus, the three of them chattered excitedly, debating which was the most beautiful and which they wished to purchase. Suddenly, an unsettling chill ran down Imotienga's spine, prompting her to whirl around. Not far away, a figure was observing her. Upon noticing her gaze, he offered a faint smile and nodded. Yet his eyes remained fixed on her, as if he awaited her approach. "Where are you going?" "Nothing much. Just take your time here. Wait for me." Tianxiao gazed at her in confusion as she walked away. As she approached him, the man turned and strolled leisurely ahead, until he reached an intersection and veered into an alley, where he finally halted. Turning around, He revealed himself to be an unremarkable young man, who now wore a friendly smile, raising his hand in a courteous gesture. "I am Li Yushan. May I inquire the name of this young friend?" It turned out that the moment she had turned to glance at him, she sensed an aura of spiritual energy emanating from him, indicating he was indeed a fellow cultivator. Since beginning her cultivation, she had refrained from disclosing her journey to anyone, particularly after her mother's passing, in the unfamiliar confines of her home. Her secret ambition was to cultivate successfully before seeking out her father. For 3 years, she had diligently practiced in solitude, and upon encountering another with a similar aura, she could not resist following him. Yet, this young man named Li Yushan did not underestimate her due to their age difference, stating, "So it is you, Taoist Mo. In this bustling world, our fateful encounter is indeed a stroke of fortune. In the realm of wandering cultivators, may I inquire about your esteemed lineage? What brings you to linger in the mundane world?" What does wandering cultivator mean? This term seems vaguely familiar to her. Li Yushan was taken aback. Incredulous, "Do you truly lack a sect or elder to guide you?" Upon hearing this, Imo Tienga recalled the common knowledge within the cultivation world. Her ancestors and the esteemed Qingtian recluse had often spoken of the inscrutability of the human heart, thus she did not deny it. "You see, my father is also a cultivator, yet he departed our home in search of opportunities when I was but a child. He sends word occasionally, but has never returned. Hence I have been cultivating alone." "Oh, so it is," Li Yushan replied, now convinced. In the mundane realm, cultivators often faced fragmented techniques and scarce elixirs, prompting many to seek fortunes far and wide, much like himself. So that is the nature of it. A wandering cultivator is one who lacks a sect or family. Since Taoist friend has a father to guide her, she is indeed more fortunate than I, who am left to search for my path in solitude. I notice you are quite young, yet have reached the second level of qi refinement. Perhaps in the future, you may join a cultivation sect, which is truly enviable. Li Yushan's expression genuinely reflected envy. He himself had only achieved the third level of qi refinement after a decade of arduous training. Having stumbled upon an opportunity in his youth, encountering a young girl like her, already at the second level, surely stirred a sense of admiration within him. Little did he know, the reason Imo Tienga possessed her current prowess was due to her superior cultivation technique in the presence of a gathering spirit orb. With these two advantages, she indeed surpassed those wandering cultivators who were still groping in the dark, yet it was merely a slight edge. Due to the limitations of her spiritual roots, she found it exceedingly difficult to advance her cultivation by the mid-stage of qi refinement. Yet, she heard Li Yushan suggest, in this mundane world, it is rare to encounter kindred spirits or fellow practitioners. Since we are destined to meet, why not arrange a time to exchange insights on the path of cultivation? Chapter 13. The meeting. Imo Tienga hesitated for a considerable time, but ultimately chose not to decline. The journey of cultivation had rendered her profoundly lonely. If it were possible, she wished to spend even a single day away from that home. Thus, she concealed her intentions from everyone and diligently practiced in silence, yearning for the day when she could achieve mastery and leave to search for her father. Over the past 3 years, no one had been able to converse with her on these matters, not even Tianxiao. Their lives were entirely disparate. Her parents were both present and doted upon her, promising her a future filled with a blissful marriage and happiness. Given their divergent paths, what purpose would it serve to share such thoughts with her? Consequently, the more kindness Tianxiao showed her, the deeper her sense of guilt grew, for in Tianxiao's heart, they were sisters and the best of friends. Yet, she understood that Tianxiao was merely a transient figure in her life, destined to part ways one day. Aside from that dream 3 years ago, her understanding of the world of cultivation was gleaned solely from books. Her heart brimmed with curiosity, and now, with a cultivator standing before her, she could not resist the allure of discovering that realm. The tales of Qinglian Jiushi also spoke of an accidental encounter with a cultivator in the mundane world, which led to the revelation of the existence of the cultivation world. In the mundane realm, scattered cultivators rarely crossed paths with others of their kind. When fate allows such meetings, they often agree to engage in discussions, hoping to share insights that might enhance their cultivation. The prospect of conversing about the path of cultivation held immense appeal for Imo Tienga. For the past 3 years, she has been navigating her path alone. Although the venerable sage can elucidate the literal meanings, he cannot unravel the complexities of her cultivation journey. She has been progressing through a series of trials and tribulations. However, she intends to master the wind-whispering technique before seeking out Li Yushan. Both her ancestors and the esteemed Qinglian recluse have warned her that the human heart is inscrutable, and one must exercise caution when interacting with other cultivators. By acquiring the wind-whispering technique, she would possess a measure of assurance. With this thought in mind, she promptly set her plans into motion. To learn the wind-whispering technique, one must first gain adept control over spiritual energy. In her quest to better wield the glazed pearl, Imotienga has dedicated the past 3 years to mastering the manipulation of spiritual energy, a challenge she has successfully navigated. Thus, she began to repeatedly direct the spiritual energy as required, engaging in this practice for 2 consecutive days. Once she felt confident in her ability to orchestrate the spiritual energy within her body as desired, she commenced her practice of the wind-whispering technique. Uncertain if it was due to her ancestors' annotations, she found that these minor spells came with detailed instructions. It is advised that one first acclimates to the flow of spiritual energy before attempting to project it outward, lest one risk self-harm. Imotienga was keenly aware of the need for discretion, and thus she chose to gradually refine her manipulation of spiritual energy, ensuring that no errors occurred before she cautiously began her practice. Initially, she struggled to produce any wind. After several days of relentless practice, her techniques and incantations remained inadequate, yielding only a faint breeze that could barely lift a sheet of paper. This paltry result fell far short of the technique's promise of creating a blade of wind capable of inflicting invisible harm. Imotienga felt deeply disheartened. Her intelligence had always garnered admiration. She was speaking at a year old, recognizing characters by 3, and had consistently outperformed her peers in her studies. Yet, when it came to learning this spell, her remarkable intellect seemed to vanish. There were no shortcuts to be found. She could only immerse herself in diligent practice. After 3 more days of relentless effort, the incantations and techniques began to harmonize, allowing her to exercise control with ease. Imotienga was overjoyed, persisting in her training until, at last, she could manipulate the wind into a blade. With exhilaration, she formed a wind blade in her palm and, with a swift motion, severed a piece of paper with a crisp sound, leaving a perfectly clean edge that attested to her precision. A smile graced her face. Although she had been cultivating for several years, this was the first time she wielded power, the ability to inflict harm or protect herself. She gestured again in the opposite direction. The table remained still, yet a corner of it suddenly crumbled away. However, in the next moment, her smile transformed into a bitter grimace as exhaustion washed over her. She hadn't anticipated the spell would drain her spiritual energy so rapidly after merely 2 attempts. Her energy was completely depleted. In this world, where spiritual energy was scarce, replenishing it was no easy feat. Contemplating this, she recalled that in the realm of cultivation, there were indeed 2 methods for swiftly restoring spiritual energy. The first involved the use of spirit stones, which were said to be infused with spiritual energy and served as reservoirs for it. The second involved consuming elixirs. However, even in the realm of cultivation, elixirs were not easily obtainable, let alone in the mundane world where she currently resided. In fact, she had never encountered spirit stones or elixirs. All she possessed related to the cultivation world was a technique etched in her mind and a string of glass beads capable of gathering spiritual energy. With this thought in mind, her interest in meeting Li Yushan grew even stronger. To this end, she practiced for 2 more days until she could adeptly wield the wind whisper technique, at which point she stealthily slipped out. Indeed, Li Yushan was at the inn in the town. As she entered, before she could inquire with the waiter, she saw Li Yushan descending the stairs. He clasped his hands in greeting and said, "Young lady, you have finally arrived." With that, he instructed the waiter to bring a few dishes to his room. Although the waiter was curious, he dared not ask further and complied. Imotienga, still young and unafraid of any impropriety, followed him inside. After all, Feiyun Town was merely a small place, predominantly inhabited by farmers, and lacked stringent customs. When the dishes were served and the waiter exited, Imotienga was about to speak, "Young masterly." However, Li Yushan interrupted her, saying, "It seems you have not interacted with other cultivators, for we practitioners refer to each other as Taoist friends." Reflecting on this, Imotienga adjusted her address to Taoist friendly. Li Yushan smiled and began discussing matters of cultivation. Their levels of cultivation were comparable, and Imotienga could understand much of what was said. Although she could not articulate some concepts, Li Yushan's explanations resonated with her. Initially, he spoke extensively, but gradually, Imotienga found herself able to contribute a few words. Li Yushan showed her great warmth, never underestimating her due to her youth. At first, Imotienga was perplexed by his demeanor, but she gradually began to discern his intentions. It seems that the words spoken by her father, who was also a cultivator, have stirred a sense of attentiveness in Li Yushan. He assumes that her remarkable abilities at such a young age must be attributed to the guidance of her elders, prompting him to humbly seek her counsel, hoping to uncover any secrets she might possess. However, Imotienga possesses no secrets, though her knowledge of cultivation techniques is indeed extensive. If Li Yushan inquires about matters within her understanding, she responds to each question, clarifying some of his confusions, which, in turn, deepens his enthusiasm towards her. Chapter 14. Unwholesome intentions. The two engaged in discourse for half a day, when Li Yushan again broached the subject of spells. He remarked, in the past, I acquired a tome of cultivation techniques that contained only fragmented accounts of several spells, one of which is called Fire Induction Technique, notable for its impressive power. Upon finishing his words, he summoned his spiritual energy, flicked his fingers, and conjured a small flame. With a mere gesture, the flame darted away, leaving a small hole, the width of a finger, in the wall. Imotienga was taken aback. The fire's potency was not surprising. Her own wind breath technique exhibited similar strength, and the records indicated even greater capabilities. What was remarkable, however, was the speed and the precise control, as it had only burned a small hole, leaving the surrounding area entirely unscathed. Li Yushan beamed with pride, stating, I have practiced this fire induction technique for 2 to 3 years, and I have attained a measure of proficiency. Even against spiritual artifacts, it can hold its ground, though it is not suitable for demonstration at this moment. Your cultivation techniques are exceptional. I presume your spells possess even greater power. Imotienga hesitated for a moment and cautiously replied, It is nothing extraordinary. My cultivation is rather modest. I have only mastered a few minor spells, with the wind breath technique being the most potent. Oh? Li Yushan inquired with keen interest. Might I have the privilege of witnessing it? Imotienga did not decline, channeling a surge of spiritual energy with a swift motion of her palm. The copper candlestick was instantly cleaved in two. Li Yushan, taken aback, inquired, Might I ask what is the most formidable object you can sever with this spell? To which she replied, I am uncertain. Upon hearing this, Li Yushan chuckled. Since you can wield wind-based spells, could it be that your spiritual root is exceptionally good? Imotienga, puzzled, asked, Why is that? Li Yushan elucidated, These spells possess attributes inherently linked to one's spiritual root. I have a deficiency in metal among the 5 elements and a 4-element spiritual root, with my fire attribute being the most robust, hence my superior proficiency in fire spells. The fact that you can manipulate wind-based magic without external aid suggests that your wood element is quite remarkable, or perhaps you possess a unique wind attribute spiritual root. Li Yushan was greatly astonished. At such a tender age, you have already attained the 2nd level of chi refinement. And your spells are so intricate. Could it be that you possess a 5-element spiritual root? Upon receiving confirmation, admiration filled Li Yushan's face. It seems you have an exceptional cultivation technique and wise mentors guiding you, allowing you to avoid many detours. May I inquire what method you practice? Imotienga hesitated at this question. The Su Nu Ju could only be cultivated by those with a pure Yin constitution, and her ancestors had warned her never to disclose her pure Yin nature, lest she be seen as a cauldron for others. Although she was unaware of the full implications of a cauldron, it was clear that it was not something desirable. Noticing her hesitation, Li Yushan, perceptive and understanding, smiled and said, I merely asked casually, if it is inconvenient for you to share, we can leave it at that. Relieved by his withdrawal from the inquiry, Imotienga felt a sense of ease. This discourse had proven to be quite enlightening for her. Li Yushan, hailing from the ancient capital of the Jin state, Tongan, serendipitously stumbled upon a tome of cultivation techniques in his youth. Since then, he has traversed various realms, encountering numerous practitioners of the arcane arts, thereby acquiring considerable knowledge. According to his accounts, while the majority of cultivation sects reside in Kunwa, there are also numerous families of cultivators and solitary practitioners scattered across different nations. For instance, in Jin State, there exists a community of solitary cultivators in Tongan, who have formed a collective known as the Solitary Practitioners Association, frequently engaging in discussions to share insights. Li Yushan lamented his inadequate spiritual root and subpar techniques, which had hindered his advancement beyond the 3rd level of chi refinement for 5 years. Thus, he embarked on a journey, seeking fortuitous opportunities. Imotienga, having restrained her curiosity for an extended period, finally suppressed her desire to inquire about her father's whereabouts. She remained cautious, fearing that this individual might exploit her vulnerability as a solitary person. Fortunately, Li Yushan presumed that she possessed a senior cultivator in her lineage and thus engaged her in earnest discourse about the path of cultivation. diligently elucidating the concepts she found perplexing. As twilight descended, she hastily made her way toward Imo family village, oblivious to the shadow that trailed her from a distance. Li Yushan observed the quaint village from afar. It appeared unremarkable, akin to any rural hamlet in the Jin state. After scrutinizing it for some time, he discerned no signs of restrictions or formations. It was truly baffling that a practitioner could exist in such a place. He noted that the young girl, despite her lack of superior aptitude compared to him, had already reached the second level of chi refinement. He was certain that she possessed something of great value. Having stagnated at the third level for 5 years, he understood that the path to foundational establishment was exceedingly arduous for solitary practitioners. Only by joining a cultivation sect could one access greater resources. He, possessing subpar talents, realized that in order to achieve any semblance of success, he must seek out a sect of immortals. However, given his innate abilities, such a sect would undoubtedly refuse him entry unless there existed a potential for foundational cultivation, which seemed an arduous task. Yet, how challenging such a feat proved to be. After wandering for 5 to 6 years, he had unearthed nothing of significance. This young girl undoubtedly harbored a secret. Otherwise, it was unfathomable how she could cultivate to the second level of chi refinement in a mere 3 years. With a 5-element root, in a world where spiritual energy was scarce, he himself had spent 3 years merely scratching the surface, only to advance to the third level after relocating to a place rich in spiritual veins. He had closely observed this girl and noted her lack of any spiritual artifacts. By her own claims, she should not have been able to reach the second level of chi refinement. From a distance, he watched as she entered the largest residence in the village and decided to follow suit. At the village's edge, a middle-aged woman emerged to herd her chickens. After a moment of contemplation, he approached her. "Good day, madam," he greeted. "I am merely a traveler, with nightfall approaching and the town still out of reach. I was hoping to borrow a place to stay." "Oh, I see." The woman assessed him, finding that he bore an unassuming demeanor that did not suggest ill intent. She nodded readily. "Very well, come in. However, we are quite poor, so I hope you won't mind." He quickly bowed. "Thank you. I would never dream of being ungrateful." The woman called into the house. "Dear, we have a guest seeking shelter. Come out and greet him." A man responded from within, and soon a robust farmer emerged, greeting him warmly. "So, you wish to borrow a place to rest, young brother? Please, come inside." "Yes, I appreciate your kindness, brother." He offered a slight bow before stepping inside. This was an ordinary farming household, with a table in the main room laden with several dishes and a pair of chopsticks. The male host warmly beckoned. "Come in, have a seat. My wife, please serve the rice." The woman outside responded affirmatively, and after a short while, she returned carrying a bowl of rice. Li Yushan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, "Thank you, sister-in-law. I hope I am not intruding." He smiled, feigning hunger as he eagerly dug into the rice, while inwardly contemplating how to extract information from this family. Chapter 15. The complexity of human hearts as night fell. A figure quietly emerged from a small house on the eastern edge of the village. He had gleaned from this family information regarding the young girl with the surname Imo. Of course, he had not asked outright. Instead, he feigned casual interest in the large residence, inquiring if it belonged to a prominent household. The man of the house replied that it was the abode of the village chief. Seizing the opportunity, he began to inquire about matters concerning the village. This family, unsuspecting, candidly shared information with him, including details about the chief's family. Residing in that grand house were 2 young girls. One was the chief's eldest granddaughter, and the other, the granddaughter of a daughter who had married into the family. Both were of similar age. He had observed that the clothing worn by the young girl was of inferior quality, significantly less fine than that of another girl he had seen at the market. Their physical resemblance was striking, and he was certain that the other girl was indeed the chief's granddaughter. Thus, the identity of the young girl began to reveal itself. Li Yushan became convinced that the girl spoke the truth. Her father must be a practitioner of the mystical arts, which explained her enigmatic nature, though he remained uncertain about the extent of her father's abilities. However, he harbored a lingering doubt as to why this cultivator chose to reside in such an ordinary village, and even took a mortal woman as his wife. It is well known that cultivators rarely regard mortals with any esteem. They typically seek companionship among fellow practitioners, as such unions enhance their own cultivation. A mortal woman is often relegated to the status of a concubine, hardly worthy of being wed or raising children. To satisfy his curiosity, he inquired further about the woman, only to discover that her husband, during those years, had exerted every effort merely to alleviate her ailment. He instinctively sensed that the woman harbored a secret, one that might even reside within her daughter. Contemplating this, he stealthily slipped out into the night and ventured into the neighboring courtyard. The house appeared to have been long abandoned. The yard was desolate, and upon pushing open the door, a musty scent of wood greeted him. Inside, he found only a few pieces of furniture, the space largely devoid of any personal effects. He meticulously searched the premises but found nothing out of the ordinary. It seemed that any items of significance had long since been removed. Overcome with disappointment, he exited the dwelling and made his way toward the largest house. As he approached, he noticed a faint glow emanating from the structure, indicating that someone was indeed cultivating within. The clarity of the spiritual light suggested that the young girl had not employed any defensive array. Although imperceptible to mortals, cultivators could discern it with utmost clarity. He couldn't help but marvel at the young girl's ability to endure the monotony of cultivation at such a tender age, still engaged in her practice at this late hour. Clearly, her impressive cultivation was not merely a result of fortuitous circumstances. After observing quietly for a spell, his brow began to furrow in concern. Something was amiss. During the cultivation process, the radiance emitted by a practitioner correlates with the type of spiritual energy they absorb, which is determined by their chosen cultivation technique. Thus, if one practices a technique aligned with the metal element, the emitted light will manifest as a soft golden hue. If it pertains to fire, it will appear red. However, the ethereal glow before her bore no discernible color. This indicated that the young girl was cultivating a technique devoid of any elemental attributes. Any technique lacking the properties of the 5 elements is not merely a rudimentary practice. It either possesses unique functionalities or immense power. He felt a surge of excitement, for a superior technique foretold swift progress, perhaps even the possibility of foundational establishment. He had initially assumed her technique was merely commendable, not realizing it transcended the ordinary introductory level. With this thought, a sense of greed welled up within him. If only he could obtain this technique. As dawn approached, Imotienga concluded her cultivation for the day. The insights gleaned from Li Yushan had proven invaluable, illuminating many previously perplexing aspects of her practice. This night of cultivation had yielded significant rewards. In high spirits, she emerged to freshen up, undeterred even by Aunt Lin's scowl. After breakfast, she informed Tian Chao of her intention to revisit the town. Given the fruitful results of her previous session, she planned to seek out Li Yushan once more to discuss further cultivation matters. However, upon her arrival in the town, she spotted Li Yushan exiting the inn with his belongings. "Li Daoyu, are you leaving?" Seeing her, Li Yushan smiled warmly. "Indeed, I have stayed here for half a month. It is time to continue my journey. Did you come to seek me for something, Imo Daoyu?" Imo Tienga remarked, "Yesterday's exchange of insights illuminated certain aspects for me. Hence, I am here again today to intrude. However, since you are leaving, I shall not trouble you." Li Yushan, smiling at her words, replied, "Not at all. It is I who would welcome the opportunity to discuss our insights. Why don't we find a suitable place to converse?" Imo Tienga pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Li Yushan then guided her to a tea stall by the bridge at the town's entrance, where they settled down. Once seated, Li Yushan got straight to the point. "How did your cultivation go yesterday?" Imo Tienga nodded appreciatively, saying, "I must thank you. I had long been puzzled as to why my meridians sometimes obstructed my flow. You advised me to frequently nourish them with spiritual energy. After practicing it yesterday, I found considerable improvement." Li Yushan chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Such knowledge is common in the realm of cultivation. It is not my merit. Besides, I have also greatly benefited from your insights. The method of cultivating spiritual energy before practicing spells will prove invaluable in my future studies." With that, he inquired gently, "Imo Daoyu, your father has been away for quite some time. How does he guide you in your studies?" Imo Tienga hesitated briefly before responding cautiously. "Whenever I encounter confusion, I write to my father for guidance." Lowering her gaze, she continued, "My mother passed away a few years ago due to illness, and I now live with other relatives." Noticing her somber mood, Li Yushan quickly expressed his apologies. "I am sorry to have brought up a painful memory. However, since your father is also a cultivator, why was he unable to heal your mother? The ailments of mortals are, to us, quite manageable." Imo Tienga shook her head, saying, "My mother's illness is beyond cure. My father believes it is a matter of constitution, and he is powerless to change that." The term constitution sparked a glimmer of insight in Li Yushan's eyes. This so-called issue of constitution referred to an imbalance of the 5 elements and the dualities of yin and yang, for a mortal to be unable to survive. Several possibilities arose, either a chaotic state of the five elements, an imbalance of yin and yang, or the taint of malevolent spiritual energy. While the chaos of the five elements may be untreatable, it could be managed to extend life. The presence of ghostly or demonic energy could be expelled. Yet an imbalance of yin and yang was beyond remedy. Such an imbalance could manifest as a naturally pure yang body or a pure yin body. Contemplating this, he suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Typically, infants born with a pure yang body or pure yin body would not survive long. Only a girl with a pure yin constitution could live long enough to bear offspring. If this were the case, all his lingering doubts would be resolved. The reason that Cultivator chose to marry a mortal woman was due to her possessing a pure yin constitution, which, despite lacking spiritual roots, would still greatly benefit her. Furthermore, this constitution had the potential for hereditary transmission, increasing the likelihood of their descendants possessing spiritual roots. He lowered his gaze to conceal his fervor, for he realized that this young girl could very well be one of the fortunate few. A girl endowed with both a pure yin constitution and spiritual roots. No wonder she could cultivate in this mundane world solely through her five elemental roots. He could not help but recall the news he had heard in Kunwa. A woman with a pure yin constitution was a rarity, almost impossible to find in a millennium, and would undoubtedly make the finest furnace for alchemy. Chapter 16. Captured unable to comprehend the situation, she only felt that Li Yushan before her was swaying, his smile growing increasingly peculiar. Eventually, her head tilted, and she collapsed. Sitting opposite her, Li Yushan smiled inscrutably. After a considerable time, Mo Tiango awakened, feeling perplexed as the swaying canopy above seemed to be moving forward. Where was she? Turning her head to survey her surroundings, she nearly leaped in shock. She was in a carriage, with Li Yushan seated beside her, his gaze intertwining greed, malice, and ecstasy. Such a look sent a chill down Mo Tiango's spine. Li Yushan smiled, but this smile was devoid of the warmth he had shown during their previous conversations. Instead, it bore a chilling quality. Fellow Taoist, he said, fiddling with an object resembling a feng shui disc, watching her as a cat would watch a mouse. It turns out you possess a pure yin constitution. No wonder you have attained such cultivation in this mundane world. It truly evokes envy in one of my inferior talents. Mo Tiango was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Are you asking how I know? Li Yushan inquired, noting her alarm with a smirk. Fellow Taoist, your intelligence far surpasses that of your peers, but alas, your youth renders you inexperienced. Do you recall what you confided in me? Mo Tiango was bewildered. Li Yushan coldly laughed, reminding her, you mentioned that your mother was unable to save you due to her constitution, did you not? Mo Tiango nodded. He continued, you, my friend, may not be aware that among the so-called physical constitution issues that mortals face, there exists only one that we cannot remedy, an imbalance of yin and yang. As the saying goes, lonely yin cannot flourish, and solitary yang cannot thrive. This principle holds true for mortals. Thus, regardless of gender, there exists a balance of yin and yang within. However, men typically exhibit an excess of yang and a deficiency of yin, while women display the opposite. Should a mortal possess only one aspect, their lifespan would be severely limited. Furthermore, a man with a purely yin constitution or a woman with a purely yang constitution would not survive long after birth. Since your mother lived to give birth to you, it indicates that she possessed a purely yin constitution. Mo Tiango gazed at him, utterly astonished. She believed she had exercised sufficient caution, yet a single utterance revealed the truth to another. Li Yushan added, a purely yin constitution has historically been hereditary. However, the likelihood is rare, and often individuals do not survive long enough to bear children. I cannot ascertain whether you have inherited this trait, but given your remarkable progress in cultivation with a five-element root in the mundane world, the possibility is exceedingly high. This has now been confirmed. He raised the plate in his hand, stating, the spiritual disc has indeed determined that you possess a purely yin constitution. Mo Tiango glanced at the plate in his hand and glared at him. What do you intend to do? Li Yushan tilted his head back and laughed, his gaze shimmering with an unsettling light that sent chills down her spine. Surely, you are aware of what possessing a purely yin constitution signifies, my friend. The speed of cultivation surpasses that of ordinary individuals, and the benefits to a dual cultivation partner are immense. Should one become a cauldron, they would indeed be the finest. The terrifying expression on his face startled Mo Tiango, causing her to take a step back. Suddenly reminded of her ability to wield magic, she raised her hand, prepared to employ the wind breath technique. However, and the next moment, she was once again struck with horror. Her spiritual energy was inexplicably unable to flow. Li Yushan let out a cold laugh and said, "There is no need for you to try. What I've given you is a type of pollen called yusin flower. This pollen temporarily seals your spiritual energy." "You." Imo Tienga glared at him, her voice laced with fury. "If my father finds out, he will not let you off easily." He guessed correctly, yet he could never fathom that Imo Tienga's cultivation technique was a legacy from her ancestors. Upon uttering those words, despair enveloped her completely. She had longed to depart from the Imo family, but not in this manner. Regret washed over her as she pondered why she had confided so much to a stranger who practiced cultivation. Her ancestor had warned her that the path of cultivation is fraught with treachery, and she realized the truth of those words far too late. The tone he adopted was far from comforting. It was merely a thinly veiled threat. Only by obediently complying would he grant her a semblance of a good life. Imo Tienga's complexion turned ashen, and unable to suppress her rising fear, she whispered, "What exactly is a cauldron? Do you intend to drain my spiritual energy?" Li Yushan paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, shaking his head. "How could I expect such a young child to understand? But fear not, in due time, you shall comprehend." As he spoke, he reached out, lifting Imo Tienga's chin to scrutinize her closely, a satisfied glint in his eyes. In her heart, she mused that the young girl possessed a certain charm. Surely, as she matured, she would blossom into a beauty which would be even more advantageous. Under the gaze imbued with sinister intent, Imo Tienga involuntarily shivered. Lacking spiritual energy, she was merely a 10-year-old child. However, Li Yushan found her current expression quite appealing. Muttering to himself, "With you, not to mention anything else, the prospect of establishing my foundation is promising. Just wait 5 or 6 years, before I turn 40. I shall surely attain the 10th level of chi refinement, and then I can join a sect." At this point, he could not help but reveal a look of rapture. Coming from an ordinary family in Tongan City, he had stumbled upon 2 cultivators engaged in combat during his childhood, inadvertently discovering a manual that he picked up, thus embarking on his path of cultivation. Initially, he was bewildered, but a year later, he felt the presence of spiritual energy and realized that he had stumbled upon a technique that could lead to immortality. Eventually, he learned of the existence of the cultivation world, left his home, and traveled to Kunwu. Unfortunately, over the years, he remained a destitute rogue cultivator with inferior spiritual roots, unwanted by any sect and devoid of fortuitous encounters. Yet now, the situation had changed. A gleam sparkled in his eyes. Once the young girl matured and could serve as a furnace for alchemical purposes, he could practice dual cultivation, drawing energy from her. Ha ha. Amidst his maniacal laughter, Imo Tienga huddled in the corner, contemplating whether to inquire about his destination, but ultimately, she lacked the courage to voice her question. Chapter 17. Absorbing spiritual energy, the carriage traveled for an indeterminate duration, with Imo Tienga numbly curling into a corner, feeling as though each passing moment was an agonizing eternity. Li Yushan, oblivious to her plight, continued to meditate and cultivate, lost in his own world. The carriage suddenly halted, and the voice of the coachman rang out. "Master Xian, we have arrived at Lianqing." Li Yushan opened his eyes, murmured in acknowledgement, and then grasped Imo Tienga's hand, intending to disembark. Imo Tienga, seeing his outstretched hand, instinctively recoiled. Yet her resistance proved futile as she was pulled down from the carriage. Lianqing was the grand city that belonged to the Imo family village. Many inhabitants of Imo family village had never set foot in Lianqing throughout their lives. However, Imo Tienga had no inclination to observe the city's appearance. She was merely led by Li Yushan into a certain inn, her mind elsewhere. After securing a room, Li Yushan dragged her inside, carelessly tossing her into a corner while he busied himself ordering an array of dishes. Before departing that morning, Imo Tienga had exchanged a few words with Tianjiao. Yet even if they had discovered her abduction, they would not have pursued her, especially considering that her captors were no ordinary individuals. In the presence of cultivators, the lives of mortals seemed exceedingly fragile. Having lost hope in relying on others, she resolved to depend on herself. Firstly, her spiritual energy was suppressed. But this condition was not destined to last forever. Li Yushan had mentioned that her cultivation would be of use to him only when sufficiently advanced, thus necessitating her training, which would eventually present her with opportunities. Secondly, he had indicated that it would take at least several years before she became beneficial, so for the time being, she would be safe from immediate peril. With this in mind, she made a firm decision. Survival was paramount. As long as she lived, she would have years to devise an escape plan. Before long, The innkeeper delivered the meal. As Li Yushan picked up his chopsticks, he remarked, "If you wish to eat, come and partake. If you choose not to, I shall not concern myself with your hunger." Though her stomach indeed growled with hunger, the thought of dining at the same table as him filled Imotienga with revulsion. After struggling for a while, she eventually stood up and walked over slowly. The meal was abundant. Although Li Yushan was merely a low-tier cultivator, he appeared as a celestial being in the eyes of mortals, thus enjoying a rather comfortable life. Observing Imotienga, who was bowing her head and eating her meal with reluctance, Li Yushan smiled contentedly, savoring his wine alone. With Imotienga yielding to him, he felt no further worries. The next step was to devise a secure method to control her, nurturing her for 5 or 6 years. As for the present, he had little inclination to wander the world, preferring instead to find a tranquil place for cultivation. Speaking of cultivation, Kunwu was undoubtedly the ideal choice. This spiritual vein stretched endlessly through the southern reaches of the celestial realm, always offering places for practice. In contrast, other locations either lacked such extensive spiritual veins or were already occupied by others. With his mind made up, he turned his gaze back to Imotienga, who was obediently consuming her meal, not daring to utter a sound, which reassured him further. After finishing his meal, Li Yushan prepared to meditate and cultivate. Yet he still felt a twinge of concern regarding Imotienga. He rummaged through his belongings, retrieving several plates resembling spiritual discs, along with a few small flags. With a flick of his hand, he arranged them in the 4 corners of the room. Imotienga gazed at these unfamiliar objects with curiosity. In high spirits, Li Yushan explained, "This is a spirit sealing array, capable not only of obstructing spiritual energy but also providing a defensive function. Do not harbor any illusions of escape." An array? In the tome authored by the Qinglian recluse, it was recorded that the art of array formation had long been imparted to the mortal realm. Mortals employed the rudimentary principles of array formation derived from the cultivation world. Yet the true arrays within the realm of cultivation possessed far greater potency than this. In the primordial era, formations possessed the formidable ability to rend the heavens and split the earth. Even in contemporary times, there exist formidable arrays, with some sects having protective mountain formations that serve as the very foundation of their existence. However, this was not the moment for Imotienga to seek knowledge. Li Yushan tossed a blanket to her and rummaged through his pack for a while, eventually retrieving a book which he threw her way, instructing her to stay put. With that, he immersed himself in his cultivation. Imotienga glanced at him before lowering her gaze to unfold the blanket and peruse the book. The tome was titled Compendium of Spiritual Entities, and as she opened it, she discovered it indeed contained illustrations, cataloging various spiritual herbs and entities. In truth, these were merely common items within the realm of cultivation. In Kunwu, such a book was typically sought only by loose cultivators from the mundane world. Yet, to Imotienga, it was a treasure. She had never encountered anything from the world of cultivation before. The writings of Qinglian the Hermit, being that of an ordinary loose cultivator, merely provided a general overview, lacking the detailed accounts of the origins and functions of the spiritual herbs, let alone the accompanying illustrations. With this book in her possession, Imotienga felt that the night would not be too dreary after all. She engaged in her reading while occasionally casting glances at Li Yushan's progress. Gradually, the room began to fill with spiritual energy, albeit faint and elusive, almost imperceptible to Imotienga. She could not help but direct her gaze towards Li Yushan, who was in the midst of his breathing exercises, with the spiritual power gradually coalescing around him. Observing this, Imotienga discreetly extended her right hand to her left wrist, retrieving a string of glass beads. To her astonishment, the beads absorbed the spiritual energy in the room at a visibly discernible rate. Before long, the spiritual essence within the chamber was entirely depleted. Li Yushan furrowed his brow, a look of confusion etched upon his face. After meditating for a while longer without sensing any spiritual energy, he finally opened his eyes and ceased his practice. Observing her for a moment, he gestured with a slight lift of his chin, commanding, "Come here." Imotienga remained motionless. Frustrated, Li Yushan approached and seized her, demanding, "Is this your doing?" Imotienga's face turned ashen, and she could only shake her head repeatedly. Li Yushan scrutinized her for a while, seemingly searching for something, yet despite his prolonged gaze, he could discern no irregularity about her. Naturally, she would possess no spiritual artifacts. Even he, with only a diminutive flying sword of the lowest grade, seldom utilized it. Let alone could it elude his keen perception. As for techniques, the spiritual energy had long been sealed by him, rendering her incapable of employing any sorcery. Nonetheless, the abrupt absence of spiritual energy in the room was an undeniable reality. Imotienga kept her head lowered, tears cascading onto her garments. Seeing her in such a state, Li Yushan frowned, but no longer harbored doubts. After all, she was merely a young girl with lesser cultivation, and with her spiritual energy sealed. He found it implausible that she could orchestrate any trickery before him. Unbeknownst to him, Imotienga instinctively clenched her sleeves tighter. Initially, she had only pretended to cry in hopes of dispelling his suspicions, but confronted with her current predicament, genuine tears flowed. Since her mother's passing, she had refrained from weeping. For her mother had wished for her to remain strong, and because she understood that there would be no one to care for her, she had to rely solely on herself. Yet, as her thoughts spiraled into fear, she felt an unsettling apprehension about the intentions of this individual. Certainly, they did not bode well. If she were unable to escape, would she be condemned to a lifetime as a mere instrument? Robbed of the opportunity to cultivate her skills or reunite with her father? The horrifying scenarios that danced in her imagination rendered her complexion pale. Chapter 18. Encountering a duel after only a day in Yinqing, Li Yushan once again set forth with Imotienga, uncertain of their destination. Imotienga observed him as he pressed a jade tablet, 2 fingers wide, to his forehead, closing his eyes in deep contemplation. Curiosity bubbled within her. Yet she hesitated to voice her inquiries. However, as Li Yushan stowed away the item and noticed her expression, he chuckled. "You've never seen one before, have you? This is called a jade slip, akin to a bamboo slip, utilized by cultivators to record information, readable or writable, with one's spiritual consciousness. Here, let me show you." Perhaps in high spirits, he bore no trace of displeasure and greeted her with a warm smile. Li Yushan pressed the jade slip against her forehead, instructing, "Give it a try. Send a strand of your spiritual consciousness into the jade slip. It does not require spiritual power." Imotienga was still quite inexperienced in the application of spiritual consciousness, typically utilizing it merely to sense whether anyone approached her small dwelling. And she remained wary of Li Yushan. Nevertheless, she dared not decline his request and tentatively sent forth a thread of her consciousness. Upon contact with the jade, she was instantly engulfed, and a model of a mountain unfolded in her mind. To call it merely a mountain would be an understatement. It resembled an extensive mountain range, stretching far beyond her sight. Scattered across it were various markers, some denoting sects, others indicating marketplaces, and so forth. This revelation opened her eyes to new possibilities. Li Yushan retrieved the jade slip, remarking, "This is Kunwa Mountain. In our celestial realm, the spiritual veins manifest in a manner unlike any other. It is said that in different regions, these veins are scattered, yet here, the most prominent and significant spiritual vein is the Kunwa Mountain range. Other veins exist only in a fragmented state, utterly incomparable. Imotienga possesses some understanding of this, given the vastness of Kunwa Mountain. Most wandering cultivators tend to gravitate towards it. Might it be that Li Yushan is also intent on venturing to Kunwa? Li Yushan has stated, for us wandering cultivators, Kunwa is indeed the finest choice. The expansive spiritual vein offers areas devoid of sects and cultivating families. Practicing amidst the spiritual veins far surpasses cultivation in the mundane world." As he spoke, he gently urged her, "You see, remaining in your earthly home pales in comparison to accompanying me. Cultivating together is infinitely more effective than your solitary practice." Imotienga, uncertain of his true intentions, perceived his approach as a blend of coercion and allure. Perhaps he believed that by having her heed his words, future interactions would become more convenient. Little did she know, Li Yushan's demeanor stemmed from his assumption that, due to her youth, she lacked discernment. His dual approach of kindness and authority might gradually lead her to acquiesce to his wishes, particularly after witnessing her restrained reaction the previous day. He felt a surge of optimism. If he were to keep her by his side long term, a compliant furnace would be far preferable to a rebellious one. Noticing her subdued demeanor, yet lack of overt resistance, his spirits lifted further as he remarked, "Once we arrive at Kunwu, we shall find a suitable place for earnest cultivation. If you obediently comply, I shall take you to attempt joining a sect. If you succeed in entering, your future will be exceedingly bright." A look of yearning appeared on his face. Turning to see Imotienga still in a daze, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Feeling it was futile to discuss the intricacies of profit with a child who would hardly comprehend, a flicker of irritation arose within him, prompting a huff as he turned away, choosing to ignore her. However, Imotienga was quite content with this turn of events. Suppressing her anger towards Li Yushan, she found it increasingly difficult to bear. As the carriage continued its journey, Li Yushan resumed his meditation and cultivation. The confined space deterred Imo Tienga from bringing out the glazed orb to amuse herself, so she resorted to perusing the book Li Yushan had given her the previous day. This book was evidently not made of paper. It resembled the hides of certain beasts, soft to the touch and silent as she turned the pages. It was clear that the artifacts of the cultivation world differed vastly from those of the mundane realm. Even without jade slips, this material was anything but ordinary. Casting another glance at Li Yushan, who remained oblivious to her presence, she felt a sense of relief and continued to leaf through the pages at a leisurely pace. Indeed, some spiritual herbs existed in the mundane world, such as ginseng and reishi, but only those of considerable age held any value, and in the realm of cultivation, they were regarded merely as low-tier herbs. As she flipped through the pages, her hand paused. She came across the yucin flower, which could be harvested after a decade of growth. It was one of the ingredients for the mesmerizing powder. Its pollen could impede the flow of spiritual energy, rendering low-tier cultivators temporarily unable to harness their qi. Glancing up at Li Yushan, she noticed him with eyes closed in meditation, prompting her to scrutinize the entry more closely. The page contained illustrations and descriptions, yet no solutions were provided. After much hesitation, she resumed her search through the book, hopeful that since it detailed various functions, she might stumble upon something that could alleviate her current predicament. With this thought in mind, she meticulously turned each page. Suddenly, she sensed a surge of spiritual energy. This fluctuation was not due to anyone nearby practicing cultivation, but rather the sensation of spiritual energy colliding on a large scale. As she pondered this, Li Yushan opened his eyes, revealing an expression of excitement. Someone was engaging in a battle of magic nearby. Imo Tienga was somewhat astonished. It had not been long since she left home, and she had already encountered cultivators, and moreover, in the midst of a duel. However, why was Li Yushan so exhilarated? Did he not fear potential repercussions? Lost in thought, she heard him command the carriage to stop and instruct the driver to wait. As he pulled her down from the carriage, since realizing her lack of resistance, Imo Tienga had consistently displayed a fearful demeanor in the face of his intimidation and temptation, and Li Yushan gradually grew accustomed to her silence. For him, as long as she obeyed, that was sufficient. The two of them walked a short distance, and soon the sounds of the clash became distinctly audible. At times, the noise was dull, reminiscent of two streams of spiritual energy colliding. At other moments, it was sharp, akin to the sound of weapons clashing. Suddenly, a brilliant light streaked across the sky, a dazzling orb of fire. It was then that Imo Tienga noticed two figures floating above. Both were clad in Taoist robes, albeit of markedly different styles, one in green, the other in blue. Li Yushan's expression changed dramatically, and he turned to leave. "We must go. This is not a matter for us to meddle in." Imo Tienga began to understand. These two individuals possessed extraordinary cultivation levels. Yet, she could not grasp why Li Yushan had been so excited at first. It seemed the two figures in the air had detected their presence. The man in green snorted coldly, and with a flick of his hand, a burst of fire hurtled toward them. Li Yushan quickly seized her hand, and they fled in haste. The fiery orb suddenly pursued them, veering slightly and striking the ground beside them. Li Yushan was drenched in cold sweat, too frightened to linger, and hastily fled. After a considerable time, he calmed his breath and inquired, "Do you know the cultivation levels of those two individuals?" Imo Tienga shook her head. He scoffed lightly and replied, "Those were two masters at the 8th level of qi refinement. It would have been effortless for them to eliminate us. Had they not been preoccupied with their own duel, we would likely have been reduced to ashes by now." Upon finishing his words, a glimmer of longing appeared on his face. As he contemplated the prospect of reaching such a realm and gaining entry into a sect of immortal cultivation. Afterward, anxiety washed over him once more. He disregarded Imo Tienga and began meditating, occasionally glancing back. Meanwhile, Imo Tienga pondered, "If only I possessed such power, I would surely have Li Yushan beneath my feet." She clenched her fists secretly, vowing to endure. One day, she would attain that level, and then. Chapter 19. A guest from the Imo family here. Eat up so we can set off. Two dry buns were tossed towards her. Imo Tienga looked up, catching one in her hand. They were situated in a desolate area, having left Lianqing a day prior. On their journey, they had encountered two cultivators engaged in battle, prompting Li Yushan to urgently urge the coachman to hasten. After some time passed without pursuit, he finally felt at ease. The buns were dry and unpalatable. Imo Tienga took a few bites but struggled to swallow. She then noticed that although Li Yushan was also eating dry buns, he had slices of roasted chicken and beef alongside them. At that moment, he caught her gaze and, holding up a piece of chicken, asked, "Would you like some?" Emotion shook her head and said, "I want to drink water." This marked the first instance in several days that she had spoken. Li Yushan, taken aback, felt a mix of surprise and irritation. He could hardly believe that a child of her age would have no desire for delectable food. She must simply be unwilling to ask him. This also suggested that, despite her tender years, the little girl possessed a formidable spirit. Persuading her to comply would prove a challenge. Regaining his composure, he noticed that Emoton Gu appeared to think he would not provide her with water, as she sat alone, slowly nibbling on a dry bun. Though vexed, he had no intention of allowing her to truly suffer from thirst. He retrieved a water pouch from his pack and tossed it toward her, saying, "This is yours. If it runs out, remember to bring your own water next time." Emotion Gu accepted it, murmuring a soft acknowledgement. After a moment, a coachman who had been feeding the horses approached respectfully, inquiring of Li Yushan, "Master, where shall we rest tonight?" Li Yushan merely lifted his eyelids slightly, responding, "We shall continue our journey through the night and rest at dawn." The coachman, clearly reluctant, dared not disrespect him and bowed low, saying, "Master, it is quite dark, and I cannot see well. It is unwise to travel at night." Li Yushan did not even glance up this time, simply tossing a white stone in the coachman's direction, instructing, "Keep this safe, it can emit light." The coachman nodded repeatedly in agreement. Emotion Gu lifted her head to observe, feeling curious yet remaining silent. The world of cultivation was still an enigma to her, and everything intrigued her. She had a vague understanding of the lightness technique. It was a form of magic that allowed one to float in midair, as demonstrated by the two cultivators she had encountered earlier who were engaged in a duel. However, upon reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement, one may begin to practice. Thus Li Yushan could only rely on worldly tools to venture to Kunwu. Just as he was about to set off, a streak of azure light suddenly darted through the air, accompanied by a profound aura and formidable presence. Li Yushan abruptly emerged from the carriage, gazing at the fleeting azure glow, momentarily rendered speechless. It was only after the radiance vanished beyond the horizon that he exhaled a breath, realizing it was a Foundation establishment cultivator. How could one descend to the mundane world? After much contemplation, he ultimately refrained from seeking any opportunity to gain advantage, for to them, the low-tier cultivators, Foundation establishment practitioners were truly beings of celestial stature. The carriage, carrying 2 nascent Qi cultivators, swayed along the road, while the fleeting high-ranking Foundation establishment master paid no heed to these low-tier practitioners. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Lianqing and, after inquiring for directions, proceeded towards the small village of Feiyan Town. Emotiengo was unaware that, 2 days after her disappearance, a cultivator had indeed arrived in the village she had inhabited for a decade. At the ancestral home of the Mo family, the young masters gathered rarely in the hall, while the elder Mo patriarch, frowning and puffing on a pipe, contemplated the situation. After a considerable pause, he finally set down his pipe and addressed the eldest son. "What do you think, my son?" The eldest son, also furrowing his brow, hesitantly replied, "Father, should we not continue searching?" No sooner had he spoken than a voice from the side coldly interjected, "How do we search? She has been abducted for 2 days already. Even if we know she was taken, where would we look? And who would go searching?" This left even the eldest son at a loss for words. Upon confirming that the child had been abducted, the patriarch of the Mo family summoned his sons to deliberate on the matter at hand. Although none of them were directly related to the child, the fact remained that the child was a member of their household, and they could not simply ignore the situation. However, the young masters were preoccupied with the challenges of locating the child. Firstly, they had no inkling of where the child had been taken, and secondly, it was the season of spring plowing, meaning that any search would diminish their labor force and ultimately reduce their harvest. Thus, while they did not oppose the search, none of them wished to partake in it personally. Their reasoning held merit. Once a child was taken by abductors, they would undoubtedly be swiftly relocated to another area, making them difficult to find. With brows furrowed in contemplation, the patriarch's gaze swept among his sons. As his eyes landed on each of them, they instinctively lowered their heads, fearful of being singled out. Before the patriarch could articulate his decision, Hebo rushed in from outside, exclaiming, "Master, we have guests." Before the assembled company could inquire further, a figure stepped into the hall. The newcomer, a young man in his early 20s, donned a blue robe with a white overcoat, and carried a long sword upon his back, exuding an aura of formidable energy. Upon noticing the sword, the patriarch rose promptly, inquiring, "Might I ask if you are the village chief?" The young man responded briskly, "Are you the village head?" The patriarch nodded eagerly, recognizing the fine attire and sword of the visitor, and respectfully asked, "May I inquire as to your identity?" As the question left his lips, not only the patriarch, but several others in the hall displayed expressions of bewilderment. They were well aware of whom he spoke, yet their sister's husband had been missing for a decade without a trace. What connection could he possibly have to the man before them? To everyone's surprise, upon finishing his words, the young man before them revealed a smile and performed a respectful gesture towards the elder. Since his arrival, he had neither bowed nor offered greetings to the assembled guests. Yet none found his demeanor impolite. Rather, they sensed he was no ordinary individual. Now, with this gesture, the elder felt a measure of relief, perceiving that the young man was not there to seek vengeance. The young man then addressed the village chief, stating, "I, too, bear the surname Yi and have come at the behest of your son-in-law to retrieve his wife and daughter. Might I inquire as to their whereabouts?" Upon hearing this, the young man's smile faded, and he sighed, "Village chief Mo, I must speak candidly. Elder Yi has unfortunately passed away. My master's uncle shared a deep bond of friendship with him, and before his demise, Elder Yi entrusted my master's uncle with the responsibility of ensuring the safety of his wife and daughter to be handed over to his kin. I am here on my master's uncle's behalf." The elder, equally perplexed, inquired, "Young Master Yi, my son-in-law is from outside the family. My daughter and granddaughter are, of course, members of the Mo clan. Why would there be a need to retrieve them?" The young man smiled again, this time with an air of pride. "You wish to keep them here? Village Chief Mo, are you not aware that your son-in-law is no ordinary man?" This revelation left the assembly in astonishment. The young masters of the Mo family displayed expressions of shock, and one could not resist interjecting, "If he is not an ordinary man, then what is he?" "Without a doubt, he is an immortal," replied the young man, casting a glance at him. "Elder Yi possessed celestial abilities. Surely you are aware of this? Do you believe it now?" He continued, "Among the worldly tales, there exist numerous legends of immortals, and witnessing such celestial prowess firsthand left them in awe, their faces reflecting reverence." With a dismissive wave of his hand, the young man said, "I must take my leave." Without further ado, he turned and left, leaving behind a room full of people, filled with uncertainty. Chapter 20. Foundation Building and Chi Refinement under the Cloak of Night. A young man with the surname Yi arrived at Feiyun town and knocked on the door of the tea stall owner. Subsequently, he proceeded to the town's only inn, where he roused the innkeeper from his slumber. "Esteemed sir, the individual you inquired about indeed resided in my humble establishment for nearly half a month. But he departed 2 days ago. A young girl sought him out, having visited a few days prior. However, on that occasion, the guest was preparing to leave, and they departed together. To where, I cannot say. Do you know anything of this person's background?" "I cannot say for certain. I only know that the guest appeared to be a wanderer, shrouded in mystery." The young man contemplated for a moment before asking, "Do you know how he left? Did he ride a horse or take a carriage?" "Well, the guest hired a carriage to arrive in town." "Ah, I recall. The coachman, who drove him, mysteriously remarked that this guest was no ordinary person, though the specifics elude me." The young man had already formed a conclusion in his mind. This was no ordinary abductor, but a cultivator, likely intent on something nefarious with the young girl. "Do you have any idea where this guest may have gone?" "I have a conjecture. We possess only one main road leading to Lianqing. Regardless of the destination of this guest, it is most likely that he must first travel to Lianqing before determining his next course." The young man nodded, tossed a gold coin, and in a swift motion, leapt out of the window, soaring into the night, leaving the innkeeper in shock, causing the gold to slip from his grasp. Truly, he was no ordinary being. At this moment, the young man recalled the carriage he had encountered on the road. Upon scanning it with his spiritual awareness, he discerned that there were 2 low-level cultivators aboard. Initially, he presumed they were merely ordinary wandering practitioners, dismissing them without a second thought. In retrospect, they were likely the individuals he sought. However, a flicker of doubt nagged at him. The carriage housed 2 cultivators, an immortal, the latter being the coachman. Could it be that the young girl had also become a cultivator? With this question lingering in his mind, he guided his flying sword towards that road. Inside the carriage, darkness enveloped the space, yet outside, a faint glow emanated. Mo Tienga, filled with curiosity, leaned against the window, observing the stone that the coachman had placed within the lantern. This stone, known as a moonlight stone, was not particularly rare in the realm of cultivation. Many utilized it as decoration for their abodes. However, in the mundane world, it was an invaluable treasure, sought after at great cost. Unable to resist, she quietly retrieved her glass bead, only to discover that it held no efficacy against the moonlight stone. It seemed that the ability to emit light was not due to spiritual energy. The glass bead, cool to the touch, emitted a soft white glow under the moonlight, as if it were absorbing spiritual energy. Regrettably, even if it were to fill to capacity, she would be unable to utilize it, for her meridians were blocked, preventing any influx of spiritual energy. With a resigned sigh, she gazed up at the full moon, only to be startled a moment later. Someone was flying across the moon. Before she could comprehend the situation, the figure suddenly swooped downward. The coachman, startled, pulled on the reins with a sharp exhale, causing the carriage to jolt to a halt. Li Yushan, who had been dozing, was awakened by the sudden movement and, in a fit of irritation, exclaimed, "What is going on?" A terrified voice of a coachman echoed from outside. "Master, there is someone." "Who?" Li Yushan pushed open the door and poked his head out, only to be startled himself. There stood a young man before the carriage, exuding an undeniable aura of a high-ranking practitioner at the foundation establishment stage. Hastily, he descended and clasped his fists. "I am Li Yushan, a junior. Paying my respects to you, esteemed senior." The young man nodded slightly and inquired, "There is another person in the carriage. Why does she not come down? Is it your sister?" The young man furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze falling upon Li Yushan's hand. "If she is indeed your sister, how could you treat her thus? Do you not fear injuring her?" Li Yushan was taken aback, realizing that he had been gripping Imo Tienga's arm, which now bore an expression of pain. He quickly released her. "I am but a rough man. In my moment of urgency, Is that so?" The young man's piercing gaze darted between the two. Li Yushan nodded repeatedly, his face etched with reverence. Though he had encountered practitioners at the foundation establishment stage before, they had never deigned to acknowledge him. So he had only glimpsed them from afar. Observing the young man's youthful countenance, coupled with his evident prowess, Li Yushan felt a mixture of envy and admiration. Not to mention, the robes he wore suggested affiliation with a prestigious sect, further amplifying Li Yushan's envy. Regrettably, his own spiritual root was woefully inadequate. Entering a sect was already a challenge, let alone achieving foundation establishment. Therefore, he respectfully clasped his hands once more. "May I inquire what guidance you might offer, esteemed senior? If there is any way I can be of service, I shall not hesitate." Yet the young man remained silent, his gaze sharp as a blade. Ultimately resting on Imo Tienga, he inquired gently, "Young lady, may I ask your surname and given name? Would you kindly share them with me?" Imo Tienga glanced at him, then at Li Yushan. She yearned to escape the clutches of Li Yushan, yet she feared that this individual was not a benevolent soul either. Although this older brother appeared amiable, Li Yushan had initially presented himself in a similar manner. One can discern a face, but not the heart within. Li Yushan, however, was growing anxious. "Senior, this truly is my younger sister." Before he could finish his sentence, the young man scoffed, raising his hand, and Li Yushan was suddenly hurled to the ground. Astonishment washed over him, and before he could utter a word, the young man coldly remarked, "Do not presume I am unaware that this child has been abducted by you." With that, he disregarded Li Yushan and inquired of Imo Tienga, "Little girl, do you happen to be surnamed Imo and reside in the village of Imo family in Lianxing?" Imo Tienga was taken aback. How could this person possibly know? The young man continued, "Do not be afraid. I have been entrusted by your father to come and fetch you. You may speak to me freely about any matters." Upon hearing this, both Imo Tienga and Li Yushan were struck with astonishment, one filled with joy and the other with fear. Unable to contain herself at the mention of her father, Imo Tienga blurted out, "My father? Where is he? Are you here to take me to find my father?" The young man smiled. "If you are indeed the little girl from Imo family village, then I am here for the right purpose." Imo Tienga nodded vigorously, "I am." Finally, she had found someone, and without any misfortune befalling her, the young man also breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped forward to scrutinize her and asked, "But did this person abduct you? Has he mistreated you?" Imo Tienga nodded. "Yes, he did. He pretended to engage in a discussion with me, sealed my meridians and spiritual energy, and claimed he wanted me to serve as some sort of furnace." As the words left her lips, the young man's expression darkened, and he glared fiercely at the fallen Li Yushan. What a disgraceful scoundrel in the realm of immortality, to set his sights on such a young child. Li Yushan, realizing he had offended a formidable person and could not refute the accusations against him, hastily exclaimed, "Elder, please wait, allow me to explain." The young man sneered coldly, "Very well, do enlighten me. Is there some unspeakable secret you wish to share?" "Elder, I admit my malevolent intentions, yet this young girl is truly a rare gem in this world. Are you aware that she possesses a pure Yin constitution, perfect for dual cultivation?" A sudden gust of wind caused Li Yushan to tilt his head, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The young man gazed at him icily. "You would dare to entice me with such words? Your intentions are despicable, and your life is of no value." Li Yushan was struck with terror, fully aware that the young man before him harbored murderous intent. He swiftly drew a talisman from his pocket, igniting it, and immediately began to flee at an astonishing speed. The young man let out a cold snort directed at the corpse. Imotienga was petrified, although she had longed for the moment when she would possess the strength to exact revenge on Li Yushan. Witnessing such a gruesome scene now filled her with fear rather than satisfaction. The disparity between foundational cultivation and chi refinement was indeed staggering. Her hatred for Li Yushan ran deep, yet she found herself unable to escape his grasp. In the presence of this foundational elder, Li Yushan was but an insect, easily extinguished with a mere gesture. Chapter 21. Farewell to the mundane world, young lady. Are you all right? The young man, noticing her pale complexion, which suggested she had been frightened, spoke gently. "The path of cultivation is inherently bloody. Such scoundrels should not be spared. You must learn to adapt." She looked up at the young man and inquired, "Elder, are you a friend of my father?" The young man smiled gently and leaned down to speak with her, saying, "My master's uncle is indeed a friend of your father. It is at your father's behest that my master has sent me to escort you." The realization struck her that this individual was truly connected to her father. Could it mean she might leave this place and reunite with him? The thought filled her with joy. "Elder, will you take me to my father? Can I finally see him?" The young man, however, was momentarily taken aback. It was evident that the child longed for her father, and he grappled with how to convey the unfortunate news. After much contemplation, he finally spoke, "Little one, your father has passed away. In his final moments, he could not bear to part from you and your mother, which is why he entrusted this matter to my master's uncle." Upon hearing this, the girl's elated expression froze, and the young man felt a pang of sympathy. He hastily added, "Do not grieve too much. You still have an uncle who is alive." Yet, he could not bring himself to continue. The little girl clutched his sleeve and suddenly burst into tears. He floundered in a state of panic. "Please, do not cry. I am not adept at comforting children." Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would have delayed his revelation. With no alternative, he allowed her to cry her heart out. His gaze shifted to the side, where the mortal coachman cowered beside the carriage, trembling in fear. He looked at the young man with wide eyes. The young man furrowed his brow and said, "You may leave. We do not wish to harm mortals." With those words, the coachman felt a weight lift from his heart, expressing his gratitude profusely before hastily driving away. As he watched the carriage disappear into the distance, the young man lowered his head. The child had ceased her wailing, now reduced to quiet sobs. Though he was not adept at comforting children, he felt a pang of compassion for her, a mere child who had lost both parents. He gently said, "Do not be sorrowful. I shall take you to Kunwu to find your uncle, shall we?" Imotienga raised her tear-stained face and replied, "Senior, I have never known what my father looked like. I strive to cultivate, hoping to find him." But the young man patted her head. "As cultivators, we must come to terms with life and death. Your father has already passed away. He wishes for your well-being, so do not let him down." Imotienga shook her head, then nodded. Seeing her finally cease her tears, the young man smiled. "Then I shall take you away, shall I?" Observing her expression, he assumed she was reluctant, which was understandable. Even though this little girl had become a cultivator, she was still a child, having lived in the mundane world. Perhaps she was loath to part from her earthly relatives. Having embarked on the path of immortality, it was better to relinquish worldly ties. "Little girl, if you are unwilling to leave, it is quite challenging to advance your cultivation in this mundane realm." Imotienga shook her head. "I do not wish to remain here. Aside from Tianxiao, they do not like me." She added, "Tianxiao has treated me well. I wonder if I can visit her in the future." "Flying? Like soaring through the skies as you do?" Imotienga's eyes brightened. "Really?" The young man nodded with a smile, then said, "I shall take you to fly. We will reach Kunwu in just a few days." With a whoosh, the scenery around them abruptly changed. Emo Tienga gasped, and then she found herself suspended in midair, surrounded by the inky darkness of night, with mountains and rivers faintly visible below. She immediately felt a sense of vertigo beneath her feet. Seeing her in such a state, the young man chuckled, "Do not fear. With me here, you shall not fall." Emo Tienga's complexion paled, and her heart raced, upon hearing his reassurance. She managed a slight nod. Observing her reaction, the young man began to converse gently, diverting her attention. "Young lady, your surname is Emo. What is your name?" "Emo Tienga." Her gaze fixed unblinkingly below, replied, "I am called Tienga, with Tion meaning heaven, Inga meaning song." After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. "Indeed, I discovered it by chance." Having learned the lesson of discerning true intentions from appearances through the incident with Li Yushan, she grew increasingly cautious. Yi Jingwen's gaze fell upon her hand, scrutinizing it for a while before stating, "This bead upon your hand is no ordinary item. It contains spiritual essence and is indeed a treasure, is it not?" Emo Tienga gasped in astonishment. It was indeed a foundational artifact. Although Li Yushan had seen it before, he had never suspected its significance. Yet, this brother Yi discerned its nature at a glance. Noting her alarm, Yi Jingwen smiled. "Worry not. Had I ill intentions, my master would not have entrusted me with your care. I also know that you have inherited your mother's pure Yin constitution. Had I wished to exploit this, I could have easily abducted you by now." After hearing his words, Emo Tienga felt somewhat reassured and shyly replied, "Senior, O brother Yi, this bead was left to me by my father for my mother. I know not its nature, only that it can gather spiritual energy." "Oh," Yi Jingwen remarked, glancing at it again. "Might I take a closer look?" Emo Tienga pondered briefly before removing the bead and offering it to him. Yi Jingwen took the object, examining it meticulously from every angle. After probing it with a thread of his consciousness, he finally returned it to her hand, smiling as he remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this is a string of spirit-gathering pearls, inscribed with a spirit-gathering array. It is indeed a treasure for low-level cultivators. However, its value diminishes as one's cultivation advances. Your father likely left it for your mother in hopes of ensuring her health and extending her life." Alas, Emo Tienga quietly tucked the pearls away, fully aware that her mother's illness was incurable and could only be prolonged. Glancing at Yi Jingwen beside her, she pondered for a moment before asking, "Brother Yi, is my father truly an immortal? And what about you?" "Indeed, your father is a core formation cultivator, renowned in the realm of Zikinwu." Observing the spark of curiosity in Emo Tienga's eyes, he continued with a smile, "As for myself, I am a disciple of the Xianqing sect, and my master is Elder Shoujing, a venerable figure within our sect. My master is quite extraordinary, a rare talent who achieved core formation in a century. Your father's association with my master certainly speaks to his remarkable stature." Emo Tienga felt somewhat bewildered by this revelation. "Brother Yi, if my father is so formidable, then why?" Noticing her confusion, he could not help but chuckle self-deprecatingly, realizing that it was futile to explain such matters to a child who had yet to experience the world. In the meantime, they had arrived at the village of Emo Chapter 22. Inquiring for information at the foot of Zikinwu Mountain, a young man descended from the skies, accompanied by a girl. It was none other than Yi Jingwen and Emo Tienga. Witnessing this spectacle, Tian Xiao felt a mix of envy and reluctance. However, it was regrettable that Yi Jingwen had informed her of her lack of spiritual roots, rendering her incapable of cultivating immortality. Thus, the two children bid farewell with tears in their eyes. In recent days, Emo Tienga has gleaned numerous revelations from Yi Jingwen. It turns out that her father departed a decade ago in pursuit of destiny at a mysterious location. To the east of the celestial pole lies a mountain range, a territory of the demonic path. Legend has it that 100,000 years ago, the righteous and the demonic forces clashed in a cataclysmic battle, resulting in the defeat of the demons, who subsequently relinquished control of Kunwu Mountain. The righteous and demonic realms were thus delineated by a mountain. To the northeast lay the demonic path, while to the southwest resided the righteous sect led by the Tiandao sect, with the mountain receiving the name Tianma Mountain. It is said that Tianma Mountain served as the battlefield for the ancient conflict between immortals and demons, and remnants of formidable prohibitive formations persist to this day, rendering entry perilous for ordinary cultivators. Yet, the mountain also harbors countless treasures, enticing many to seek their fortunes within. A decade prior, a certain restriction within Tianma Mountain dissipated, prompting both righteous and demonic cultivators to surge into its depths. Mo Tianga's father, Yi Hai, departed the Mo family to venture there at that time. Regrettably, shortly thereafter, only a fraction of the cultivators who entered managed to escape, with the remainder reportedly meeting their demise. The Xinjing real person from the Xianxing sect encountered Yi Hai during this expedition, and the two vanished together within the mountain. Mo Tianga learned from Yi Jingwen that her paternal lineage still holds blood ties. The Yu family was originally a clan of cultivators from Qimeng Mountain in the western Kunwa region, but their numbers dwindled, leaving only 2 brothers as practitioners. In the days of Yi Hai, their reputation was formidable, and none dared to provoke them. However, following the news of his disappearance in Tianmom Mountain a decade ago, the Yi family lost their sole core formation cultivator, rendering them unable to maintain their standing in Qingming Mountain. Ultimately, the last remaining practitioner had no choice but to relocate the family to the secular world, becoming a wandering cultivator himself. This practitioner is none other than Yi Hai's younger brother, Mo Tianga's uncle. Yi Jingwen has informed her that the Xianxing sect is one of the 7 major sects of the celestial pole, and with the support of the Xianxing sect, they need not fear any bullies. In the celestial realm, there exist 7 prominent sects, among which the Tiandao sect holds the most considerable power, while the Xianxing sect ranks just beneath it, arguably the foremost sect of Zikinwu. Mo Tianga harbored no objections. After a long period of anticipation, she had come to learn of her father's absence. Now, her only desire was to escape that household, indifferent to her destination. If there remained any glimmer of hope, it was the existence of an uncle. They embarked on their journey from Mo family village for 2 days, ultimately arriving at this place. Yi Jingwen remarked that there were cultivators here. Mo Tianga cast a curious glance, but found herself in an ordinary town. Observing her crestfallen expression, Yi Jingwen chuckled, stating, "These are merely mortals. How could the abodes of immortals be visible to them?" With that, he led her into a dilapidated small temple. Within the temple, Mo Tianga discerned nothing unusual. Yi Jingwen produced a jade pendant from his robe and handed it to her, saying, "This is a gift from my revered uncle. Do not part with it. Keep it close, and even those at the nascent soul stage will not perceive your true nature." Mo Tianga accepted the pendant, which was circular and exuded a gentle jade hue, adorned with cloud patterns and tied with a red cord. Upon flipping it over, she discovered a tiny character for Qin engraved in the center. Yi Jingwen explained, "My uncle's surname is Qin, known as Qin Shoujing." With a wave of his hand, the scene before them transformed. The fallen deity statue in the temple vanished, revealing a bustling marketplace. Yi Jingwen grasped her hand, urging, "Let us go." This appeared to be an ordinary street in a small town, far from resembling the dwelling of immortals. In response to Mo Tianga's remarks, Yi Jingwen smiled and said, "Those we call immortals are merely individuals yet to attain such a status. In these bustling markets of the mundane world, one finds an assemblage of wandering cultivators, typically devoid of significant power or grandeur." Upon their entry into the market, the 2 individuals swiftly captured the attention of onlookers, not for any particular reason, but due to the impressive aura of Yi Jingwen and his attire. A cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, adorned in the robes of the Xianxing sect, evoked a sense of envy among the crowd. As they traversed the streets, Mo Tianga discerned that this realm differed markedly from the ordinary world. For instance, the vendors peddled an array of peculiar items, while some merely displayed a sign indicating what they were selling. Additionally, a few individuals paraded exotic birds and beasts unseen in the mundane world, though such sights were rare. Yi Jingwen led her through the market with unwavering focus, navigating through the alleys until they arrived at a particular shop. This establishment was vast, its purpose unclear, save for the towering counters that offered no visible merchandise. Upon entering, Mo Tianga noticed that the attendant at the counter donned garments strikingly similar to those of Yi Jingwen, blue robes with white accents, albeit less refined. She sensed that his cultivation level was not vastly superior to her own. As they stepped inside, the attendant scrutinized them closely and promptly emerged to pay his respects. Addressing Yi Jingwen as Shirshu, Yi Jingwen nodded and inquired, "Where is the shopkeeper?" The attendant, evidently a disciple of the Xianxing sect, quickly invited them in, stating, "Master Chun is upstairs. Shirshu, please." Ascending the staircase, Mo Tianga observed that the upper floor mirrored the lower, lined with counters and adorned with numerous chairs, resembling a waiting area for guests. The attendant guided them to a corner where an elderly man, aged between 50 and 60, sat. He respectfully announced, "Master Chun, we have a Shirshu from our sect visiting." The elderly man appeared to be drowsy, but upon opening his eyes and noticing Yi Jingwen, he became alert and instructed his attendant, "Please, go and prepare some tea." "Yes, sir," the attendant replied and promptly left. Observing Yi Jingwen clad in the attire of a senior disciple and noting his youthfulness, the elder did not dare to be negligent. He rose and clasped his hands in greeting, inquiring, "Esteemed junior, I am the steward here, surnamed Chun, with the given name Yoli. May I ask which esteemed sect you represent and the purpose of your visit?" Yi Jingwen returned the gesture and replied, "I am Yi Jingwen from the Clear Spring Peak, sent by Master Shojing to inquire about an individual." "Oh." Upon hearing the name of Clear Spring Peak, the elder became even more deferential. Clear Spring Peak was the residence of the esteemed ancestor Qingxiu, known for his irascibility and fierce protectiveness of his own. "Might you possess a token, dear disciple?" Yi Jingwen nodded and retrieved a palm-sized jade token from his bosom, presenting it to him. After verifying its authenticity, the elder returned the token to Yi Jingwen and ushered them into a secluded room warded with protective barriers. "Please, esteemed disciple, speak freely." Impressed by the elder's cautious demeanor, Yi Jingwen's tone grew warmer. "Brother Chun, we are searching for a solitary cultivator named Yi Jiang, who possesses foundational cultivation and is of considerable age, likely around 50 years. It is said that someone has seen him pass through this area." Chun Yoli stroked his beard thoughtfully for a moment before responding, "Please wait here. I shall send a disciple to gather information." Yi Jingwen nodded, "Thank you, brother." Chun Yoli stepped out, sending someone to fetch tea. Mo Tiange was astonished to discover that the tea itself contained spiritual energy. Yi Jingwen remarked to her, "This tea tree is merely cultivated in a place rich in spiritual energy. It is not an extraordinary variety." Mo Tiange responded with an "O" and inquired, "Brother Yi, is this shop operated by your sect?" After a brief wait, Chun Yoli entered. In Chapter 23, on Qingming Mountain, the Lu family, Chun Yoli approached Yi Jingwen and asked, "Junior brother Yi, is the person you mentioned a cultivator from the Yi family of Qingming Mountain?" Yi Jingwen nodded, "Indeed. Has senior brother Chen gathered news about him?" Chun Yoli smiled, "Precisely. Not long ago, he purchased items from our shop." "Oh." Yi Jingwen expressed his delight. "When did this happen? And where did he go afterward?" Chun Yuli replied, "About a month ago, he visited our shop accompanied by a friend. From their conversation, one was a cultivator from the Yi family of Qingming Mountain, while the other hailed from a lineage of cultivators, bearing the surname Lu. They appeared to be close acquaintances, with the Lu cultivator present to bid farewell to Yi Jiang. As for their subsequent whereabouts, we remain unaware." When Master Shojing instructed his disciples to gather information, they learned that Yi Hai had gone missing at Tianma Mountain. Years later, other cultivator families from Qiming Mountain sought to drive them away from the spiritual vein. The Yi family was left with only Yi Jiang, the younger brother of Yi Hai, who lacked the extraordinary talent of his brother and barely managed to reach the foundation establishment stage. A mere foundation establishment cultivator stood little chance against families possessing core formation cultivators. Unable to contend, Yi Jiang had no choice but to send all the ordinary members of his family to the secular world, allowing them to enjoy wealth and prosperity, while he chose the path of a loose cultivator. He, having reached an advanced age, no longer harbored aspirations for further advancement, choosing instead to wander and explore. The last sighting of him was near the Qingming Mountain. Chun Yoli, observing his deep contemplation, suggested, "Junior brother Yi, you are well acquainted with this matter. To my knowledge, there exists a family of cultivators in Qingming Mountain bearing the surname Lu. It is quite possible that the practitioner with the surname Lu is a member of this clan. Why not pay a visit to the Lu family and inquire?" Yi Jingwen, having no alternative, considered this proposal and deemed it indeed feasible. He responded, "Thank you, Senior Brother Chun, for your guidance. May I ask where the Lu family is located? What does the practitioner with the surname Lu look like? And what is his cultivation level?" Chun Yoli stroked his beard and replied, "The Lu family resides to the west of Qingming Mountain. If you see a peak resembling a hand, you will have found it. The practitioner bearing the surname Lu is, according to the disciples who received him, similar in cultivation to Yi Jiang, both being at the foundation establishment stage and appearing to be of a similar age, seemingly with a limited lifespan." Yi Jingwen nodded, rising to his feet. "Thank you, Senior Brother Chen. I shall set off at once. Farewell." "Not at all," Chun Yoli replied, shaking his head repeatedly, as fellow disciples. "This is my duty. Safe travels, Junior Brother." Yi Jingwen clasped his hands in farewell, took hold of Mo Tiange, and proceeded out of the market. swiftly boarding his flying sword to continue his journey. "Brother Yi, are we heading to that Qingming mountain?" Mo Tiange inquired. "Indeed. We are going to seek information about your uncle. We shall find him soon," Yi Jingwen affirmed. Mo Tiange hesitated for a moment before looking up and asking, "Brother Yi, why did my uncle have to leave Qingming mountain? Was it simply because he was unable to defeat others? Just like that Li Yushan?" She murmured to herself. "He is stronger than I, thus I must heed his words. If I were to surpass him, he would be compelled to listen to me, perhaps even face his demise." Yet, Yi Jingwen remained silent for quite some time. He recalled his childhood when he first entered the sect, lacking a powerful backing. He was perpetually bullied by the senior disciples. However, through relentless training, he eventually shone in the sect's minor competition, earning the privilege to study under the esteemed Qingyuan Jinren, thus elevating his status. Those who once tormented him now came bearing gifts in atonement, their previous arrogance transformed. He then pondered the young girl's plight, orphaned, unloved in the mundane world, and possessing a rare pure Yin constitution. One could easily imagine that if her secret were unveiled, she would never find peace in this lifetime. He sighed. Indeed, only by becoming strong enough can you seize control of your own destiny. Otherwise, it will be dictated by others. Mo Tiange nodded calmly. "I understand." At that moment, a towering mountain emerged beneath their feet. This mountain soared to a height of 100 zhang, with several peaks piercing the clouds. Enveloped in ethereal energy, surrounded by a vast sea of clouds and lush greenery, truly worthy of its celestial title. Yi Jingwen circled the mountain on his sword and soon spotted a peak in the west resembling a gigantic hand, its sharp summit akin to 5 fingers, with pavilions and towers nestled within its palm. Upon seeing this, he immediately soared toward it. As the two alighted, a qi refining practitioner approached them, saying, "I greet this esteemed senior." Yi Jingwen acknowledged with a grunt and inquired, "Are you from the Lu family?" This practitioner, possessing merely the cultivation of the second level of qi refining, appeared to be in his 50s, indicating a lack of talent and a bleak prospect for advancement. Thus he was assigned to welcome guests here. Although this monk possessed limited cultivation, he was remarkably perceptive. Upon noticing the embroidered Tai Chi clouds on Yi Jingwen's garments, he immediately recognized him as a disciple of the Xianqing sect. Given his youthful age and foundational cultivation, it was evident he was an elite disciple, prompting the monk to treat him with utmost courtesy. "Indeed. May I inquire about your esteemed name, senior, and the purpose of your visit to the Lu family?" Yi Jingwen replied, "I am Yi Jingwen, a disciple of the Xianqing sect. I have come here in search of an individual." "Oh," the elder warmly inquired. "Might I ask whom you seek?" "If I may be so bold," Yi Jingwen continued, "the person I am looking for should also be a cultivator from your Lu family, possessing foundational cultivation and of a similar age and appearance to myself. Do you happen to know their name?" Alas, the elder's expression turned troubled. "To be candid, while our Lu family is not a prominent clan, we do have around 10 foundational cultivators. Among those who match your description, there are 6 or 7 individuals. I am curious as to the nature of your inquiry." Lacking a name and only possessing a vague age description, the elder regarded Yi Jingwen with a degree of caution, evidently concerned that he might be seeking revenge. Yet, Yi Jingwen was not oblivious to this unease. He promptly retrieved a jade vial from his robes and stated, "I seek this person to inquire about another's whereabouts. Should I locate him, I offer this vial containing Qi nourishing pills as a reward." The elder's eyes gleamed at the sight of the vial. Although Qi nourishing pills were the most common foundational elixirs for cultivators, it was no small feat for someone of his humble standing to acquire them, especially 10 at once, considering the Lu family allocated just 1 per month. He immediately smiled and said, "Please, esteemed senior, do come inside." Yi Jingwen smiled gently, accompanying Mo Tiange as they entered the reception hall, where exquisite spiritual tea was promptly served. "I wonder where you heard of this person, esteemed elder. Perhaps I could provide some insights," Yi Jingwen remarked. "About a month ago, this individual visited the shop of my Xianqing sect in the market at the foot of the mountain." "Oh," the elder pondered for a moment before responding. "Aside from engaging in secluded cultivation or being away from home, I believe I have an idea of who it might be." Upon noticing the elder's gaze, Yi Jingwen tossed a jade vial into the air, saying, "In that case, I would appreciate an introduction." Chapter 24, Yi Zhang's whereabouts before long. The elder led in a man with a horse-like face and a long beard. Mo Tiange, intrigued, looked up and noted that the man appeared to be in his 50s. Radiating a presence as formidable as Yi Jingwen's, indicating he was a foundation-building cultivator. As the man entered, Yi Jingwen rose to his feet, prompting Mo Tiange to do the same. The man's eyes swept across the room, landing on Yi Jingwen, who wore a robe adorned with the Taiji symbol on the right chest and cloud patterns on the sleeves. Recognizing him as an elite disciple of the Xianqing sect, the man refrained from being dismissive and respectfully clasped his hands, stating, "I am Lu Shishan. May I ask how you are addressed, fellow cultivator?" Polite individuals are always well received, and given Yi Jingwen's esteemed background, Lu Shishan felt a favorable impression, smiling as he said, "Ah, it is Yi Daoyu. Please, have a seat." Yi Jingwen resumed his position at the guest seat, while the elder arranged for new tea to be served and quietly withdrew. Lu Shishan took a sip of tea, his gaze resting upon the well-behaved Mo Tiange seated nearby. With a stroke of his beard, he inquired, "Is this young friend a descendant of fellow Taoist Yi? At such a tender age, possessing the second level of cultivation, he is indeed a talent worth nurturing." Yi Jingwen merely smiled in response. "Fellow Taoist Lu, you flatter me. In the mundane world, achieving the second level at the age of 10 is indeed a rare talent. Within a family of cultivators, it qualifies as commendable. However, in such a prestigious sect as yours, it merely meets expectations. One must consider that within your sect, there exists a multitude of high-ranking practitioners. The younger generation naturally includes those endowed with exceptional gifts, guided by esteemed masters from an early age, and lacking in elixirs. Those of similar age can attain the third or fourth levels with relative ease, and striving for the fifth or sixth levels is not particularly arduous. Such disciples typically establish their foundation around the age of 30. For instance, I, possessing decent talent and diligence, established my foundation at 24. Uncle Shoujing achieved this even earlier. At the age of 20, while the earliest foundation establishment in Xianqing sect was not by Uncle Shoujing, but by Uncle Lingxi of Ganlu Peak, who succeeded at the age of 17. Lu Shishan was not envious. Although their family of cultivators may not rival the sect, his perspective was far from narrow. It was merely a matter of courtesy to offer praise. After finishing his tea, Yi Jingwen got straight to the point. "Fellow Taoist Lu, I hope you forgive my boldness in approaching you. I seek information regarding a fellow practitioner." Oh, Lu Shishan had already been informed by the elder who welcomed guests, and he was aware of the situation, yet he feigned surprise. After all, he was uncertain of the purpose behind the inquiry. "A month ago, did fellow Taoist Lu visit our Xianqing sect's establishment in the company of a foundation-establishing practitioner?" Lu Shishan nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, are you in search of my friend?" "Precisely," replied Yi Jingwen. "Is it true that your friend is named Yi Jiang, a practitioner from the Yi family of Qingming Mountain?" Though Lu Shishan harbored doubts, he still nodded in affirmation. Suddenly realizing that this individual also bore the surname Yi, he hesitated momentarily, pondering whether they were related. Yi Jingwen, being astute, quickly discerned Lu Shishan's thoughts and stated, "I have yet to meet this Yi Jiang, but my master's uncle is a close friend of Yi Jiang's elder brother." Upon hearing this, Lu Shishan felt a sense of relief. While he was indeed a friend of Yi Jiang, the Yi family had been forced to leave Qingming Mountain due to the collective actions of various immortal clans, including his own Lu family. However, such matters were determined by the elders of the sect, and he had no authority to intervene, thus preserving his friendship with Yi Jiang. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of anxiety at the prospect of a member of the Yi family seeking him out, especially considering that Xianqing sect was the foremost sect of the West Kunwu, a force not to be trifled with. "Ah, now I understand," he continued. "The esteemed Yi Hai was indeed a prodigious talent, and the Yi family has produced a practitioner of such caliber, sustaining their lineage for 2 centuries. Were it not for this..." His words trailed off, as he deemed it inappropriate to speak further in front of outsiders. He shifted the topic. "Yi Taoist, may I inquire as to the identity of your esteemed master? What wisdom does he impart?" Yi Jingwen replied with a smile. "The master I refer to is none other than the revered Shoujing Zhenren. As for his teachings, I dare not presume to speak of them. He merely seeks to provide support for the descendants of the Yi family at the behest of an old acquaintance." "Shoujing Zhenren?" Lu Shishan was taken aback, her face reflecting a solemn expression that even Mo Tiange could discern. She was puzzled about what had transpired with Master Shoujing. Little did she know that Master Shoujing was a renowned figure in Zikinwu. Lu Shishan, having lived for over 2 centuries, belonged to the same generation as her father, Yi Hai, who had ascended to the Jedan stage well over 100 years ago, rivaling the elite disciples of major sections. In contrast, Her peers from Qiming Mountain had remained stagnant at the foundation establishment stage, lacking the fortune to advance. However, compared to Master Shoujing, they appeared insignificant. Master Shoujing was a descendant of a Yuanying ancestor from the Xianzheng sect, who, brought to Taikang Mountain at a young age, established his foundation at 20 and achieved the Jiedan stage by 78. It was said that Master Shoujing was not a prodigy with singular or extraordinary spiritual roots, merely possessing dual spiritual roots. Yet, many cultivators still struggling at the foundation stage also had dual roots, and in terms of cultivation, Master Shoujing was leagues ahead. Achieving Jiedan at 78 years of age, only 2 or 3 individuals had accomplished such a feat in the entire Tianji realm over the past millennium. A rare opportunity not easily attained without the assistance of a Yuanying ancestor. Considering age, Lu Xishan had lived for over 200 years, having established her foundation at the age of 40. When she became a foundation establishment cultivator, Master Shoujing had just begun her journey in cultivation, and now, while Lu Xishan remained at the foundation stage, Master Shoujing had already advanced to the ranks of Jiedan seniors. Currently, Master Shoujing was merely around 130 years old, and given her pace of cultivation, it was highly likely she would reach the Yuanying stage within the next century. Lu Xishan herself was also a dual spiritual root cultivator. Yet she often lamented her insufficient opportunities, reminiscing about Master Shoujing and even her equally qualified peer, Yi Hai, with a sense of helplessness. So it was indeed Master Shoujing. On the face of Lu Xishan appeared a look of reverence. If you have matters to discuss, please speak, fellow Taoist Yi. I assure you, if I possess knowledge, I shall share it without reservation. Yi Jingwen, realizing the efficacy of his master's esteemed title, did not hesitate and inquired directly. Might I ask where Taoist Yu Jiang has gone and what plans he may have discussed with you, Taoist Lu? Yu Jingwen nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Taoist Lu. Is there a specific destination he aims for? Well, he is likely in the vicinity of Dongming Mountain at present, Lu Xishan responded. To the left and right of Qiming Mountain lie Dongming and Ximing Mountains. While the spiritual veins are secondary, there are no significant cultivation sects in that area. However, some cultivation families have developed the region, either selling or renting it to wandering cultivators. Over time, it has transformed into a bustling marketplace where many cultivators engage and trade. Even the occasional golden core stage wanderer. Lu Xishan took an object from his bosom and handed it to Yi Jingwen. Before parting with Yi Jiang, he entrusted me with this communication jade talisman. If he is not too far away, this artifact can convey messages to him. Yi Jingwen accepted it, his expression brightening with joy. Thank you immensely, Taoist Lu. You have rendered me a great service, and I am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. With this talisman, locating him amidst the crowd will be considerably simpler. It holds a fragment of Yi Jiang's spiritual sense, allowing me to sense his whereabouts directly. Lu Xishan smiled. There is no need for thanks. Let us consider this the beginning of a friendship. Upon hearing this, Yi Jingwen held Lu Xishan in even higher regard. It seemed only fitting. Receiving his gratitude today was less valuable than forging a friendship. A disciple of the Xianzheng sect may prove helpful to him in the future. Then I shall take my leave for now, Taoist Lu. Until our paths cross again. Chapter 25. East Ming Mountain. Yi Jingwen took Mo Tiange and flew towards East Ming Mountain. In the past few days, as they traversed the skies together, Mo Tiange had grown accustomed to the sensation of soaring above the world. Her initial trepidation had transformed into a profound affection for flight, gradually allowing her to experience the carefree essence of cultivating immortality. Observing that she was not like most children, preoccupied with playfulness and frivolity, but rather possessed a serene temperament. Yi Jingwen offered her valuable guidance, from which she greatly benefited. For instance, on the first day of her practice beside him, Yi Jingwen corrected her sitting posture during meditation. Until then, she had relied solely on instinct, as she had begun her cultivation without a mentor, and her posture had been far from proper. Subsequently, he addressed various minor issues in her practice. Many of his insights illuminated her understanding significantly. She realized that having a mentor was indeed far superior to solitary exploration. The concepts he conveyed, which she might have taken months to comprehend alone, became clear to her in an instant. Typically, disciples in the Qi refinement stage are taught by more advanced practitioners or those in the foundation establishment stage. Yi Jingwen frequently lectured low-ranking disciples at Xianqing sect, and having encountered many who, despite possessing spiritual roots, displayed a lack of intelligence, he was pleasantly surprised by Mo Tiange's quick comprehension. He found that teaching could indeed be a gratifying endeavor. He could not help but reflect on the importance of both talent and understanding. It was no wonder that Master Xian Yin often remarked on how Master Gu Jing's exceptional comprehension allowed him to surpass others in achievement, despite lesser spiritual roots. Truly, innate talent played a significant role. In just a few days, the two arrived at East Ming Mountain, an experience that opened Mo Tianga's eyes to the wonders of the world. Whether it is the tranquil Xiaofeng market beneath Qingming Mountain or the serene peaks of Qingming Mountain itself, both evoke a profound sense of detachment from the mundane world. In contrast, Dongming Mountain presents a different spectacle. At its base stands a grand archway accompanied by several expansive courtyards, with a neatly paved bluestone path winding its way upward. Midway up the mountain, a plaza and streets have been constructed, signifying the true location of the Dongming Mountain marketplace. As the two ascended, they could faintly discern numerous caves dotting the mountainside, though these were largely obscured by verdant trees, revealing only glimpses. Otherwise, the sight of so many caverns emerging from a single mountain might provoke an unsettling sensation. Upon landing in the plaza, they found no one to greet them. With a constant flow of practitioners traversing Dongming Mountain, the bustling streets were undeniably more vibrant than those of Qiming Mountain's marketplace. Not even a single passerby glanced up upon their arrival. Mo Tiange surveyed her surroundings, while Yi Jingwen walked purposefully, navigating the streets with a familiarity that suggested he had been here many times before. After traversing several alleys, they indeed turned into a shop. Similar to Qingming Mountain, this establishment was staffed by disciples of the Xianqing sect. However, it was significantly larger and employed many ordinary attendants. These attendants, displaying remarkable perceptiveness, approached them respectfully as soon as they entered, addressing them as esteemed masters. Even Mo Tiange, merely a young child accompanying, was not overlooked, indicating the attendant's adeptness and flattery. Before Yi Jingwen could utter a word, a fellow practitioner clad in Xianqing sect attire approached, bowing respectfully and inquiring, "Uncle Yi, what brings you here?" It appeared he was already acquainted with Yi Jingwen. The ordinary attendants, seeing a practitioner come forth to welcome them, discreetly retreated. The disciple before him replied, "Today there is a business matter, and Master Zheng has gone to negotiate in person." "Oh?" Yi Jingwen furrowed his brow slightly, murmuring, "What kind of business requires Master Zheng's personal attention?" "I see." Yi Jingwen expressed his lack of interest and directly inquired, "Have you encountered a person fitting this description? He appears to be around 50 years old, possesses foundational cultivation, and his surname is Yi." Upon hearing this, the disciple pondered for a long while before shaking his head. "Master Yi, the characteristics you describe are too vague. There are many individuals of that age and foundational cultivation. Moreover, since he is not a prominent guest, we also lack information about his surname." Yi Jingwen understood this reasoning. He knew that among those who remained in the foundational stage, 7 or 8 out of 10 would typically be of this age, as the appearances of cultivators change with age. Being over 50 is a notable characteristic, and if one were to advance in cultivation, they would usually have done so by that age. Thus, those who had not advanced often bore this appearance in age. Yi Jingwen did not press him further and nodded, "Very well, you may go. I am merely inquiring. There is no need to attend to me." The disciple bowed and was about to leave when he paused to add, "Master Yi, if you are seeking someone, it would be wise to visit the management office at the foot of the mountain. Any wandering cultivators who require lodging for several days or wish to rent a cave dwelling must interact with them." This suggestion was indeed sound. Yi Jingwen expressed his gratitude and, accompanied by Mo Tiange, stepped out. As they exited, Mo Tiange asked, "Is this also a store affiliated with your Xianqing sect, Brother Yi?" Yi Jingwen nodded, stating, "Indeed, my Xianqing sect possesses establishments in all major markets, and most of the markets in Zikanwu house are stores. Disciples venturing out may seek assistance at these locations." "Oh," Mo Tiange inquired, "so, the Xianqing sect is indeed quite substantial?" With a smile, Yi Jingwen replied, "Among the 7 great sects of the heavenly realm, Tiandao sect holds the foremost position, yet our Xianqing sect is not to be underestimated. Tiandao sect boasts around 7 to 8,000 disciples, whereas we have 6,000. They possess 7 nascent soul ancestors, while we have 5. Of the other prominent sects, only the ancient sword sect rivals us, yet their sword cultivators face greater challenges in their ascension. In terms of nascent soul ancestors, they do not compare to our numbers." Perplexed, Mo Tiange asked, "Why is it more challenging for sword cultivators to ascend?" Yi Jingwen elucidated, sword cultivators dedicate their lives to mastering a singular sword, immersing themselves in the art of swordsmanship and combat techniques. Consequently, their combat prowess may surpass that of our Taoist practitioners. However, this singular focus leaves them little time to cultivate their inner selves, resulting in weaker spiritual consciousness compared to ours, thus hindering their ascension. The disciples of the ancient sword sect are numerous, yet their numbers of core formation and nascent soul practitioners fall short by 1/5 compared to ours. He continued, in truth, the technique I practice also stems from the sword cultivator lineage, albeit not purely so, making my ascension relatively easier than theirs. Imo though somewhat confused, contemplated these insights as she followed Yi Jingwen down the mountain, heading towards the imposing courtyards at its base. Chapter 26. Under the Dongming Mountain, in the spacious courtyard. Imo observed Yi Jingwen as he retrieved a pouch from his bosom. With a flick of his hand, he cast out several items, which immediately transformed into a dozen exquisite jade stones, each radiating a distinct hue. The receptionists in the courtyard became increasingly attentive. Despite their earlier assertion of confidentiality regarding the tenants, one of them promptly remarked, "Esteemed senior, not long ago, a cultivator indeed came seeking to rent a cave abode. Please be patient and allow me to investigate." Yi Jingwen merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from verbal response. With a swift motion of his sleeve, the jade stones vanished from the table, and he requested both individuals to wait momentarily before hastily retreating into the inner chamber. Perplexed, Imo inquired, "Brother Yi, what were those items? Why did giving them lead to such compliance?" Yi Jingwen replied, "Can you discern the spiritual energy within them?" Imo nodded, finding nothing remarkable about it. After all, during her time alongside Yi Jingwen, everything she encountered emanated spiritual energy. It was inconceivable that objects within the cultivation realm would lack such vitality. Yi Jingwen continued, "These are spirit stones. They harbor spiritual energy, which can replenish one's energy during combat or be utilized for array formation and cultivation. They are indispensable, thus we cultivators regard them as equivalent to gold and silver." Imo recalled having seen spirit stones in her readings, yet she had never known their true appearance. They resembled ordinary jade stones, merely infused with spiritual energy. Before long, the receptionist emerged from the inner chamber, displaying great courtesy as he addressed Yi Jingwen, "Esteemed senior, indeed a loose cultivator named Yi Jiang resided here a month ago, renting a cave abode for a duration of 3 months. Oh, where was it located?" The cultivator remarked, "Senior, upon reaching the plaza halfway up the mountain, take the left path. The cave dwelling you seek is designated as the 189th of the gun category. Simply follow the sign." Yi Jingwen nodded in acknowledgement, expressing his gratitude before leading Imo out the door. Establishments such as these, which rent out cave dwellings, operate with a system akin to that of an inn, making it convenient once a number is acquired. Following the cultivator's directions, the two searched for a while before locating the cave. This dwelling was somewhat distant from the plaza and exuded only a modest amount of spiritual energy, indicating that Yi Jiang did not intend to stay long or perhaps possess little in the way of belongings. Imo inquired, "Brother Yi, what troubles you?" Yi Jingwen replied, "Your uncle is not present. He is likely some distance away, rendering the communication talisman ineffective." "Oh," Imo responded, a sense of unease creeping in. In truth, she felt a twinge of anxiety. She had never met her father, and her mother had passed when she was merely 7. Other relatives had shown her little affection, and she harbored some trepidation about this uncle, who seemed indifferent to her. Before departing, Yi Jingwen took a plain communication talisman and left a message at the entrance of the cave dwelling, then led Imo away, planning to spend the night at the Xianxing sect shop before returning the next day. In truth, Imo was not in a hurry. She had yet to decide how to confront the prospect of meeting her only remaining elder. Upon entering the shop, the qi refining cultivator who had previously advised Yi Jingwen approached promptly, bowing respectfully before asking, "Master Yi, have you found the person?" Yi Jingwen shook his head. "I have only located a place to stay. I have yet to meet the individual. Are there still vacant rooms available?" "Indeed, there are. Rest assured, Master Uncle. Although this spiritual vein may not rival that of Taikong Mountain, it is nonetheless quite acceptable. Even if we were to reside here for several days, it would not have a significant impact." Just as the cultivator was about to lead the two inside, a voice called from the entrance, "Brother Yi, please." Yi Jingwen turned to see Zheng Xian, the innkeeper, along with a slender old man whose hair was streaked with gray and whose brow was deeply furrowed. He too was a foundation establishment level. Brother Yi? Before he could ponder further, Zhang Xian had spotted him, his face lighting up with joy. Junior Brother Yi, what brings you here? The old man wore a solemn expression, nodding slightly before following another Qi refining disciple upstairs. Yi Jingwen stole another glance at him. Zhang Xian, beaming, looked at him and then at the young woman, Imo Tienga, whose hand he held, asking, Junior Brother Yi, could it be that you have come down the mountain to take on disciples? Yi Jingwen smiled wryly, saying, Brother Zheng, you jest. Not only do we foundation establishment disciples lack the qualifications to accept apprentices, but I am also quite overwhelmed by the rascals from Qingchuan Peak. The thought of taking on another disciple is the last thing on my mind. I am here on the orders of Master Shoujing, seeking someone. Might you have heard of him? Oh, Zhang Xian, being a fellow disciple of Qingchuan Peak, was particularly interested in matters regarding his direct master, and promptly inquired, who is it? He is a loose cultivator, of foundation establishment level, of a similar age to you, named Yi Jiang. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Xian's expression shifted to one of profound astonishment. Yi Jingwen furrowed his brow, asking, Brother Zhang, what is the matter? His heart leaped with excitement. It seemed he had stumbled upon a lead with remarkable ease. He then inquired, is he from the Yi family of Qiming Mountain? Indeed, however. The last cultivator of the Leaf family has fallen, and they no longer exist. With this revelation, Yi Jingwen became increasingly convinced that he had found the individual he sought, and promptly said, I kindly ask my senior brother to introduce me. Zhang Xian nodded with a smile. Let us ascend together. In the guest chamber upstairs, upon their entrance, the elder rose to his feet. Zhang Xian introduced, Brother Yi, this is my junior brother, sharing your surname, Yi Jingwen. Junior brother, this is Brother Yi Jiang. After exchanging courtesies, Yi Jingwen got straight to the point. May I inquire, dear friend, do you bear the surname Yi and the name Jiang? Originally a cultivator from the Qiming Mountain Yi family? Yi Jiang, perplexed by the unfolding events, nevertheless responded earnestly, acknowledging, indeed, but the Qiming Mountain Yi family no longer exists. His countenance fell, revealing his dismay at the thought of the family's lineage coming to an end with him. Yi Jingwen pressed on. Then, might I ask, are you the younger brother of the esteemed Yi? Surprise flickered across Yu Zhang's face. Had someone posed this question in the past, he would not have been astonished. For his elder brother was well known, recognized by many in the vicinity of Zikanhua. Yet now, the situation was different. His brother had gone missing 10 years ago at Tianmo Mountain, and it had been some time since his death was confirmed. With the Yi family vanished, who would still inquire? Nonetheless, he maintained his composure and replied, indeed. Relieved by his affirmation, Yi Jingwen exhaled and stepped forward, presenting Imo Tienga, Brother Yi. I have come at the behest of my humble sex Shoujing Shirshu to descend the mountain in search of the descendants of the esteemed Yi, and to entrust his lineage into your capable hands. Chapter 27. The reunion of uncle and nephew Yi Jiang gazed incredulously at the child before him. Just moments ago, Yi Jingwen had informed him. This is the daughter left behind in the mortal realm by Senior Yi. At the behest of my master, I have brought her to you. A daughter? He recalled that his elder brother had spent years wandering the mundane world before ascending to Tianmo Mountain, leaving no time for explanations before his untimely demise. He had never anticipated that a daughter would remain. Yi Jingwen continued, before his passing, Senior Yi entrusted her to you. Yi Jiang hastily took the jade slip, channeling his consciousness into it. Imo Tienga timidly regarded the elderly man before her. This individual appeared to be in his 50s, his hair completely white, resembling her grandfather. How could he be her uncle? A look of sorrow crossed Yu Zhang's face as he finally opened his eyes, immediately locking onto Imo Tienga. The child bore a striking resemblance to his elder brother. He believed without doubt that she was indeed his kin. Contemplating this, he extended his left palm, while his right hand gathered energy, directing a drop of blood from his fingertip. With a swift motion, he sent the drop flying towards Imo Tienga. Startled, Imo Tienga watched as the drop of blood swiftly approached, ultimately vanishing between her brows. A warmth surged through her mind, momentarily clouding her senses, but she quickly regained clarity. She then noticed the uncle, resembling her grandfather, stepping forward to gently caress the spirit-gathering beads on her wrist, repeatedly affirming, indeed, this is what my elder brother cultivated to the 3rd level of Qi refinement, a gift from the previous generation's golden core ancestor. Speaking thus, he stepped forward and embraced her tightly, repeatedly saying, Child, poor child, you have truly suffered. Rest assured, from now on, with your second uncle here, you shall no longer feel abandoned. Although this second uncle was a complete stranger and she was unaccustomed to relying on someone unknown, Imotienga did not push him away. Perhaps, after her mother's departure, she yearned so desperately for affection that, despite his unfamiliarity, his apparent care for her made it difficult to turn away. After a long while, Yi Jiang released her, wiped away the tears in his eyes, and gently inquired, "Child, what is your name?" I am called Imotienga. Imo? Yi Jingwen replied, "Brother Yi may not know, but Yi Hai's predecessor was adopted into the family. Thus the child bears her mother's surname." "Oh, I see." Yi Jiang paid no mind, stating, "As cultivators, we do not concern ourselves with worldly customs. Regardless of surname, she is a child of our family." "Precisely." Yi Jingwen hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Brother Yi, you must already be aware of the circumstances. This child's mother was unable to endure, and I sincerely apologize." Yi Jingwen quickly offered a gesture of reassurance and then smiled, saying, "Brother Yi, how fortuitous it is that we both share the surname Yi and have encountered such a fate. Perhaps I may shamelessly call you elder brother." Yi Jiang could easily discern that Yi Jingwen was an elite disciple of the Xianqing sect, having established his foundation at a young age. Undoubtedly holding a higher status within the sect than the steward Zhang Xin of Daming Mountain, with a bright prospect of achieving the golden core in the future. At his age, the hope of achieving the Dan realm was already a distant dream. The intention of Yi Jingwen to forge a connection seemed perhaps an overreach for their uncle-nephew duo, likely motivated by their association with the esteemed Shoujing. Nevertheless, this arrangement was advantageous and posed no harm to them. Thus he readily accepted, "Since my brother holds me in such regard, I shall graciously accept this title of elder brother." Yi Jingwen nodded with a smile, while Zhang Xin, standing beside them, burst into hearty laughter. "Brother Yi, it seems we have truly become one family. Given your ties with Master Shoujing and your newfound brotherhood with my junior, there is no need for us to stand on ceremony." Yi Jiang chuckled, stroking his beard in agreement, but then his expression shifted to one of apology. "However, I must ask for Brother Zhang's understanding on one matter. My elder brother has given me a task, and having recently found this niece, may I be permitted to select an additional item for sale?" Of course, Zhang Xian replied with no sign of displeasure, his demeanor warm and welcoming. "There is no need for Brother Yi to be so courteous. From now on, let us consider ourselves as family." Yi Jingwen then addressed Zhang Xian, "Brother Zhang, I have spent some time with this child and have developed a bond with her. Might I accompany my elder brother for a farewell?" As the proprietor of the Grand Market, Zhang Xian was perceptive enough to recognize that Yi Jingwen had something important to convey, and he did not press for details. "Absolutely. Brother Yi, please proceed." With a respectful bow, Yi Jingwen and Yi Jiang took their leave, and as they departed, Yi Jiang naturally took Imotienga's hand, guiding her onto his flying artifact. He then turned to Yi Jingwen. "Brother, why not visit my temporary abode for a discussion?" Yi Jingwen harbored the same thought, and without hesitation replied, "Very well." Yi Jiang's flying instrument was a whisk, which traveled at a leisurely pace. The Dongming Mountains prohibited rapid flight, and all cultivators adhered to this regulation, particularly in areas populated by others. Flight was forbidden within the market, and even in its vicinity. One was expected to reduce their speed. The trio gradually ascended eastward and soon arrived at Yi Jiang's temporary cave dwelling. With a mere wave of his hand, Yi Jiang activated the cave's defensive array, and the three of them settled down. This was the first time Imotienga had seen a cave dwelling. Everything within was either stone or jade. The ceiling was adorned with luminous stones, reminiscent of the moonlight stones that Li Yushan had once displayed. Yi Jiang engaged her in conversation, and noticing her fascination with the cave, allowed her to explore while he conversed with Yi Jingwen. Observing Imotienga depart, Yi Jingwen sighed and confessed to his elder brother, "To be frank, over these past few days, I have grown quite fond of Tienga. This child has endured much hardship and possesses a character far stronger than that of ordinary children." Hearing his praise for Imotienga, Yi Jiang stroked his beard and smiled. "I hope this child proves to be a person of great potential. By the way, what is her spiritual root like?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Yi Jingwen hesitated momentarily before responding, "I have already assessed it. This child possesses a 5-element spiritual root with a pure Yin constitution. I am uncertain whether to deem this fortunate or unfortunate. To inherit both a spiritual root and a pure Yin constitution is undoubtedly a stroke of luck. Yet the pure Yin constitution coinciding with the 5-element root presents a dilemma. Had it been a more favorable spiritual root, she would surely achieve extraordinary feats in the future. What? Yi Jiang exclaimed in astonishment. Has this child truly inherited a purine constitution? He had not held much hope. But upon seeing that the child had attained the second level of qi refinement, he felt a sense of relief, grateful that she possessed spiritual roots. As for her being of pure yin constitution, he had little expectation, as the probability of such a trait was quite low. Yi Jingwen nodded, acknowledging, indeed. This child possesses only the aptitude of 5 spiritual roots. Although her advancement to the second level of qi refinement in the mundane world is largely due to the influence of that string of gathering spirit beads. Without the pure yin constitution and an excellent cultivation method, she would undoubtedly not have reached this level. Listening to these words, Yi Jiang's heart was a tumult of emotions, unsure whether to feel joy or concern. The pure yin constitution is an excellent trait for cultivation, yet regrettably, this child also has 5 spiritual roots. If she fails in her cultivation, this trait could bring calamity, should it be discovered by others. Yi Jingwen, perceiving the somber expression on Yi Jiang's face, discerned his thoughts and smiled, saying, "Elder brother, do not worry. Master Shoujing has gifted her a spirit-concealing pendant. As long as she keeps it close, she will undoubtedly remain undiscovered." Oh? Yi Jiang expressed some surprise but then felt reassured, for this was precisely what he feared most. Yi Jingwen then retrieved a bag from his bosom and handed it to Yi Jiang, stating, "Elder brother, this is the relic of your late brother. Within it lies the cultivation methods of the Yi family's secret texts, along with pills and spirit stones. I trust you two will find yourselves adequately provisioned for the time being." Finally, Yi Jingwen added, "Elder brother, Master Shoujing instructed me to ask you if you would be willing to join the Xinqing sect." This question took Yi Jiang by surprise. Given that Master Shoujing had already done so much, it seemed he had repaid his previous kindness, yet the invitation to join the Xinqing sect was entirely unexpected. Yi Jiang hastily rose to bid farewell, saying, "Indeed, allow me some time to ponder. Should I reach a decision, I shall inform my brother." Chapter 28. Departure. Mo Tiange felt an unsettling fear towards this unfamiliar second uncle, lacking the customary address and exhibiting a distinctly guarded demeanor. However, Yi Jiang remained unperturbed. Being of advanced age, and having married and fathered children in his youth, the bloodline that lived on had since diverged across several generations. As a mortal, he felt no familial bond with her. Yet, he had always shared a close relationship with his elder brother, and upon meeting Mo Tiange, he was overwhelmed with excitement, confirming her as a true descendant of the Yi family. After Yi Jingwen departed, Yi Jiang inquired in detail about Mo Tiange's life in the mundane world. He then enthusiastically imparted some teachings about the art of cultivation, presenting her with a plethora of peculiar items. During the days spent with Yi Jingwen, Mo Tiange often witnessed him retrieving strange objects from his bosom, at times even a flying sword, which vanished from view as soon as it was concealed. Yi Jingwen explained that he carried a qiankuan bag, from which all these items were drawn, inciting her deep envy. Now, this second uncle had bestowed upon her one such qiankuan bag. It appeared merely as a leather pouch, its brownish-yellow hide smooth and sleek to the touch, its material a mystery. The opening was adorned with a circle of pristine white, presenting an exquisite appearance. Following her uncle's instructions, she infused a modicum of spiritual energy. And indeed, her hand smoothly slipped into the bag's opening. To her astonishment, despite its emptiness, it contained a vast space within. Yi Jiang watched her with an amused smile. With a gentle pat on her head, Yi Jiang reassured her, "There is no need for such formality. I am your second uncle, without a doubt." Mo Tiange responded with a soft though a lingering sense of estrangement remained. Yi Jiang did not press the matter. Instead, he gently inquired, "Tiange, how has Yi Jingwen treated you during your journey?" Mo Tiange hesitated. Yi Jiang continued, "I suppose you might be uncertain. Allow me to elaborate. Joining a sect, particularly one as esteemed as the Xinqing sect, offers numerous advantages. Not only will you receive spirit stones and elixirs monthly, but if you are fortunate enough to acquire a capable master, it will significantly enhance your cultivation. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, one can enjoy the benefits of protection under the formidable name of the Xinqing sect." Pausing briefly, he sighed. Of course, there are drawbacks as well. Firstly, within a large sect, high-ranking cultivators often form factions, and even among lower-level cultivators, small groups can create discord, making it challenging to coexist. Secondly, the rules are stringent, and compared to being a solitary cultivator, one loses a great deal of freedom. Lastly, given your purine constitution, I worry they may have ulterior motives. Emo Tienga grasped the implication of the ulterior motives. Similar to her ancestor who imparted his teachings, her future could very well be predetermined by others, unbeknownst to her. Yi Jiang then remarked, although your father's last words mentioned that the silent guardian has made a vow against inner demons, this situation hardly constitutes a breach of such an oath. Furthermore, with Yi Jingwen's fervent enthusiasm, I can't shake the feeling that his intentions extend beyond mere kindness. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Emo Tienga finally spoke. Second uncle, you may decide as you see fit. I have no objections. When it came to choosing between Yi Jingwen and her second uncle, she found herself inclined to trust her second uncle more, as her connection with Yi Jingwen was tenuous at best. Very well. Emo Tienga longed for solitude, feeling somewhat uneasy in the presence of her unfamiliar second uncle. Understood. She accepted the jade slip. With the discussion concluded, Yi Jiang rose and departed from the cave dwelling. Emo Tienga gazed at the silhouette that faded into the distance, her eyes falling upon the jade slip in her hand. Her spiritual awareness was still quite feeble, necessitating that she press the slip against her forehead to discern its contents. Among the several slips, some contained insights, while others detailed cultivation methods. One slip, however, captivated her attention. Its title was deceptively simple, comprising merely 4 characters, the way of formation. The opening words proclaimed, in the interplay of heaven and earth, yin and yang, the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. To comprehend formations, one must first grasp their essence. It then elaborated on the meanings of yin, yang, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams, asserting that mastery of formations requires a thorough understanding of these concepts. Mesmerized, Emo Tiangu immersed herself in the text. Although the Taoist cultivation methods she practiced, such as the Su Nu Ju, also addressed yin, yang, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams, none delved so deeply into the subject. The subsequent listing of several elementary formations left her in awe of their intricacy. Time slipped away unnoticed until the cave suddenly opened, and Yi Jiang entered, his expression somber. Emo Tiangu looked up, but before she could utter a greeting, Yi Jiang grasped her hand and urged, Tiangu, we must leave at once. She was momentarily taken aback. Second uncle, what is the matter? The gravity of his words rendered her speechless. Throughout their journey, Yi Jingwen had shown her great care. Could it be that he harbored ill intentions? Yi Jiang pressed on. Tiangu, quickly gather your belongings. We must depart immediately. Having little to pack, she simply inquired. Second uncle, where are we going? Yi Jiang hesitated, then sighed. Kunwu is vast. We shall head east. I suspect they will not find us easily. Yet, it pains me that at such a tender age, you must accompany me in this wandering life. The uncle and nephew swiftly packed their belongings, and Yi Jiang dismantled the formation at the entrance of the cave, not even bothering to refund the excess rent. Quietly, they departed from Dongming Mountain. Emo Tienga gazed at the bustling cultivators below, clenching her fists, ultimately choosing to follow her uncle. Perhaps it was the innate bond of their bloodline that made her more inclined to trust him. Never before had she loathed herself as she did now. Had it not been for her constitution, they would not have had to flee in haste. Her uncle could have joined the Xianyun sect to cultivate diligently, and perhaps even have a chance at forming a golden core. Yet now, her uncle had become a rogue cultivator, forced to lead her away from Zickenwill, possibly foregoing any hope of advancement for a lifetime. In her heart, she vowed that one day, she would establish her foundation, form a golden core, and even achieve the nascent soul like her ancestors. This way, she would not have to rely on anyone's sacrifice, nor live in fear of others' envy. This was the true essence of cultivation for her. Chapter 29. The youth of the market. Gradually, people came to understand that this mountain was a realm of immortals, accessible only to those of celestial nature. Mortals yearned to enter the immortal mountain and cultivate the essence of the celestial, yet the elusive spiritual roots were hard to find. For most, tales of immortals were merely legends heard in passing. A young boy, still youthful in appearance, sat by a stall on the market road, engrossed in a mundane book, his expressions shifting from smiles to furrowed brows, and erupting into laughter at moments of delight, utterly unconcerned with the gaze of others. Fortunately, this was the market of the Yunwu sect, frequented by cultivators and familiar mortals alike. Had this been the secular world, such behavior would have surely drawn a crowd. Little Tian, what book are you reading? Is a mortal's book truly so captivating? The middle-aged Taoist seated at the nearby stall observed the young boy, affectionately known as Xiao Tian. With a smile, stroking his beard as he inquired. Xiao Tian lifted his gaze and replied, Uncle Huang, this book is rather unremarkable. I find it amusing to see how mortals perceive us cultivators. Oh? The boy set the pages aside and continued. The narrative depicts an immortal who eradicates evil and aids the weak in the mortal realm, only for a worldly emperor to seek his presence in court. But he ultimately chose to depart, relishing his freedom on earth. TSK, the boy shook his head. For a cultivator, such earthly pursuits are of no benefit to one's cultivation. It is evident that mortals harbor overly idealistic fantasies about immortals. The Taoist, surnamed Huang, shook his head and remarked, the common folk merely indulge in whimsical thoughts. They cannot fathom the arduous nature of cultivation. What they refer to as immortals are, in fact, cultivators like us. It is said that when one reaches the pinnacle of cultivation, they may ascend to the celestial realm and become an immortal, but this is merely a legend. As it stands, the highest known level of cultivation is the transformation stage, a feat achieved over a millennium ago. And that venerable figure has long since retreated from the world, leaving us uncertain of his current existence. Among the remaining 4 stages, chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul, each is increasingly difficult to attain. Across the vast heavens, there are but a few hundred who have reached the nascent soul stage. Both this young lad and the Taoist Huang are merely practitioners at the chi refinement stage. In this marketplace, there are few at the foundation establishment level, and none at the golden core stage at all. After sharing their musings, the Taoist glanced at his stall and asked, Xiao Tian, have you not opened for business today? Upon mentioning this, the boy sighed. While you were away, there were indeed inquiries, but they deemed my wares too expensive. Had it not been for my uncle's urgent need for the elixir, I could have easily sold it at the shop. Alas, the proprietor fails to recognize its true worth. On his stall, a few formation plates and flags lay displayed. These items are essential for setting up formations, indispensable for every cultivator, serving to guard against others during their practice or to gather spiritual energy. However, the art of formations is profoundly intricate. Even after centuries of study, one may still find themselves inadequate in understanding it. Those who cultivate may not have the luxury of time, and thus, few are willing to dedicate themselves to this path. Typically, only established sects or families would possess formation masters. Among wandering cultivators, they are a rare sight. Logically, this formation plate should sell quite well, yet it is not composed of the common materials found in the cultivation realm, making it exceedingly expensive. Despite being displayed for several days and receiving inquiries, potential buyers merely shook their heads and departed. Although the formation is exquisite, its price remains prohibitive. On the other hand, the Taoist surnamed Huang peddles low-tier talismans, which are far easier to sell. By the end of the day, he has nearly sold out. At this moment, after a brief hesitation, Taoist Huang inquires, Xiao Tian, what is the lowest price for your formation? Ah, Uncle Huang wishes to purchase it? The youth responded with delight. If you desire it, 300 spirit stones will suffice. This formation plate was originally priced at 400 spirit stones, making this offer quite generous. After a moment of contemplation, Taoist Huang nodded decisively. Very well. Uncle Huang shall take advantage of this deal. He retrieved the funds from his talisman sales and counted his savings. The two exchanged spirit stones for the formation plate. The youth then produced a jade slip from his robe, saying, Uncle Huang, this contains the instructions for the formation. Once the plate is set, as long as the main formation flag is in hand, both offensive and defensive capabilities can be achieved with this array. The Taoist Huang, feeling a pang of regret for the spirit stones he had surrendered, nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I am aware that your uncle-nephew alliance's formation is undoubtedly worth such a substantial sum. I could scarcely bring myself to make such an investment with others. 300 spirit stones are a sum that even disciples of the sect would require several years to accumulate, while for loose cultivators, it might represent a lifetime of savings. Were it not for Taoist Huang's shrewdness in financial matters, he would likely find himself unable to produce such an amount. Uncle Huang, I am truly grateful to you. I shall procure some elixirs now, as my uncle awaits my return. Having concluded his business, the youth made his way towards the store operated by the Yunwu sect. Although Yunwu Mountain is merely a mid-tier sect within the realm of cultivation, it boasts a considerable number of families and loose cultivators who rely on it. Many loose cultivators earn spirit stones through the market established by Yunwu Mountain, which serves as a vital resource for their cultivation needs. The shop of Yunwu Mountain stands as the largest establishment within the marketplace. Upon entering the shop, the attendant greeted him, esteemed Taoist, What may I assist you with today? The attendant, possessing an early-stage qi refinement cultivation level, was notably courteous upon recognizing the youth's mid-stage qi refinement prowess. The youth replied, "Do you have 10 small healing elixirs available?" Small healing elixirs are renowned for their properties in treating injuries and tend to be quite expensive. Most customers purchase only 1 or 2, making a request for 10 quite significant. Upon hearing this, the attendant's smile widened. "Certainly, please hold on for a moment." He turned to inform the shopkeeper of the request and returned with a jade vial. "Here are the small healing elixirs. Please examine them." Removing the vial stopper, he poured out a single pill, releasing a fragrant aroma. After taking a moment to inhale deeply, the youth nodded affirmatively. "These are the ones." The total comes to 500 spirit stones for 10 pills. Should you possess any rare items for trade, we may also consider them. The youth said nothing, merely retrieving spirit stones from his storage bag and handing them over to the attendant for careful counting. After meticulously placing the elixirs into his storage bag, he exited the shop with an air of exuberance. With these 10 small restoration pills, his uncle's ailment should soon be alleviated. Upon leaving the shop, the youth navigated through a labyrinth of twists and turns until he reached a quaint courtyard. With a simple hand gesture, the courtyard door swung open. Entering the yard, he pushed open the room's door and called out, "Uncle?" He approached eagerly, producing a jade vial from his bosom. "Uncle Huang purchased our 5 elements life and death array, and we have pooled enough money to buy the medicine. Is that so?" The elder managed a weary smile as he accepted the jade vial, then sighed. "I have told you it would be of no use, yet you still bought it. If you had used that money to acquire a nourishing qi pill, your cultivation could have risen by at least 3 levels, reaching the 10th tier. At that point, participating in the Xiantai assembly would be much easier." The youth, however, retorted, "Uncle." The seated elder paused, gazing at him with another sigh. The youth then smiled. "Do not worry, Uncle. Although my cultivation is not so advanced, I have practiced my spells for a long time, and I am quite hopeful." The elder finally smiled in return. "That is the right mindset. The Xiantai assembly is only 10 days away. You must prepare diligently, especially in mastering the techniques of spirit tools, as they are vital for your survival." "Yes, Uncle, you focus on healing first. I will go train." "Very well. Off you go." The youth exited the room and opened the door to the adjacent chamber. After washing his face and redoing his hair, he gazed into the mirror, which reflected a face both delicate and radiant. Yet in an instant, he tied his hair back with a band, transforming into a youthful figure. Yi Xiaodian is her current name. The name immortality should not be uttered until she reaches the stage of foundation establishment. This was a decision made by her uncle when they departed from Dongming Mountain. For the past 7 years, she has roamed the lands of Dongkunwu with her uncle, gathering medicinal herbs, running a small shop, and hunting beasts. The incident that befell her uncle led to the closure of their shop, forcing them to resort to capturing monsters for income. Her uncle sustained injuries, exacerbating their plight. Not only could he no longer cultivate with medicinal pills, but she also had to tend to his wounds. Fortunately, the Yi family has a profound understanding of formations. Despite their mediocre spiritual roots, they possess a remarkable talent for array techniques. The uncle and niece often study formations together, and whenever she has spare time, she sets up a small stall to sell their findings in exchange for medicinal pills. Her uncle often warns her that if things continue this way, it would hinder her ability to establish her foundation. Thus, a year ago, they arrived at Yunwu Mountain, intending to enter the Yunwu sect through the Xiantai assembly. This way, the sect would provide certain benefits, easing her burdens significantly. The Xiantai assembly serves as a means for wandering cultivators like them to join a sect. Most wandering cultivators possess poor spiritual roots, and these sects typically require a minimum of 3 spiritual roots for disciples. Only those cultivator families with exceptional relationships with the sect can have members with 4 spiritual roots join. Clearly, wandering cultivators like them stand little chance. However, even with inferior spiritual roots, some individuals, by sheer coincidence, can advance rapidly in their cultivation. The Xiantai assembly aims to identify these promising cultivators for sect inclusion. The selection process, in essence, involves arena battles. Once on stage, life and death are at stake. Although most sects have foundation establishment cultivators overseeing the events, casualties cannot be entirely avoided. Sometimes, the battles are fierce, and there have even been instances of mutual destruction. Mo Tiange certainly does not wish to emulate their reckless pursuits. Over the years spent with her uncle, although she led a nomadic existence, her horizons have broadened significantly. Her uncle has treated her with utmost kindness, and the two have relied on each other for support, allowing her to emerge from the shadows of her childhood and adopt a much more cheerful disposition. She firmly remembers her uncle's teachings. The pursuit of immortality is paramount, and one's life is of utmost importance. Furthermore, she does not believe that failing to enter a sect would spell the end of her journey. Her uncle often recounts how her father once cultivated alone, achieving foundational and golden core stages. It was his existence that enabled the Yi family to thrive on Qingming Mountain for an additional 2 centuries. If her father could accomplish this, so could she. With her determination solidified, she settled onto her bed and commenced her training for the day. Chapter 30. The dense forest. After completing her great circulation, she gathered the spiritual energy surrounding her and opened her eyes, ready to practice her spells. Since entering the mid-stage of Qi refinement, she has expanded her studies beyond merely the Su Nu method. Her uncle explained that while this technique is indeed sophisticated, it lacks practical defensive measures in its early stages and is easily discernible. For cultivators from major sects, this may not pose a problem, but for solitary practitioners like herself, who often find themselves in need of combat skills, it is prudent to learn more practical spells. Once her realm stabilized, her uncle bestowed upon her the Qingmu method, a treasured technique of the Yi family, which all disciples with spiritual roots practice. This method not only allows cultivation up to the golden core stage, sufficient for ordinary practitioners, but it also proves exceptionally powerful in combat situations. Over the years, Imotienga has mastered this technique in preparation for the upcoming Immortal Platform Conference. Having completed her practice of the Su Nu method, she then proceeded to hone her skills in the Qingmu method spells. With a flick of her wrist, several unknown seeds appeared in her palm. A gentle toss sent these seeds cascading to the floor beneath the table, where they rapidly sprouted tender shoots, swiftly transforming into thorns that ensnared the table tightly. Imotienga observed the thorns and shook her head. Their speed was insufficient. The table remained immobile, but a person could indeed move. Subsequently, she focused her fingertips, conjuring a small fireball, which she hurled at the thorns. In no time, the thorns were reduced to ashes, while the table's legs remained entirely unscathed. This was the result of 2 years of practice, mastering the control of spiritual energy to a delicate degree, allowing her to ignite whatever she desired. It could be likened to an enhanced version of Li Yushan's technique, which allowed flames to breach walls without damaging them. The Qingmu Ju employed seeds to execute a binding technique, followed by the fire spirit technique to subdue her enemies, a strategy she had devised for overcoming adversaries. After further practice, she noticed the sky brightening. Imotienga rose, tidied herself, and ventured out to procure some food. In the realm of immortal cultivation, practitioners could only begin fasting upon reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement and only attain purity free from worldly filth in the foundation establishment stage. As she was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, she still required sustenance. Bathing was also necessary, as she remained essentially immortal. Thus, it was an unwritten rule among Qi refinement practitioners to avoid prolonged seclusion. After all, emerging from several months of isolation would leave one with aching limbs and a body covered in dust, a discomfort no one could endure. Imotienga had always refrained from consuming fasting pills. While inexpensive, they were still considered medicinal, and nothing could compare to the taste of genuine food. Although the earthly fare might introduce impurities into her body, the presence of spiritual beasts alleviated this concern, and they could even provide a modest increase in spiritual energy. While combat-capable spiritual beasts were rare, various other spirit-infused creatures abounded, particularly in the Kunlun mountain range. Upon stepping outside, she deftly made her way towards the dense forest behind the market. Every cultivator relishes the consumption of spirit-repelling pills, believing that indulging in mundane food would introduce impurities. However, not all are aware that consuming spiritual beasts or herbs poses no risk. Ordinary mortals, however, would never dare to partake in such delicacies. Thus, Imotienga never worried about her sustenance. She could easily catch a bird or a wild chicken in the woods. As soon as she entered the forest, she spotted a plump spirit rabbit bouncing about, which filled her with delight. If one were to speak of delectable fare, rabbits would surely rank high. Although they are often preyed upon by many foes and are not frequently encountered. She tossed forth a seed, which instantly transformed into a binding spell, ensnaring the rabbit securely. The creature, panic-stricken, was swiftly dispatched by a flick of her hand as a blade of wind cut through the air. She approached, lifted the rabbit, and placed it into her spatial pouch. Fearing that she might hesitate in her actions, she had always preferred to eliminate her quarry before collecting her spoils. Her uncle often remarked that she lacked the necessary ruthlessness, reminding her that the world of cultivation is fraught with peril. Merely overcoming one's inner demons does not deter some from committing heinous acts. After all, such inner turmoil only manifests at the core formation stage. While countless cultivators roam the heavens, with only a mere handful achieving this pivotal phase, the childhood incident involving Li Yushan, which forced her departure from Dongming Mountain, underscored the necessity of possessing formidable strength. She learned that one must not shy away from bloodshed. To safeguard oneself, one might even need to strike preemptively. Much like Yi Jingguan, who, upon sensing Li Yushan's ill intentions, acted decisively without a flicker of hesitation. Yet, despite this understanding, she found herself unaccustomed to such brutality. Perhaps only through experiencing the harshness of bloodshed could one gradually acclimatize to the act of taking lives. The sound of footsteps echoed, revealing two individuals. In this place, where only ordinary yet spirited flora and fauna resided, it was unusual for anyone to visit. What could possibly bring two people here? Unable to quell her curiosity, she suppressed her presence and crouched behind a thicket, peering through the gaps in the leaves. Indeed, there were two figures. She discerned two pairs of feet, one clad in black boots, the other adorned in embroidered shoes, indicative of a man and a woman. The man came to a halt and softly spoke. "Lian Mei, there should be no one here." The woman, however, remained silent. Imo Tiange cautiously shifted her position, finally glimpsing the full scene. The young couple gazed at one another with deep affection, their hands tightly clasped together, clearly caught in the throes of budding romance. Instantly, she felt a wave of regret wash over her, wishing to bash her head against a wall. They were evidently a pair of young lovers seeking a secluded spot for their rendezvous. No longer wishing to observe, she hesitated in her crouched position. It was clearly inappropriate to reveal herself now. Among the two, the man was at the 7th level of chi refinement, much like her, while the woman was at the 6th level. Had it not been for her cultivation of the Su-Nu Sutra, which granted her superior skills in concealing her presence, she would have likely been discovered by now. Venturing out would surely lead them to perceive her intentions as malevolent, and if their secret meeting were to be interrupted, it was highly probable they would retaliate against her. She certainly had no desire to be unjustly assaulted. As she wallowed in her regret, the situation escalated. The man spread his robe upon the ground and, to her shock, embraced Lian Mei with the intent of intimacy. Imo Tiange gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. She initially believed they were merely a young couple seeking a private haven for their tender moments. Little did she know they had ulterior motives. The sounds emanating from their direction indicated that the two had already succumbed to their passions. Lian Mei seized a moment to caution, "Be careful with your garments." The man merely acknowledged her with a grunt, showing no signs of restraint as they swiftly shed their clothing, heading straight for the main event. As the fervor intensified, Imo Tiange felt an overwhelming urge to bury herself in obscurity. Having donned male attire for several years, she had devoted her days to rigorous training and exploring the intricacies of formation techniques under her uncle's tutelage, leaving her entirely ignorant of such romantic affairs. Consequently, she felt immensely awkward, lowering her gaze and daring not to glance in their direction. Time passed, and the sounds gradually subsided. The man spoke. "Lian Mei, the Xiantai conference is but a month away. How is your family preparing?" Lian Mei's voice, sweet and delicate, dripped with feigned annoyance as she replied, after finally meeting. "You inquire about such matters?" The man quickly reassured her. "Is it not because I wish to join you in the Yunwu sect? Once we enter the sect, our families will no longer have sway over us, and we can become partners in cultivation, sharing both our lives and our fates." Lian Mei hesitated slightly. "I have some confidence." The man questioned. "Some? What treasures has your family bestowed upon you?" Lian Mei chuckled, but offered no reply. Imo Tiange's curiosity piqued, and she stealthily peered through the bushes, only to find the pair entwined in a state of undress, their bodies haphazardly draped with garments. She silently chanted to disregard their presence before stealing another glance at their entangled forms. The two individuals appeared to be in their 20s. The man was quite handsome, and the woman possessed an alluring charm. It was no surprise that their conversation hinted at a clandestine relationship, kept secret from their families. Such beauty can be perilous. The man cradled Lian Mei and coaxed her gently, imploring, "Sweet Lian Mei, please confide in me. I cannot rest easy otherwise." Perhaps it was the genuine concern in his words that swayed Lian Mei, for she replied, "My father has given me the soul-capturing lantern. Surely it grants me some measure of assurance against any adversary." Though her tone suggested modesty, there was an undeniable confidence in her assertion. Imotienga was profoundly curious about this soul-capturing lantern and wondered why the woman was so self-assured. It was important to note that at the CNI conference, there were practitioners at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Most were akin to Imotienga at the peak of the 7th level, yet this woman, at merely the 6th level, believed she could face anyone with certainty. The man responded, "I see. Then I need not worry. Lian Mei, you shall surely gain entry into the Yunwu sect. And when the time comes." His unfinished thought rendered Lian Mei crimson with embarrassment, prompting him to draw closer, and the two became affectionate once more. Chapter 31. Murder. As he pondered, a piercing scream escaped the woman's lips. Imotienga rushed over, his heart sinking in horror. He beheld the man clutching Lian Mei tightly, his right hand wielding a dagger-like spiritual artifact, plunged into Lian Mei's back. The scene was a grotesque tableau: the half-clad couple, the bloody dagger, the woman's expression of terror, and the man's contorted face. Imotienga instinctively stifled his breath, paralyzed with shock. What was intended to be a clandestine rendezvous between lovers has unexpectedly devolved into this horrifying scene. "Brother Ming, why?" The man scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Did you truly believe I held any genuine interest in you? It was merely a ploy to ensnare you with your allure." The woman's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a tumultuous blend of hesitation, regret, and fury, twisted further by the pain she endured, rendering her visage even more ghastly. "You, with your mere appearance, you are nothing extraordinary, and as a mere force spirit root. Do you think I would ever be enamored by you? It is solely because you are the last descendant of the Huang family. Should I eliminate you and seize the treasured soul lamp of your lineage, how could your Huang family ever rival us, the Yin family?" A glimmer of understanding flickered in the woman's eyes, despair overwhelming her as words failed her. She could only stare, wide-eyed, at her beloved, as her breath gradually faded. From these few utterances, Imotienga discerned fragments of information. The Huang and Yin families, both minor cultivators reliant on the Yunwu sect, were said to harbor a long-standing enmity. It was evident that the Yin family had concocted this insidious scheme to annihilate the Huang family. Once the man confirmed that the woman in his embrace had succumbed, he withdrew the spirit dagger from her back, discarding her naked body with disdain, as he meticulously wiped the blood from the blade and donned his attire anew. Imotienga dared not make a sound. This man's ruthless disposition, evidenced by his heinous act of murder in the throes of intimacy, marked him as a remorseless fiend. If he were to discover her presence, she would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Once fully dressed, the man bent low, rummaging through the woman's belongings, until he finally unearthed a Chinquan pouch. Effortlessly dispelling the owner's residual consciousness, he proceeded to empty its contents onto the ground. A collection of women's garments, along with spiritual artifacts, talismans, jade vials for storing elixirs, and seemingly ornamental jade boxes lay scattered. The man immediately spotted what he sought among the spiritual items, lifting a lantern with delight, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is here." Imotienga felt a surge of curiosity toward the glass lantern, pondering its formidable capabilities. To her eyes, it appeared to be an ordinary glass lantern, infused only with a hint of spiritual energy, devoid of any distinctive features. Just moments ago, they were entwined in tender intimacy. Yet in an instant, he plunged a dagger into his lover's back, and gazing upon the man's face illuminated by the sparks, Imotienga felt a wave of nausea wash over her. This illustrated the treachery of the cultivation world, where even affection is unreliable, and the betrayal of lovers is far from an isolated incident. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a flicker, and she instinctively darted aside, witnessing a burst of flame streak past her previous position, striking the thicket. Then came the man's cold voice. "Who goes there?" "Discovered." In that moment, Imotienga's thought swiftly turned, and she clutched all the seeds from her Chinquan bag in her hand. With her other hand, she employed a windblade technique, sending forth a gust that sliced through the nearby thicket. The bushes trembled, followed by another flash of fire aimed at the rustling foliage. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, she deftly maneuvered, propelling herself several paces away. Peering cautiously through the underbrush, she observed the man, his face twisted with malice, fixated on the source of the earlier spell. Fortunately, he had yet to uncover her hiding place. Imotienga found herself at a loss for a means of escape, recognizing that this man was evidently a ruthless individual. With her cultivation level matching his, slipping away unnoticed was not an option. Gritting her teeth, she resolved that her only course of action was to fight for her life. Murder was not unfamiliar to her, having accompanied her second uncle over the years. She had encountered numerous perilous situations. However, her uncle had cultivated his foundation for many years, and the Yi family possessed a wealth of resources, which rendered her uncle's spells formidable and his magical artifacts of high quality, thus sparing her from having to intervene. This man, however, was clearly no ordinary foe. It was likely that he had committed acts of violence and theft before, even though she had honed her skills through the practice of the Sunu Sutra, endowing her with exceptionally pure spiritual energy. She still felt uncertain of her ability to confront him. As the man began to search for her and edged closer to the bushes, fortune smiled upon her as he did not seem to be heading in her direction. Yet a cursory search would surely reveal her presence. No longer hesitating, the moment he drew near, she deftly flicked a seed from her hand. In the depths of the forest, utilizing seeds in such a manner was indeed advantageous, and her command over spiritual energy was far more adept than that of her peers at the same level, allowing her to launch it with remarkable subtlety, making it difficult for him to detect. As he approached, the seed rapidly expanded, transforming into a tangle of thorns that ensnared him with ferocity. The man was taken aback, swiftly brandishing a spiritual dagger in his hand. This dagger was undoubtedly no ordinary weapon, as the thorns were swiftly severed before they could ensnare him. Having revealed her hiding place, Emotianga seized the opportunity while the man was momentarily flustered to retreat. She then hurled another seed in his direction. The man had already discerned her features, glaring at her with malevolence, yet he dared not linger. He quickly withdrew, while simultaneously slicing through the plants that encroached upon him with his dagger. In the current predicament, it is either your demise or mine. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved the talismans prepared for the Sientai meeting. She swiftly pressed one against herself, instantly enveloped in a protective barrier. The others she hurled at the man with abandon. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the man had no opportunity to retaliate, preoccupied solely with defense. Having just acquired the mesmerizing lamp, he had yet to dispel the residual consciousness upon it and could not harness its power, causing him great distress. Amidst the flurry of talismans, Emotianga swiftly stacked her hands, launching seeds intertwined with talismans into the fray. In the brief moment of respite, the man managed to cast a spell, only to be further disoriented by Emotianga's talismans. She did not flinch from his spell. Her protective barrier absorbed the impact as she continued to unleash seeds and talismans. The man, caught in a cycle of evasion and defense, sensed the unusual nature of the incoming talismans too late. A resounding explosion erupted beside him as the seeds, which he had neglected, burst forth, shattering his protective barrier. More talismans flew towards him. With a cry of anguish, he was sent hurtling backward. Emotianga immediately brandished a wooden sword, thrusting it directly at him. With a pained grunt, he was pierced, falling silent, his heart chilled through. This man had just slain his lover, incinerating her remains at this very spot, and now he met a similar fate. One might call it retribution. Now, they were united in death, sharing the same grave, albeit in an ironic twist of fate. They rendezvoused in secrecy. The woman was unlikely to be aware. Yet the man's side was less certain. She cautiously maneuvered around, concealing herself for a considerable time before finally emerging from the opposite side. Upon seeing her appearance, Yi Jiang was taken aback. "Xiao Tian, what has happened?" Emotianga trembled as she replied, "Second uncle, I have taken a life." Yi Jiang was startled, but soon regained his composure. "If you have killed, then so be it. You must acclimate to it. Or how can you continue on this path?" After a moment of contemplation, he inquired with concern, "Whom did you kill? Did you encounter someone who attempted to rob you?" "No," Emotianga shook her head. Observing her second uncle's calm demeanor, she gradually settled her nerves and recounted the events that had transpired. Yi Jiang reassured her, "It is of no consequence. They will not find any clues, and they remain unaware that it was you who acted. Besides, there is still your second uncle. Although I have been gravely wounded, I am still a genuine Foundation establishment cultivator. The two families you mentioned are merely minor clans. Even if we cannot defeat them, we can certainly escape." In contrast to Emotianga's reaction, Yi Jiang furrowed his brow upon seeing the bewildering lamp. After a prolonged silence, he remarked, "Indeed. The bewildering lamp is a treasured heirloom of the Huang family, said to be a magical artifact. When this lamp is activated, a maze will manifest within a Tenjong radius. However, this lamp is a magical item that requires a core formation cultivator to unleash its full potential. Even if a Qi refinement cultivator attempts to wield it, the results would be significantly diminished. Ever since the Huang family's core formation cultivator perished, no one has been able to harness its full power." She smiled at her and said, Since you have acquired it, it is fate. However, it is prudent to keep this enchanting lamp hidden for now, refine it in secret, and only use it after establishing your foundation. Killing that man was never Imotienga's intention. She merely followed the customary practice of cultivators battling one another, having learned from it. Thus, she felt no regret as she complied and stored the enchanting lamp away. Imotienga then recalled something and inquired, "Uncle, in my haste today, I used up most of my talismans. The Celestial Platform Conference is next month. What should I do?" Yi Jiang, feeling helpless, replied, "It is your first time facing an opponent alone, and your inexperience led to your flustered state. However, it is fortunate that this fellow surnamed and had several formidable spiritual tools in his bag, but he was unable to retrieve them due to your relentless barrage of talismans. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for you to defeat him today." Upon hearing this, Imotienga realized the truth. No wonder she felt only anxious but not overwhelmed. It was purely due to her fortunate luck and the fervent use of talismans that the man could not summon his powerful tools and perished. Otherwise, she would have found herself in peril. After pondering for a long while, Yi Jiang suggested, "The talismans those two possess can also be of use. They're all similar. Feel free to utilize them without fear of being discovered. Tomorrow, take the remaining spiritual stones to purchase some more. It shouldn't be too different. Additionally, I have recently comprehended a variation of the spirit confinement array, which I can set up temporarily. Spend the next few days practicing with the assistance of the formation. It will surely be much easier." He sighed and added, "If things do not go well this time, do not force it. There are other places to try. You are still young." Understood. Imotienga understood that her second uncle believed that the most crucial thing was to preserve one's life. A chi refinement practitioner could live up to 200 years, and at merely 17, her future remained uncertain. There was no need to risk her life like those other practitioners. Initially, she noticed the woman's Chinkoan bag contained only a few talismans, which surprised her greatly. Although there were only a handful, they were high-level talismans suitable for chi refinement. One of these was far more effective than 10 low-level ones. Imotienga was elated. The numerous talismans she possessed were deliberately purchased for the Immortal Platform Conference. However, high-level talismans could only be crafted by Foundation establishment cultivators and were not inexpensive. Her second uncle, having sustained injuries, was unable to create talismans himself, and with their limited supply of spirit stones, they could only afford low-level talismans. She counted 5 talismans in total, 3 of fire attribute and 2 of water attribute. Unlike spells, talismans were not restricted by spiritual roots. A small amount of spiritual energy was sufficient to activate them. For chi refinement practitioners, talismans were indispensable in combat, yet due to financial constraints, those who could afford to freely expend talismans were typically disciples from sects or families. The talismans she had were indeed preserved for a long time. As she examined the other items, she found several commendable spiritual artifacts, though none could compare to the mesmerizing lamp. Moreover, they required refinement before use, and she feared recognition if she took them out. Furthermore, she already possessed a Qingmu sword, which her father had once used and was later reforged. Until she reached the Foundation establishment stage, there was no need to replace her spiritual artifact, as prolonged nurturing and refinement were essential for mastery in its use. Additionally, there were several bottles containing various medicinal pills commonly used during the chi refinement stage. To Imotienga's delight, one bottle contained chi nourishing pills, which she was in dire need of. There remains a bottle of rejuvenating elixir, presumably purchased at a considerable expense by that woman. A single pill can bestow a decade of youth upon its user. However, Imotienga finds it unnecessary, not only because she is merely 17, but also due to the inherent beauty-enhancing properties of the Su Nu Ju, which can even render a woman more enchanting. There are several jade boxes, seemingly containing some sort of spiritual herbs that she does not recognize. Then there are the belongings of that man, which consist predominantly of spiritual artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and clothing. It is evident that the Yin family is somewhat more affluent than the Huang family, while the talismans are few and lack sophistication. The spiritual artifacts and elixirs far surpass those of the woman, including a vial of Qi gathering pills. The Qi gathering pill is the finest foundational elixir for those in the Qi refinement stage, its effects being several times more potent than those of the nourishing Qi pill. Unless one is the favored disciple of a sect or has the backing of a high-ranking cultivator, an ordinary Qi refinement practitioner would find it prohibitively expensive. Delighted, she begins to collect these items when she suddenly discovers a sizable orb among them, its luster subdued, resembling a pearl imbued with spiritual energy. She attempts to infuse it with her own spiritual energy, but it is distinctly different from her chi-gathering pearl. A layer seems to encase it, preventing the energy from penetrating. Nevertheless, given the ample treasures she has acquired today, she pays it no mind, packing the useless garments into a bag of holding while storing the valuable items in her own. After this flurry of activity, her stomach begins to grumble with hunger. The rabbit and wild vegetables she hunted yesterday remain, prompting her to retrieve the pot and bowl from the corner of the room. She fetches water from the outdoor tank, cleans the cookware, and prepares the rabbit along with the vegetables and fungi, cooking them in a single pot. Of course, this is not the mundane method of stewing. She employs her magical abilities to enhance the process. From a young age, she prepared her own meals. Later, while at her ancestral home, she often took the opportunity to secretly cook late at night when Aunt Lynn was absent. Consequently, upon discovering that spiritual beasts could be consumed, she began to prepare them for herself. Her uncle initially opposed this notion, believing that cultivators should not indulge in carnal desires. However, after sampling the dish and realizing that the impurities were negligible, he acquiesced to her pursuits. After a while, she divided a pot of food and brought it to her uncle. Sated yet still feeling a twinge of unease, Imotienga resolved to venture outside and gather some information. Upon exiting, Imotienga first made her way to the usual marketplace, where, to her delight, she spotted Mr. Huang. She greeted him warmly, "Uncle Huang." Mr. Huang, upon seeing her, expressed his joy. "Little Tian, it has been several days since we last met. Why haven't you been setting up your stall?" Imotienga replied, "Isn't it due to the Xiantai meeting? I may not come out for a while." Mr. Huang nodded in understanding. "Indeed, this is a significant event. How have you been preparing?" "Not much different," she remarked. "For us wandering cultivators, our preparations are always insufficient." This sentiment resonated with Mr. Huang, who sighed, "Indeed, we cannot compare to the offspring of those esteemed cultivation families, who can wholly devote themselves to their practice without the burden of other matters. We are equally in need of spiritual artifacts, talismans, and spirit stones." At this juncture, Imotienga fell silent. Had it not been for her father's unfortunate incident and her uncle's subsequent abandonment of the family legacy, she would not have been compelled to allocate so much time to trivial matters. Mr. Huang offered her reassurance. "Little Tian, if you find yourself in need of talismans, I can provide them to you at a discount. And if you lack spirit stones, do not worry, you may take them on credit." Upon hearing these words, Imotienga felt a stir of emotion. In truth, his relationship with Uncle Huang was not particularly profound. They had merely shared a small business stall for the past 2 years, engaging in conversation more frequently than not. Uncle Huang himself possessed a lackluster spiritual root, with a cultivation level only at the 8th layer of chi refinement. As he aged and lost hope for further advancement, he devoted most of his time to business, aspiring to accumulate some spiritual stones for future generations. Both of them were struggling as minor practitioners within the realm of cultivation, each facing their own challenges. In such circumstances, it was indeed rare for Uncle Huang to extend a helping hand. "No need for that, Uncle Huang. Your talismans hardly bring in substantial profits. How could I possibly take advantage of your goodwill?" Imotienga replied. "Moreover, as loose cultivators, we have navigated these challenges ourselves, and our combat experience far exceeds that of those from noble families." Taoist Huang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, while those from noble families may receive guidance from their elders, understanding combat is not something that can be grasped merely through a few words." Feeling increasingly uneasy, Imotienga recalled his original purpose for venturing out and swiftly changed the subject. "By the way, Uncle Huang, I haven't been out for 2 days. Have there been any new developments?" "New developments?" Taoist Huang pondered for a moment. "Ah, you must be referring to news about the Celestial Platform Conference. The influx of visitors has indeed increased recently. Just look at the streets. There are many more young cultivators, likely here to participate in the conference." Only then did Imotienga notice that indeed, there were more people than 2 days prior. As the Celestial Platform Conference approached, the number of attendees grew, including many loose cultivators from other sects seeking their fortunes, not to mention the influx of cultivators from various families. Alas, where there are many people, there are bound to be numerous troubles. Yesterday, I heard that the Huang family and the Yin family, both affiliated with the Yunwu sect, have lost their most promising young disciples, whose life lamps have extinguished, leaving no trace of their remains. Now, both families are accusing each other of foul play. "Oh," shouted Yan, "you must be cautious. One can never tell who might harbor ill intentions." Imotienga felt a jolt of alarm. It seemed this matter had already been exposed. However, She feigned surprise, stating, "Really?" Taoist Huang, oblivious to her unease, merely shook his head and sighed. Such occurrences are all too common. Every time the Celestial Platform Conference approaches, not only competing immortal families but also many wandering cultivators encounter similar fates. While we promote the cultivation of the Tao heart, it is inevitable that one will face inner demons on the path to enlightenment. These individuals hardly concern themselves with matters that leave no trace. Imo Tianga's heart settled slightly. As long as she was not suspected, everything would be fine. Noticing someone stopping at the stall, she smiled and said, "Uncle Huang, please carry on with your work. I shall go purchase some items to prepare." "Very well, do as you wish," Taoist Huang replied, promptly attending to his customers. The Celestial Platform Conference is indeed a lucrative opportunity. Though she had come to gather information, there were other matters to attend to. Calming her mind, she made her way to the largest store on Yunwu Mountain. Although not as grand as the Zwanking sect, the Yunwu sect's store was well stocked, offering a wide array of goods. Imo Tiange wasted no time and directly approached the attendant, inquiring, "Do you have 20 healing pills?" Being a regular patron, she was greeted warmly by the attendant, who responded, "Yes, indeed. Please wait a moment, esteemed friend." Having spoken, she turned and retrieved a sizable jade bottle from the counter, meticulously counting out 20 pills and placing them into a smaller jade vessel before offering it to her. "Do take a look, esteemed friend. Is there any issue?" The pills were counted in her presence, and their quality appeared satisfactory. Imo Tiange nodded, accepted the pills, and handed over the spirit stones. Although the previous day's couple did not possess a considerable amount of spirit stones, it was sufficient for her purchase. Indeed, robbery is a lucrative endeavor. The toil of her uncle and nephew paled in comparison to the swift gain of accidentally eliminating 2 Qi refinement cultivators. However, such thoughts were merely fleeting. Unlike those who recklessly pursued momentary pleasures without contemplating the dire consequences of being unable to form a core, she prided herself on her foresight. After acquiring the pills, she lingered no longer and exited the shop. She had no need for magical instruments, and the talismans were beyond her current budget of spirit stones. Upon reflection, what she truly lacked was restorative pills. The competition at the immortal platform would be fierce. When faced with formidable opponents, spiritual energy would inevitably deplete, and the contest would hinge on who possessed more restorative pills and spirit stones. While spirit stones could replenish spiritual energy, their efficacy paled in comparison to that of restorative pills. The importance of pills in cultivation cannot be overstated. The majority of the spirit stones earned by her uncle and nephew were expended on such medicines. Imo Tiange had once contemplated learning the art of alchemy, but her uncle had firmly dissuaded her. He argued that alchemy, artifact forging, array formations, and talismans all demanded significant dedication, and for a Qi refinement cultivator, devoting the majority of one's time to these pursuits was a misallocation of effort, unless one had lost all hope of establishing a foundation. Furthermore, given her innate talent for array formations, there was little need for her to delve into alchemy. Nurturing an alchemist was no simple task, and even minor cultivation families could scarcely afford it, let alone hers. Imo Tiange found herself uncertain of her aptitude for alchemy. Her second uncle remarked that members of the Yi family were adept in formations, while few excelled in the art of alchemy, leading her to believe that her lack of talent was quite probable, thus she abandoned the thought. Upon returning to her dwelling, she first visited her uncle's chamber. "Uncle?" The still-injured Yi Jiang opened his eyes and inquired, "How did it go?" "What do you mean, how?" Yi Jiang gazed at her and shook his head. "Did you not venture out early this morning to gather information?" Imo Tiange playfully stuck out her tongue. "You truly are like a worm in my belly, uncle." Yi Jiang shot her a sidelong glance and huffed. "What a lack of decorum." She chuckled and leaned closer, saying, "Uncle." Uncle Huang mentioned that both families have discovered a death, yet they are blaming each other, claiming the other is responsible, and have found no solid evidence. Yi Jiang nodded slightly. That is indeed favorable. Even if they ascertain that the other party is not to blame, it would be difficult to trace anything back to you. With the upcoming Xiantai meeting, the Cloud Mist Mountain is teeming with all sorts of characters. They will be unable to uncover anything. This perspective mirrored Uncle Huang's. Indeed, experience often proves invaluable. Reminiscing about her gains from the previous day, she felt a surge of excitement. "Uncle, I conducted an inventory yesterday. Although their talismans are few, there are 5 high-grade ones among them, which means I have profited. Additionally, there are several medicinal pills, including a vial of gathering Qi pills. Today, I used their spirit stones to purchase some spirit recovery pills, so I am quite well stocked." "Oh, that is indeed splendid news." Jiang initially believed that these two individuals possessed few spirit stones and talismans. However, it now appeared that the presence of 5 advanced talismans could indeed compensate for their losses. Given this, there was no need for further exertion in acquiring spirit stones. Uncle, I shall teach you the transformation of the spirit restraining formation. Spend the next few days contemplating it, so that you may grasp it more thoroughly when the time comes. She nodded vigorously. Yi Jiang smiled, gently ruffling her hair, and handed her a jade slip. This contains the method for setting up the formation. Delve into it, and return tomorrow to share what you have comprehended. A month swiftly passed. Throughout this time, Tiange dedicated herself to rigorous training and the study of formations, occasionally emerging to assess the situation. The conflict between the Yin and Huang families escalated as each side suspected the other of wrongdoing. Their investigations delved deeper, uncovering illicit affairs and leading to mutual accusations of inciting their younger generations to seduce one another. Unable to resolve the situation, they resorted to private duels that ultimately resulted in mutual destruction, further weakening their clans. Years later, the remaining cultivators from both families met their demise, leading to their erasure from the records of Yunwu Mountain, though that is a tale for another time. For now, as long as her own involvement remained undisclosed, Tiange was indifferent to their squabbles. The two families were merely engaged in a mutual attack, unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to strike at one another. She had more pressing matters at hand, namely the commencement of the Yunwu Mountain Celestial Platform Conference. At this moment, the number of cultivators on Yunwu Mountain had multiplied several times over. This was due to the influx of participants for the conference, many of whom were accompanied by friends or elders. On that day, Tiange rose early, and at the same time, Yi Jiang paused his recuperation, tidied his belongings, and set off with her. The uncle and nephew ascended the mountain path, soaring towards the peak where the cloud mist sect was nestled. They first approached the gatekeeper to register and obtain their tokens, permitting entry for the nephew alongside his uncle. Upon noticing Yi Jiang's foundation-building cultivation, the young disciple at the gate cast a lingering glance. Naturally, a cultivator at the foundation-building stage would find it significantly easier to join the sect, and bringing along a nephew or disciple into the fold was also a simple matter. However, given Yi Jiang's apparent youthfulness and the fleeting nature of his lifespan, the disciple soon diverted his gaze. Cultivators nearing their end, with little hope of advancement, were generally unwelcomed by the sect, and likewise, those foundation-building practitioners preferred not to be bound by the sect during their final days. Such circumstances were hardly surprising. Today, the entrance of the Cloud Mist sect resembled a bustling Taoist temple in the mundane world, with throngs of people populating the mountain path. Tiange estimated that there were likely thousands present. Even if half of these individuals were to participate in the competition, that still amounted to a considerable number, while the sect would only recruit a few dozen, underscoring the fierce competition. Upon entering the gates of Cloud Mist Mountain, one would find an expansive square, large enough to accommodate tens of thousands. Behind the square stood a magnificent hall, shrouded in mist, exuding an aura befitting a celestial sect. At present, 10 fighting platforms had been arranged within the square, each guarded by several foundation-building practitioners, with chi-refining cultivators present to handle registrations. The rules of the competition dictated that to advance to the next round, one must defeat more than 10 opponents, and subsequent rounds would follow suit, continuing until only a few dozen remained. Uncle Air had previously advised her that the beginning and the end of the contest were particularly challenging. At the outset, many sought to seize the opportunity for early qualification, while the seasoned competitors had yet to enter the fray. Conversely, towards the conclusion, numerous individuals who had faced defeat on other platforms would compete desperately for a final chance, often resulting in significant casualties during those critical moments. Thus, she resolved to enter the arena at a time close to the midpoint, thereby avoiding both the tumultuous start and the frenzied conclusion, which would likely afford her a measure of ease and reduce her encounters with those who fought with reckless abandon. As the sun rose, several communication talismans soared from the grand hall, landing directly in the hands of the cultivators guarding the arena. Upon receiving the talismans, these cultivators promptly announced the commencement of their respective contests. Each arena hosted its own competition, allowing each individual to participate once, prompting many to initially compete in a single arena, with the option to choose a weaker opponent for a second attempt should the first prove unsuccessful. However, such instances of success were rare, as the consumption of talismans and spirit stones was considerable. Most wandering cultivators could scarcely afford such expenditures. even if one possessed the means. Enduring injuries was almost inevitable, rendering subsequent attempts far more arduous than the first. Mo Tienga and her companion casually observed a particular arena, soon witnessing the arrival of a robust man, approximately 30 years of age and at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The rules of the Xian Tai Hui stipulated that only those under 50 years of age could register, as ascending beyond that age proved exceedingly difficult for cultivators. Consequently, the majority of participants were in their 30s or 40s, with youthful individuals like Mo Tienga, who had yet to reach 20, being quite uncommon. The burly man presented his token to the registering cultivator and boisterously proclaimed, "Is there any fellow cultivator willing to offer guidance?" His voice resonated like thunder, clearly audible to all beneath the stage. From the very beginning, there were practitioners at the 9th level of Qi refinement surrounding the arena, lamenting their misfortune. The 10th level represents the pinnacle of Qi refinement. It is only natural that those at the 6th or 7th levels would feel a sense of helplessness in the presence of such high-ranking individuals. However, some were unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Indeed, one individual ascended the stage, presenting their token, and then respectfully greeted the burly man, "Esteemed brother, I seek to learn from you." After a courteous exchange, both parties drew their spiritual weapons and commenced their duel. Yijia shook his head and remarked, "Let us observe another arena." Mo Tienga had no objections. The combat techniques exhibited by the two practitioners in this arena were rather ordinary. Although her cultivation level was lower, she was confident in her mastery of the Qingmu sword and Qingmu technique, making victory over them quite attainable. At the second arena, an astonishing contest unfolded as the two combatants engaged in a battle of talismans. It was unclear who these individuals were, as they hurled talismans at each other with reckless abandon, more fervently than she had witnessed in her encounters with the practitioners of the Yin family. Mo Tienga pondered. Facing such opponents, the only viable strategy seemed to be matching their fervor in throwing talismans. Utilizing a spiritual weapon could not rival the speed of talismans. While the incantations would deplete spiritual energy, favoring those with an abundance of talismans. The subsequent arenas were rather commonplace, yet one in particular caught Yi Zhang's attention, prompting an exclamation of surprise. Mo Tienga inquired curiously, "What is it, Uncle Yu?" After observing for a moment longer, Yi Zhang shook his head. "This practitioner's spiritual energy is remarkably pure. They either possess a venerable mentor or exhibit an unwavering determination." Mo Tienga gazed at the stage, where a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years old and at the 7th level of Qi refinement, was engaged in a contest with a youthful competitor, barely in his 20s, who had attained the 9th level of Qi refinement. The middle-aged cultivator wielded a fan-shaped magical artifact, while the young man relied solely on a defensive talisman affixed to his person. Yet, the youth's spells were executed with remarkable swiftness and precision, leaving the older practitioner in a state of disarray. It was likely that this young man was indeed the one spoken of by his second uncle. After observing for a while, Mo Tienga could not discern the underlying principles at play and remarked, "This individual is merely proficient in spellcasting." Yi Zhang chuckled and shook his head. His spellcasting is rather ordinary, yet his manipulation of spiritual energy is exceptionally rapid. Observe how he strikes. There is hardly any preparatory delay before his spells are unleashed in succession. Typical Qi refinement cultivators require considerable time to channel their energy before casting spells. This is precisely why talismans are often swifter. However, in his case, the difference is negligible, which represents the pinnacle of what a Qi refinement practitioner can achieve. Upon closer inspection, Mo Tienga indeed noted the truth in Yi Zhang's words. The young man appeared to cast spells as effortlessly as issuing talismans, one after another, leaving his opponent struggling to defend. To cultivate such a skill, one must have either received guidance from a mentor or engaged in dedicated practice of energy manipulation, investing substantial effort in the process. The ability to devote oneself to what might seem like a fruitless endeavor for an extended period illustrates a resolute character. Mo Tienga felt a deep admiration, not only for the young man's determination but also for his uncle's discerning eye. From merely observing the youth's rapid spellcasting, he could deduce the nature of the young man's character. After surveying the arena, the uncle and nephew finally settled on a spot. Yi Zhang declared, "This will do. You shall be the next to take the stage." Mo Tienga acknowledged the instruction and focused intently on the contest unfolding before him. Remarkably, the two practitioners on the stage appeared to be youthful, seemingly in their 20s, both at the 7th level of Qi refinement. One wielded a flying sword, while the other brandished a whip. The flying sword was a high-grade spiritual weapon, and the youth wielding it exuded an aura of pure spiritual energy. Gradually, the whip wielder found himself forced to defend, as his whip was merely a mid-grade spiritual weapon, rendering him too timid to engage directly with the flying sword. He could only evade, and ultimately, he reluctantly conceded defeat. Upon hearing the foundation-building practitioner at the edge of the stage announce the victor, the youth with the flying sword, brimming with pride, performed a polite bow toward the audience. Yi Jiang said, "It's your turn." Mo Tiange nodded and leaped onto the stage, first greeting the foundation-building practitioner beside her before presenting her token. Once the practitioner confirmed everything was in order, she clasped her hands in salute to the young man. "I am Yu Xiaotian. I humbly request your guidance." The young man on the stage, noticing that Mo Tiange did not acknowledge him before bowing to the referee, felt a surge of displeasure and snorted, choosing not to return the gesture. He unleashed his flying sword without hesitation. Mo Tiange, having anticipated this, drew forth her Qingmu sword and engaged in battle. Although the Qingmu sword was made of wood, it had been restored by a high-level practitioner, rendering it a high-grade spiritual weapon. Moreover, it complemented her Qingmu technique, allowing her to hold her own against the opponent's flying sword, resulting in a lively exchange of blows. While the young man focused intently on maneuvering his flying sword, Mo Tiange stealthily retrieved a handful of seeds from her Qingquan bag. As she skillfully directed the Qingmu sword to intercept the flying sword, she swiftly raised her left hand, sending 3 seeds, one each aimed high, middle, and low, toward her opponent. The opponent swiftly sensed something amiss, and in a moment of panic, refrained from confronting it directly, opting instead to evade. However, Mo Tiange unleashed 3 seeds in succession. He barely managed to dodge one, but the other 2 struck him squarely. The seed that hit him instantly sprouted into a sphere, shattering his protective shield, while the other rapidly transformed into thorns, ensnaring his legs securely. The youth had yet to react when the Qingmu sword deftly deflected his flying sword, aiming directly at his heart. He dared not move, for Mo Tiange held a talisman in his other hand, and he believed that any motion on his part would prompt her to unleash it. Reluctantly, he conceded. "I admit defeat." Defeating this young man was relatively effortless for her, as her uncle had consistently guided her in the mastery of spiritual energy. And her spiritual weapon was of superior quality, giving her a considerable advantage even against opponents of equal rank or those with slightly higher cultivation. After all, unlike that fateful day when her life was at stake, today she faced no mortal peril with her uncle present below, allowing her to confront her adversaries with composure. Naturally, facing cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement or particularly strong 9th level practitioners would pose a significant challenge. The second challenger, like her, was also at the 7th level of Qi refinement, and Mo Tiange triumphed without expending much effort. However, thereafter, no more 7th level practitioners ascended. Instead, challengers of the 8th and 9th levels appeared. Initially, Mo Tiange found the encounters manageable, but after defeating 5 or 6 opponents, she began to feel the strain. The subsequent challengers were predominantly overcome by the Qingmu sword, which surpassed the capabilities of typical high-grade spiritual weapons, often leaving her nearly depleted of spiritual energy by the end of each battle. In this situation, the Cloud Mist sect has established regulations. The victor may meditate briefly, though not for an extended period, thus relying on spirit stones to replenish their spiritual energy. Fortunately, Mo Tiange had adequately prepared spirit stones, enabling her to restore her energy each time. However, after consecutively engaging in 5 or 6 matches, she began to feel fatigued, not physically, but mentally. Even with her abundant spiritual energy, this weariness was inescapable. Nevertheless, her string of victories had attracted the attention of those watching. Among the participants of the Immortal Stage Conference, many were at the 7th level of Qi refinement, yet the majority were cultivators at the 9th and 10th levels, making her consecutive victories over 4 cultivators of higher realms a rare feat currently. There was no other arena where a cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement was defending their position. Moreover, her techniques were distinctly unique. Her seeds sprouted instantaneously and struck the enemy just before reaching them, far surpassing the efficacy of ordinary wood-based spells. It is essential to note that typical wood spells are merely illusions of plants created by spiritual energy, which consume more energy than sprouting seeds. Launching seeds into the air is indeed challenging to defend against. After employing a high-level talisman, she managed to narrowly defeat a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Yet the next challenger left her feeling powerless. This opponent was a cultivator at the 10th level. While the outcome against cultivators at the 8th or 9th levels might be uncertain, facing a 10th level cultivator clearly placed her at a disadvantage. Nonetheless, she resolved instantly, if that were the case, she would resort to talismans and spiritual herbs. After exchanging greetings, Imotienga promptly summoned her Qingmu sword and affixed a defensive talisman to her body. The challenger, a middle-aged man, appeared composed, skillfully invoking a spiritual artifact, a small flag that floated before him. All flag-type spiritual artifacts are either defensive or controlling in nature, making them quite formidable. Imotienga exercised caution as she wielded the Qingshu sword, launching seeds imbued with talismans relentlessly towards the middle-aged cultivator. To her surprise, the cultivator remained unperturbed, using a small flag to attract all her attacks effortlessly, leaving the flag unscathed. Imotienga furrowed her brow. It appeared that the flag was indeed a treasure of defense. This presented a significant challenge, as her opponent's cultivation surpassed hers, making it arduous for her to land effective strikes. Her strategy was to take the initiative. If she could injure him first, he would become much easier to handle. Yet, the presence of such a spiritual artifact complicated matters. She continued to scatter seeds generously, refraining from using talismans further, for wasting them would hinder her efforts later. While the opponent absorbed her assaults, he retaliated with a fireball. Fire-type spells are among the most potent in the elemental spectrum, and most cultivators with a fire affinity specialize in such spells. Imotienga did not underestimate the attack. She swiftly employed a lightness technique to evade, realizing that dodging the fireball was not particularly difficult. A sense of delight washed over her. Her adversary seemed more skilled in defense than in offense, which granted her a glimmer of hope. Fortunately, she was merely utilizing common thorns and cacti for her seeds, which were inexpensive and could be cast without concern. With renewed determination, she grasped another handful of seeds and released a dozen simultaneously. The middle-aged cultivator remained focused on channeling spiritual energy into the small flag, oblivious to several seeds that had not been aimed at him, but instead fell in various other directions. Imotienga patiently dodged the spells while continuing to launch her seeds, ultimately filling every intended trajectory with her projectiles. She halted her movements, channeling her energy through her palms, and suddenly pressed downwards. Surrounding the arena, several clusters of thorns erupted violently, encircling the middle-aged cultivator. Startled, the cultivator noticed the thorns beginning to swirl around him. As they continued to spin, the scene before his eyes gradually became blurred, and soon, even the thorns vanished, leaving an expanse of confusion. He could see nothing but himself. Suddenly, a spell was launched towards him. He managed to deflect each attack with his flags, yet the onslaught was relentless, preventing him from ever relaxing. Eventually, his spiritual energy dwindled, and even the replenishing elixirs could not sustain him for long. Outside the formation, Imotienga refrained from attacking. Instead, she cast several spirit stones to manipulate the array, allowing herself a brief respite as she awaited her opponent's energy to deplete. Fortunately, her adversary was not well versed in formations and had not shifted his position, which would have made it exceedingly difficult to establish the array amidst the battle. At last, observing her opponent growing increasingly fatigued, she produced a high-level water talisman and hurled it forth. Water surged around the middle-aged cultivator's feet, and she followed it with a basic earth spell, conjuring quicksand beneath him. The phenomenon beneath his feet was not easily detected, and at this juncture, the cultivator was already struggling to wield his flags effectively. By the time the quicksand manifested, the water had ensnared him. He attempted to dispel the spell with his flag, but found himself lacking sufficient spiritual energy. Imotienga unleashed her Qingmu sword, thrusting it towards the cultivator. As the sword materialized before him, the middle-aged cultivator had no choice but to shift his flag aside just in time to barely fend off the sword's tip. Yet the quicksand and water surged up more rapidly. Without pause, Imotienga launched another talisman. A resounding crash echoed as the cultivator fell from the arena. At that moment, the referee, a foundation-building practitioner, approached to assess the fallen combatant before rising and nodding. Yi Xiaodian wins. With the support of her spiritual energy dissipated, the formation fell into disrepair, and the thorns withered away. The middle-aged cultivator, now witnessing the outside world, stood up with a pallid complexion and leaped off the stage. His defensive banner was indeed formidable. Even with Imotienga exerting herself to the utmost, she could not inflict significant harm upon him. Ultimately, she succumbed to a practitioner at the 7th level of Qi refinement, which surely dealt a severe blow to her confidence. Furthermore, This defeat meant she would have to compete on other stages, and the injuries sustained and medicines consumed would undoubtedly affect her performance in the subsequent rounds, making victory considerably more challenging. Imotienga was also in a precarious situation. This was the 8th match, and she needed to triumph over 2 more opponents to qualify for the next round. However, she was utterly fatigued. Facing another opponent akin to the previous middle-aged cultivator would be exceedingly arduous. Given her current cultivation level, it would be immensely difficult to contend with a group of opponents at the 9th and 10th levels, all of whom were equally eager for victory. Moreover, she was on the verge of exhausting her energy, having already utilized talismans, medicinal pills, and spiritual stones, making it nearly impossible to face the next arena. Thus, she resolved to give her all, reassured by the presence of her second uncle. As long as she avoided reckless peril, her life would not be in jeopardy. Alas, had she belonged to a cultivation family, they would have dispatched family disciples to secure the necessary participants, thus assembling a full 10, rather than relying solely on her own strength. However, after recovering her spiritual energy, she found that no one had yet ascended the stage. The referee called out again. Those wishing to challenge, please come forth promptly. If no one appears within 15 minutes, the reigning champion will be declared the undisputed victor. After a brief pause, a challenger finally emerged, a practitioner of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Imotienga found it peculiar. Typically, opponents in such contests were progressively stronger. Having witnessed earlier duels, only those with genuine prowess dared to take the stage. Was there something extraordinary about this Qi refinement practitioner, who was at the same level as herself? Determined, she began the contest. However, this opponent proved quite ordinary. Utilizing the greenwood technique, it took only a moment before the challenger conceded defeat. Imotienga was baffled. It felt as though this practitioner had merely come to fill the numbers. After a more extended interval, another challenger approached, this one even weaker, at merely the 6th layer. She swiftly triumphed over him as well. Overjoyed, Imotienga descended from the stage, her steps unsteady, nearly losing her balance. Fortunately, Yijiang stepped forward to steady her. Second uncle, I did it. Yijiang smiled, guiding her away from the crowd. Take a moment to rest. You have already emerged victorious. Imotienga nodded, settling down to meditate until her spiritual energy was restored. Once she concluded her practice and opened her eyes, she gazed at her second uncle with delight. Second uncle, I truly succeeded, didn't I? Yijiang smiled and nodded. Indeed, you have succeeded. If you focus on your opponents, victory will naturally follow. This is not mere consolation. While you lack experience in life and death battles, such competitions are not without merit. Imotienga's expression darkened with concern. This was merely the first round of competition. And if it was already so arduous, how would the next round unfold? Yijiang, contemplating the situation, sighed. If it does not work out, so be it. We shall not force it. Indeed, her ability to emerge victorious was already a stroke of luck. In the subsequent rounds, every opponent would be formidable. Even if she were to defeat one, conquering 2 would be exceedingly challenging. The uncle and niece exchanged words of comfort, steeling themselves to observe the contest. By afternoon, the battles on the arena grew increasingly intense, with more than half of the participants having taken the stage. Some were now fighting with desperation, injuries proliferating, and the severity of wounds escalating. Imotienga found it increasingly unbearable to watch. This was her first experience at the Immortal Platform Conference. Despite her mental preparation, she had not anticipated such brutality. A wave of sorrow washed over her. The path of immortality seemed elusive, and for solitary cultivators, the journey was even more arduous. For a mere glimmer of hope, they were willing to stake their lives, rendering the path heartbreakingly poignant. As the sun began to set, all competitions concluded, and the judges announced the end of the event. Tragically, 2 individuals had succumbed to their injuries, with countless others wounded. Imotienga exhaled in relief and approached the other victors. The 10 arenas were abuzz with foundational cultivators gathered together, scrutinizing the victors with furrowed brows, engaged in hushed discussions. This stirred a sense of unease among the champions, leaving them uncertain about what discontent might linger. Imotienga cast a careful glance around, failing to discern any apparent issues. There were only a little over 20 victors, yet half of them bore injuries, among which were merely 4 women, while the youth comprised a significant portion. This was likely due to the fact that those in their 20s who attained such cultivation levels typically hailed from families of immortal practitioners, thereby increasing their chances of success. Clearly, an announcement regarding the next round was imminent. which made Imotienga feel somewhat anxious, apprehensive of any unforeseen developments. The crowd was in an uproar, both astonished and delighted. Imotienga was particularly affected. She had initially worried about failing to progress to the second round, and was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. At that moment, she could hardly contain her joy, as she would be able to directly enter the Yunwu sect. Upon ascending the mountain this time, your uncle is not by your side. You must exercise caution in all matters. That communication jade pendant must never leave your person, and you should refrain from displaying any feminine demeanor in the presence of others. Only when you have formed your golden core and possess the strength to protect yourself may you reveal your true self. Should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, descend the mountain and consult your uncle. Avoid any disputes with your fellow disciples. Do you understand? Imotienga nodded, her face reflecting a sense of reluctance. Uncle, you must also take care while you are alone on the mountain. Should anything arise, please send word to me, and I will come down at once. Yijiang nodded reassuringly, offering her comfort. Rest assured, this place is within the jurisdiction of Yunwu's Sect's market. There is little danger. Besides, your uncle is a foundational cultivator, and no one would dare to provoke me. Do not descend too frequently. It would not be wise for others to notice. Once a month is sufficient. However, Imotienga hesitated. But what will happen to your healing elixirs when I am not here? Yijiang smiled. As you are now a disciple of the Cloud Mist sect, the affiliated shops can assist you in selling your items. When the time comes, you can collect the formations from your second uncle and exchange them for spirit stones. This indeed presents an advantage. It turns out they were merely loose cultivators, and the prices offered by the Cloud Mist sect shops for their items were quite low. Moreover, the shopkeeper lacked discernment and was unwilling to offer a fair price for their formations. However, with a consignment sale, that would no longer be an issue. Imotienga's spirits lifted. Yes, second uncle, once I establish my foundation, I will be able to possess my own cave dwelling, and we can be together. Yijiang nodded with a smile. Your second uncle awaits you. It was already nearing the hour of Wu, so she urged, you must hurry. After making the necessary preparations, Imotienga utilized her light body technique and leaped towards the entrance of the Cloud Mist sect. Yijiang gazed at her departing figure and let out a soft sigh. Upon reaching the gate, Imotienga observed disciples stationed at the entrance. With a cheerful demeanor, she approached, bowed respectfully, and inquired, esteemed senior brothers, I have come to report today. May I ask where I should go? Glancing to the side, she noticed several individuals already waiting there, and she bowed to them as well, saying, thank you, esteemed senior brothers. Following their guidance, she entered the gate and patiently waited in the designated area. Her second uncle had advised her not to offend any chi refining cultivator lightly, even those engaged in menial tasks, for although they may seem insignificant, their control over their small domains can be quite irksome. Thus, even in the presence of just two gatekeeping disciples, she greeted them warmly as senior brothers. Just as she was feeling somewhat bored, someone approached her and initiated a conversation. Greetings, junior sister. As Imotienga turned her head, she beheld the singular person who had qualified, a practitioner at the 8th level of chi refinement. This individual, merely in his 20s, possessed an upright countenance and an aura of freshness and vigor that was quite endearing. With a warm smile, he spoke in a refined and cultured manner, junior sister. At such a young age, you have already attained the 7th level of cultivation and display remarkable prowess. I fear it won't be long before you surpass me. I am Su Jingji. May I inquire about your esteemed name? Su Jingji chuckled, waving his hand dismissively, and continued, Junior Sister Yi, we entered the sect together, and we shall likely share the same training grounds, so I hope you will be accommodating in the future. The two exchanged pleasantries until others gradually joined them. Imotienga noticed the middle-aged practitioner at the 10th level of chi refinement, who had lost to her previously, among the newcomers. He appeared pale, evidently still bearing the wounds from battle, though he must have triumphed on another arena. Additionally, the young man she had seen yesterday, whose spell casting was as swift as a talisman, was also present. As the hour of the dog approached, with the sun setting low in the west, two practitioners at the 10th level of chi refinement approached from the direction of the main hall. They bowed to the assembly and announced, esteemed junior brothers and junior sisters, please accompany us to meet the sect master. The crowd responded respectfully and followed the two into the grand hall. Upon entering the hall, they discovered it to be majestic and imposing, adorned with intricately carved railings and abundant spiritual energy. At the highest point sat an elderly man with flowing white beard, leisurely sipping tea. Mo Tiange sensed an overwhelming aura of authority emanating from him. He was undoubtedly Fong Dingyue, the sect master and a master of the core formation stage. Indeed, the two practitioners who had led them stood at either side and declared, "Junior brothers, please pay your respects to the sect master." The assembly hurriedly bowed, saying, "Disciples pay their respects to the sect master." Zheng Yu set down the tea set, rose to his feet, and raised a hand. No need for formalities. He cast a sweeping gaze over the assembly, and once everyone stood respectfully, he spoke. "Now that you have joined the Yunwu sect, it is imperative that you adhere to our sect's regulations. We shall endeavor to facilitate your cultivation. Your emergence from a multitude signifies that you are among the elite of qi refinement practitioners. I urge you to diligently cultivate, advance to the foundation establishment stage, and further the reputation of the Yunwu sect. Very well, time is of the essence. You may proceed to the Hall of Elders to register your names and collect your items. Tomorrow, you shall begin your training alongside the disciples of Yunwu." After this brief address, the two qi refinement practitioners guided the newcomers out of the grand hall. They navigated through several areas before entering a modest courtyard. This courtyard lacked the grandeur of the main hall, resembling an ordinary secular abode. In the main hall of the courtyard, a table was set, behind which a foundation establishment practitioner sat in meditation. The two guides entered respectfully and announced, "Uncle Yu, we have brought the new disciples to report in." The practitioner did not respond, remaining absorbed in his own cultivation, while the two qi refinement practitioners exhibited patience, awaiting his acknowledgement. After a considerable interval, the foundation establishment practitioner finally opened his eyes, casting a cursory glance at them, and said, "Each of you, please present your tokens to receive your belongings." The two replied affirmatively, then turned to the gathered disciples, saying, "Please, one by one, come forward to receive your items, and then wait in the courtyard for further instructions." The assembly nodded eagerly, each approaching in turn without contention. Soon it was Mo Tiange's turn to enter. She presented her token, which was duly inspected by the foundation establishment cultivator. Her name was inscribed on another jade slip, and she was given a different jade plate, on which she was instructed to leave her spiritual imprint. The slip was retained, while the plate was handed to her. Subsequently, the cultivator retrieved a Qianquan bag from somewhere and tossed it over. Mo Tiange hurriedly caught it, bowed in gratitude, and then exited. This was another courtyard, albeit distinct from the one at the Deacon Hall, featuring a cluster of bamboo houses surrounded by a fence. Almost immediately, a middle-aged woman of foundation establishment emerged. The two qi refinement disciples promptly approached and greeted her. "Greetings, Master Lin. We have brought several newly admitted junior sisters for your consideration. We hope you will kindly arrange for them." The woman furrowed her brow and coldly remarked, "Why did you not bring the female disciples here alone? What is the meaning of so many men coming to this female courtyard?" The two disciples repeatedly apologized. Yes, we were inconsiderate. Please punish us, Master Lin." With a huff, the woman declared, "Very well, let the female disciples enter with me." The four female disciples stepped forward in unison, offering their greetings, Master Lin. "Enough. You may leave now," she commanded, leading the female disciples into the courtyard, disregarding the others completely. The two qi refinement disciples exchanged wry smiles and guided the group a considerable distance before arriving at another bamboo dwelling. "This will be your residence. The management here falls under Brother Zhou, though he is currently out. For now, we will make the arrangements." They explained that each disciple would have their own room, with 5 sharing a larger one, and called out names for them to select their accommodations. Before long, Mo Tiange was assigned her room. She bowed respectfully and proceeded to the larger dwelling. To her surprise, Su Jingji was assigned to share the same spacious chamber. For cultivators, tidying up a dwelling was merely a matter of employing a few minor spells. Consequently, shortly thereafter, the fellow practitioners residing in the expansive room gathered in the small hall to introduce themselves. In Mo Tiange's chamber, apart from Su Jingji, there were 3 others, 2 at the 10th level of qi refinement and 1 at the 9th level. The practitioner at the 9th level, named Qin Shi, was the same young man she had observed the previous day, whose spellcasting abilities rivaled those of talismans. He appeared to be no more than 20, possessing a handsome visage, yet he seemed rather reticent. Among the 2 practitioners at the 10th level, one was named Lu Yidao, a robust man exuding a jovial demeanor, while the other, Jiang Shanghong, appeared to be under 30, with well-defined features but a rather cold disposition, likely indicative of his focus on water-based spells. In this chamber, Imotienga was undeniably the youngest, both in cultivation and age, and thus readily accepted her status as the junior among them, addressing the others as senior brothers. Louis Dao, being the eldest at 32, displayed a warm and welcoming nature that befitted his role as the leader. Next in line was Jiang Shanghong, age 28. Su Jingji and Qin Shi appeared to be of similar age. However, Qin Shi claimed to be 24, while Su Jingji stated he was 23, leading to Qin Shi being recognized as the elder. As they established their ranks, the coincidence of their cultivation levels and ages prompted Lu Yidao and Su Jingji to suggest that they should share a drink to celebrate, but alas, having just arrived at the sect and with nightfall approaching, they had no means to procure any wine, and thus had to forego the idea. Upon returning to her own small room and setting up a defensive formation, Imotienga finally exhaled in relief. Yet, as she sat on her bed, she found herself overwhelmed by a profound sense of fatigue. Despite possessing the mystical jade pendant, she remained apprehensive about being discovered. Fortunately, as Yi Jingwen had previously assured her, even the seasoned practitioners in the nascent soul stage could not discern her true nature, affording her a greater level of safety while donning male attire. Initially, she had contemplated entering the sect as a woman for convenience. However, her second uncle advised that female members might be hastily designated as dual cultivation partners, rendering it wiser to maintain her disguise as a man. After all, she would not be required to share living quarters with others, and exercising caution would be prudent. Within the confines of the sect, although she had her own modest abode, it ultimately housed numerous men, necessitating an abundance of vigilance in the future. The room was rather small, featuring a low bed in the corner adorned with a straw mat, a meditation cushion, a wooden table, and a chair, nothing more. Yet, being a cultivation sect, even the straw mat and wooden table emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy, clearly distinguishing them from mundane objects. Steadying her mind, Imotienga began to extract various items from her Qiankuan pouch, such as bedding. Although her need for rest had diminished, the presence of a warm quilt brought her comfort. This Qiankuan pouch was merely an ordinary one within the cultivation realm, significantly inferior to her own, as hers was a treasured artifact of the Yi family, rather than a common commodity. The contents were few: a jade token, a manual of cultivation methods, 2 bottles of elixirs, 20 spirit stones, and a jade slip containing the sect's regulations and important notes, known as the Yunwu Sect Handbook. The jade token served as an identity emblem, having been previously observed in use by Yi Jingguan. As such, tokens are commonly employed within cultivation sects to attest to a disciple's identity. The jade tablet is inscribed with names, ages, and cultivation levels, while a copy remains within the sect for verification in the event that a disciple goes missing and later returns. There exists a method for refining qi within the Yunwu sect, with the 5 elemental attributes allocated according to the records on the tablet. For instance, the method registered during the skin tie assembly for Imotienga pertains to the cultivation of wood attributes. This particular technique, known as the Longevity Sutra, is one of the most fundamental practices in the realm of immortality, albeit more comprehensive than the versions commonly circulated, supplemented by annotations from esteemed predecessors. Additionally, there are 20 spirit stones and 2 vials of elixirs, rewards from their Xiantai assembly, which will subsequently be distributed monthly among ordinary disciples. The prospect of the elixirs brought great joy to Imotienga, with her spiritual roots, alongside a superior technique, a spirit-gathering orb, and a spirit-gathering array. She could merely ensure that she does not lag behind ordinary 3-rooted practitioners. To truly distinguish herself, the elixirs are indispensable. On this day, she refrained from cultivation and indulged in a restful slumber. Awakening early in the morning, she felt rejuvenated. Upon exiting her room, she found the small hall enveloped in tranquility, with the presence of other practitioners likely indicating their dedication to training. She promptly secured her door and went to freshen up. The record indicated that behind this bamboo dwelling, a small stream flows, and the water from the stream is directed into a pond for the disciples' ablutions. Upon her arrival, the 2 individuals greeted her before continuing their conversation while seeking a place to wash their faces. Returning to the main hall, she found Su Jingji engrossed in conversation with Qin Shi, whose expression was notably impassive, revealing a lack of interest in their discussion. As soon as Su Jingji spotted her, he cheerfully called out, "Junior brother Yi, so early." "Ah, good morning to you both, senior brothers," Imotienga replied with a smile as she approached them. "What are you 2 discussing?" Su Jingji proposed. "We are discussing going out for a meal while taking the opportunity to explore the sect and gather some insights." Although Su Jingji seemed quite enthusiastic, it was apparent that Qin showed little interest, merely refraining from dismissing his suggestion. After all, cultivators typically shun worldly matters. While they have yet to attain the ability to abstain from food entirely, they generally prefer the consumption of spirit herbs. Imotienga pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, "I would like to join as well. I am indeed feeling a bit hungry." Su Jingji was delighted by this. Just then, another door swung open, revealing Lu Yidao, who glanced at them and inquired, "What are you discussing, junior brothers?" "Oh, Brother Lu. We are planning to go to the dining hall for a bite to eat and to explore a bit," Su Jingji replied. Lu Yidao considered this for a moment and asked, "Would you mind if I joined as well?" Su Jingji shook his head vigorously. "Of course not. It would be a pleasure to have you, Brother Lu." Lu Yidao chuckled. "Since the four of us are going, why not call Jiang Shidi to join us?" Su Jingji had no objections, and Imotienga thought it would be beneficial to establish good relations with her fellow brothers. Qin Shi remained expressionless, seemingly lost in thought. Lu Yidao then approached Jiang Shanghang's door and knocked. "Jiang Shidi." After a brief pause, the door opened, revealing Jiang Shanghang, who held the door latch and regarded Lu Yidao with a cool demeanor, tinged with a hint of frost. "Brother Lu, what brings you here?" he asked. Lu Yidao replied cheerfully, "Jiang Shidi, we have decided to head to the dining hall for a bite and to have a look around. Would you care to join us?" Jiang Shanghang furrowed his brow and stated, "I will not be going." Lu Yidao was taken aback, not expecting such indifference from the individual, who seemed utterly disinclined to engage with them. Not wanting to press the matter, he smiled and said, "Then, junior brother Jiang, please feel free. We shall take our leave." Jiang Shanghang merely grunted in response and closed the door before Lu Yidao. Unfazed, Lu Yidao turned to his companions and called out, "Shall we depart?" Imotienga exchanged a glance with Su Jingji, both shaking their heads before following Lu Yidao outside. After walking a short distance, Su Jingji leaned in to whisper to her. This senior brother Zhang hails from a prestigious family of the Yunwu sect. It is said that he was regarded as a discarded child, with the opportunity to join the sect bestowed upon his cousin. Unwilling to accept this fate, he willingly risked his life to attend the Xiantai conference. Oh, Imotienga finally understood. It seemed this individual was filled with ambition and thus had no desire to squander time on matters unrelated to cultivation. At the tender age of under 30, Jiang had already achieved the remarkable cultivation level of Qi refinement stage 10, which was indeed commendable. It was astonishing that his family would forsake such a prodigious descendant. Lu Yidao, having overheard, approached them. Su Jingji, also from a family of cultivators, possessed considerable knowledge about these matters and elaborated, "Brother Lu may not be aware, but the Jiang family is among the foremost of the Yunwu sect as families, boasting 2 golden core cultivators and dozens of foundation establishment practitioners, showing little regard for those with less than 3 spiritual roots. This senior brother Jiang had an elder who, due to internal family strife, offended the current head of the family. That elder has long since passed, leaving senior brother Jiang to bear the brunt of their anger. The others present, apart from Su Jingji, were all independent cultivators, unable to fathom the intrigues of such a cultivation family, and could only shake their heads in disbelief." Lu Yidao sighed. Although junior brother Zhang's spiritual root is not particularly strong, he is exceptionally diligent in his cultivation. If he were to receive support from his family, the likelihood of him establishing a foundation would be significantly increased. What a pity! Su Jingji also shook his head, lamenting, "Alas, with the influence of the Jiang family, they can recommend several disciples to the sect each year. In fact, if it were anyone else, they could enter the sect without needing to cultivate to the 10th level. There would be no need to participate in the Immortal Platform Conference. Unlike our Su family, which is merely a small cultivation lineage with scant opportunities, we are compelled to attend the Immortal Platform Conference." A sense of melancholy filled the hearts of the group. Cultivating as a loose practitioner is challenging, and the path of cultivation families is not without its own tribulations. Each has its difficulties. In summary, the truth remains, the path of immortality is arduous. According to the map in the manual, they arrived at the dining hall, where someone promptly approached them. "Esteemed seniors, you have come for a meal, I presume? Please, take a seat. Should you require meals in the future, simply let us know." Imotienga observed that the individual was rather aged, yet possessed only the first level of Qi refinement, suggesting he was a member of a cultivation family with inferior spiritual roots, relegated to menial tasks for sustenance. Among the group, Su Jingji was the most familiar with him. Thus he spoke, "Let us eat whatever is available." The man nodded in acknowledgement and retreated. Soon after, A mortal woman arrived with the prepared dishes, clearly having arranged them beforehand. Emotinga glanced over the offerings: stir-fried mustard greens, pickled cucumbers, steamed pork ribs, stir-fried rabbit meat, and a bowl of fish soup, all imbued with a faint aura of spiritual energy. It appeared that the culinary provisions at Yunwu's sect were quite satisfactory. Louis Dao hesitated. Is that so? Emotinga smiled. Indeed, otherwise, why would the sect establish a dining hall? They could simply provide disciples with spirit-replenishing pills instead. It seems reasonable. Yet Louis Dao inquired further. Is it not because the refining of the fasting elixir is rather troublesome? Emotinga and Su Jingji were momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. However, Qinshi, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. The sect encourages the consumption of fasting elixirs, as it alleviates the burdens of appetite and aids in cultivating a focused mindset. Nonetheless, consuming food infused with spiritual energy is also acceptable. If it happens to be from spiritual beasts, it can enhance one's own spiritual energy, which is advantageous. Upon hearing this, Emotinga and Su Jingji nodded in understanding. So that is how it is. Louis Dao then picked up his chopsticks, and the four commenced their meal. For the most part, it was Emotinga and Su Jingji who dined, as they merely sampled a few bites. This demonstrated that they were individuals of steadfast resolve, indifferent to mere culinary desires. After hastily consuming some food, Emotinga and Su Jingji arranged for meals to be delivered daily, deciding not to squander any more time coming here. This was the norm among disciples in the sect. None wished to waste their time on the journey, opting instead for meals to be brought to them. Emotinga had also familiarized himself with the terrain of the mountain. The Cloud Mist Mountain features two peaks, north and south, with newcomers like them residing on the southern peak. The southern peak is lower and possesses lesser spiritual energy, directly connecting to the market, making it quite convenient for lower-ranking disciples. In contrast, the northern peak is significantly higher and boasts several times the spiritual energy. It is said that one must establish a foundation before relocating to the northern peak, and as disciples in the Qi refinement stage, they cannot ascend without specific tasks. On the southern peak, there are several important places such as the True Treasure Hall, the Steward Hall, and the Teaching Palace. The True Treasure Hall serves as the administrative center of the sect leader, who typically resides on the northern peak, while the disciples of the southern peak are managed by the stewards of the Steward Hall. The Deacon Hall oversees all matters concerning the Qi refinement disciples, assigning tasks, distributing spirit stones and elixirs, arranging accommodations, and resolving disputes. The Doctrine Palace serves as a venue for teachings, where every 10 days a Foundation Establishment cultivator delivers a discourse, occasionally graced by the presence of nascent soul practitioners, which is highly cherished by the Qi refinement disciples. In typical sects, menial tasks are generally entrusted to the miscellaneous disciples. These miscellaneous disciples differ from the formally accepted disciples. During the decadal enrollment of disciples based on their spirit roots, those deemed unsuitable voluntarily become miscellaneous disciples, tasked with handling various chores such as gatekeeping, errands, and cleaning. The kitchen also caters to these miscellaneous disciples. They receive spirit stones according to the tasks they perform, albeit without elixirs. Should a miscellaneous disciple catch the attention of a Foundation Establishment elder, they may ascend to become a formal disciple. Hence, many are willing to take on the role of miscellaneous disciples. Of course, the formal disciples are not entirely exempt from responsibilities. They are required to lead in guarding the mountain gate, tending to spiritual herbs, and assisting in alchemy and artifact crafting, often with several miscellaneous disciples under their guidance. However, compared to their miscellaneous counterparts, formal disciples are only required to complete 1 or 2 tasks annually, allowing them ample time to devote to cultivation. Upon returning to their dwelling, the group discovered an unfamiliar cultivator tending to 2 spiritual herbs beside the first room. This first room, as mentioned by the 2 Qi refinement disciples during their arrival, is managed by Senior Brother Zhou, who is temporarily absent. Upon seeing this individual, the expressions of the group shifted. For this person possessed a cultivation level surpassing that of a 10th layer Qi refinement practitioner, yet had not yet reached the Foundation Establishment stage, appearing to be at approximately the 11th layer of Qi refinement. According to the classifications of Qi refinement, the 1st to 4th layers represent the initial stage. The 5th to 7th layers denote the mid-stage, and the 8th to 10th layers correspond to the late stage, with the 10th layer signifying the completion of the Qi refinement stage. However, there exists a peculiar circumstance where one may exhibit a cultivation level higher than that of a 10th layer without attaining Foundation Establishment. This occurs when one has ingested a foundation establishment pill but has failed to successfully establish a foundation, thus absorbing the entirety of the pill's potency and advancing to the 11th layer of chi refinement. It seems that this individual is indeed their senior brother, Sho. And it is no wonder that the female institute's overseer is a foundation establishment uncle, while they have a senior brother, revealing that this brother is no ordinary disciple. As they were engulfed in astonishment, senior brother Zhou had already finished watering the spiritual herbs and turned to cast a glance at them while gathering his tools. He remarked, "So, you are the new disciples?" After receiving an affirmative response, he continued to prune the branches and leaves, stating, "Since you reside here, you must adhere to my rules. Whether you choose to cultivate or engage in leisure, I shall not interfere, but you are prohibited from disturbing others, venturing into forbidden areas, or engaging in private disputes. Should you require to leave the mountain for any reason, you must inform me, and any conflicts with others must be reported to me as well. Naturally, if you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, feel free to seek my guidance. Do you understand?" In unison, they replied, "Yes." Senior brother Zhou then waved his hand, saying, "Very well, you may go." As soon as the door closed, Su Jingji exclaimed with envy, "So this is what it means to be at the 11th layer of chi refinement. Senior brother Zhou is truly fortunate." Gu often harbored similar sentiments. Given her spiritual root, the likelihood of establishing a foundation was exceedingly slim. Although the 11th level of chi refinement did not equate to the foundation establishment stage, it was akin to having one foot poised at the threshold of that realm. Louis Dao remarked, "Among those who enter the sect, who does not aspire to attain the foundation establishment pill? Yet, I wonder if we possess the fortune of Brother Zhou, who has reached the 11th level of chi refinement, thus harboring hope for foundation establishment." Qin Shi merely stated, "It is said that in 3 years, the grand competition within the sect will commence. We must strive diligently." The three nodded in unison. The grand competition would reward foundation establishment pills based on rankings, and they certainly would not let such an opportunity slip by. However, Gu felt a profound sense of anxiety. With Louis Dao at the 10th level, he merely needed to practice combat techniques over the next 3 years. Qin Shi, at the 9th level, had a promising chance of advancing to the 10th level, and he was adept in the art of combat. Su Jingji, regardless of circumstances, possessed a cultivation level that surpassed hers, bolstered by the support of his family. Only she, at the 7th level of chi refinement, had managed to enter the sect purely by luck. Achieving the 9th level within 3 years would be exceedingly ambitious, making the prospect of winning a foundation establishment pill daunting. A few days later, a disciple of minor rank delivered their sect robes. Brother Zhou informed them that today, the Hall of Transcendence would host a lecture by a foundation establishment elder, commencing at the hour of Chun and extending until the hour of Yu. The disciples' robes from Yunwu Mountain were of a cerulean hue, adorned with wisps of cloud and the characters of the Yunwu sect. The attire of these chi refinement disciples was hardly aesthetically pleasing. Gu recalled the elegant garments worn by Yi Jingwan, which were truly ethereal, far surpassing the robes of the Yunwu sect in beauty. With a self-deprecating smile, she acknowledged that the inherent nature of women was indeed difficult to alter. She tightly bound her chest and wrapped her waist several times before donning her outer robe. Satisfied, she gazed at her flat figure in the mirror, completely devoid of any feminine traits. For cultivators, employing spells or spiritual tools was far less secure than this method. However, the act of concealing her identity was becoming increasingly arduous. After turning 15, the differences between her and the males grew more pronounced. Not only did she have to bind her chest and waist, but she also had to disguise her voice to sound masculine. Fortunately, her voice was not shrill, making it less likely to arouse suspicion. Once assured that everything was in order, she opened the door to find the other 3 already prepared. As for Jiang Shanghong, he had long departed on his own. He was an incongruous presence among them, but it mattered little. As cultivators, they were not particularly invested in forming friendships. The reason the 4 of them always acted together was solely due to the enthusiasm of Louis Dao and Su Jingji. Thankfully, aside from this camaraderie, each was devoted to their own cultivation. Otherwise, she would have preferred to emulate Jiang Shanghong and disregard everything else. Upon arriving at the Taoist hall, each found a spot to sit. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged Taoist with foundational cultivation entered and seated himself on the front cushion facing the audience. The crowd promptly rose and bowed, greeting him. "Greetings, Master Uncle." The Taoist nodded and replied, "Disciples, please be seated." Within the Taoist hall, There were at least several hundred individuals, all quietly meditating on their cushions, not a sound to be heard. The Taoist scrutinized them for a moment before speaking. I am known as Qingyu, and this month I shall impart teachings to you all. Recently, a new batch of disciples has entered the fold, and today we shall discuss the fundamental essence of the Tao. Dear disciples, what does the Tao signify for you? And what purpose does cultivation serve? The Taoist Qingyu nodded and inquired, did any of the disciples have dissenting opinions? Another disciple responded, respectfully, Master Uncle, I believe that the Tao is the origin, and the purpose of cultivating immortality is to attain longevity. Qingyu Taoist smiled and nodded, saying, what you all have expressed is indeed correct. The Tao begets one, one gives rise to two, two produces three, and three engenders all things. Which is the essence of the origin? The sun and moon conceal themselves, the seasons alternate, and within the realms of the ethereal and the mundane. All things follow their causes. This is the principle of heaven and earth. Our pursuit of immortality is not merely for longevity. It is also a journey toward the Tao. It could be argued that life and death, flourishing and withering, are the natural laws of the universe, yet achieving immortality transcends the cycle of life and death. Why, then, do we still speak of pursuing the Tao? It is essential to understand that the way of heaven is eternal and enduring. What we seek is to transcend the cycles of flourishing and withering, to exist harmoniously with the eternal. Thus, cultivating immortality is both in accordance with and in defiance of heaven. All things experience cycles of flourishing and withering. Our desire to transcend these cycles is an act of defiance against heaven. Therefore, when one achieves great success in cultivation, one must face tribulations. This is the reason why the universe does not readily allow such a state. However, after overcoming these tribulations, ascending the great Tao becomes a slender thread of opportunity bestowed upon all beings by the way of heaven. Our path of cultivation is simply a means of undergoing trials in accordance with the heavenly way. This is how we align ourselves with heaven. The question lies in how to navigate the defiance of heaven to achieve harmony with it. This is what we strive for in our cultivation. Every listener was deeply engrossed, and Imo Tiange was particularly attentive. This discourse on the Tao was a novel experience for her. The path of immortality is diverse, and each individual possesses their own insights. What this master uncle articulated differed from what her second uncle had conveyed. Although Louis Dao possessed 4 spiritual roots, he excelled in 2 of them, suggesting that he was, in fact, more talented than Imo Tiange. Imo Tiange was confident that she would reach the 10th level of qi refinement before the age of 25, thereby making a bid for the foundation establishment stage. Louis Dao, having already surpassed 30, assured her that his words were not mere empty boasts. Su Jingji chuckled, remarking that Lu's age still afforded him a good chance of establishing a foundation before 40, a far better fate than many who would never achieve such a milestone in their lifetime. Louis Dao, upon hearing this, laughed and clapped Su Jingji on the shoulder, agreeing that he was indeed fortunate. 3 months later, she successfully advanced to the 8th level of qi refinement. During this period, she had accumulated a considerable number of elixirs from the male and female duo in the forest, as well as prizes from the Xiantai conference and the monthly allocations of elixirs and spirit stones from the sect. After consuming all the nourishing elixirs, she finally achieved her advancement to the 8th level. This left Su Jingji filled with envy, as he was originally at the 8th level and had yet to progress, while Qin she had already ascended from the 9th to the 10th level. Among the 5 individuals in the room, it could be said that only he had made no advancements. He lamented his frequent assignments that kept him away from cultivation, realizing that it was hardly surprising he had not progressed at all. Consequently, Su Jingji resolved to enter seclusion, vowing to refrain from leaving except for attending lectures. As he secluded himself, the other 3 were also dedicated practitioners. Imo Tiange relished the opportunity to avoid interaction with them, spending her days in cultivation, studying formations, and occasionally venturing outside to hunt for game to satisfy her cravings, leading a rather carefree existence. Utilizing her light-footed technique, she unleashed a gust of wind blades, bringing down a running deer. Although the southern peak of Yunwu Mountain paled in comparison to the northern peak, it still boasted a rare spiritual vein, with the small creatures found here being far tastier than those below. Oh, senior sister, there are people roasting something over there. As Imo Tiange turned her head, she noticed 2 female cultivators of the qi refinement stage approaching. Judging by their attire, they were also disciples of the Cloud Mist sect. She had sensed their presence earlier. But given that this was Cloud Mist Mountain, it was common to encounter fellow disciples everywhere. Emerging from the thicket, she revealed a warm smile. Greetings, esteemed sisters. Her sudden appearance startled the two women. Both appeared to be in their 20s, and their beauty was remarkable, especially the elder sister, who could be considered a true beauty. The younger one, upon meeting her gaze, frowned and scolded. Which senior brother do you belong to? How dare you be so rude? Imotienga was taken aback and couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Merely looking at them a moment longer had led her to be mistaken for a lecher. She quickly explained, Sister, you have misunderstood. I was merely seeking a secluded spot to roast some food, and I didn't anticipate being discovered by you two, hence my concern. This explanation was reasonable enough, prompting the elder sister to respond, Do not worry, junior brother. We were simply intrigued by the delightful aroma and came to investigate. We won't speak of it. Even if they did, there was no fear, as senior brother Joe was indifferent. Her smile remained amiable as she continued, Thank you, esteemed sisters. Since fate has brought us together, my venison is ready. Why not share it? Let this be my apology for startling you earlier. Seeing her politeness, the younger sister softened her stance and laughed. Are you serious, junior brother? You aren't holding back, are you? Imotienga then retrieved a large piece of venison from her bag, saying, Sister, look, I have plenty here. I can't possibly finish it all by myself. Her craftsmanship is truly remarkable. The venison is roasted to a golden hue, its tantalizing aroma wafting through the air, enticing all who catch a whiff. Indeed, the master was reluctant to depart and pulled her companion along. Senior sister, she began, but the senior sister replied with a sigh. We are not acquainted with this junior brother. How can we? What does it matter? He himself has offered to make amends, came the response. Indeed. Imotienga chimed in with a cheerful grin. Let us consider it as if I were caught indulging in a clandestine feast, and thus bribing you. The junior sister clapped her hands in delight, her fondness for him growing. What the junior brother says is quite reasonable. Senior sister, do not be courteous with him. With no further objections, the senior sister acquiesced. The three exchanged introductions and discovered that these two female cultivators were, in fact, disciples of the esteemed Lin Shirshu from the Female Academy. From their conversation, it was revealed that Lin Shirshu, whose full name is Lin Chi-wan, is a well-known foundational cultivator within the Cloud Mist sect. Contrary to popular belief, she does not reside on the southern peak. Rather, she oversees the female disciples there, with her true representative being the senior sister before them, Shen Bing. The junior sister, Mu Rongyan, is a young apprentice under Lin Shirshu. Through their dialogue, Imotienga learned that Shen Bing possesses dual spiritual roots and, at the tender age of 20, has attained the completion of qi refining. Mu Rongyan, at 18, has the aptitude of triple spiritual roots and has achieved the 8th level of qi refining. While Shen Bing's prowess is commendable, Mu Rongyan's spirited nature suggests she is not one to shy away from arduous training, and her ordinary spiritual roots have nevertheless allowed her to reach such remarkable heights, highlighting the advantages that disciples of sects possess over solitary cultivators. Although Imotienga did not deliberately seek to befriend them, having more allies within the sect could only yield benefits, especially since these two were disciples of foundational cultivators. Moreover, she felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Concealing her female identity and maintaining distance from male cultivators made it challenging to encounter female peers. She often reminisced about her childhood days spent with Tianqiao, yearning for such companionship. During moments of respite from her cultivation, she pondered whether, if given a second chance at life, she would choose to be an ordinary person, leading a tranquil existence, or venture into the realm of cultivation, struggling to ascend the path of immortality. If she were indeed male, perhaps indecision would not plague her. However, as a woman, she remained inherently emotional. Today's encounter proved to be quite rewarding. Senior Sister Shun was exceedingly courteous, and it was likely that she would not refuse any future request from her. As for Senior Sister Morong, she had consumed the majority of the roasted meat today. Having savored her offerings, her demeanor became exceptionally pleasant, especially upon discovering that Imotienga's cooking surpassed that of the dining hall. She promptly suggested that they should roast food together again when time permitted. Imotienga did not decline. In Senior Sister Morong, she seemed to glimpse the shadow of Tianqiao. In their youth, Tianqiao would always drag her into various activities, and it was in her company that Imotienga experienced the joys of childhood. After walking for a short while, she halted. Ahead, several auras caught her attention, exuding an air of hostility towards one another. Could it be that disciples were engaging in a private duel? After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to suppress her aura and stealthily approach. "Ah, brother, you truly possess remarkable abilities, managing to gain entry here. Regrettably, you are merely an ordinary disciple, and seizing the Foundation establishment pill presents quite a formidable challenge." Upon hearing the commotion, Imotinga swiftly nestled within the embrace of a great tree, peering discreetly ahead. Before her lay a clearing occupied by several individuals, one of whom appeared somewhat familiar. After a few moments of contemplation, she realized it was Jiang Shanghong, a person with whom they seldom interacted. Opposite him stood several youths, exuding an air of arrogance that made Jiang Shanghong's cold demeanor seem comparatively less unsettling. From a distance, she could not discern Jiang Shanghong's expression clearly, but she caught the sound of him scoffing, followed by a sardonic remark. "Jiang Qingxian, why should it concern you whether I obtain the Foundation establishment pill? You ought to mind your own affairs. Brother, why must you be so harsh towards your fourth brother? Such behavior hardly reflects the demeanor of a true elder. I fear our uncle may be displeased if he were to witness this." The tone of mockery in his words unsettled Imo Tinga greatly. Su Jingji had once mentioned that Jiang Shanghong was originally eligible to enter the sect, yet his place was usurped by his cousin. Could this be the very individual in question? Indeed, this person's cultivation was rather unimpressive, having only reached the 7th level of Qi refinement despite having taken his cousin's position. However, he was accompanied by a few capable individuals, one sharing his 7th level, two at the 8th, and another at the 9th. Although none of the 5 surpassed Jiang Shanghong in cultivation, the adage "a swarm of ants can bring down an elephant" held true. If they coordinated their efforts, it would be beyond Jiang Shanghong's capacity to withstand. Furthermore, he had to tread carefully to preserve his life, for the Cloud Mist sect's regulations explicitly forbade harming fellow disciples, with expulsion as the consequence of such actions. Naturally, Imo Tiange had no intention of meddling in their affairs. No matter how much Jiang Shanghong is bullied, he remains a member of the Jiang family, while she, as a mere outsider without any foundation, would be courting disaster by offending the scions of the Jiang family who wield power at the Yunwu sect. Moreover, she shares no particular bond with Jiang Shanghong. Upon hearing such scornful remarks, Jiang Shanghong could not contain himself any longer. He reached into his robe as if to retrieve something. The individuals opposite him promptly drew their weapons. Yet, in the next moment, Jiang Shanghong merely produced a handkerchief to wipe his hands and cast a disdainful glance at them, saying, "I am merely drying my hands. What are you so anxious about?" Imo Tiange nearly succumbed to laughter. Jiang Shanghong is indeed a talent. After enduring a barrage of derision, a single gesture left Jiang Qingxian's face ashen. This time, it was Jiang Chengxian who could no longer restrain himself. He exchanged glances with his companions and coldly remarked, "Second brother, I have heard you performed remarkably at the Xiantai gathering. I would very much like to learn from you." Jiang Shanghong huffed dismissively. "You all can come at me together. Let me see if you've made any progress since joining the sect." His tone was unmistakably one of admonition, and Jiang Qingxian, emboldened by the number of his companions, commanded them with a sneer. The 5 of them simultaneously drew their spiritual weapons and prepared their talismans. Jiang Shanghong was quick to react the moment they made their move. He had already pulled out a talisman and slapped it onto himself, executing a lightness technique that propelled him into the air, from where his spiritual weapon was summoned forth. Jiang Shanghong's spiritual weapon resembled a bell, or perhaps an enlarged gong. He unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, causing the bell to emit a resonant hum. Instantly, Imo Tiange felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Once she regained her senses, she quickly recognized that this was a spiritual weapon imbued with hallucinatory effects. She promptly channeled her energy to her dantian, and indeed, the headache subsided. Jiang Qingxian's countenance darkened as he shouted to his companions, "Guard your dantian. As long as he wields that bell, it will be of no use to him." With only the cultivation of the 7th layer of Qi refining, he was simply no match for his opponent and could only focus on resisting the toll of the bell. The 2 cultivators, at the 8th and 9th layers of Qi refining, managed to narrowly break free from the bell's control, directing their spiritual artifacts to assault Jiang Shanghong. Left with no choice, Jiang Shanghong halted his bell's chime and evaded the onslaught of the spiritual weapons. Observing the scene, Imo Tiange shook her head. The bell was indeed a fine treasure, yet its potency was regrettably limited. Given their comparable cultivation levels, it was not difficult to escape its influence, and they could easily shatter it. Jiang Shanghong promptly stowed the bell away and drew forth a flying sword. A chi-refining cultivator could only manipulate one spiritual artifact at a time, which was the limit of their combat capabilities. Although the bell served as a commendable aid in battle, Jiang Shanghong had no choice but to abandon it. However, the flying sword he wielded appeared to be extraordinary. Its spiritual energy surged forth, defying the combined efforts of the three attackers. Jiang Chengxian, however, was particularly ruthless. While the three assailed Jiang Shanghong, he produced talismans and hurled them with reckless abandon, seemingly indifferent to the life of his blood relative. Imo Tiange furrowed her brow. She had no intention of meddling. She was all too aware that she lacked the standing to intervene, especially against the Jiang family, which held sway over the Yunwu sect. Yet, Jiang Shanghong was someone she recognized within the sect, and she found him far more agreeable compared to Jiang Chengxian. Indeed, Jiang Shanghong struggled to withstand the onslaught. Though he could hold his ground against three opponents slightly beneath his cultivation level, the continuous barrage of talismans from the side made evasion increasingly arduous. He was left with no alternative but to dodge frantically rather than continue to defend himself. On the river, Jiang Shanghong proved to be a formidable character. Despite being thoroughly beaten and reduced to a pitiful state, he uttered not a sound, instead evading his attackers and seizing every opportunity to retaliate, focusing solely on Jiang Chengxian. When he was finally brought down, Jiang Chengxian, struck by one of Jiang Shanghong's spells, lay motionless. With a derisive spit and a few crude words, he kicked him twice. Those kicks lacked any real force, and Jiang Shanghong, lying on the ground, let out a muffled groan yet remained silent. Imo Tiange furrowed her brows as she observed the scene. Fortunately, Jiang Chengxian was still cautious, glancing at the nearly lifeless Jiang Shanghong. He relished the moment, taunted him a few more times, and with a wave of his hand, swaggered away with his companions. Brother Jiang? Brother Jiang. Jiang Shanghong, bloodied and barely breathing, opened his eyes to glance at her before closing them once more. Helpless, Imo Tiange resorted to magic to lift him up, employing a lightness technique to soar back to her dwelling. After a considerable time, Louis Dao finally opened the door. Junior Brother Yi, what brings you here? Imo Tiange pointed to Jiang Shanghong and gestured towards his room, saying, Brother Liu, shall we discuss this inside? Louis Dao pondered for a moment and nodded. With the outer door ajar, it was not suitable for conversation. At that moment, the doors to two other rooms opened, and Su Jingji and Qin Shi emerged. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Jingji was taken aback, while Qin Shi frowned deeply. Lu Yidao signaled for silence, then carried Jiang Shanghong into his room, administering a pill to him before gesturing for them all to enter. Given the complexities of familial sect matters, they all deferred to Su Jingji's judgment and voiced no objections. Imo Tiange wore a troubled expression and remarked, I merely feel that Brother Jiang, left in such a predicament, may survive, yet he will likely bear lasting injuries. Furthermore, Jiang Qingxian's actions are truly intolerable. Louis Dao gently patted her shoulder, offering solace. Do not worry, only we few are privy to this matter. We shall keep it to ourselves and advise Brother Jiang to venture out less, as we cannot entirely prevent others from acting maliciously. Among them, Su Jingji hailed from a minor cultivation family, while the others were solitary cultivators, all sharing a disdain for the arrogant scions who wield their influence to bully others. In contrast, Jiang Shanghong was simply indifferent towards people. Nodding in agreement, Su Jingji inquired, how is Brother Jiang's injury? Once they confirmed that Jiang Shanghong was unharmed, they dispersed. Su Jingji and Qin Shi went off to cultivate. Imo Tiange felt it was her meddling that had caused the trouble, and out of embarrassment, she chose to remain and assist Louis Dao in tidying up the aftermath. The two engaged in casual conversation, and as night fell, they finally observed Jiang Shanghong stir. Jiang Shanghong opened his eyes, gazing at the two with a look of confusion before a wary expression crossed his face. He abruptly sat up, only to wince in pain from his wound, his face contorting in distress. Louis Dao reassured him, Brother Jiang, do not fret, we will not speak of this. Only upon realizing he was not in his own quarters and that the two before him bore no ill intent did Jiang Shanghong gradually calm down. Did you save me? He inquired, though his tone suggested disbelief, as if questioning how they could possibly have done so. Without retorting, Jiang Shanghong retrieved a jade vial from his pocket and placed it on the table, preparing to rise and leave. Imo Tiange, incensed, turned to Lu Yidao and exclaimed, he truly takes kindness for granted. Louis Dao had never regarded him favorably, yet his extensive experience and maturity compelled him to advise her. Let it be. Since junior brother Jiang does not wish to engage with us, it is best to refrain from further association. Yi junior brother, hurry up. I cannot rush, senior sister. Please do not be so impatient. From the grass, murmurs could be heard as two individuals were engaged in their endeavors. At last, Mo Tiange applied the final touches of seasoning and handed a piece of grilled meat to Morong Yin. This senior sister Morong truly shared a rapport with her. She had summoned her out for but one purpose, grilled meat. While gnawing on a rib, Morong Yin rolled her eyes and said, "Do not think I am oblivious. Food imbued with spiritual energy is far superior to the toxins left by your medicinal pills. You simply do not wish to grill for me." Mo Tiange managed a wry smile. "It is not that I lack respect for my senior sister, but rather that you, leaning against a towering tree, are unaware of the struggles faced by us ordinary disciples. In 3 years, there will be a minor competition within the sect. And with my cultivation at merely the 8th level, if I do not exert myself, I will have little hope and must wait another decade. What does it mean to indulge?" Mo Tiange nodded in frustration. "This is not a problem." Morong Yin, having devoured a substantial piece of rib, playfully pinched her cheek and said, "Oh, Yi junior brother, your expression truly tempts me to tease you." Mo Tiange, now covered in grease, firmly resisted, "Senior sister, you are too wicked. If you pinch me again, I shall not grill for you." Morong Yin continued to smile mischievously. "If you refuse to grill, I shall continue to pinch." Mo Tiange conceded, "Very well, I shall grill you another piece. Just stop pinching me." Having accepted the bribe, Morong Yin released her hold. As she drooled while gazing at her roasted delicacies, she inquired, "Yi Shidi, are you truly 17? You appear to be merely 14 or 15. This remark only deepened Mo Tiange's sense of frustration. Alas, among women, she was hardly tall, let alone when compared to men. With her smooth, unblemished skin and hairless countenance, embodying a male persona was indeed a challenging endeavor. Fortunately, Morong Yin was relatively kind-hearted, gently patting her head and reassuring, "Do not fret, you will grow taller." However, Mo Tiange could only muster a wry smile within. If she were a boy, 17 years of age would not be considered late, but regrettably, she was not, and the likelihood of her growing taller was diminishing. Sullenly, she handed the roasted meat to Morong Yin and excused herself to find a place to wash her hands and face. Having ventured upstream along the little creek, she approached a waterfall where the rushing waters cascaded down, forming a deep pool below. After weaving through the winding path, just as she was about to reach the pool's edge to cleanse herself, she halted in astonishment. Towering dozens of meters high, the waterfall surged violently. Yet beneath it sat an individual in a meditative posture. To say he was sitting would be somewhat misleading. The deep pool below offered no rocks for seating, and he simply floated above the water's surface, allowing the waterfall to pound down upon him. What kind of practice was this? Mo Tiange found herself momentarily entranced. It resembled the martial arts of the mundane world. Practitioners of such arts typically focused on bodily refinement, albeit lacking the sophistication found within the realm of immortals. Yet this person, she could not articulate it. He seemed devoid of the aura of an immortal, yet exuded an undeniable power. The figure was hauntingly familiar. Could it be Qin Shi? Today, I find myself rather out of sorts. In the realm of the myriad laws, this Qin Shi, known as Mo Tiange, remains a stranger to me. Although he does not entirely avoid interaction with them like Jiang Shanghong, he has always maintained a certain aloofness, seldom engaging in conversation. He dedicates himself to his cultivation, rarely venturing outside, and avoids any trouble. Among the Qi refinement disciples of the Yunwu sect, he is hardly conspicuous. In terms of cultivation, achieving the 10th level of Qi refinement at his age is no small feat, yet it is not exceptionally rare. When it comes to diligence, it is common for 6 or 7 out of 10 who aspire to immortality to exhibit such industriousness. As for his background, he hails from a once noble but now fallen sect of cultivators, making it difficult to find any reason to draw attention to him. If one were to identify anything remarkable about him, it would be his strikingly handsome visage. However, this attribute holds little significance for a cultivator, as through diligent practice, one typically undergoes a transformation that renders physical appearance less important. Thus, I had paid little heed to Qin Shi and had no inclination to delve into his cultivation techniques until now, when I learned he practices the art of body refinement. This art is but a branch of cultivation techniques. Beyond the interplay of the 5 elements in yin-yang, there exists a plethora of unique methods, of which body refinement is one. The origins of this technique can be traced back to the primordial era a time when the heavens and earth were newly formed, and immortals, demons, humans, and beasts coexisted harmoniously. Spirit beasts possess a remarkable advantage in cultivation compared to humans, for their formidable physiques render them independent of magical artifacts. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, they can withstand heavenly tribulations with sheer resilience, while humans require artifacts and other means to endure such trials. This necessity has given rise to body refinement techniques. When a powerful physique is complemented by formidable artifacts, the trials of heaven become significantly more manageable. However, even in ancient times, body refinement was never the focal point of cultivation, as humans are inherently frail, and their efforts in this regard pale in comparison to those of spirit beasts. Moreover, in antiquity, there were numerous powerful cultivators who frequently transcended through tribulations to ascend. A stark contrast to the present day, where even achieving the nascent soul stage is a rarity. The power of heavenly tribulations has diminished over the ages, and with the loss of superior body refinement techniques, practitioners below the core formation stage seldom pursue such methods. It is truly surprising that she is simultaneously cultivating body refinement techniques. Her talents are indeed exceptional. It is perplexing why she has not been recruited by other sections. Imotienga nodded in agreement. Murong Yin produced a small package from her bosom and handed it to her, saying, "Here, next time you call upon me, I shall bestow upon you something of value." Ever since she became aware of Imotienga's unique magical abilities, Murong Yin has been enticing her with seeds, which is why she has come to serve as a steward. Murong Yin has a senior brother who works in the sect's herbal garden, making the acquisition of seeds quite convenient. Lacking her own connections, she eagerly seizes the opportunity for assistance. After all, it merely involves roasting something in exchange for a few packets of rare seeds that are otherwise unattainable, thereby allowing her to benefit. Some of the seeds are familiar to her, while others are not. The majority of these seeds are for medicinal herbs, lacking any special purpose and thus unsuitable for combat. Her Qingmu Ju allows her to embed spiritual energy within seeds at the very moment they are dispatched, instantaneously birthing various plants for offensive purposes. Thus, seeds devoid of unique attributes are inadequate. Those requiring excessive spiritual energy for growth are also unfit. This limitation confines her to utilizing only a select few low-level plants for attacks. After surveying her options, she found some unrecognizable and decided to visit the Wanfa Pavilion. Unlike other structures, the location of Wanfa Pavilion is rather unique. It neither resides on the southern peak nor the northern peak, but rather in a secluded valley nestled between the two. After some effort in searching, Imotienga followed the traces of the formation to locate the entrance, which turned out to be an inconspicuous cave. As she approached the cave's mouth, the formation guarding it suddenly emitted a blinding light. Unfazed, she placed her identity token into a vacant spot on the rock wall, causing the brilliance to swiftly diminish. The outer formation of Wanfa Pavilion permits entry with a disciple's token. Stepping into the cave, she found a spacious hall, with 3 sides adorned with openings under restrictive spells, the destinations of which remained unknown. The luminous moonstone illuminated the space as brightly as day, while the cave maintained a cool and dry atmosphere, perhaps a result of the formation, which was ideal for preserving jade slips, as well as books crafted from paper or other materials. In a corner of the cave stood a massive table, behind which sat several qi refinement practitioners of average cultivation, some meditating, while others dozed off. Upon her entrance, only one person lazily lifted their eyelids and requested her identity token. Imotienga handed over the disciple's token, which was received by the man. He then presented a jade slip for her to leave her mark upon before saying, "Follow me." He approached one of the cave entrances, illuminated a jade plate, which emitted a beam of light that fell upon the barrier, causing it to vanish instantly. The man tossed the jade plate to her, saying, "The jade plate must remain with you at all times. You may exit before midnight, and you are forbidden from concealing or damaging any items. If you require copies, bring the jade slips here. You may replicate a maximum of 3. With that, he gestured for her to enter. Imotienga expressed her gratitude and stepped into the cave. This cavern was even more spacious than the outer hall, with countless books arranged before her. Behind them, alongside the jade slips, were various peculiar objects. She approached and began to peruse the books, discovering that most contained ordinary cultivation techniques or mundane lore, suggesting that the recorded works were not of profound significance. However, at the rear, she found materials inscribed upon alchemical cauldrons, iron blocks etched with dense characters, and glass beads seemingly filled with numerous writings. These items documented extraordinary content, whether pertaining to alchemy, rare artifacts, or unique spells. Mo Tienga first selected a jade slip entitled Complete Compendium of Spiritual Herbs, and then began her meticulous search for useful knowledge. As she had no need for cultivation techniques and lacked the energy to learn alchemy or artifact forging, she sought out a tome on array formation. Lastly, she chose a jade slip chronicling the history of the Yunwu sect. Upon her exit, the guarding disciple appeared somewhat astonished and inquired, "Is this all you have chosen?" It is no wonder that he was astonished. Upon seeing Mo Tienga's token, it was apparent she was a novice disciple. Who among those entering the Hall of 10,000 Laws for the first time does not meticulously select their treasures after much deliberation? Unlike her, who emerged merely half an hour after entering. Mo Tienga nodded and handed over the jade token along with 3 jade slips, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, senior brother." The individual received them and raised his chin slightly, stating, 3 spirit stones. Mo Tienga was taken aback. "Spirit stones?" The person, displaying a hint of impatience, replied, "Are you unaware, junior brother, that duplicating jade slips requires spirit stones?" She indeed did not know. Yet considering that duplicating a single jade slip costs 1 spirit stone did not seem excessive. She promptly retrieved the stones and handed them over. He accepted them and quickly returned the duplicated jade slips to her. Mo Tienga received them with a word of thanks. Yet her mind lingered on the thought that while 3 spirit stones might not be significant, an ordinary chi refinement disciple earned merely 5 spirit stones a month. If she were to come here each month to duplicate 3 jade slips, it would consume a substantial portion of her earnings. It appeared that even after joining a sect of cultivation, life was not particularly easy. Of course, the seclusion of a chi refinement practitioner, such as herself, was not akin to that of higher-level cultivators, who might remain in their training chambers without a break. They needed nourishment, physical activity, and even bathing. Thus, Mo Tienga's so-called seclusion merely entailed dedicating all her time, aside from those necessities, to her cultivation, refraining from idle wanderings. Among the packets of seeds given by Murong Yen, there was a variety named illusory flower, a key ingredient for a certain mind-altering powder. Mo Tienga spent several days thoroughly studying the spiritual essence of the seeds and finally mastered the technique to make them sprout and bloom instantaneously. The fragrance of these flowers indeed possessed a mesmerizing effect. Moreover, there exists a variant of fire thorn that surpasses the ordinary thorns she holds in her hand. This particular species is naturally imbued with fiery spiritual energy. Should one inadvertently come into contact with it, they would suffer burns. Once she masters the utilization of these 2 types of seeds and stabilizes her cultivation at the 8th level, she shall temporarily emerge from seclusion. However, at this juncture, she confronts a significant dilemma. Her finances are depleted. In the mundane world, a lack of money renders one nearly immobile. Similarly, in the realm of cultivation, the situation is not much better, except that currency here is not gold or silver, but spirit stones. Mo Tienga meticulously counted the items within her spatial pouch, and aside from the spirit stones reserved for array formation and a vial of gathering essence pills that had yet to be utilized, there were scarcely any items of value left to exchange for currency. The spirit stones acquired from the infamily man had long been spent on medicinal purchases, and their spiritual artifacts could not be traded in the Yunwu mountain market. Otherwise, trouble would soon follow. All that remained were a few spiritual herbs, materials for refining, and a pearl the size of a wine cup. After yet another lecture, noticing Mo Tienga's deep sighs, Su Jingji inquired about the cause. Upon learning the reason, he expressed surprise and asked, "Why does junior brother you not take on assignments? This is far more lucrative than trying to earn money on your own." "What?" Mo Tienga was taken aback. Su Jingji sighed and gently advised her, "Why do we tirelessly strive to enter the sect? Is it not due to the abundant resources it offers? In addition to our monthly allowances, the sect provides numerous tasks for us to undertake, which come with additional rewards. You see, I barely practiced in the past 3 months, running errands instead, and I earned quite a substantial amount of spirit stones, allowing me to retreat for 6 months without a care." These words enlightened Mo Tienga, as she suddenly realized that disciples of the sect enjoy certain privileges and need not seek employment outside. After tapping her head a few times, Mo Tienga temporarily set aside her cultivation and began to attend to her duties. The so-called duties are tasks assigned to disciples by the sect. Some tasks are inconvenient for the servant disciples, thus they are entrusted to the formal disciples. Upon entering the hall of disciples once more, in the main courtyard. Mo Tienga encountered her senior uncle for the second time. He was engrossed in his own cultivation, while another Qi refinement disciple was engaged in some sort of organization nearby. Upon noticing her arrival, this seemingly ordinary male disciple inquired, "Are you here to submit or to receive?" Mo Tienga pondered for a moment before responding, "Excuse me, senior brother. I am here to receive a task." The disciple extended his hand and said, "Your token, please." Mo Tienga produced her identity token and handed it over. After verifying its authenticity, he tossed her a jade slip, stating, "The white ones are available. You may choose as long as you meet the requirements." Mo Tienga infused her consciousness into the slip, and a multitude of tasks appeared in her mind. These tasks could essentially be categorized into several types. First, miscellaneous duties involving guarding and delivering within the sect. Second, the search for certain items outside. And third, the safeguarding of spirit stone mines and managing shops. The first category of tasks is exceedingly popular. One only needs to consider the attitude of the disciples guarding the Myriad Laws Pavilion to understand this, as the rewards are substantial and situated within the sect. The second category offers abundant rewards, yet it is rather challenging and requires a stroke of luck. The third option demands a significant investment of time, leading one far from the sect, a prospect that Mo Tienga is reluctant to embrace. Prolonged absence from the sect, though it provides ample time for cultivation, cannot rival the rich spiritual veins found within the sect. Thus, the only viable choice remains the first option. Mo Tienga lifted her head and smiled, declaring, "Senior brother, I wish to undertake the task of gathering celestial dew." "Oh." The disciple regarded her with a few more glances, noting that the remuneration for this task was meager and quite intricate, making it a rare choice among disciples. Nonetheless, he harbored no objections, retrieving a jade token, inscribing something upon it, and handing it to her. "Very well, proceed to the Xingyang Hall on the North Peak to seek Master Wang Qiao. They will instruct you on the particulars." Accepting the jade token with a word of thanks, Mo Tienga hurriedly made her way towards the North Peak. In truth, she yearned for a more favorable assignment, yet upon surveying the options, she found that the better tasks had already been claimed. Although this one was somewhat troublesome, it at least took place on the North Peak, known for its dense spiritual energy. Spending a little time cultivating there might prove far superior to doing so on the South Peak. With the jade token in her possession, she encountered no obstacles on her journey to the North Peak. The south and north peaks of Yunwu Mountain are separated by several hundred zhang, with a chasm in between. Disciples in the Qi refining stage cannot fly through the air. If one were to employ light body techniques to traverse from the South Peak to the North Peak, it would likely consume the better part of a day. However, a venerable elder has constructed an iron chain bridge between the two peaks, greatly facilitating the passage for disciples. Crossing the bridge takes but a moment to reach the North Peak. Upon arriving at the North Peak, Mo Tienga immediately sensed a significant increase in spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the South Peak. The efficacy of cultivation in such a place was undoubtedly enhanced. Furthermore, the North Peak was heavily guarded, not only patrolled by foundation-building cultivators, but also fortified with formidable array formations. With her understanding of formations, Mo Tienga could discern that this was a variant of the Yunwu sect's mountain-protecting array. In simpler terms, it was an array within an array, and according to common knowledge, the power contained within could split mountains and seas, serving as a last resort that could lead to mutual destruction. Mo Tienga sought out the Zhengyang Hall and explained her purpose to the guarding disciple, mentioning her intention to find Uncle Wang Qiao. The disciple pointed her towards a side hall. Upon entering, she observed that there was only a single disciple inside, a female cultivator around 20 years of age, whose beauty was striking. Most female cultivators were not lacking in allure, enhanced by various mystical methods of beautification, and the infusion of spiritual energy rendered their skin fair and radiant. The female disciple turned to her and inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Mo Tienga hurriedly greeted her, saying, "Esteemed sister, I have been assigned the task of collecting celestial dew and am here to seek Uncle Wang." "Oh, you may come in. I am his disciple. Simply inform me," she replied. Upon hearing this, Mo Tienga presented the jade token she had received. The disciple inspected it, and, upon confirming its authenticity, smiled warmly. "Oh, you are Junior Brother Yi. I am Wang Qiani. From now on, please communicate all matters regarding this task to me." Notably, she too bore the surname Wang, indicating a close relationship with Uncle Wang. Mo Tienga responded affirmatively, "Understood. Might I ask, esteemed sister, how should I proceed with this task?" Wang Qianyi handed her several jade vials and said, Tianlu, or heavenly dew, refers to the ethereal dew that lingers in the early morning. Each day at the hours of Yin and Mao, you shall venture into the forest to collect this dew and bring it to me once your vials are filled. Remember, it must be the dew from pristine spiritual herbs. Nothing else will suffice. Understood, Imo Tinga replied, taking the vials, and inquired, How many vials should I collect in a day? Wang Qianyi smiled and responded, If you manage to gather even 1 vial a day, that will be commendable. Do not worry about collecting more. Just bring whatever you have to me at the hour of Mao each day, and it will be accounted for. At first glance, the task of collecting Tianlu seemed straightforward. Imo Tinga pondered why the menial disciples were not assigned this task instead. However, upon embarking on the endeavor, she quickly realized its complexities. While many plants and trees possessed spiritual energy, true spiritual herbs were scarce. Moreover, only the dew from these blessed herbs qualified as Tianlu, often found precariously clinging to cliffs, necessitating a perilous ascent and descent for collection. Although the task was not overly arduous, the rewards were modest, yielding a handful of spiritual stones each month, enough to exchange for a few nourishing pills. Yet, to Imo Tinga, these pills were but a drop in the ocean of her needs. Hence, after consulting Su Jingji, she sought additional tasks at the duty hall that she could undertake concurrently. Imo Tinga subsequently accepted 3 different assignments, neglecting even the visits of her sister Murong, who came to invite her to leisure. After several months of relentless toil, she ceased her money-making endeavors, for at that juncture, the Yunwu sect issued a significant announcement. All the Qi refinement disciples gathered in the square. 1,000 voices hushed into silence. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the Jinbao Hall. It was none other than the sect leader, Feng Dingyue, accompanied by several foundational cultivators. Esteemed disciples, he began, I have convened you here to impart an important message. In order to test the disciples, the Golden Blade sect and the Purple Cloud sect have challenged our Yunwu sect to a duel, to which I have already consented. All disciples at the Qi refining stage, level 7 and above, are required to participate. 1 month hence, we shall enter the Misty Valley for a duration of 3 days. The victors shall receive generous rewards. The specifics shall be elaborated by the managing disciples. Disciples, in the interest of upholding the reputation of our Yunwu sect, I urge you to give your utmost effort. In the square, the disciples whispered among themselves. The more experienced ones, having endured similar trials, shook their heads and explained the situation to the newcomers. Among them, Imo Tinga, apart from Brother Zhou, had all joined within the past year, with only a few having heard of these matters. It turns out that near Yunwu sect, there exist the Golden Blade sect and the Purple Cloud sect, 2 factions of comparable strength. The 3 sects stand as equals in this region, sharing all resources and spiritual veins. This delicate balance has led to an ongoing rivalry. Should any one sect grow stronger, they would seek to claim a larger share of resources, yet fear the consequences of fierce conflict that could leave them all weakened. Hence, they devised a method to compete without debilitating their strengths. This is the origin of the duel in Misty Valley. The Misty Valley, a gorge nestled between the 3 sects' mountain gates, is shrouded in dense fog, rendering it inaccessible to the uninitiated. The elders of the 3 sects have established a prohibitive array within, allowing their disciples to enter and engage in combat, with the last standing being declared the victor. Brother Zhou gathered everyone in the courtyard and reiterated the details regarding the Misty Valley. It was revealed that the elders had placed restrictions on each disciple's identity token in preparation for this competition. Hanging the token upon oneself ensures that there will be no threat to life, for in the face of peril, the token will fall, and the moment it detaches, the individual shall be teleported away. However, should one be teleported, it signifies failure. The Misty Valley is vast, and within its confines lies the potential encounter with spirit beasts, which, albeit a danger, is also a hidden reward. The spirit beasts and spirit herbs encountered therein are exclusively the possessions of the disciples who obtain them. Imo Tinga meticulously calculated this and found herself increasingly intrigued by the competition within the Misty Valley. Persevering until the end yields 2 bottles of Qi gathering pills, each containing 10 pills. With 1 bottle already in her possession, she has 30 pills, ample enough to elevate her to the 9th level of Qi refinement. And with a stroke of luck, perhaps even to the 10th level, not to mention the addition of spirit stones, even if she does not endure until the very end. The spirit stones serve as rewards, and with no threat to life, it is entirely worth the endeavor. Her eyes gleamed with excitement at the prospect of spirit stones and pills. This opportunity was simply too precious to overlook. Such bountiful rewards naturally stirred similar enthusiasm among others. Observing their excitement, Senior Brother Zhou scoffed, dousing their fervor. Do you truly believe these rewards are so easily obtained? Entering the teleportation array of the mist will randomly transport you to a location within the valley. Should you happen to materialize right beside a spirit beast, be prepared for an instantaneous exit. Moreover, the terrain within the valley is intricate and fraught with peril. It is entirely possible that as you traverse, you may find yourself amidst enemies. Therefore, once you enter the Misty Valley, your immediate priority must be to seek a safe haven and regroup with your fellow disciples. Relying solely on one's own strength will not sustain you for long. The sudden splash of cold water brought a semblance of calm among the crowd. Someone inquired, Brother Zhou, you will be attending as well, correct? Brother Zhou nodded affirmatively. Indeed, as a disciple of Qi refinement, I must participate. All of us here are at least at the 7th level of Qi refinement. It is imperative that everyone attends. To be frank, the last competition took place over a decade ago, and at that time, I had already attained the 10th level. Yet, I could barely last a day before being overwhelmed by their onslaught. Therefore, you must not underestimate the challenge ahead. The members of the group were somewhat aware of Brother Zhou's prowess. He often assisted them in navigating the complexities of their cultivation journey, his mastery far surpassing theirs. With Brother Zhou expressing such caution, their initial excitement waned, and they began to contemplate the opportunities and challenges that lay ahead. Brother Zhou, however, chuckled lightly. There is no need for excessive worry. Even if one emerges quickly, there is little to lose. Simply do your best. Acquire some talismans for protection, or consider forming a small team for the teleportation array, which can accommodate up to 5 individuals. It would be ideal for all of you to gather together. All right, prepare yourselves, he concluded. Su Jingji remarked, of course, we shall go together. Brother Lu added, the teleportation array can accommodate a maximum of 5, which is perfect for our group. He glanced at Jiang Shanghong, who surprisingly had not left and showed no objections, indicating an understanding that going alone would not suffice this time. Louis Dao nodded, I share the same sentiment. What do you think, brothers? Imo Tienga responded, I have no objections. It is indeed safer to be with you all. Qin Shi also nodded in agreement. Everyone turned their gaze towards Jiang Shanghong, who remained expressionless yet eventually nodded in agreement. Very well. Louis Dao was quite elated. This marked the first instance of collective effort among them. With this in mind, let us deliberate on our course of action for this endeavor, my fellow disciples. In the Misty Valley, I procured some talismans and, with Moron Yan's assistance, acquired a few seeds, in addition to preparing formations for temporary deployment. My stock of spirit stones is nearly depleted. Mo Tinga observed this scene, feeling a sense of joy at the newfound camaraderie, yet she was prudent enough not to place all her hopes on her companions. She had exhausted all her spirit stones, and even if she could not endure until the very end in the Misty Valley, she aimed to secure some rewards to ensure her efforts were not in vain. A month swiftly passed, and all Qi refinement disciples above the 7th level gathered once more in the square. This time, in addition to the sect leader, 2 core formation cultivators also graced the square with their presence. The Yunwu sect boasted only 1 nascent soul cultivator and 7 or 8 core formation cultivators. Thus, the appearance of the sect leader alongside 2 core formation cultivators underscored the significance placed on this event. Disciples, let us dispense with idle chatter. Today marks the day of the tri-sect competition in the Misty Valley. I trust you are all well informed regarding this matter, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. However, it is important for you to know that, to encourage our disciples, the sect has decided to award an additional 500 spirit stones and a vial of gathering Qi pills to the 3 disciples who defeat the most adversaries. As the sect leader's words echoed, a wave of astonishment rippled through the square. 500 spirit stones. A mere ordinary Qi refining disciple earns only 5 spirit stones a month, while a typical menial task yields no more than 10 stones. Mo Tienga had toiled for several months, hardly finding time to cultivate, and had only managed to earn a little over 100 spirit stones. Ordinary nourishing Qi pills cost 2 spirit stones each, while gathering Qi pills are priced at 25 spirit stones apiece. The 500 spirit stones would completely offset the reward for enduring until the end, not to mention the addition of a bottle of gathering Qi pills. Mo Tienga felt a surge of excitement, with 500 spirit stones plus a bottle of gathering Qi pills. If she could persevere until the very end and claim those 2 additional bottles of gathering Qi pills, She could entirely devote herself to seclusion until she reached the pinnacle of the chi refining stage. Lost in her reverie, she was abruptly brought back to reality by the sound of someone clearing their throat. Imo Tienga quickly regained her composure. Only the top 3 would receive such rewards. And she was merely at the 8th level of chi refining. Not to mention, there were other senior brothers like Shou, who were near the foundation establishment stage, and not the only ones at that. Moreover, there were at least 100 disciples who surpassed her in cultivation. The prospect of securing a top 3 position seemed exceedingly slim. At that moment, the sect leader exchanged a few words with 2 other golden core cultivators, and the 3 of them dispersed, each retrieving their magical artifacts. One produced a massive turtle, another a boat, and the last unfurled a square cloth that spanned an entire acre. The sect leader called out, "All managing disciples, bring your respective disciples over." Senior Brother Zhou gathered their group of over 20 disciples and said, "Brothers, we are setting off for Misty Valley. Everything that needed to be said has been said. Let us all strive diligently." With that, he led everyone forward, queuing up to board the small boat. Once hundreds of disciples had boarded the 3 flying magical artifacts, the Golden Core ancestors took control of their respective treasures, and in an instant, the 3 artifacts soared into the sky, swiftly advancing forward. The Chi refinement disciples were all filled with astonishment. A flying magical artifact. These disciples could only practice the lightness technique, as only those who had reached the foundation establishment stage could wield spiritual artifacts for flight. However, it was only the magical artifacts of the core formation stage that could carry such a multitude of passengers at such remarkable speed. Among those aboard the flying artifact that day, it remained uncertain whether any of them could advance to the core formation stage. It is well known that in a mid-tier cultivation sect like the Yunwu sect, it often takes a century or more for a core formation cultivator to emerge. Perhaps none among them would attain such advancement. Imo Tienga kept her marvels to herself. Among these disciples, there were undoubtedly individuals of exceptional talent. Yet even they could not be certain of their ability to reach core formation, let alone her. The speed of the flying magical artifact was astonishing. The sect leader guided a turtle spirit beast at the forefront, closely followed by the others. After approximately 2 to 3 hours, the speed finally diminished, gradually descending. Imo Tienga looked down to see a flat-topped mountain adjacent to a mist-filled gorge, where numerous individuals were already gathered. Clad in yellow and purple robes, evidently the disciples of the Jindao sect and the Zixia sect, once they had all alighted. The sect leader and the other 2 core formation masters retracted their magical artifacts and proceeded toward the center, where several core formation cultivators awaited them. After exchanging formal greetings, the sect leader remarked, "Brothers Jean and Li, how eager you are to arrive so early. The 2 individuals must be the leaders of the Golden Blade sect and the Purple Cloud sect. The one referred to as Brother Jean appears to be relatively youthful, seemingly in his early 30s, possibly having consumed some form of youth-preserving elixir. In contrast, the other leader looks considerably older than Brother Fong, with hair and beard already graying, suggesting that his lifespan may be limited." The younger man scoffed, expressing his displeasure, where it must be that Brother Fong is quite assured. "While my Golden Blade sect lacks strength, hence my early arrival for preparation." Imo Tienga had heard that the Golden Blade sect experienced internal strife a century ago, and their strength had yet to be restored. It seems that this leader Jean harbors dissatisfaction regarding the competition in the Misty Valley, particularly since his disciples are not up to par, leading to a potential loss of benefits. The elder gentleman surnamed Li, however, remained composed with his eyes partially closed, stating, "Brother Fong, long time no see. It appears this gentleman is indeed the leader of the Purple Cloud sect. This competition was proposed by the Purple Cloud sect, which, in contrast to the Golden Blade sect, has reportedly gathered capable disciples over the past century, now thriving and seemingly stronger than both the Golden Blade sect and the Cloud Mist sect, eager to secure a greater share of benefits." Imo Tienga wished to observe further, but was interrupted when Louis Dao placed a hand on his shoulder. "Junior Brother Yi, let us convene." Imo Tienga turned to respond affirmatively. The disciples from the 3 sects were scattered across the mountain, some meditating, others engaged in hushed conversations. The 5 of them sought a quieter spot and settled down in a circle. Louis Dao spoke earnestly, "Brothers, I must emphasize that as we journey together, we must cooperate sincerely and be forthright with one another, for we cannot feign agreement while harboring ulterior motives, as it would jeopardize each other's future." The others nodded in agreement. This constitutes the fundamental requirements for collaboration, Otherwise, trust becomes unattainable and cooperation is rendered impossible. Lu Yidao emphasized, simply hanging one's identity token and placing it within the Qin Kuan bag serves no purpose. The group conducted a thorough inspection, confirming everything was in order. Lu Yidao continued, let us agree that in our joint efforts to vanquish the adversary, any tokens acquired will be equally divided. Should there be an insufficiency for equitable division, let us allocate based on the contributions made during the battle. It is imperative that no disputes arise over this matter. If any disagreements occur, let us engage in amicable discussions. What say you? Su Jingji concurred. Indeed, upon entering the Misty Valley, we become comrades. If we bicker amongst ourselves, we only allow others to gain the advantage. Mo Tiange also nodded in agreement, as did the other two, who voiced no objections. Observing this, Lu Yidao expressed his satisfaction. I have conveyed all I wish to say. Does anyone harbor further inquiries? During this expedition to the Misty Valley, it was universally acknowledged that Lu Yidao would lead, and all consented to his authority. No sooner had they concluded their discussion than the several sect leaders assembled together, proclaiming in unison, the disciples shall gather, and the competition is about to commence. Atop the mountaintop, the three sect leaders joined forces, and a teleportation array materialized in midair. This was Mo Tiange's first encounter with such an array. Although she had studied formations, constructing a teleportation array of this magnitude was no less impressive than the mountain guarding formation, and her current mastery of formations fell significantly short. Before her lay a circular teleportation array, adorned with intricate and profound cloud patterns, interspersed with embedded spirit stones. The entire formation shimmered with radiant colors, emanating an aura of mystery. She gazed intently at the teleportation array, seeking to comprehend the meanings contained within. In all formations, the interpretations are grounded in the principles of the heavens and the earth, yin and yang, as well as the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. However, before the intricate patterns and the sequence of yin and yang, Mo Tiange found herself momentarily perplexed, unable to grasp their significance. With a sigh, she recognized that her understanding of formations was not lacking. Rather, some concepts were beyond her current realm of comprehension, perhaps only to be unraveled after advancing to the foundational stage or even the nascent soul stage. As the formation activated, the disciples eagerly vied for the opportunity to be transmitted. Had it not been for the presence of the elders from their sect, conflicts might have ensued. Moments later, it was finally their turn. With a flash of white light, the 5 of them vanished into the teleportation array. As the surroundings dimmed, Mo Tiange opened her eyes, astonished by the unfamiliarity of the place. The others also opened their eyes, surveying their environment, each furrowing their brows in confusion. They found themselves encased by rock walls within a narrow, elongated passage reminiscent of a cave. Where are we? Su Jing remarked while scanning the area. Could it be that we've been transported to some spirit beast's den? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted uneasily. Indeed, the surroundings bore a striking resemblance to a cave, potentially the lair of a spirit beast. If that were the case, they might have drawn the short straw, facing the beast rather than encountering disciples from the other 2 sections. Lu Yidao managed to regain his composure and said, Su Shidi makes a valid point. It would be prudent for us to proceed with caution. Having surveyed their surroundings, the 5 chose a direction, summoning their spiritual tools or protective spells, and advanced with utmost vigilance. The cave, whose origin as a lair of spiritual beasts remained a mystery, presented an intricate network of passages that branched in every direction. The 5 individuals wandered aimlessly, traversing numerous dead ends, yet they could neither locate an exit nor encounter any spiritual beasts. Gradually, they found themselves disoriented. The cave resembled a labyrinth, with no discernible changes in their surroundings. Everywhere they turned, the rock walls bore identical patterns. After nearly half an hour had passed, impatience began to take hold. Su Jingji was the first to voice his frustration. We cannot possibly escape this way. Even Jiang Shanghong wore an expression of annoyance. While Mo Tiange felt a growing sense of agitation, the unchanging scenery was becoming increasingly tedious. After a long period of contemplation, Lu Yidao proposed, what if we split up to search for a way out? The group hesitated. The thought of encountering a spiritual beast alone was daunting. Ultimately, Mo Tiange resolved, we are uncertain whether this is truly the den of a spiritual beast. It could merely be an underground cavern. Continuing to meander aimlessly may lead us nowhere. It would be more prudent to explore separately. Indeed, Su Jingji concurred. I support Disciple Ye's suggestion. Even if we do encounter danger, it would merely serve as an opportunity to broaden our horizons. We stand to lose nothing. With no objections from the others, Louis Dao asked, in that case, shall we split into 2 or 3 groups? 2 groups might be safer, while 3 could expedite our search. Qin Shi suggested, since we have decided to separate. Let us divide into 3 groups. Very well, Louis Dao agreed. I shall take 1 group by myself, while Jiang and Qin will each accompany a disciple to manage the other 2 routes. Louis Dao made such arrangements because among the 5 of them, he, Jiang Shanghong, and Qin Shi were all at the 10th level of qi refinement, while Su Jingji and Imo Tiange were at the 8th level. This ensured that their strengths were relatively balanced, preventing a swift defeat in the face of danger. He alone took the path by himself, which could be seen as the most disadvantageous position, thus the others had no objections. Thank you, Senior Brother Lu. Qin Shi expressed his gratitude, then turned to Imo Tiange and Su Jingji, asking, which of you 2 will accompany me? Imo Tiange and Su Jingji exchanged glances, and Su Jingji said, Yi Shidi, you should go with Senior Brother Qin. I will accompany Senior Brother Jiang. He winked at her as he spoke. Imo Tiange understood his implication. Previously, when she saved Jiang Shanghong, he had shown no gratitude. Su Jingji was aware of her disdain for Jiang Shanghong, hence he suggested that she join Qin Shi. Imo Tiange also recognized that Su Jingji's relationship with Jiang Shanghong was somewhat better than hers, so she did not protest and nodded in agreement. Very well. The 5 of them formed their groups and set off in their chosen directions. After a short while, Imo Tiange grew increasingly impatient. She became more convinced that this was not a cave of spirit beasts, but rather a labyrinth set up by the predecessors of the 3 factions. As spirit beasts lacked the capability to create such a maze-like effect, making it difficult to discern direction within. At that moment, Qin Shi suddenly turned his head and glanced at her, saying, Yi Shidi, maintain your composure. Imo Tiange was taken aback, realizing that she was on the verge of being overwhelmed by her impatience. Startled, she quickly focused her energy in her dantian, feeling her mind clear. A wave of anxiety washed over her as she said, Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brother. It appears that this labyrinth is far from simple. Being ensnared within its confines, one unwittingly becomes unsettled, which makes one prone to errors when faced with danger. What precisely is this entity? Qin Shi scrutinized the surrounding rock walls and inquired, Do you comprehend the art of formations, Junior Brother Yi? Imo Tiange nodded. I possess a modicum of understanding. Do you believe this resembles a formation? Imo Tiange had suspected as much and replied, Indeed, every aspect appears identical, as though there is no end in sight. It bears a striking resemblance to a maze. However, if this is indeed a formation, the one who established it must possess cultivation beyond the foundation establishment stage. From what I know, it would be exceedingly difficult to decipher. Qin Shi, undeterred, remarked, I have indeed heard that before the Mist Valley became a venue for competitions, it was once a secluded retreat for the esteemed elders of our sect. Perhaps this is a formation left behind by those predecessors. Oh, Imo Tiange, hearing this for the first time, inquired curiously, Where did you acquire this information, Senior Brother Qin? Qin Shi responded, It was mentioned by a certain uncle from the North Peak. I have only heard him speak of it in passing. However, as the spiritual veins here have deteriorated and the mist has thickened, gradually fewer people have visited. Later, the 3 sects rediscovered this valley as a potential site for competition. So when they selected this venue, they must have conducted a thorough investigation. How is it that this formation still remains? Perhaps it is too concealed. Or they might have deemed this formation suitable as part of the competition. That is indeed a possibility. Imo Tiange refrained from further comments and continued to cautiously explore alongside Qin Shi, step by step. Even if a high-level practitioner has set up an array, there must be a core. Once discovered, it becomes easy to escape. Imo Tiange paused for a moment, scrutinizing the rock face intently, her fingers tracing its surface. Qin Shi stood beside her, inquiring, What is it? After observing for a while longer, Imo Tiange replied, Something is amiss here. Hearing her words, Qin Shi approached, noting that the rock face displayed an irregular, natural pattern. Perceiving his puzzled gaze, Imo Tiange pointed at the intricate designs and asked, Do you remember what the other patterns looked like? Qin Shi shook his head. I am not well versed in formations. I cannot discern them. Imo Tiange explained, though they may seem meaningless at first glance. In reality, there exists a faint layer of magic that outlines an 8 trigrams directional map. 8 trigrams. Qin Shi furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting the issue lies within this rock face? Mo Tiango affirmed. Indeed, if I am not mistaken. This corresponds to the 8 gates of life and death within the art of Qiming Duanjia. The 8 gates of life and death, Qin Shi murmured, his brow tightening further. So, if we locate the life gate, can we escape this formation? Theoretically, that is true, Mo Tiango replied. However, it is not that simple. In advanced formations, the 8 gates can shift and become elusive. I have only just begun to discern the clues of this array, indicating its complexity. I cannot guarantee that we will find the life gate. Regardless, we must endeavor to try. Mo Tiango nodded, stating, Indeed. Failure is preferable to being trapped here without acquiring a single token. This cannot be deemed a victory. After a thorough examination, she remarked, This is the position of wounding. It seems to be the wound gate, associated with the element of wood. As I practice wood element techniques, allow me to give it a try. Upon hearing this, Qin Shi stepped forward. Mo Tiango positioned herself before the rock wall, summoned her azure wood sword, and infused it with spiritual energy. With a sudden thrust, she directed the azure wood sword towards the rock wall. The moment the sword connected with the wall, a radiant barrier emerged, thwarting the sword's assault. Observing this, Mo Tiango channeled all her spiritual energy and charged forward without hesitation. Finally, the barrier was pierced by the blade, vanishing without a trace. As the azure wood sword made contact with the rock wall, it erupted explosively, and in an instant, the scenery shifted, revealing them once again before an intact rock wall, as if the previous events had been mere illusions. However, a smile graced Mo Tiango's face as she declared, The wound gate has been breached. This is the position of departure, the departure palace scene gate, associated with the element of fire. She furrowed her brow in concern, admitting, I am not well versed in fire spells. I only know a few fireball techniques. What about you, senior brother Qin? Qin, she replied, I primarily cultivate in the dual paths of metal and fire. I shall handle this. Mo Tiango felt a sense of relief and stepped back. She watched as Qin Shi retrieved a sword from his cosmic bag and unsheathed it. Upon seeing the sword, she couldn't help but be astonished. The blade shimmered with a golden hue, merging with flames, exuding an impressive aura that far surpassed her azure wood sword, revealing it to be a genuine magical artifact. She was not unfamiliar with magical artifacts. Years ago, Eugene Wen had bestowed upon her a spirit jade pendant that concealed her constitution, which was indeed a treasure. More than half a year prior, she had counterattacked a man from the Yin family, acquiring the enchanting soul lamp, also a magical item. However, aside from masking her aura and purifying spiritual energy, the spirit jade pendant possessed no other capabilities, while the enchanting lamp was merely an illusionary artifact, appearing quite ordinary. It was nothing like the imposing sword before her. Qin Shi sheathed the sword and cast her a glance, saying, This sword was not easily obtained. If others were to learn of it, I would find no peace. I kindly ask you, junior sister Yi, to help me conceal it and refrain from sharing this with anyone. The significance of a flying sword as a treasure was clear to Mo Tiango. She understood that if she were to display the enchanting lamp, it would undoubtedly incite envy among countless cultivators, let alone this sword. It was no wonder that Qin Shi never revealed this sword in public. A common man holds no guilt, yet a jewel brings trouble. If others were to discover it, how could a mere qi refining cultivator safeguard such a treasure? Mo Tiango nodded in understanding. Rest assured, senior brother Qin, only through our united efforts can we escape. Once we leave this place, I will act as though I have seen nothing today. Qin Shi smiled faintly, and that smile left Mo Tiango momentarily stunned. Despite their long acquaintance, she had never witnessed him smile before. His already handsome visage became even more striking with that smile, captivating her gaze. To mask her moment of distraction, she hastily turned to observe the patterns on the rock wall, Dui, Jingmen, belonging to the metal element. Qin Shi stepped forward, declaring, Allow me. It was still that sword, but now it was enveloped in a layer of golden energy. Qin Shi infused it with spiritual energy, and in an instant, the Jingmen was breached. This time, Mo Tiango was filled with joy. As the rocky walls before them shifted, the surrounding cliffs began to move, and in the blink of an eye, the passageway wedged between the rocks transformed into a stone chamber. The two cautiously invoked their defensive spells and stepped inside with great care. Surveying their surroundings, they found the chamber to be exceedingly high and remarkably spacious, with only a solitary rack in the corner, upon which rested a few scattered items. After inspecting the rack closely, they found no traces of formations or restrictions. It was then that Mo Tiango reached for a book made of animal hide titled The Art of Strategic Maneuvers. Upon opening it, She discovered it was indeed a tome dedicated to the intricacies of formations. She held another volume, exclaiming softly. Imotinga inquired, "What is it?" She raised the book and said, "This fundamental body technique is a high-level body refining manual from our sect. I have inquired about it, and it is said to be stored in the most secretive room of the 10,000 Techniques Pavilion, accessible only to those who have reached the Dan formation stage." Imotinga recalled that his cultivation also focused on body refining, which clearly piqued his interest. After perusing the book, she turned to her and proposed, "Junior Sister Yi, this book is of immense value to me. I shall claim this tome, and you may have the rest. How does that sound?" The body refining technique held little significance for Imotinga. Conversely, the formation book was of equal importance to her as Shi's body refining method. She had already contemplated that even if all the items belonged to Shi, she would still seek to exchange for this particular book. Now that Shi was willing to relinquish everything else, she had no reason to refuse. In addition to these two books, there were several other volumes and jade slips, along with 2 jade vials. Among the items was a tome on alchemy, while several others contained insights on cultivation. The jade vial contained nothing of great value, merely a cleansing elixir. Some pills could leave behind toxic residues, and this particular elixir served to counteract such toxins, thus it was not precious. Without a trace of remorse, Imotinga swept all the items into her spatial pouch. "What manner of place is this? It appears as though it was deliberately arranged, a reward left for us." She suggested, "It is possible that these items were indeed left by the elders of our sect. They may hold little importance to them, and seem to serve as a reward for disciples who have broken through the array." As they spoke, sounds emanated from outside the stone chamber, indicating that someone was approaching. Imotinga and Shi exchanged a glance, each retrieving their spiritual artifacts and invoking defensive spells. Their gazes fixed on the entrance of the stone chamber. At that moment, the sounds at the door grew clearer, and several cultivators clad in yellow garments burst in. After spending the entire night engrossed in the ancient sword saga, I felt dizzy. Having navigated 3D online games for several years, I surprisingly felt lightheaded playing a single-player game. What could be the reason for this? The group consisted of 5 disciples from the Golden Blade sect, 2 at the 10th level of chi refinement, 1 at the 9th, and 2 at the 8th. Imotinga furrowed her brow. With the special effects of the Qingmu technique, she could manage 2 or 3 cultivators of similar cultivation levels, but dealing with more than that was uncertain. At this moment, Shi had sheathed his sword and said in a low voice, "Junior brother Yi, leave the 2 at the 10th level to me. See if you can restrain the others." Imotinga nodded. Whether it be the Qingmu Ju or the formation she excelled in, her strengths lay in entrapment rather than annihilation. If pitted against the other 3, she harbored no confidence in victory. However, temporarily ensnaring them was a considerably less daunting task. Shi had already advanced, and indeed, upon noticing his cultivation at the 10th level, the 2 cultivators of the same tier surged forward, wielding their spiritual devices with intent to strike. Since the Xianai assembly, Imotinga had not witnessed Shi in action, yet his mastery of spellcraft and his proficiency in body refinement made him formidable, likely surpassing the average 10th level chi refinement cultivator. With no time to concern herself with Shi, 2 of the remaining 3 had charged at her. Imotinga stepped back, deftly evading their attacks with an agile maneuver, and summoned the Qingmu sword to hover above, exerting control over the situation while scattering seeds from her hand. The assailants, unaware of the nature of the seeds, opted to evade. Yet, in the next moment, they found the seeds had landed at their feet, which instantly erupted into thorny brambles. These thorns glimmered ominously with a crimson hue, and upon contact, the 2 felt a searing pain akin to fire. Seizing the moment of their disorientation, she hurled another seed, causing the fiery thorns to burgeon once more, encircling them in a rudimentary spirit-binding formation. As the incoming seeds touched them, they miraculously transformed into a magnificent white flower, blooming with enticing petals that released an alluring fragrance, causing the 2 to swoon and their spiritual energy to wane. This, however, also highlighted a limitation in Imotinga's combat skills. Once she ascended to the foundation establishment stage, battles among cultivators would take place in the air, rendering thorns and similar traps ineffective. Moreover, the Qingmu Ju could only stimulate the short-term growth of plants, which would hold little sway over foundation establishment cultivators. At present, this individual is soaring in midair using a lightness technique, rendering half of her Qingmu Ju ineffective. The situation has reached a stalemate. Imotinga cast a glance at the spirit-binding formation, her brow furrowing. This hastily arranged formation could only restrain for a moment, and prolonging the encounter could spell disaster. With this thought in mind, she retrieved a talisman from her bosom, intending to conclude the battle swiftly. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the person opposite exclaimed in surprise and anger. Imotienga turned to see Qinshi catching an object, leaving only one opponent remaining. Elated, she seized the opportunity while her adversary was momentarily distracted and hurled the talisman without hesitation. Amidst the flames ignited by the talisman, the token at this person's waist emitted a gentle white light. Within that luminescence, the individual vanished, and the token dimmed, falling to the ground. Imotienga caught the token and swiftly turned to join Qin in confronting the 10th tier cultivator. As their companions were consecutively teleported away, this individual became flustered and, before long, was also sent away, with Qinshi collecting the token. The remaining 2 8th tier cultivators, recently freed from the spirit binding formation, were immediately overwhelmed by a barrage of spells, offering little resistance before being defeated. With their disappearance, 2 tokens fell to the ground. Imotienga sighed in relief. Her combat experience was limited, and with a record of 2 victories against 5, she felt uncertain. Her nerves had been taut throughout the confrontation, and once the duel concluded, her legs grew weak. Looking at the 2 tokens, she hesitated. Although Qinshi had faced 2 opponents while she had faced 3. It was Qinshi who had first eliminated one, thus granting her the opportunity. Consequently, she felt reluctant to simply claim a token for herself. Yet parting with one felt equally unsatisfactory. With a gentle smile, Qinshi remarked, "Junior brother Yi, these 2 individuals are ensnared by you. The token rightfully belongs to you." The other party offered their hands in a gesture of concession, and Imotienga felt a twinge of guilt, her heart tinged with embarrassment. However, she was not adept at such back-and-forth exchanges, so she accepted the token and earnestly expressed, "Thank you, Brother Qin. This bond of friendship I shall cherish in my heart." Qinshi merely waved his hand, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, and Imotienga exchanged a glance with Qinshi, both feeling a sense of frustration. How was it possible that just after vanquishing one group, another had already arrived? The next instant, the entrance revealed a familiar figure. Causing both to pause in surprise, it was Louis Dao. "Brother Liu," exclaimed Louis Dao, astonished to see them. "It appears you have arrived before me. Have you encountered Junior Brother Jiang and Junior Brother Su?" Imotienga shook her head. "No, Brother Liu. What is the situation outside?" Louis Dao replied. "I discovered that the formation had been breached and have been searching for you. After a lengthy search, I finally arrived here. Are the other 2 brothers not outside?" Imotienga inquired. "I have not seen them," Louis Dao responded. Imotienga furrowed her brow, sensing that their circumstances might not be favorable. The formation has been compromised, making it easy for others to locate this place. The fact that those 2 have yet to arrive is concerning. The 2 men gazed at her in confusion. Imotienga retrieved a communication jade talisman from her bag, infused it with spiritual energy, intending to send a message to Su Jingji. However, the talisman showed no response whatsoever. With a sigh, she stored it away and said, "They're not here. They may have been defeated and transported away." Qinshi immediately conjectured. "Could it be those 5 individuals we encountered earlier?" "It is likely," she affirmed. "They have also been transmitted here. Undoubtedly due to the 2 senior brothers encountering an ambush outside, compelling them to join forces to vanquish their foes." Louis Dao expressed his confusion, inquiring, "What is the situation?" Imotienga explained, "Just moments ago, upon our arrival, 5 disciples from the Golden Blade sect entered behind us." "Oh," Louis Dao exclaimed in astonishment. "Where are they now?" "They were defeated by us and subsequently transmitted away," Imotienga replied. After a brief moment of reflection, Louis Dao sighed. "I underestimated my 2 junior brothers. A pair against 5 has indeed achieved a resounding victory." Imotienga chuckled. "They were caught off guard by my unique magical techniques, while Brother Qin, in a 1-on-2 scenario, remained unyielding and even triumphed over one of them. Otherwise, I would have found myself in a dire predicament." Qinshi merely shook his head and shifted the conversation, saying, "Now that Brother Liu has arrived, we should deliberate on our next steps. We have been here for quite some time, and we are unaware of the circumstances outside." Louis Dao suggested, "Shall we venture out?" Imotienga hesitated. "Isn't it rather perilous to go out at this moment?" His reasoning was sound, and after a brief contemplation, Qinshi concluded, "Then let us proceed outside. Since we cannot evade it, we might as well confront and overpower more adversaries. Inviting trouble upon oneself? Yet again engaging in a contest of magic." By the way, I extend my gratitude for the generous donations. I failed to notice them yesterday, but I acknowledge them today. My mind remains clouded, and I harbor a deep-seated resentment towards the idle mountain villa. The apparition of the woman in red traversing through walls frightened me so thoroughly last night that I could not continue my endeavors. As the formation crumbled, the three emerged only to discover that they were merely within a shallow cave. Had they entertained any false hopes of hiding within, they would surely have been discovered before long, leaving them with no means of escape. The Misty Valley, indeed aptly named, revealed that upon exiting the cave, their keen eyesight as cultivators could only discern objects within a few paces. The dense, white fog concealed everything before them, with intermittent echoes of incantations and magical duels resonating from within the mist. Observing the situation, Imo-Tienga released the Qingmu sword, preparing for a potential confrontation. Lu Yidao furrowed his brow, questioning, "So, we are left to chance?" Imo-Tienga replied, "Given the thickness of the fog, it may prove advantageous for us. In a clear view, with only 3 of us, we would be swiftly expelled. However, in this scenario, if we encounter fewer foes, we shall engage directly. And if faced with many, we will conceal ourselves within the mist and seize the opportunity to ambush." Indeed, Qinshi concurred. Fewer opponents amidst the fog may actually work to our advantage. With their resolution firm, the trio began to maneuver through the surroundings. As anticipated, they occasionally stumbled upon magical duels. When encountering fellow disciples of the Cloud Mist sect, they offered assistance against the Golden Blade sect or the Purple Cloud sect. They would engage if outnumbered, or take refuge within the fog if faced with greater numbers, communicating through talismans before regrouping. Should they witness skirmishes between the other 2 sects, they would adopt a spectator-esque role, waiting for the opportune moment to strike amidst the chaos, reaping the benefits of the tumultuous fray. In the midst of a vast, swirling white fog, several disciples from the Golden Blade sect encountered a dozen practitioners from the Purple Cloud sect, and upon sight, they engaged in a fierce confrontation. Although fewer in number, the disciples of the Golden Blade sect possessed superior cultivation levels, resulting in a back-and-forth struggle that showcased their comparable strengths. Just as it seemed they were on the brink of mutual destruction, an unexpected explosion of dense, fiery thorns erupted around them, encircling the combatants. Following this, large blossoms of mesmerizing flowers, accompanied by various spell talismans, floated into the fray. In no time, those injured and depleted of spiritual energy were swiftly eliminated by these spells, their tokens falling to the ground. As the fiery thorns receded, 3 cultivators from the Cloud Mist sect emerged, with a robust man leading the group as he collected all the fallen tokens. Without a moment's pause, the trio departed, vanishing into the mist. Lu Yidao, caught between astonishment and delight, mused, "We have struck gold. Here lie over 100 tokens. If we divide them, each of us shall receive around 40. With each token valued at 10 spirit stones, our reward amounts to several hundred spirit stones each." Imo-Tienga calculated in his mind. The Cloud Mist sect boasted approximately 300 to 400 Chi refinement disciples at the 7th level and above, while the Golden Blade sect had fewer. And the Purple Cloud sect surely exceeded 500. Hence, apart from their own sect, the Cloud Mist sect could potentially seize around 800 tokens from other factions. However, given that the Purple Cloud sect possessed greater strength, and assuming an even split in power between the Cloud Mist and the others, the total number of tokens they could secure would likely be around 400. Moreover, considering that more than half of the Golden Blade sect's tokens would likely be claimed by the Purple Cloud sect, estimating around 300 would be reasonable. With over 100 tokens in hand, even if divided into 3 shares, it seemed they would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 sections. Qinshi sat cross-legged on the ground, cultivating his breath. Without opening his eyes, he spoke softly, "Today witnesses the fiercest battles. Those of lesser strength have been eliminated. Tomorrow, such opportunities may not present themselves again, so we must not harbor any illusions." This cold splash of reality jolted Imo-Tienga and Lu Yidao into a semblance of awareness. Lu Yidao, with a look of shame, promptly inquired, "How shall we divide the tokens, esteemed brothers?" Qinshi opened his eyes, pondered for a moment, and replied, "Our fortunate acquisition of these tokens is largely due to junior brother Ye's unique spell. Therefore, let us allocate a greater share to him." Imo-Tienga was taken aback, but is that appropriate? Despite this, it was indeed Lu Yidao who had risked himself to ascertain the enemy's situation, and Qinshi's skillful magic had led their adversaries to underestimate their numbers, rendering them less inclined to resist. Lu Yidao, however, was magnanimous. He recognized that while his own abilities were solid, he lacked any extraordinary talents and did not possess their cunning strategies. With a smile, he suggested, in that case, let junior brother Yi receive 50 tokens, while Qin Shidi and I shall each receive 41. How does that sound? Qin Shi nodded in agreement. He collected the 53 tokens into his Qin Kuan bag and settled down to continue his meditation. Having completed his own cultivation, Qin Shi took up the role of sentinel. In truth, even without a guardian, there was little cause for concern. Imotianga felt confident in her mastery of the formation. This maze was the product of her and her uncle's diligent efforts, and it could easily ensnare Qi refining disciples for several hours. Nevertheless, considering they were in the fog valley, caution was paramount. Suddenly, a sound echoed from within the formation, suggesting that someone had entered. Imotianga opened her eyes, exchanging glances with her companions, and each retrieved their spiritual tools or talismans. The footsteps were heavy, somewhat unsteady, and chaotic, indicating that it was not just one person. Sister Shun, how are you? A woman's voice, crisp yet husky, resonated with urgency. Imotianga furrowed her brows, finding the voice eerily familiar. After a moment, she heard the voice again. I'm fine. I can still hold on. Sister Wang, how is your injury? I'm all right. My spiritual energy is just nearly depleted. The two fell into silence for a while before Sister Wang spoke again. I wonder where this place is. There's no fog, but is it safe? Sister Shin replied. It could be the remnants of an ancient cave left by predecessors. We just don't know if anyone has already discovered it. Perhaps we should search around. Imotianga drew her sword, having confirmed their location, and cautiously entered the formation. Upon reaching the designated spot, she carefully turned a corner, only to be met with a sudden spell, as several wooden objects were hurled towards her. She swiftly dodged, preparing to wield her Qingmu sword, when she heard a voice filled with surprise. Brother Yi, is that you? Imotianga was taken aback. The two disheveled women before her bore a striking resemblance to someone she once knew. Brother Yi, it's me. I am Wang Qianni. A group of 5 settled into the stone chamber, with Qin Shi stepping outside to keep watch, while Lui Dao found a corner to recuperate. Imotianga gazed thoughtfully towards the entrance of the cave. In a place like Mist Valley, one had to remain vigilant against potential ambushes, and this brother Qin truly made it convenient for others. Turning around, she noticed that the two sisters had finished tidying up, so she approached them. Sisters, how are you both faring? Upon noticing her approach, Wang Qin graciously made room, saying, please take a seat, junior brother Yi. Imotianga, unreserved, settled in across from them. At that moment, Shenbing opened her eyes, her breathing having calmed significantly. I must extend my gratitude to you, junior brother Yi. Had we not fortuitously encountered you, it is likely that Wang junior sister and I would have been discovered and expelled tonight. Imotianga smiled and waved her hand dismissively. Sister, please do not mention it. We are of the same sect, and upon entering this misty valley, it is only natural that we assist one another. Furthermore, an additional ally enhances our strength. After a brief pause, she inquired, I gather the two of you are acquainted? Wang Qian replied with a smile, there are not many female disciples in our sect, so most of us are familiar with one another. Moreover, Sister Shun is no ordinary disciple. Who among us does not recognize her? Oh, that is indeed true. Imotianga mused. With over 1,000 Qi refining disciples in the sect, the female disciples comprised only about 30%, predominantly hailing from renowned cultivation families. It is rare for women from the mundane world to tread the path of cultivation. Those like her, blessed by ancestral ties to the immortal realm, are a rarity. However, upon seeing Shenbing, she recalled another individual. Sister Shun, is it not the case that Sister Murong is not with you? At this, Shenbing revealed a wry smile. She was indeed with me, but as you know, that girl is quite lazy and possesses only mediocre skills. She has already been expelled. Imotianga found this outcome unsurprising. Although Sister Murong's cultivation was commendable, it was primarily derived from medicinal pills, leaving her with little prowess in combat. It was peculiar that she managed to sustain herself, given her tendency to indulge in eating and playing. However, Wang Qian remarked with a cold smile, had we not encountered those individuals, perhaps Sister Murong would have managed to persevere. Humph, those wretches shall one day face their reckoning. The tone, laced with bitterness, bore the weight of a life and death enmity. Shenbing's expression turned grave. Sister Wang, it is best to keep such sentiments to ourselves. Let them reside within our hearts. Should the day come when we establish our foundations, those individuals will be of no consequence. There is no need to dwell on this matter now. Imotianga, bewildered, inquired, What individuals is senior sister referring to? With a sense of understanding, Shinbing nodded reassuringly and resumed her meditative healing. Gu then sought clarification from Wang Qin regarding the situation. As it turned out, their group was not lacking in strength. Both Shinbing and Wang Qin had reached the 10th level, while Mu Rongyan was at the 8th, accompanied by 2 female disciples at the 9th level of Qi refinement. However, due to their gender, their combat prowess was somewhat diminished. Although Gu was also a woman, it must be acknowledged that in the realm of cultivation, female practitioners were fewer in number and generally less formidable. Even among those of equivalent cultivation levels, they often fell short of their male counterparts in terms of martial prowess. This discrepancy stemmed from various factors, including societal norms that favored men and inherent personality traits of women. The differences between the genders are not merely superficial. They extend deeply into temperament and habits. Women tend to be more emotional, often indulging in the sorrows of the world, whereas men, by nature, are more inclined towards valor and aggression. Consequently, they are more willing to devote significant time to mastering their techniques, resulting in a higher level of cultivation. Thus, this group of female cultivators, upon entering the Misty Valley, soon encountered disciples from the Zixia sect, leading to an inevitable confrontation. The disciples of the Zixia sect, upon beholding the striking beauty of the women, could not resist the temptation to make lewd remarks. Mu Rongyan, unable to endure such insolence, was impulsively driven to retaliate, unwittingly falling into their trap, as it was their intention to provoke her in order to exploit the opportunity to strike. Thus, Mu Rongyan was expelled. Subsequently, 2 female disciples at the 9th level of Qi refinement could not withstand the taunts either. Only Shinbing and Wang Qin managed to escape here, thanks to their commendable evasion skills. Gu then addressed Wang Shiji with utmost seriousness. While you are undoubtedly aware of the situation, allow me to reiterate my plea. Please do not take offense. The chaos of today has afforded us a narrow escape, but I sincerely hope that you can exercise restraint moving forward. Our strength is insufficient, and we cannot compete with the sheer numbers of the Zixia sect. Should you lose your composure, it may lead to the misfortune of us all. His words echoed the sentiments of Lu Qin and the others, who, having had limited interactions with the female disciples, wished for her to convey this important message. If they wish to stand together, they must not jeopardize the group. Shinbing and Wang Qin, both of higher cultivation, grasped this rationale. Although the sentiment was not particularly pleasant to hear, it was nonetheless reasonable, and they nodded in agreement without voicing dissent. Gu chose not to elaborate further, saying, "You two need not worry, rest assured. I can manage to hold off a few intruders with the Misty Array, especially with Qin Shixiang guarding outside. Please take this time to recuperate and restore your strength." Upon exiting the formation, they indeed spotted Qin Shi seated on the ground beside the cave, his demeanor calm and collected, with a formidable sword resting upon his lap. He acknowledged their presence without sheathing the weapon. Gu approached and casually picked a spot, brushing his sleeves before sitting on the ground like him. "What is on your mind, senior brother?" After a considerable pause, Qin Shi finally stowed his sword into the Chinkoan bag and replied, "Nothing much." Gu tilted her head, her expression contemplative. "I have heard that senior brother Qin hails from a family of cultivators. How is it that you, like us, have fallen into the ranks of solitary practitioners?" Qin Shi suddenly cast a piercing glance at her, then a moment later, diverted his gaze, his tone remaining nonchalant. "Junior brother, you should be well aware that many small cultivation families cannot sustain themselves, leaving only a few practitioners who are compelled to become solitary cultivators. The rise and fall of families must resonate more profoundly with you than with me." Gu halted her inquiry, realizing her probing was too overt. Thus, his words felt somewhat cutting. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she laughed and said, "Senior brother Qin is usually so taciturn. I find it quite intriguing." Qin Shi curled the corner of his mouth, seemingly smiling, and remarked, "I too find junior brother quite fascinating. While you engage in light banter with us, it appears your interactions are rather limited." Ge's smile faltered. Was he implying? Yet she heard Qin Shi shift his tone. "We have always coexisted harmoniously. I suppose your curiosity is merely natural. However, I believe it is best to keep some matters to ourselves. There is no need to seek clarity on everything." Gu fell silent. The implication was unmistakable. He meant that everyone harbors secrets that need not be unveiled. She had only been curious, merely attempting to probe a little, not expecting the senior brother Qin to be so unreserved. Upon recalling her secret, A subtle change flickered across her countenance. She discreetly observed her surroundings. Noting that she did not seem to maintain any distance nor exhibit any intentional closeness, which allowed her to relax slightly. It appeared that she had successfully concealed her secret. Even if she suspected her of harboring one, he remained unaware of its true nature. She acquiesced to his proposal and shifted the conversation. What is your perspective on the matters concerning our two senior sisters, Brother Qin? She replied. Since I did not oppose their decision to stay, it is of no consequence to me. Are you not concerned about being implicated? She inquired. She shook his head with a smile. Are you, Brother Sure, hoping to secure that reward? Indeed, if I endure until the end. There are 2 bottles of chi-gathering pills and 100 spirit stones to be earned. Should we secure a position among the top 3 in the sect, there is an additional reward of 500 spirit stones and another bottle of chi-gathering pills. When considering the rewards for each token, it amounts to several hundred spirit stones. In total, it could exceed 1,000 spirit stones, sufficient for me to enter seclusion until the sect's minor competition. However, she remarked, does Brother Yi not fear that such a substantial reward might attract undue attention from others? Imotienga was momentarily taken aback. I have a suggestion. We possess a considerable number of tokens, enough to claim a significant sum of spirit stones. Coupled with the rewards for ranking in the top 3, it would be prudent for us not to endure until the very end. Ideally, we should allow ourselves to be defeated, so even if we secure a top 3 position, it would not draw excessive scrutiny. Imotienga paused, and she regarded her with an enigmatic smile. Could it be that Brother Yi wishes to showcase his prowess, hoping to be taken as a disciple by some esteemed elder of our sect, aspiring to become an elite disciple? This statement is clearly intended to provoke her. Imotienga's expression turned cold. I do not aspire to become an elite disciple, yet I cannot bring myself to hinder my fellow disciples. She was taken aback. Yet he burst into a hearty laugh, one that was unprecedentedly liberating. Once he ceased laughing, he regarded her, his tone considerably softened. Junior Sister Yi, please do not misunderstand. To be frank, although the injuries sustained by those 2 junior sisters are minor, they do not contribute positively to our collaboration. I suspect they never anticipated reaching the end. As for Senior Brother Liu, I shall compensate him with the token in my possession. This revelation startled Imotienga. What, indeed, was the intent of this Senior Brother Qin, who was willing to relinquish the spirit stones in his grasp merely to avoid drawing attention? The ancient sword had been conquered, despite prior preparations. It still inflicted a severe beating. Perhaps everyone believes that tragedy resonates more deeply, thus necessitating the obliteration of all beauty in the conclusion. Lingsha has perished. Tianhe has lost his sight. Mengli has endured a century of solitude, and Ziying has aged in a dream of white hair. Huan Yuan has been trapped for a millennium. Mu Rongshi has wandered the world, and Xiao Che Yun has died at the hands of the one she trusted most. Among the beloved gaming characters, only Shui Jing and Ji Liang have journeyed towards eternity. I had thought I had grown accustomed to tragedy, yet I still found myself tormented by this tale, which contained little romance. I wept uncontrollably and vowed never to engage in single-player games again. On the following morning, the 5 departed from the stone chamber. Wang Qianyi and Xin Bing, having sustained minor injuries, managed to remain in Misty Valley. After a night of recuperation, they were no longer in serious condition. After considerable discussion, the 5 agreed to proceed together, and should they become separated, they would communicate via talismans. Moreover, Shi coldly made it clear to the 2 of them that should their abilities fall short and they be expelled, they should harbor no grievances against him. His demeanor in this instance was markedly different from the previous night. Imotienga sensed that he harbored ulterior motives and was uncertain of his origins. It would be prudent to limit their interactions with him, lest they encounter unforeseen troubles and be implicated. Wang and Xin could only respond with wry smiles and nods. As seasoned chi-refining disciples within their faction, they understood the stakes. Considering their injuries, their willingness to accompany him was already a significant concession. Furthermore, Imotienga had previously conveyed to them that, since they were together, they ought to heed his commands, which had prepared them mentally, rendering Qi's remarks less jarring. Indeed, today was distinctly different from yesterday. After traversing the valley for a while without encountering others, it appeared that a considerable number had already been eliminated the day prior. Louis Dao continued to scout for information, adept at concealing his presence and enhancing his perception through his unique techniques, making him an invaluable asset. Today, they encountered very few small teams. Those remaining were either comprised of 7 or 8 individuals to a dozen or merely 1 or 2 solitary figures. It seemed that after yesterday's events, only those with formidable strength or those who had gathered in numbers managed to persist. They had ambushed most of the solitary individuals. But a few were reputedly powerful qi-refining disciples known to Wang Qian and Shen Bing. After deliberation, they chose not to engage, as their tokens were already sufficient. And there was no need to take unnecessary risks. With opportunities for opportunism dwindling as those remaining were few and largely congregated, it became increasingly challenging to make a move. After a brief moment, the 5 decided to venture forth for further investigation. This individual, capable of contending against 6 adversaries single-handedly, undoubtedly possesses remarkable strength. As the 5 departed, it was conceivable that victory could swiftly turn in their favor. Before long, the sounds of combat reached their ears. The clash of weapons and the collision of spells resonating with intensity. Amidst the swirling dust, they approached the scene of the battle and caught a distant glimpse of a disheveled disciple from the Yunwu sect. Brother Zhou. Upon recognizing the face, Lu Dao was taken aback. This person was indeed their managing disciple, Brother Zhou. The 5 companions unleashed their spiritual artifacts, and she had already cast a spell, forcing the disciples of the Zixia sect back several paces. Their surprise was evident as they noticed the newcomers, clearly struggling and oblivious to the approaching reinforcements. Brother Zhou, filled with joy, called out, "Junior brothers and sisters, they can no longer hold their ground. Act swiftly." Without hesitation, Mo Tiange and the others advanced with their spiritual artifacts and talismans. Their cultivation levels were markedly superior to those of their opponents, and it did not take long for them to clear away the Zixia sect disciples entirely. Having escaped the fierce battle, Brother Zhou wiped the sweat from his brow and regarded them. Junior brothers. He recognized the familiar disciples but was not close to them, rendering him unable to recall their names. His gaze shifted to Shen Bing and Wang Qian, surprise evident on his face. "Sister Shen, Sister Wang, how is it that you are also here?" Shen Bing replied with a wry smile, "Brother Zhou, we are all from the same sect who have been expelled. So we ended up together." She then inquired, "Brother Zhou, were you not with Brother Li and Brother Qi?" In a moment of wry amusement, Brother Zhou remarked, "To be honest, we were overly complacent. Last night, we were ambushed during our rest. 2 of our members ventured out, while 2 others dispersed, and we subsequently lost track of them. As an elite disciple, it was only natural that Brother Zhou was accompanied by exceptional peers, underscoring the folly of their underestimation." Mo Tiange could not help but reflect on her own fortunate circumstances, realizing that such a formidable group as Brother Zhou's had encountered misfortune so early on. Had she not fortuitously aligned with Qin Shiliu, she might have already found herself outside, vulnerable. It was precisely due to Lu Yidao's formidable spiritual awareness and Qin Shiliu's remarkable magical prowess, coupled with their extraordinary caution, that they had managed to evade formidable adversaries and secure a substantial number of tokens. After exchanging their accounts, the group fell into a contemplative silence. Among the 5 of them, only Mo Tiange was not at the 10th level of qi refinement. The others possessed considerable strength. Naturally, Brother Zhou wished to team up with them, yet as a managing disciple, he hesitated to voice this desire. Wang and Shen, who had only recently joined, contemplated speaking up but were uncertain of the group's willingness, opting instead to gauge their interest. As for Mo Tiange, her concern lay with Brother Zhou. They could not afford to intentionally lose. Following her conversation with Qin Shiliu the previous day, she had acquiesced to his proposal, recognizing the necessity of remaining inconspicuous. If she were to endure until the end with her 8th level cultivation, it would undoubtedly attract unwarranted attention. Outside the Mist Valley, 3 core formation cultivators were present, and it was rumored that the rewards would be personally dispensed by the sect leader. Even with the protective charm of her spiritual jade pendant, she was loath to take such risks. Moreover, even if she does not receive the ultimate reward, she possesses around 50 tokens, which can be exchanged for over 500 spiritual stones. She is willing to supplement the amount, ensuring she secures one of the top 3 rewards, thus providing her with an additional 500 spiritual stones and a bottle of qi gathering pills. When calculated, she stands to gain over 1,000 spiritual stones and a bottle of qi gathering pills, alongside the one she already possesses, sufficient for her to seclude herself until she attains the pinnacle of qi refinement. As they safeguarded him, Brother Zhou began to recover his spiritual energy. Qin proposed, "Brother Zhou, since fate has brought us together, why not travel together? I wonder if it would be convenient for you?" The trio, Zhou, Wang, and Shen, visibly exhaled in relief, and Brother Zhou readily agreed, expressing gratitude. Thank you, fellow disciples. I am more than willing to accompany you. Qinshi smiled and inquired, what does Brother Zhou think our next course of action should be? Brother Zhou humbly replied, I am merely benefiting from your presence. You must have devised a plan already. So allow me to align with your strategies. Qinshi nodded and addressed Louis Dao. Since it has been quite challenging to encounter others today, let us wait here, taking a moment to rest and conserve our strength. Louis Dao readily concurred. Since yesterday, he had grown accustomed to Qinshi's suggestions. Since entering the Misty Valley, Qinshi seemed to thrive, as if possessing far greater experience in battles than they did. Reflecting on this, Mo Tiange pondered deeply on this person's background. Suddenly, Louis Dao opened his eyes during meditation, exclaiming, someone is approaching. Mo Tiange immediately rose and grasped the Qingmu sword firmly. Brother Zhou focused intently, stating, there are approximately 10 individuals. 10 individuals. It seems we are faced with a formidable challenge. Zhou, the senior brother, once mentioned that after wandering in the Misty Valley for an entire day, he had scarcely encountered any disciples from our sect. The Golden Blade sect had been expelled early on, and the Zixia sect, being numerous and powerful, likely sent its disciples here. As the figures emerged from the mist, Wang Qianyi gasped in shock, her face aflame with indignation. What troubles you, junior sister Wang? Wang Qianyi retorted angrily. Among them are those who have spoken disrespectfully to us. The group had already shared their respective experiences. Upon hearing this, Zhou frowned, for the adversaries were now in clear view. 5 at the 10th level of Qi refinement, 3 at the 9th, and 2 at the 8th. It appeared that the 7th level disciples had been expelled earlier, leaving the majority of the remaining individuals at the 10th level. Mo Tiange pondered for a moment. Though they were outnumbered with 6 against 10, Zhou, at the 11th level of Qi refinement, remained a formidable force even with minor injuries, thus their chances of victory were still considerable. Suddenly, a leering youth from the opposing side fixed his gaze upon Wang Qianyi and Shen Bing, grinning as he remarked, ah, so it is you two ladies here. How fortunate that we found you so easily. Why the haste? Are you perhaps dissatisfied with our brothers? Wang Qianyi's face turned crimson, while Shen Bing's brows furrowed in anger. Both remained silent, their expressions taut with tension. Zhou cast a cold glance at them and addressed the youth. Esteemed junior of Zixia sect, I kindly urge you to conduct yourself with decorum. Mo Tiange scoffed, then spoke up. I wonder if your brothers often jest with their fellow disciples in such a manner? That would indeed be extraordinary. As for us disciples of Yunwu's sect, we hold our sisters in the utmost respect and would never engage in such frivolous banter. The words struck the young man across from him, causing his expression to stiffen. Turning ashen, one member of the group snorted, expressing impatience, urging a swift resolution so they could enjoy a bit more rest that day. The young man then relaxed his demeanor slightly, huffed, and summoned his spiritual artifact. The following day, weariness had set in, and greetings were nearly abandoned. Encounters swiftly escalated into skirmishes. The young man exchanged a few nonsensical remarks, and soon both sides fell into a wordless melee. Mo Tiange and her companions each faced a foe, while Brother Zhou found himself encircled by 3 adversaries. The remaining fighters directed their attention towards Shen Bing and Wang Qian, who, despite sustaining minor injuries, were forced into a precarious 2-on-1 situation. Brother Zhou, seeing the dire straits of the 2 women, called out, Junior sisters, come this way. Those who can assist, please do so. Hearing this, Louis Dao managed to push back his opponent a few steps before moving closer to Wang and Shen. Qinshi, while retreating, urged Mo Tiange, Yishidi, keep them occupied. Mo Tiange nodded and unleashed all remaining fire thorns, scattering seeds across the ground which erupted into thorny vines, ensnaring their adversaries. She then hurled the mesmerizing flowers, effectively encircling the opponents and rendering them incapable of retaliating. Witnessing this, Brother Zhou cast her a surprised glance. Among the throng, she alone had reached the 8th level of Qi refinement. He had initially attributed her success to luck, but now recognized her exceptional skill. The technique she employed to ensnare her foes was particularly effective against unprepared Qi refinement cultivators, explaining her resilience thus far. Mo Tiange navigated cautiously among the 3 opponents. She is not Brother Zhou, facing 3 opponents alone. She relies entirely on her ability to confine them. All she can do is hope they resolve the others swiftly, allowing her to extend her assistance. Among the opposing ranks, a skilled practitioner noticed the situation and shouted, Ascend. At this call, her opponent struggled to employ lightness techniques to fly upward, causing Imotienga's expression to change. Indeed, her adversary was formidable, thinking of a countermeasure so promptly. With her seeds nearly exhausted, she could only grit her teeth and endure. Suddenly, a low voice whispered in her ear, "Do not persist. Take the opportunity for mutual destruction." Imotienga was taken aback, and in that moment of clarity, she realized that escaping at this juncture was optimal, both honorable and devoid of implicating Brother Louis Dao. Unable to arrive in time, could only watch helplessly as they vanished into the flying sands, several tokens falling to the ground. As the scenery shifted before her, Imotienga looked around and found herself atop a mountain, flanked by Qin Shi and a few others. The summit was densely populated with disciples from the three factions. Their arrival sparked a commotion. The three disciples from Zixia sect glared at them fiercely before making their way towards their gathering place. "Brother Yi, Brother Qin," someone called out to them. Imotienga turned to see Su Jingji. He hurriedly pulled the two away to a secluded corner and asked with concern, "How are you both?" Imotienga replied with a smile, "We are well, having acquired some tokens, but we truly could not hold on any longer today. What about you, Brother Su?" Su Jingji sighed heavily. "Do not mention it. It seems we are simply unlucky. Not long after we separated, we encountered 5 disciples from the Golden Knife sect, who, like us, were transported there without any time to notify you before being sent away." "Indeed, as anticipated," Imotienga consoled. "So it is truly unfortunate luck, not your fault." Qin Shi nodded and inquired, "What of Brother Jiang?" Su Jingji replied, "Brother Jiang's countenance is rather grim. Perhaps he had invested considerable effort in his preparations and is struggling to come to terms with it. We parted ways upon our exit, and now his whereabouts remain unknown." He then asked with renewed enthusiasm, "What of your gains? Having only just emerged today, it should be quite satisfactory, no?" Imotienga chuckled, "We merely fished in troubled waters. Yet it has proven adequate." At her words, Su Jingji's face lit up with envy. "As long as there are gains, that is commendable, unlike us, who have prepared for so long, alas." As the three engage in idle chatter, several individuals materialized from the teleportation array, those with whom they had previously clashed, yet there was still no sign of Brother Louis Dao and the others. Imotienga exchanged a glance with Qin Shi, both aware that Brother Zhou and his companions had finally persevered. The day had been chaotic, their conditions less than optimal. It was unwise to engage in solitary endeavors, and they found themselves still ensnared in the aftermath. Well, gratitude for the offerings. By the third day, few emerged from the teleportation array. Imotienga, like the other disciples, sat in meditation atop the mountain. While the spiritual energy at this peak did not rival that of the north peak of Yunk Mountain, it was not significantly inferior to the south peak either. Most cultivators seized every fleeting moment to cultivate. For what reason would there be to squander time? Even the sect leaders and foundational cultivators who had accompanied them wasted not a moment, engrossed in their meditative practices. As time passed, on the morning of the 4th day, the 3 sect leaders and their esteemed seniors gradually opened their eyes from their meditations. The leader of the Zixia sect, Master Li, declared, "The time has come." Master Fong from the Yunwu sect and Master Jin from the Jindao sect nodded gravely in agreement. Subsequently, the 3 of them rose and positioned themselves at 3 distinct points around the teleportation array, collectively channeling their spiritual energy for a unified strike. The overwhelming force they unleashed was nearly unbearable for the Qi refinement disciples, who found themselves in disarray around the teleportation array. Once again, the 3 leaders combined their power, and in an instant, the teleportation array vanished from the mountaintop. Imotienga glanced around and noted that only 50 or 60 individuals had emerged, the majority of whom were disciples of the Zixia sect. To his astonishment, not a single member of the Jindao sect had appeared, while the Yunwu sect, including senior Brother Zhou and 3 others, totaled only a handful. Upon witnessing this, both Master Fong and Master Jin's expression shifted dramatically, especially Master Jin, whose face was so dark it seemed as though ink could drip from it. Imotienga frowned as well. The might of the Zixia sect appeared to surpass all expectations. This location was merely a remote corner of the Kunwa mountain range, devoid of any significant sects, with only these 3 mid-sized sects maintaining a delicate balance amongst themselves, united against external threats. Should any one faction grow excessively powerful, it would undoubtedly disrupt this equilibrium. Master Li of the Zixia sect remained composed, offering a faint smile as he remarked, "My esteemed friends, it is time for us to tally our gains." Master Jin's expression remained grim, while Master Fong finally managed to rein in his emotions, stating, "As Brother Li has suggested, Having said that, he moved towards the Yunwu sect's side and called out loudly. Disciples, surrender all the tokens obtained from the enemy. No underhanded tactics are permitted. After Master Fang's proclamation, a Foundation establishment cultivator waiting nearby raised his voice. Step forward one by one to submit your tokens. No pushing or shoving. Brother Yi, let us proceed. Seated nearby, Qin, she turned to speak. Mo Tiange nodded, rising to brush off the sleeves of her robe before joining the flow of people to queue at the side. The number of those who had secured tokens was rather sparse. Many disciples of Qi refinement, displaying faces of disappointment, sat on the ground without moving, while merely about 100 stood in line. Soon, it was Mo Tiange's turn. As she handed over her pouch, the expression of the Foundation establishment cultivator receiving it shifted subtly. Upon counting the contents, he regarded her with increased caution and noted down, Yi Xiaodian. A total of 84 tokens. Mo Tiange bowed respectfully and stepped aside. Qinshi with a total of 22 tokens. Upon hearing this, Mo Tiange paused, her thoughts swirling in complexity. Qinshi had gifted her over 20 tokens, and aside from the potential rewards for the top 3, these tokens alone were valued at 200 spirit stones. Had it not been for her pressing need for spirit stones, she would have preferred to avoid such a debt of gratitude, for such debts are notoriously difficult to repay. Returning to her original spot, Su Jingji looked at her with envy. Junior brother Yi, it's truly remarkable. With this, your chances of securing a top 3 position have significantly increased. He was astounded upon hearing the record. He had never anticipated that there would be so many. This was indeed a substantial sum. Su Jingji then realized, so that's how it is. Nevertheless, both of you are quite impressive, managing to seize over 100 tokens. Mo Tiange replied. It's largely due to senior brother Lu's presence that we could take advantage of the chaos. Without him, we might have been overwhelmed and eliminated much earlier. Su Jingji nodded in agreement. Indeed, senior brother Lu's technique is exceptionally suited for combat in the Misty Valley. Successfully diverting Su Jingji's attention, the two exchanged smiles, demonstrating a remarkable rapport in their playful deception. By the way, where is brother Lu? He surely reaped significant rewards this time, enduring until the very end, acquiring 2 bottles of Qi gathering pills, along with the bounty at hand. Alas, selling them would fetch a considerable amount of spirit stones. Reflecting on the fortuitous brother Lu Yidao, Su Jingji felt a surge of envy. Behind them, the straightforward laughter of Lu Yidao resonated. Esteemed junior brothers, I owe my fortune to you. The trio turned to see Lu Yidao approaching, fatigued yet exceedingly joyful, and they greeted him in unison, Brother Lu. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Yidao first expressed his gratitude to Mo Tiange and Qinshi. I haven't yet thanked you 2 juniors. Had it not been for your willingness to risk everything to clear out those individuals, we might not have endured. Mo Tiange chuckled. Brother Lu, you flatter us. It was merely a matter of convenience. I truly was at my limit at that moment. If anything, I dragged Brother Qin into it. Qin, she shook his head. It was merely coincidence. I intended to lend a hand, but we ended up together. Brother Yi, do not take it to heart, and Brother Lu, do not dwell on it. Upon hearing this, Lu Yidao erupted in hearty laughter, patting Qin Shi's shoulder. Brother Su should also take credit. It was fortunate that it was you and Brother Jiang who encountered those 5 disciples of the Golden Blade sect, or I would have been in quite a predicament. Su Jingji rolled his eyes. Brother Lu, do you find my peril insufficiently thrilling? Lu Yidao laughed heartily again, while Mo Tiange couldn't help but smile and shake her head. In truth, she considered herself fortunate, for as Yi Xiaodian, she had forged such friendships. Regardless of what the future held, the bonds formed today were worth cherishing. The 3 leaders engaged in a discussion, the disciples unable to hear their discourse. Yet, it was not long before they dispersed, responding to the call of their master, each taking their disciples away on their flying artifacts. Upon receiving definitive results, Mo Tiange let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she had obtained Qin Shi's token. Otherwise, she would have missed out on this reward. She exchanged a few words with Qin Shi and Su Jingji before accompanying Lu Yidao to the Hall of Elders. Lu Yidao patted her shoulder, chuckling, you and junior brother Qin are quite clever, securing this reward, which is hardly less than a victory. Lu Yidao was significantly taller and stronger than her, and when he playfully patted her, she grimaced in response. Brother Lu, I am quite frail. Please do not be so rough. Observing her expression, Lu Yidao quickly withdrew his hand, perplexed. I must say, junior brother Yi, you seem to be around 18. Yet you remain so slender. Your waist is as delicate as a girl's. Just then, the door opened, revealing Qin Shi standing behind it. Junior brother Yi, do you have something to discuss? Imo Tiange glanced at his hand on the door and raised an eyebrow. Aren't you going to invite me in, brother Qin? With a gentle smile, Qin Shi released his grip and turned to enter the room. This chamber was unlike the others. While she had not seen Jiang Shang's room, she had glimpsed Su Jingji's and Lui Dao's quarters. Su Jingji's room was akin to hers, with bedding and cushions that he had changed himself, alongside tea sets and other items brought from home. Lui Dao, on the other hand, had added little, possessing only what was necessary for cultivation. In contrast, the room before her was distinctly different from theirs. The mat was clearly not an ordinary item. She could sense it. The table was adorned with exquisite jade tea sets, glimmering with an ethereal essence, unmistakably of superior quality. In the center of the room stood a cauldron, seemingly a furnace for alchemy, while the surroundings were equipped with various array tools. Though these 4 items, mat, tea set, alchemical furnace, and array, were few in number, none were commonplace. While she could not discern the nature of the other 3, she recognized the array as a complex formation, integrating defense, spirit gathering, consciousness restriction, and the prevention of spiritual energy leakage. Within this array, the concentration of spiritual energy rivaled that of the North Peak. She pondered to herself that with her and her second uncle's mastery of formations, they could not possibly create such a complex array. It must have been crafted by a cultivator of at least the core formation stage, and would fetch no less than several thousand spirit stones on the market. As she spoke, she withdrew a cloth pouch from her chinkoan bag and said, "Here are 700 spirit stones. The token given to me by my senior brother can be exchanged for 200 spirit stones. Additionally, I urgently need a gathering chi pill. Given that my senior brother has already achieved the 10th level of cultivation, I presume it is of lesser necessity to you. Therefore, I propose that the spirit stones belong to you, and the gathering chi pill to me." Qin Shi merely glanced at her and replied, "Since I have already stated that this is a compensation for you, I shall not demand anything in return. Keep it for your own use." Though her senior brother declined, she felt it prudent to settle the matter clearly, as she did not wish to attract undue attention. After all, her early exit was not solely due to him. Qin Shi contemplated for a moment, took the cloth pouch, extracted a handful of spirit stones, and returned the remainder to her. Imo Tiange was puzzled. "What is this?" "There are probably around 200 spirit stones here. Consider it as repayment for my token. As for that reward, you may claim it. But the associated risk shall be yours to bear. I shall forego it. Moreover, do you perceive me as someone in dire need of spiritual stones?" This question elicited only a bitter smile from Imo Tiange, for it was evident that this senior brother Qin regarded a few hundred spiritual stones as trifling. Thus, she reluctantly replied, "Very well, I shall acquiesce to your favor today." Qin Shi nodded and inquired, "Does junior brother have any further matters?" "No." Imo Tiange hesitated, then reluctantly stated, "I shall take my leave." A faint smile graced Qin Shi's visage, clearly pleased with her discernment. "Junior brother Yi, please do as you wish." Though he feigned politeness, it was apparent he merely wished for her departure. Imo Tiange felt an overwhelming sense of resignation, yet she too had no desire to linger. Thus she acquiesced and stepped outside. Upon returning to her quarters, she first refreshed herself, then lay upon her bed, lost in thought. This time, she could truly say she had reaped considerable rewards: 1,000 spiritual stones, a vial of chi-gathering pills, in addition to another vial she already possessed, sufficient to sustain her for 2 years without concern for spiritual stones, allowing her to focus solely on her cultivation until she reached the 10th level of chi refinement. However, thoughts of Qin Shi stirred a sense of confusion within her. In truth, she had merely broached the subject tentatively, wholly unaware of the secrets he harbored. Yet, he appeared utterly unperturbed by the prospect of her discovering his ulterior motives, seemingly confident she would not divulge them. Why was he so certain? As she pondered, a chill coursed through her. Could it be that her own secret had been uncovered, thus granting him such assurance? Upon reflection, she noted that senior brother Qin treated her with a certain distinction compared to others, yet she could not precisely articulate the nature of this difference. Lost in contemplation, she shook her head, deciding to take a nap before descending the mountain to consult her second uncle. With his vast experience, he would undoubtedly provide her with guidance. Awakening in a sweat, Imo Tiange felt a wave of weakness wash over her, realizing that she had indeed been frightened the previous day. After splashing water on her face, she prepared to descend the mountain. As she opened the formation and stepped into the courtyard, she had yet to knock on the door when she heard her second uncle's voice. "Xiao Tian?" Imo Tiange pushed the door open. "Uncle, it's me." A smile appeared on Yi Jiang's aged face, yet Imo Tiange froze in shock. It had been a month since their last meeting, and her uncle now bore a more pronounced look of fatigue, his complexion ashen and his hair completely white, making him appear significantly older than before. It dawned upon her that, unbeknownst to her, her second uncle had undergone such a transformation. Given his cultivation level, even if he had abandoned hopes of forming a core, he could have settled in a small sect for a tranquil life. Yet, for the past 7 or 8 years, he had tirelessly accompanied her, fleeing from the Xianqing sect, exerting immense effort to earn spirit stones, ultimately leading to his current state of serious injury. Uncle. Her eyes began to sting as she spoke softly. Is your injury worse? Why did you not tell me? Yi Jiang gazed at her, a faint smile gracing his lips. Xiao Tian. Tiange, I estimate that my lifespan is drawing to a close, which is why my injuries have not healed. As cultivators, though we possess lifespans that surpass ordinary mortals, death is inevitable. Do not grieve. This day will come for us all. But, Yi Jiang raised his hand to halt her words. I can sense that I have at most 2 or 3 years left. Even if my injuries were to heal, I would still not be capable of enduring much longer. Now you have attained the 8th layer of qi refinement, and your second uncle hopes to witness your ascension to the foundation establishment stage before he departs this world. At that moment, he would face death with a smile. Tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes upon hearing these words, and she hurriedly wiped them away. She retrieved her Qiankuan pouch and poured out the spirit stones and elixirs, smiling at him as she said, Second uncle, look. I defeated many in the Misty Valley and obtained these rewards, which are sufficient for me to cultivate to the 10th layer of qi refinement. Yi Jiang smiled. Your second uncle has always believed you could achieve this. Rest assured, I will hold on until that time comes. Therefore, you must diligently cultivate. Do you understand? Imo Tiange nodded, yet her heart ached with bittersweet sorrow. She knew this day would inevitably arrive. Ever since her second uncle was injured, he had been reminding her of his limited lifespan. Cultivators are naturally expected to regard life and death with indifference, yet despite her understanding, she could not help but feel profound sadness. 10 years ago, her mother abandoned her, and now it was her second uncle. The most important people in her life always seemed destined to leave her. Now, tell me about your journey to the Misty Valley. Perhaps I can offer you some guidance. He encouraged. Imo Tiange calmed her emotions and recounted her experiences in the Misty Valley in detail, eventually mentioning Qinshi. Yi Jiang remained silent for a long while before speaking. This person undoubtedly has an extraordinary background. From what you describe, his combat experience is remarkably rich, and he possesses ample treasures. He does not resemble an ordinary qi refinement cultivator, unless he is not a rogue cultivator but has a high-ranking elder or has encountered some fortuitous event. You need not worry. His actions clearly do not indicate any ulterior motives towards you. Simply maintain a distance from him in the future. Imo Tiange felt a slight sense of relief. She acknowledged that she would not meddle in his affairs and would continue to interact as before. She fell silent, ultimately acquiescing to his words. Understood, second uncle. Once again, she expressed her gratitude for the rewards received. As she emerged from her quarters, she often encountered fellow disciples who resided with her, and they would tease her relentlessly. Su Jingji, in particular, was filled with both envy and jealousy, remarking that although she possessed a certain charm, her emaciated appearance was hardly masculine. Despite not being as tall or handsome as him, with his poised demeanor, he wondered why the renowned beautiful senior sister within their sect treated her with such kindness. Imo Tiange could only muster a bitter smile, feeling increasingly troubled. The distinction between genders weighed heavily upon her. She found the pretense of being a man ever more exhausting. If her cultivation were profound enough, she could easily employ transformation techniques to assume any guise she desired. Yet, as a mere novice in the qi refinement stage, attempting to deceive higher-level cultivators with mere illusions would be tantamount to courting disaster. 2 years swiftly passed. Although she had grown a little in height, the change was negligible. Among women, she was still not considered tall, let alone amidst a cohort of men. Louis Dao stood a head taller than her. Qinshi exceeded her by a full head, and even Su Jingji, who was relatively shorter, towered over her by half a head. It seemed she was simply unfortunate, surrounded by men of considerable stature, which only accentuated her diminutive frame. Her slender shoulders and frail physique, despite years of cross-dressing, made her stand out in a most conspicuous manner. Su Jingji had not missed the opportunity to mock her on several occasions, commenting on her ambiguous appearance. Though it had not raised suspicions among others, it served as a constant reminder for Imo Tiange to remain vigilant and cautious. Finally, after 2 years. When her spiritual stones were depleted, she succeeded in reaching the 10th level of qi refinement. At this moment, the minor competition within the Yunwu sect was about to commence. Thus, once her realm stabilized, she emerged from her secluded meditation. Upon her exit, the other 3 were already awaiting her in the small hall. Over the past 3 years, Lui Dao and Qin Shi had honed their skills to remarkable levels, while Su Jingji, though slightly behind, had ascended to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Not far from the 10th. To celebrate her emergence, the group decided to embark on a scenic excursion, indulging in a picnic along the way. Morong Yin had often expressed her longing for her roasted beast meat, prompting her to send a message inviting her friends. Naturally, this included Wang Qianni and Shen Bing, and she also informed Brother Zhou. Initially, Mo Tiange presumed that while Murong Yin would certainly attend, the presence of Shen Bing and Wang Qianni was uncertain, and Brother Zhou was an even greater question mark. To her surprise, they all arrived without exception. The group gathered by the waterfall pool on the southern peak, engaging in casual banter while grilling. Mo Tiange sat by the water's edge, diligently skewering a row of beast meat, her left hand employing fire manipulation techniques to ignite the flames upon the meat. Not far beneath the trees lay a piece of burlap, adorned with tea and snacks. Nearby, Lui Dao and Brother Zhou exchanged insights on their cultivation experiences, while Su Jingji joined Shen Bing and Wang Qianni in light-hearted conversation. Qin Shi languidly leaned against a tree, basking in the sun, while Murong Yin sat beside her, eyeing the skewers with longing, frequently inquiring if they were ready. This group, ostensibly celebrating her attainment of the 10th layer of qi refinement, ended up commending her grilling skills instead, insisting that she prepare the meal for everyone, leaving her to toil alone. Finally, after completing a batch, she wiped her brow and placed the skewers on a tray, handing them to Murong Yin. All done. Call them over to eat. Wherever assistance is required. As soon as she finished roasting, the previously leisurely group surged forward, each wielding a generous portion to savor. Su Jingji, having devoured his share, exclaimed, "Delicious. Junior Brother Yi, please prepare some more." Mo Tiange, just done washing his hands by the pond, rolled his eyes at his remark. "If you start the fire, I shall roast for you." Su Jingji scratched his head. "Start the fire? But I lack the fire affinity, I cannot employ fire spells." Laughter erupted among the group as Brother Zhou commented, "Junior Brother Ye's culinary skills are indeed impressive, far superior to those of our dining hall." Morong Yin nodded repeatedly. "Exactly. I haven't tasted this in 2 years. It has been utterly tempting." Lui Dao patted his belly. "This is hardly enough. Junior Brother Yi, please roast more." Mo Tiange sighed. "Could someone assist me in igniting the fire? My proficiency in fire spells is rather lacking, and I've grown quite weary after struggling for so long." Morong Yin promptly replied, "I too lack fire affinity. Otherwise, I would utilize my talismans. I have a few fire spell talismans here." "That would be quite wasteful," Su Jingji interjected immediately. "Brother Qin excels in fire spells. Brother Qin, do lend a hand." This fellow had become exceedingly attentive since encountering the 3 senior sisters, hovering around Shen Bing and Wang Qian, addressing them with endearments as if his words were sweetened with honey. Mo Tiange shook his head with a smile, noticing Qin Shi's equally helpless expression, yet he did not decline. He rose, brushed off his sleeves, and approached. "All right, I shall not merely partake without contributing. Please instruct me on how I may assist Junior Brother Yi." Naturally, Mo Tiange was not at all hesitant. After all, Qin Shi was a master of fire spells, far superior to her modest abilities. Taking out a slender blade, she began to slice the beast's meat into chunks, threading them onto branches. She turned to Qin Shi and cautioned, "Brother Qin, do be careful not to burn too fiercely. If you scorch the branches, it will all be in vain." Qin Shi nodded, placing his right palm over the meat, and instantly, flames erupted, soon filling the air with a savory aroma. Noticing the rapid progression, Mo Tiange exclaimed, "Brother Qin, slow down." She had yet to apply the seasoning or turn the meat, fearing it might char. Alas, the potency of fire-based spells, though formidable, proved challenging to control. Nevertheless, with Qin Shi's assistance, the cooking proceeded swiftly, and before long, a full tray of roasted meat was piled high, prompting the 2 to finally cease their efforts. "All right, this should be sufficient for you all." Mo Tiange tidied up and pushed the tray towards Murong Yin, who rejoiced. "Junior Brother Yi, you are simply wonderful." Mo Tiange rolled her eyes, lamenting that after all that effort, she wouldn't even get to taste it. Lui Dao chuckled heartily, patting her shoulder. "Junior Brother Yi, who can blame you for being so skilled? Those who excel must bear the burden." All right, all right, I truly owe you all, she retorted, acknowledging that she had long mastered the art of fasting and no longer had the same appetite as before. After several individuals savored the roasted meat, they sipped tea and engaged in conversation, the topic inevitably gravitating towards the impending sect competition. Within most sects, there are both minor and major competitions. Major competitions occur infrequently, often spanning decades or even centuries, and participants from all realms, chi refinement, foundation establishment, and core formation are involved. In contrast, minor competitions are exclusive to chi refinement disciples and take place every 10 years or even sooner. While the rewards of major competitions are substantial, they feel distant. Thus, chi refinement disciples are far more invested in the minor competitions as they pertain directly to the allocation of foundation establishment pills. Among them, Su Jingji and Murong Yin are at the 9th level of chi refinement, while Brother Zhou has reached the 11th level, and the others are at the 10th level. Except for Brother Zhou, all the others are set to participate in the minor competition, as only those who take part stand a chance to obtain a foundation establishment pill. It is only with this pill that one can hope to establish a foundation. However, their sect is merely of medium size, distributing only 20 to 30 foundation establishment pills every decade, with a success rate of merely around 10%. Aside from Brother Zhou, who is certain to advance to foundation establishment, the prospects for the others remain uncertain. Competing among hundreds for a coveted slot is already a formidable challenge, let alone the fact that securing a foundation establishment pill does not guarantee success in establishing a foundation. In truth, one is not solely reliant on the foundation establishment pill to achieve this milestone. However, other methods are beyond the consideration of ordinary practitioners. Consuming ancient spiritual herbs or receiving the infusion of spiritual energy through secret techniques from high-level cultivators above the nascent soul stage, or encountering other fortuitous opportunities that inundate one's body with a substantial amount of spiritual energy, can also facilitate a breakthrough in cultivation. Such methods are far beyond the reach of these common cultivators. Only the foundation establishment pill offers them a glimmer of hope. 2 years ago, my uncle had remarked that his lifespan was limited to 2 or 3 years, and now, with 2 years having elapsed, I have successfully advanced to the 10th level of chi refinement. Yet I find the path to immortality elusive, with the journey toward foundation establishment still distant. Earlier today, I made an initial update, but I may not have time for further updates later. Lastly, I express my gratitude to the kind friend who offered support. Shortly after the announcement of the minor competition, the Elder Hall revealed the date of the event, and Brother Zhou brought back the specific news. The Chi Refinement Minor Competition allows registration for cultivators above the 7th level, and this time, the top 30 participants will receive a foundation establishment pill as a reward, along with other prizes such as spirit stones. Upon hearing this news, everyone's faces lit up with joy. The rewards extend to the top 30, indicating that this sect's alchemical endeavors have proven exceedingly fruitful. Although the foundation establishment pill is not an ancient marvel, its ingredients are rather rare, often requiring the collective strength of the sect, and it may take several years to concoct a single batch. The success rate of each batch significantly influences the rewards for the minor competition. In unfortunate circumstances, a single batch might yield only a mere 10 or so viable pills. After allocating slots for disciples at the 11th and 12th levels, and reserving a portion for those with significant contributions, the remainder constitutes the rewards for the minor competition. Thus, it becomes evident that only the top 10 can expect to receive any rewards. However, in this instance, with rewards extending to the top 30, fortune has truly favored them. The minor competition also unfolds in the form of duels, wherein participants are paired through a random draw, with victors advancing until a champion emerges. This format has led many to harbor hopes of luck. Should they draw a weaker opponent, they stand a greater chance of securing a high rank. Nevertheless, once one enters the top 50, reliance on luck becomes impractical. Among the over 400 disciples at the 7th level of Chi refinement, only those who succeed through 3 rounds of competition will claim a spot in the top 50. The disciples above the 7th level have begun their preparations in earnest, causing a surge in prices within the sect's market, with talismans, pills, and spiritual artifacts skyrocketing to twice their usual cost. Emo Tienga felt fortunate to have made preparations in advance. Otherwise, she would have found herself without funds, as her spiritual stones had dwindled significantly during her 2-year retreat. Her second uncle had generously supplied her with an abundance of talismans and pills. And it was only upon realizing that he had sold off a portion of his assets that she felt a profound sense of gratitude. Consequently, Imotienga resolved, even for the sake of her uncle, to secure the Foundation establishment pill. Shortly thereafter, senior brother Zhou brought news of another development. The Zixia sect extends an invitation, hoping that the three factions can hold a small competition together to inspire their disciples. This is not the first occurrence in the annals of the three factions. Previously, they have indeed held similar competitions together. However, it is unprecedented for the three factions to convene given their significant disparity in strength. As a result, the leader of the Golden Blade sect, Master Jin, is somewhat reluctant. Ultimately, Master Li from the Zixia sect proposes that they offer a portion of foundation-building elixirs as rewards for the overall rankings, while the internal rankings will be determined by each sect individually. This suggestion somewhat appeases Master Jin, as even if no disciples from the Golden Blade sect receive rewards, the loss is minimal, albeit the matter reflects poorly on their reputation. Nevertheless, refusing the offer would only invite ridicule, casting the Golden Blade sect as weak and timid. Thus, they reluctantly agree, hoping one or two of their disciples will excel. In this context, Imotienga is filled with bewilderment, unable to fathom the true intentions of the Zixia sect. Although they claim to offer only 10 foundation-building elixirs, such a modest number could potentially enable one or two disciples to attain the foundation-building stage. Is it truly necessary for the sake of appearances to make such a contribution? While the four converse casually in a small hall, Jiang Shanghong unexpectedly emerges. Upon hearing her words, he snorts derisively and remarks that having a good reputation makes it significantly easier to recruit disciples with superior talents in the future. Thus, the long-term benefits far outweigh the minor gain of one or two foundation-building practitioners. Su Jingji, surprised, glances at Jiang Shanghong's door and asks the others incredulously, "Did you all hear that? Brother Jiang actually spoke to us. Is this for real?" His tone elicits a laugh from Imotienga, who responds, "Brother Jiang has spoken to us before. It's just that his tone is seldom amiable, and such instances are rather rare." As Qinshi raised his head from the talisman he was sketching on the table, he inquired, "Have you prepared everything, Junior Su?" This question struck a nerve with Su Jingji, who, wearing a pained expression, replied, "No, my elder brother is also participating in the minor competition, and our family has thrown their support behind him, leaving me with only a few talismans to make do." "At least you have familial support," remarked Louis Dao, having concluded his own practice. "We, on the other hand, are genuinely solitary cultivators without any backing. Apart from what the sect provides, we have nothing." Su Jingji jumped up, exclaiming, "But Lu Shixiang, what about the rewards you earned during the last competition in Misty Valley?" Louis Dao scratched his head in embarrassment. "That was 2 years ago. And you still remember, Su Shitty?" Su Jingji huffed, "Of course. I didn't gain anything. Otherwise, I would have progressed to the 10th level just like Junior Yi. Alas, I dread the day I might have to call Junior Yi Uncle Master. Such advancements are not easily attained," sighed Imotienga. "Su Shixiang, you know well that I possess the 5 elemental roots. To cultivate to the 10th level of Qi refinement is already a stroke of fortune for me. How many cultivators with 5 elemental roots can successfully advance to foundation establishment?" At this point, Su Jingji shook his head with a bitter smile. "Though I have 4 elemental roots, my cultivation has never been remarkable, which is why I could only enter the sect through the Immortal Platform Conference." Sigh. "Junior Yi, your ability to cultivate to this level with 5 elemental roots is indeed commendable." The two exchanged sighs, and the atmosphere grew heavy with melancholy. Qinshi, still focused on his talismans, remarked, "While aptitude is important, it is not the sole factor. Some nascent soul cultivators are not necessarily geniuses with singular or extraordinary roots. In fact, many possess dual or even triple elemental roots. This is indeed something Imotienga has never encountered. What could be the reason?" With a flick of his fingertip, Qinshi incinerated the damaged talisman and cast a glance at her. Single spiritual roots and rare spiritual roots cultivate their realms at an astonishing pace, easily advancing to the golden core stage. Yet, this very advantage renders their resolve somewhat fragile, as they have not endured the trials of inner demons. When it comes to the nascent soul stage, innate talent becomes insignificant. The strength of one's heart plays a substantial role. They may effortlessly reach the peak of the golden core stage, but often falter at the daunting challenge posed by the inner demons during the formation of the nascent soul. In contrast, cultivators with dual or triple spiritual roots face considerable hurdles in reaching the golden core stage. often undergoing rigorous trials that fortify their determination. By the time they approach the formation of the nascent soul, they are typically well past the midpoint of their lifespan, and their character and experiences can withstand the test. Hence, while their path to cultivation may be arduous, the formation of the nascent soul is considerably safer for them. The other three, taken aback by this revelation, expressed their astonishment. Does this imply that those with dual or triple spiritual roots fare better? Why, then, does the sect not prioritize them? A smirk played on Qin-Shi's lips, resembling a smile. He had become more personable since his arrival. While that may be the case, consider the numbers. How many possess single or rare spiritual roots? Although there are fewer dual spiritual roots, triple roots are abundant. In a sect with 5,000 Qi refinement disciples, there may only be 2 or 3 with single or rare spiritual roots, while there could be 400 or 500 with dual roots, and the remaining 4,000 are predominantly triple roots. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the 2 or 3 with single or rare roots will likely ascend to the golden core stage, but among the 4,000 dual and triple root cultivators, only about 10 may achieve this. As for the formation of the nascent soul, the former has a 50% success rate, while the latter might yield none at all. At this point, even he let out a sigh. The path to the nascent soul is indeed far more arduous than one might imagine. Those with exceptional talent and diligence may still find themselves smoothly advancing to the golden core stage, while those with somewhat lesser aptitude, let alone the nascent soul, achieving the golden core stage requires an exponentially greater effort. Upon hearing this, the other three fell into silence, and after a considerable pause, Louis Dao finally spoke. Let alone the golden core and nascent soul, even the foundation establishment poses a challenge for us. Indeed, Su Jingji interjected, among the more than 400 Qi refinement disciples, perhaps only 2 or 3 will advance to foundation establishment. We cannot even ascertain if any of us will be able to relocate to the northern peak next year. In the midst of this, the transformation of Zixia sect unfolded. Su Jingji had prepared various items, the Qingmu sword, the talismans, seeds, spirit stones, healing elixirs, and several simple formations. After conducting a final inspection of these items, Su Jingji heard a knock at the door. Junior brother Yi, are you ready? Mo Tienga responded, coming. Outside in the courtyard, all the cultivators had gathered together. Except for Brother Zhou, every face bore a semblance of tension. They had all entered the sect through the Immortal Platform Conference, and though each possessed considerable cultivation, they had consistently been unable to obtain foundation establishment pills. It could be said that their very entry into the sect was motivated by the desire for these elixirs. Mo Tienga was no exception. As a loose cultivator, the most significant obstacle was not the lack of spirit veins or elixirs, but rather the inability to acquire foundation establishment pills. While one could manage with poor spirit veins or gradually earn money to purchase elixirs, enduring the arduous path of cultivation, as long as one possessed sufficient opportunities and diligence, reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement was not particularly difficult. However, the foundation establishment pill was something that loose cultivators had no means of obtaining. Generally, those sects and families capable of refining foundation establishment pills would never sell them. Such transactions occur only under exceptional circumstances. When they do circulate, they command exorbitant prices, often selling for several thousand spirit stones, a sum far beyond the means of ordinary cultivators. Thus, only by entering a sect do they stand a chance of obtaining a foundation establishment pill and the possibility of establishing their foundation. Senior brother Zhou cast a glance over them and remarked, the significance of today is self-evident. You all understand what is at stake. Your futures hinge on the efforts you exert today. Let us proceed. The location for the minor competition was ultimately decided to be at Zixia sect, a conclusion that surprised no one. Given Zixia sect's intent to display its might, such an outcome was inevitable. Yunwu sect, Zixia sect, and Jindao sect constitute the 3 dominant sects in this corner of the East Kunwu region, each relying on and restraining the others, maintaining a delicate balance. In the past, there have been instances where one sect emerged particularly powerful, and at such times, that sect would typically ascend to the forefront. Presently, it is evident that Zixia sect is vying for the position of leader among the 3. However, this struggle holds little relevance for these nascent Qi disciples. Regardless of the upper echelon's machinations, their focus must remain on diligent cultivation, unaffected by the sect's internal conflicts. On the day of the minor competition, Master Fong once again graced them with his presence, this time with greater solemnity than during the trial at Misty Valley, as there were 5 core formation cultivators present. The entire Yunwu sect comprises only 7 or 8 core formation cultivators, suggesting that nearly all, save those in secluded cultivation, were gathered here. Imotianga furrowed his brow in quiet concern, realizing that this minor competition was merely a facade, likely a covert contest of power among the 3 sections. To comprehend the presence of the golden core cultivators, one must recognize that they seldom appear before the ordinary disciples. Such encounters typically occur only during significant events, like the entrance ceremony or the competition in Misty Valley. Yet, the current event, though merely a minor contest akin to that of Misty Valley, is marked by the unexpected attendance of 5 golden core cultivators, indicating its unusual significance. The journey from Cloud Mist Sect to Purple Cloud Sect, utilizing the flying artifact of the esteemed golden core ancestor, takes approximately 3 hours, slightly longer than that to Misty Valley. Upon arrival at Purple Cloud Sect, the disciples of Cloud Mist Sect were utterly astounded by the grandeur before them. Perched atop a towering peak that rises 1,000 zhang into the heavens, Purple Cloud Sect is an imposing sight. An orderly expanse of jade steps extends from the base of the mountain to the magnificent main gate, leading to an expansive courtyard and an imposing great hall. From a distant aerial perspective, Imotianga could not help but acknowledge that, in comparison to the majesty of Purple Cloud Sect, Cloud Mist Sect appeared somewhat diminutive. The courtyard of Purple Cloud Sect is more than twice the size of that of Cloud Mist Sect, accommodating all disciples from the 3 sects participating in the minor contest without feeling crowded. Several platforms are meticulously arranged in the center of the courtyard, with disciples from each sect occupying their respective corners. The disciples of Golden Blade Sect are the fewest in number, showing little change since the last gathering. Cloud Mist Sect has seen a slight increase in its numbers, while the disciples of Purple Cloud Sect are evidently the most numerous, densely populating the right side of the platforms. Subsequently, the disciples from the 3 sects proceeded to draw lots. With over 1,000 participants, the lot-drawing process took considerable time. Imotianga casually glanced upward and noted that the leaders of the 3 sects were absent, as were any golden core cultivators. Her heart confirmed her suspicions. It appeared that today's event was indeed a contest of power among the 3 sects, with Purple Cloud Sect intending to assert dominance over the other 2. The preliminary rounds of the minor contest commenced under the arrangement of the Foundation Establishment Cultivators. Imotianga drew the number 347, a sign neither particularly fortunate nor unfortunate. The group she accompanied proceeded to their respective arenas after the drawing. Her first adversary was number 348, a disciple from the Purple Cloud Sect, at the 8th level of Qi refinement. The opponent's cultivation was modest, and their abilities unremarkable, under the assault of her Qingmu sword. They conceded defeat in less than a quarter of an hour. After descending from the arena, she felt somewhat distracted, an inexplicable unease settling within her since her arrival at the Purple Cloud Sect. As the first round of matches concluded and the Foundation Establishment Cultivators prepared to deliberate on the second bout, a sudden thunderous crash echoed from a nearby grand hall of the Purple Cloud Sect, followed by an eruption of flames. The Qi refinement disciples gasped in astonishment, while the faces of the Foundation Establishment Cultivators turned pale. From the rubble of the collapsed hall emerged several figures, each protected by a defensive barrier, engaged in fierce combat. Clearly, they were high-ranking cultivators, and the overwhelming pressure from their duel rendered the Qi refinement disciples nearly unable to withstand it. Witnessing this turmoil, a Foundation Establishment Cultivator from the Cloud Mist Sect suddenly called out, "All disciples of the Cloud Mist Sect, assemble here." The cultivators from the Golden Blade Sect quickly followed suit, shouting, "All disciples of the Golden Blade Sect, gather." Confused, the Qi refinement disciples instinctively obeyed, resulting in chaos as cultivators rushed about, inadvertently trampling over one another. Amidst the turmoil, Imotianga recognized several familiar figures among the combatants: Feng Dingyue, the leader of the Cloud Mist Sect, and Li, the leader of the Purple Cloud Sect, while the leader of the Golden Blade Sect was nowhere to be found. It appeared that a conflict among the 3 sects was imminent. No wonder I felt a sense of unease earlier. Delving into the intricacies of formations, one becomes acutely sensitive to the nuances of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, occasionally sensing the omens of fortune and misfortune. This is truly dire. Here lies the Zixia sect, and she is merely a fledgling Qi refinement disciple. Should the Yunwu sect and the Jinao sect truly turn against the Zixia sect, those of them who are but Qi refinement disciples would be in grave peril. Upon this realization, Imotianga's complexion turned pale. Li Mingzhong, You old scoundrel! How dare you conspire against me? Master Fong hovered in midair, pointing an accusatory finger at Master Li, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Master Li, however, merely smiled lightly, saying, Fong Dingyue, at this juncture, it would be prudent for you to concede. With a glance at the square, he continued, if you concede, I shall allow a flicker of hope for the Yunwu sect today. Otherwise, the future pillars of your sect shall vanish entirely. His tone was deceptively calm. Yet the undercurrent of threat was unmistakable. Master Fong, infuriated, retorted with a series of cold laughs. Do not grow too complacent. Should I choose to self-detonate my golden core? Your Zixiao sect's hopes will be extinguished as well. The power unleashed by a golden core cultivator's self-detonation could even injure those at the nascent soul stage. If he were to act with ruthless abandon, it is likely that none of the disciples from the three sects present in the square would survive. Cold sweat broke out on Mo Tianga's palms. Surely, she could not be so unfortunate as to perish in the chaos of the sect strife before even establishing her foundation. What a lamentable fate that would be. Yet, Master Li remained unfazed, his demeanor brimming with disdain as he remarked, Do you think we would act without precautions against you? You might as well try channeling your spiritual energy. Master Li scoffed, Do you think we are unaware? Your elder Yin had already passed away a decade ago. We simply chose not to make it public. Upon the utterance of these words, not only did the countenance of Master Fong pale, but the disciples of the Cloud and Mist sect present in the plaza were also rendered utterly astonished. It was evident that this matter was a closely guarded secret of the Cloud and Mist sect. Even the foundational disciples were oblivious to it. Clearly, the actions of the Zixiao sect had been meticulously planned for some time. Today, having ascended the ranks of the strong push list, I extend my gratitude to my steadfast peers who supported me during quieter times, as well as to those who offered rewards, and to the editors for granting me a chance for recommendation. What truly transpired within the Grand Hall remains unclear to those in the plaza, yet the outcome was unmistakable. With a single command from Master Li of the Zixiao sect, Master Fong was swiftly brought down, and it was uncertain what machinations had been employed against him, leaving him unable to resist. The other golden core cultivators were nowhere to be seen, leaving one to ponder whether they had fallen into a trap or had been persuaded. Golden core cultivators are known to be particularly valuing of their lives. Even in the face of their sect's annihilation, they would likely hesitate to sacrifice themselves. Master Fong, being the leader of a sect, was well aware that his identity would afford him no advantage in the event of the Cloud and Mist sect's demise. Thus he fought with all his might to resist. Now that Master Fong has been defeated, it is apparent that his life is forfeit, and the disciples of the Cloud and Mist sect are filled with fear and trepidation. Fong Dingyue, you may close your eyes. Today, we of the Zixiao sect shall merge the three sects, and from henceforth, we shall be the eighth great sect. Laughter echoed as Master Fong collapsed with a resounding thud. A heart-wrenching cry rang out among the disciples of the Cloud and Mist sect. Master Li turned, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. And with a swift motion of his sleeve, the unfortunate speaker let out a chilling scream before collapsing to the ground. Mo Tianga turned her head and beheld the foundation-building cultivator lying on the ground, his eyes wide open, seemingly unable to close even in death, while a gaping wound on his body oozed fresh blood. At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. Father! It was Wang Qianyi, and the deceased cultivator was none other than her father, Wang Qiao. Despite having a father who was a foundation-building cultivator, Wang Qianyi had always been discreet, merely referring to herself as Wang Qiao's disciple. This was the first time she had openly called out in front of others, marking a poignant separation between life and death. Mo Tianga anxiously glanced up at the still hovering Master Li, relieved to see that he was merely a qi-refining cultivator and harbored no intention to kill. Under such oppressive circumstances, the disciples of the Cloud Mist sect dared not move, and even the several foundation-building cultivators trembled in fear, having not anticipated Master Li's ruthless nature. Wang Qiao had merely uttered a single cry before being extinguished. Master Li surveyed the silent gathering below with evident satisfaction, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. Disciples, you have all witnessed this. The Cloud Mist sect is hereby expunged from Dong Kunwo. Should you choose to join the Zixiao sect, you will continue to receive the same treatment as before, perhaps even better. Otherwise, his gaze swept across the square, lingering ominously on Wang Qiao's corpse, leaving little room for misinterpretation. Faced with such a display of both benevolence and menace, the qi-refining disciples and several foundation-building disciples of the Cloud Mist sect remained motionless, tacitly accepting this outcome. Master Li let out a satisfied snort before directing his attention to the disciples of the Golden Blade sect. Do not harbor any illusions. Master Jean is currently incapacitated and at our mercy. Your Golden Blade sect will meet the same fate as the Cloud Mist sect, falling under the jurisdiction of my Zixia sect from this day forth. Any dissenters, with the example set by the Cloud Mist sect, none among you will dare to act. At present, the Zixia sect stands overwhelmingly powerful. The alliance of the two factions proves insufficient to contend with them, especially as the gold core cultivators have all been ensnared by their might. At this moment, several figures emerged from the ruins of the Grand Hall, some bearing the lifeless, while others still clung to life. Among them were the gold core cultivators of the Cloud Mist sect and the Golden Blade sect. The individual referred to as Brother Jiang appeared to be a man in his 30s, clad in a yellow robe adorned with embroidered clouds, the insignia of the Cloud Mist sect. His demeanor was remarkably composed as he stated, "The sect leader has given orders. How could one disobey?" In his words, he had already regarded sect leader Li as the leader of the three factions. Clearly, this cultivator surnamed Jiang was an insider for the Cloud Mist sect. Yet the nature of the benefits promised by Zixia sect that led him to betray his own sect remains unknown. It is widely acknowledged that gold core cultivators are typically proud and arrogant. Such treachery would not occur without substantial incentives. At this juncture, a commotion stirred within the ranks of the Golden Blade sect as a gold core cultivator dragged a person forward, hurling them at the feet of sect leader Li. Mo Tiange focused intently and was astonished to recognize the figure as the sect leader of the Golden Blade sect. Sect leader Li, brimming with confidence, gazed down at the pallid face of the Golden Blade sect leader and remarked with a smile, "Brother Jean, considering our long-standing friendship, I offer you one more opportunity. How about the Golden Blade sect swearing fealty to my Zixia sect?" The Golden Blade sect leader, visibly enraged and in a state of disarray, cast a glance at his own faction before his eyes fell upon a nearby corpse. After a long silence, he sighed in resignation, "Do I still have a choice? You are the butcher, and I am but the meat. My fate lies solely in your hands, brotherly." These words clearly indicated his acceptance of his dire situation. Although all present understood the gravity of this moment, the utterance from the sect leader himself bore a weight beyond mere acknowledgement, leaving the disciples of the Golden Blade sect utterly despondent. The situation has been settled. The Golden Blade sect shall no longer exist. Master Li displayed a contented smile and raised his gaze toward the distance. "Very well, Elder Qian has given the order. Since these individuals have already surrendered, it is time to address the lingering issues." Lingering issues? Mo Tiange was momentarily perplexed. Yet, upon Master Li's command, he left a nascent soul cultivator behind and led the others away, taking the master of the Golden Blade sect with him. As their escape light vanished into the horizon, the chi-refining disciples in the square finally breathed a sigh of relief, for the oppressive aura of so many nascent soul cultivators was indeed unbearable. Once they departed, the disciples of the Zixia sect erupted in joyous laughter. Such a significant event had been unbeknownst to them beforehand. But witnessing their sect absorb the other two factions and emerge as the preeminent sect in the region undoubtedly filled them with elation. In stark contrast, the disciples of the Cloud Mist sect and the Golden Blade sect appeared disheveled and anxious. Although Master Li sought their allegiance rather than their annihilation, they were still the ones being absorbed. Who could predict what would follow? Moreover, most of them were offspring of immortal families affiliated with the Cloud Mist sect, uncertain if their families would suffer repercussions. If so, it could spell the end of their clans. The sole remaining nascent soul cultivator, seated at the center of the square, seemed disturbed by the cacophony. He opened his eyes and proclaimed, "Disciples of our sect may leave at their leisure. The remaining disciples of the Cloud Mist sect and the Golden Blade sect are not permitted to take a single step." Upon hearing these words, the square fell into an immediate silence as the disciples of the Zixia sect bowed their heads and departed, while the remaining disciples of the other two sects dared not utter a sound. As the disciples of the Zixia sect swiftly departed, the core formation cultivator once again closed his eyes to meditate. After a considerable time, seeing that the core formation cultivator paid them no heed, the disciples of both sects gathered with their friends and acquaintances to engage in hushed discussion. Observing this, Mo Tiange quietly approached Wang Qianyi. Since the passing of Wang Qiao, Wang Qianyi had remained seated on the ground, clutching her father's lifeless body and shedding tears, seemingly unable to come to terms with her loss. Shun Bing and Murong Yin had already arrived by her side, gently urging her while feeling an overwhelming sense of urgency. being descendants of immortal cultivation families themselves. They feared that their own families and masters might also be implicated in this unforeseen calamity. Upon reaching them, Imotinga first bowed to Shen Bing and Murong Yan, then softly advised Wang Qianyi, Sister Wang, this is not the time for sorrow. With Master Wang's passing, the remaining matters will rely on you. You must gather your strength. Wang Qianyi's gaze flickered, prompting Imotinga to continue. Your mother and the people of the Wang family will also depend on you, Sister Wang, to ensure they are not affected by this incident. Taking a deep breath, Wang Qianyi wiped away her tears and looked at her, saying, Thank you, Junior Brother Yi, for your reminder. I will persevere. Imotinga nodded gently, deciding not to engage in further conversation with them. Although familiar with Wang Qianyi, their bond had not reached a level of mutual support in adversity. It was wise to maintain a distance until the situation clarified. As she lifted her gaze to seek out Lu Yidao and the others, she instead caught sight of Jiang Shang, whose countenance was grim, appearing increasingly sullen for reasons unknown. Junior Brother Yi. Su Jingji trembled slightly. How could this happen? Su Jingji shook his head, stating, to annex other sects is not a task easily accomplished. The three factions have established their sects here for several millennia. While there have been instances of particularly powerful sects, there has always been a semblance of peace. Each sect is intertwined with complex relationships. While it is easy to oppress through sheer force, achieving complete control is far from straightforward. I have a lingering suspicion that should Zixia sect take action, it will lead to rivers of blood. Imotinga remained silent, her understanding of these sects and families limited. Su Jingji's words seemed to carry a certain weight of reason. Turning her gaze, she noticed Qin Shi approaching. Junior brothers, he greeted, his expression calm, yet significantly more serious than usual. Senior brother Qin, Imotinga replied, glancing around. Have you seen Senior brother Lu? Qin Shi shook his head. I do not know where Senior brother Lu is. I have only seen the two of you. After a brief pause, he added, however, I did encounter Senior brother Jiang, and he appeared quite unwell. Su Jingji scoffed. Of course he looks ill. It is his Jiang family that betrayed the Yunwu sect. Imotinga and Qin Shi exchanged a glance, taken aback. The Jiang family? They echoed. The internal informant, the core formation cultivator, had indeed been referred to as Brother Jiang. It turned out he was the core formation ancestor of the Jiang family. Qin Shi nodded slightly. It seems Senior brother Jiang is not in good spirits either. What sorrow could he possibly feel? Su Jingji sneered. The Jiang family has achieved their desires. They have seized control of the sect, even willing to act as other subordinates. Imotinga and Qin Shi shared another look, choosing not to respond to his words. It is well known that Jiang Shanghong is at odds with the Jiang family. Moreover, such matters are beyond the comprehension of the family's Qi refining disciples. One can only imagine the turmoil within Jiang Shanghong when he first learned of this. After careful consideration, Qin Shi remarked, at this moment, we have no choice but to wait. Su Shidi, gather your spirits, should any changes arise. We must be prepared to face them. Su Jingji was acutely aware of this, yet his thoughts were consumed by concerns for his family within the Yunwu sect, leaving him restless. Upon hearing Qin Shi's words, Imotinga and the others wore expressions of uncertainty. Su Jingji murmured, could it be that? His pallid face nodded in acknowledgement. Although Imotinga did not share Su Jingji's level of anxiety, he too feared that their conflict might harm the innocent. If a battle among the core formation cultivators were to devastate Yunwu Mountain's marketplace, it would place his second uncle in peril. In a state of anxious urgency, the journey that should have taken mere hours felt interminable. Time passed, and finally, the entrance to Yunwu Mountain appeared. Su Jingji's anxiety grew with each passing moment. He rose and began to pace in the hall. With a sudden crash, Jiang Shanghong slammed his teacup onto the table, exclaiming, stop pacing. This outburst provided Su Jingji with a release for his pent-up emotions. He halted abruptly, his eyes seemingly aflame, and after a prolonged silence, he retorted, what did you say? Jiang Shanghong gruffly replied, your pacing is making me dizzy. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jingji stepped forward, teeth clenched, and declared, how dare you say that? It is you Jiang family who betray your own, colluding with outsiders despite being elders of the Yunwu sect. What right do you have to speak? Jiang Shanghong's countenance turned pale, yet in the next moment, he sprang to his feet, his face flushed with indignation. What does their matter concern me? Do you think the others are any better? As for your Su family, it is merely a lack of capability. Otherwise, who knows who might betray? Su Jing's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed forward, seizing Jiang Shanghong by the collar. ready to unleash his fury. Jiang Shanghong, unwilling to show weakness, found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle with Su Jing. Imo Tiange, her thoughts in disarray, could not stand idly by and intervened, though she hesitated to make contact, finding it difficult to separate them. She cast a pleading glance towards the still-seated Qin Shi, who merely shook his head in response. Imo Tiange was perplexed by this gesture. Did it mean to disregard the situation? With a sigh, Qin Shi gestured to the seat beside him, and when she hesitated before sitting down, he remarked, "Their tempers are volatile. Let them vent their frustrations through this scuffle. Rest assured, they are not utilizing their spiritual energy and cannot inflict serious harm." After a considerable duration, the two combatants, exhausted, finally ceased their brawl, both sporting bruised faces and panting heavily. Imo Tiange sighed and assisted Su Jing to his feet. "Su Shixiao, I shall not aid in healing your injuries. You may assess them in the mirror yourself." Su Jing slumped into a chair, offering a wry smile. "What time is it? You shitty, are you still jesting? What else can we do?" Imo Tiange observed the tranquil scene outside. Just then, a figure rushed into the courtyard, and Su Jing exclaimed in delight, "It is Brother Liu." Everyone gathered around, and as Liu Dao entered the room, he was taken aback by the commotion. Liu Dao hesitated as he glanced at the two individuals and replied, "There is no need for my fellow apprentices to be overly anxious. The sect remains stable. However, it is advisable not to venture outside in the coming days, as rumors suggest a purge of various factions within the Yunwu sect. It would be prudent for us to avoid entanglement." "Is that so?" Su Jingji responded with a bitter smile, uncertain of his family's fate. "If all is well, they should have sent word by now." Liu Dao reassured him, "Do not fret. Su Shidi, a family of cultivators forms the foundation of a sect. As long as your family does not resist, they will remain unscathed." Imo Tiange gazed out the window, her heart heavy. Indeed, a cleansing was imminent. Beneath this facade of tranquility, it appeared that the Yunwu sect was on the brink of a bloodbath. Days later, the Yunwu sect was officially renamed the Zixia sect, Yunwu Mountain Branch. Upon gaining freedom, Imo Tiange descended the mountain to check on her second uncle's well-being and to inform him of the recent developments. During this time, Yi Jiang had gathered all the pertinent information and advised her, "Focus solely on your cultivation. Such matters are beyond your control. What matters is building your foundation, regardless of which sect you belong to." In all honesty, Imo Tiange held no deep affection for the sect. For the past decade, it was her second uncle who had taken her under his wing, investing his efforts in her upbringing while they wandered together. The Yunwu sect had offered her little in return, and she had not developed significant ties to it. In the entire Tianji realm, or rather, throughout the cultivation world, most individuals were similarly pragmatic. During her seclusion, the ramifications of the sect's annexation grew ever more pronounced. Apart from the Jiang family, no other alchemical practitioners escaped this calamity. Their clans were similarly implicated, and the disciples, predominantly hailing from cultivation families, faced threats and temptations, serving as cautionary examples. Each day, disciples perished, engulfing the community in a pervasive atmosphere of trepidation. Logically, this courtyard was primarily filled with loose cultivators who had entered the sect through the Immortal Platform Conference, thus exerting little influence. Yet, several disciples were ensnared and met their untimely demise. Fortunately, Su Jingji was not among them. Later, Imo Tiange learned that Wang Qian, upon marrying a younger generation practitioner from the Zixia sect, had relocated there, thereby sparing the Wang family from calamity and ceasing further inquiries. Imo Tiange could only sigh at this turn of events. As a woman, one's physical form ultimately constitutes the last bastion of worth. Senior Sister Wang was a woman of dignity, with a foundational practitioner as her father, yet she never flaunted this privilege, always treating others with warmth. Alas, in the end, she could not preserve her own integrity. Imo Tiange recalled their encounter in Misty Valley, where she and Xin Bing had been subjected to verbal harassment. Xin Bing, though angered, chose to endure it, while Wang Qian unleashed a torrent of invective. Reflecting on Wang Qian's forced union with a despicable scion of privilege today, it was indeed a fate beyond her control. Fortunately, Murong Yin did not follow in their footsteps. After Shun Bing's sacrifice, she was safeguarded. Several months later, the turmoil surrounding the annexation of the two sects gradually subsided. Upon exiting her room, Imo Tiange was taken aback to find 3 individuals gathered in the small hall. What could this be about? Liu Dao beckoned her over, saying, "Junior brother Yi, come join us for a discussion." With a heart full of questions, she approached and took a seat. To claim that there is nothing amiss would be quite implausible. While both Lu Yidao and Su Jingji are extroverted by nature, and their casual conversations are entirely normal, she has always preferred the solitude of her room, emerging only when there is something of significance or a topic that piques her interest. Lu Yidao, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, "Have you not heard the latest news? Junior brother Yi? What news?" After a mysterious pause, Lu Yidao continued, "The news regarding the Foundation establishment pill." She had nearly forgotten about that matter. Given the recent destruction of their sect, it was easy to overlook the minor competition that was supposed to occur months ago. So, will the competition be held again? Lu Yidao shook his head, excitement radiating from him. "I have learned that, in an effort to pacify the disciples, the distribution of the Foundation establishment pills will be increased and the method of distribution altered." Altered? What does that mean? No competition? Lu Yidao confirmed, "Indeed. This time the competition has been cancelled." Perplexed, Imotienga asked, "Then what method will be employed?" Su Jingji, who had remained silent until now, snorted disdainfully and remarked, "It is simply that the number of casualties was too great. Holding a competition would render it too desolate, hence the change in approach." Seeing his demeanor, she cleared her throat and said, "Junior brother Su, it would be prudent to remain calm. Regardless of past grievances, we are currently affiliated with the Zixia sect." Su Jingji's expression stiffened, and he finally acquiesced. He understood this reasoning well, but having led a life of ease, he had never encountered such discontent aside from the incident at the Immortal platform, leading to his inability to mask his emotions. Distracted by this interruption, Lu Yidao felt quite awkward, while Su Jing's emotions were amiss, yet he appeared unusually exhilarated. He quickly composed himself and remarked, "I have heard that the beasts in the depths of the Kunlun mountain range are stirring once more, and even the nearby lesser beasts have been injuring people frequently. Consequently, the sect has decided to reward us based on the number of beasts captured in this misty mountain within a single day, with the top few receiving the qualification for Foundation establishment pills." "Is that so?" Imotienga furrowed his brow. To the south of Kunwu lies an expansive forest, rumored to be home to numerous high-tier demonic beasts. In contrast, the vicinity of the sect generally harbors only first and second-tier beasts, where the first tier corresponds to the Qi refining stage and the second tier to the early Foundation establishment stage. First-tier beasts can be handled with caution by disciples at the Qi refining stage. Second-tier beasts, while more challenging, do not possess the ability to use talismans and have limited spells. With a group, it is still possible to eliminate them, and even if they cannot be defeated, escape remains an option. However, this method, while seemingly advantageous, differs from the minor competitions, where even the strongest may face dire consequences against equally matched opponents. Upon reflection, it appears to favor the families of cultivators, as they possess ample manpower, allowing them to concentrate efforts on a single individual to secure a Foundation establishment pill. Yet, who among the disciples would willingly sacrifice themselves for another, considering that spoils bring rewards? "May we form teams?" Lu Yidao shook his head. "This time is unlike the Misty Valley. Disciples are competitors among themselves. Of course, should we encounter each other within, joint action may be permitted, but the likelihood of that happening is rather slim given the vastness of the forest. In the boundless expanse of the vast forest, lush and verdant, stretching for miles on end, the allure of its depths often draws adventurers despite the inherent dangers. Typically, such ventures yield little. Yet the prospect of acquiring numerous elixirs to aid in cultivation entices many to partake in the gamble. Each expedition is fraught with uncertainty at times. Human cultivators suffer significant losses, while at other moments, they may procure valuable beast corpses as materials for refining artifacts. Imotienga had never encountered such circumstances. She was but a low-tier cultivator, having arrived at Kunwu a mere decade ago. Her last confrontation with the beasts dated back at least 50 or 60 years. Standing alongside her atop the precipice was a nascent soul cultivator, a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators, and several hundred Qi refining cultivators. The repercussions of Zixia sect's annexation of Yunwu sect were already evident. In the previous minor competition, there were over 400 disciples from Yunwu sect at the 7th level or above, yet now, the count had dwindled to fewer than 300, possibly even less. Among these cultivators, Imotienga recognized few familiar faces. Senior brother Zhou was absent, for with his Qi refining at the 11th level, he would have assuredly secured a Foundation establishment pill. Following the sect's recent tribulations, He preferred to remain inconspicuous and opted out of participation. Wang Qianyi and Xin Bing were also missing, having gone to the main branch of Zixia sect, where it was rumored they had already been promised foundation establishment pills. This knowledge provided Imo Tiange with a modicum of solace, for at least their absence was not in vain. In contrast, Murong Yin was present, her countenance pale and emaciated, standing solitary amidst the crowd, her expression devoid of emotion, and the remnants of her former beauty had all but vanished. Upon observing her demeanor, Imo Tiange sighed inwardly. Acknowledging that this was for the best, at least it spared her the fate of Wang Qian and Xin Bing. Before long, a group of individuals descended from the sky, landing on the smooth cliff. These were disciples of the Golden Blade sect, who, much like the disciples of the Cloud Mist sect, had not altered the color of their attire, yet adorned themselves with the insignia of the Purple Cloud sect. A cursory glance revealed that the Golden Blade disciples numbered only around 100, indicating they had also endured significant purging. Each face bore an expression of despondency. The prospect of competing for foundation-building pills elicited no excitement among them, suggesting their experiences were even more harrowing than those of the Cloud Mist sect disciples. Leading them was a core formation cultivator, donned in the garb of a worldly Taoist. This caught Imo Tiange's attention, prompting him to observe the man more closely. In the realm of cultivation, the upright practitioners often donned Taoist robes that, while still adhering to the essence of the Tao, diverged from the mundane. Worldly Taoists typically wore blue or deep indigo robes, heavy and lacking in nuance. Whereas the robes of cultivators were often aesthetically enhanced, layered garments adorned with innate trigrams and Tai Chi cloud patterns, distinguished by color. This design imbued them with an ethereal elegance, exuding both grace and solemnity, which made them stand in stark contrast to their worldly counterparts, who seemed far less distinguished. Thus, it was rare for them to wear mundane Taoist attire, as it failed to reflect the dignified essence of a cultivator. The Taoist before him, clearly a core formation practitioner, exhibited no concern for his appearance, indicating a steadfast resolve in his path. Upon his arrival, the current leader of the Cloud Mist Mountain, Jiang, greeted him warmly, "Brother Lin. It has been a long time." However, the Taoist offered little acknowledgement, merely responding with a faint grunt before closing his eyes in meditation. Jiang's greeting fell flat, leaving him with an air of awkwardness. Imo Tiange observed that the disciples of the Yunwu sect bore expressions of clandestine delight, particularly Su Jingji. Conversely, Jiang Shanghong exhibited a barely concealed irritation, seemingly disapproving of his elder's actions. His gaze fixated on a cultivator beside the Jiang clan's leader, a fleeting hatred crossing his features. Imo Tiange recognized him as Jiang Chengxian, a scion of the Jiang family who had once oppressed him. It appeared that Jiang Chengxian was indeed a direct descendant of the Jiang clan leader, remaining closely by his side, his face adorned with an air of smugness. Despite not being particularly close to Jiang Shanghong, he regarded Jiang Chengxian with a measure of disdain, perceiving him as a spoiled scion who relied solely on his lineage, neglecting diligent cultivation and lacking genuine talent. It was no wonder Jiang Shanghong found him insufferable. After a short while, a larger group approached from the horizon. Surpassing the number of both their factions, they were disciples of the Zixia sect. The leader of this contingent was amiable, yet maintained a cool demeanor towards the Jiang clan leader while displaying great courtesy towards the Taoist figure accompanying him. After a brief exchange among the three, they summoned their magical artifacts, and a teleportation array materialized from thin air. It seemed to employ the same method as that of Misty Valley, suggesting that they had previously tested their disciples in similar trials. As the disciples filed in one by one, they were instructed not to jostle. Following the devastating upheaval within the sect, the former Yunwu sect and Jindao sect disciples remained composed, while the Zixia sect disciples were exuberant, eagerly rushing ahead. The other two sects paid them little mind, content to wait. Imo Tiange glanced around at his fellow disciples. Lui Dao appeared eager to take action. Su Jingji wore a solemn expression. Qin Shi maintained his usual steady demeanor, and Jiang Shanghong's brows were knit in concentration. She gently touched her face, sensing a certain stiffness, and thus slowed her breathing to adjust her mindset. In the midst of her chaotic thoughts, she noticed that Su Jingji, who was closest to her, seemed to be trembling. She softly called out, "Senior Brother Su?" Su Jingji turned his head, his face pale and beaded with sweat, his voice quivering slightly as he replied, Imo Tiange sighed. "We haven't even entered yet, and you mustn't collapse." Upon hearing her words, Su Jingji hurriedly wiped away his sweat, feigning nonchalance. "Junior Brother Yi, There is no need for concern. My worries cannot be alleviated. Imo Tienga responded. You must gather your spirits. This forest is perilous, and we cannot travel together. Su Jingji nodded, yet after a moment, he seemed still unsettled and whispered to her, Junior Brother Yi, I am genuinely concerned. Our three factions have clearly established enmity, and being placed in this forest together, could it lead to conflict? Imo Tienga asked in confusion why? Su Jingji fell silent for a moment before suddenly gritting his teeth and declaring, If I were to encounter Jiang Changxian, if I could act decisively, I would. His expression darkened, and the implication was clear. Imo Tienga was taken aback, glancing around to see no one paying them any mind, then sighed in relief and cautioned. Senior Brother Su, you must not speak so recklessly. You are overly tense. Su Jingji closed his eyes and nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow. What Junior Brother Yi says is indeed true. He then settled into a meditative state to calm his mind. After contemplating for a moment, Imo Tienga retrieved an item from her bosom and handed it to him. Senior Brother Su, this is a calming talisman. If you find it hard to control yourself, simply affix it to your person. Su Jingji opened his eyes, refraining from unnecessary words as he collected the talisman, expressing gratitude to Yi Shidi. Imo Tienga smiled, choosing silence as she gazed at the teleportation array. In the brief moment, the disciples of Zixia sect had nearly all departed. Steeling herself, she stepped towards the teleportation formation. The white light of the teleportation array illuminated the space. Without hesitation, Imo Tienga pressed a defensive talisman against her body. This situation was far different from Misty Valley, which had been dealt with by the elders of the three sects. Although there were demonic beasts, few remained, and certain restrictions within the valley ensured the safety of the disciples as long as they carried their tokens. However, within this forest, the circumstances were uncertain. Being transported directly in front of a demonic beast could prove fatal, especially with the current undercurrents flowing among the disciples of the three sects, where some, driven by greed, might indeed betray their lives. Anticipating the inherent dangers of this journey, she had deliberately exchanged some talismans with Qin Shi. Recently, Qin Shi had been practicing talisman drawing. Although he had discarded many, he also produced a fair number of usable ones. He deemed the remaining stock as excessive, leading the other three to exchange numerous items with him. Imo Tienga had limited spirit stones left, opting to barter materials in exchange, but he was unperturbed. As he dabbled in both alchemy and weapon forging, accepting her offerings without hesitation. Now, she was preparing for the trial ahead, feeling somewhat troubled. She is not a wealthy cultivator. The spirit stones required for her training are merely acquired through rewards or exchanges. Unfortunately, her aptitude is lacking, and the consumption of resources is quite significant. During the recent minor competition among the three sects, it was her uncle who sold his possessions to prepare talismans and elixirs for her, for she possesses little in terms of assets. She has merely 100 or so spirit stones left, which she intends to reserve for array formations. There are some spirit herbs and materials, but most have already been exchanged for spirit stones, and the remainder holds little monetary value. The talismans she possesses are still insufficient and cannot be traded for spirit stones. Moreover, she has a collection of items whose purposes remain unknown, some of which were identified by Qin Shi in exchange for talismans, while others elude his recognition. She recalls obtaining a bead from a man of the Yin family, roughly the size of a child's fist, pulsating with abundant spiritual energy. Yet no one has been able to identify its nature. Thus, only a few spirit tools, primarily acquired from slaying that man 3 years ago, retain their worth. Yet she dares not sell them. However, this is not a pressing concern at the moment, at least for this trial. She feels adequately prepared. Upon being transported into the forest, Imo Tienga immediately surveyed her surroundings. Thankfully, she encountered no demonic beasts. With a sigh of relief, she took a step forward, only to find her foot slipping into an unseen void. She quickly executed a lightness technique, finding a point of leverage to leap back up. It turned out to be a steep slope, deceptively covered by an abundance of vines, leading her to believe it was solid ground. She tapped her forehead, realizing it was merely a false alarm. She had observed her surroundings, yet forgotten to heed the ground beneath her. Clearly, she must exercise greater caution in the future. Surrounded by dense trees, entwined with creeping vines, and standing upon a thick carpet of withered leaves, it was a challenge to discern a path. Imo Tienga retrieved a jade slip inscribed with a map of the area from her bosom. However, the map was rudimentary, and with no nearby landmarks for reference. It proved futile. Reluctantly, she abandoned her search, carefully stifling her presence, and summoned the Qingmu sword as she navigated through the forest. In this realm, there was a silver lining. Her cultivation centered around wood-based techniques. The abundant wood energy within the forest amplified her powers. Suddenly, she sensed a surge of spiritual energy behind her. With unwavering focus, Imo Tienga swiftly pivoted, her Qingmu sword raised, only to confront a vividly patterned, flattened-headed serpent. In an instant, chills coursed through her. Despite her self-assured bravery, the proximity to such a serpent was unsettling. Yet, there was no time for trepidation. The serpent exuded a formidable aura, and distraction could lead to a gruesome demise. The serpent measured over 10 feet in length, with a girth akin to that of a bull. Its flattened head and flickering tongue, accompanied by its cold, piercing gaze, fixed squarely upon her, revealed it to be a first-tier demon beast. In a heartbeat, the serpent lunged, unleashing a jet of venom towards her. At that moment, the protective talisman she bore activated, causing the venom to plummet before it could reach her. However, the impact caused her protective barrier to tremble precariously, on the verge of shattering. Imo Tienga dared not be complacent. She quickly retrieved another defensive talisman and pressed it against herself. Then, with renewed resolve, she directed the Qingmu sword towards the serpent's vital point. Yet, the demon serpent was astute and agile, darting with the speed of lightning as it engaged in a fierce struggle with her sword. Imo Tienga cautiously wielded the verdant wooden sword, yet took a handful of seeds from her cosmic bag, seizing the opportunity while the serpent was ensnared by the sword. She cast the seeds onto the serpent's body, and they swiftly burgeoned into fiery thorns, binding the demon serpent tightly. Her heart momentarily settled, but the next moment, she was nearly overwhelmed with astonishment. The serpent's body undulated, the fiery thorns failing to pierce its tough hide, and with a flick of its tail, they were sent flying away. Imo Tienga's expression grew grave. The serpent's scales were astonishingly resilient, impervious to the thorn's sting. As the demon serpent evaded the verdant sword, its head suddenly turned towards her, its tongue flicking out, not venom, but a cloud of enchanting mist. Imo Tienga felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, realizing in alarm that it must be toxic mist. Without a moment's hesitation, she held her breath and retrieved a medicinal pill from her cosmic bag, tossing it into her mouth. The power of the ice clarity pill spread throughout her, instantly restoring her clarity, and she dared not linger further. She produced a talisman and hurled it at the serpent. A towering column of water cascaded upon the serpent, swiftly freezing into ice, causing its movements to slow. The verdant sword struck down with a decisive thrust, puncturing its scales at last and firmly pinning its vital point. The demon serpent writhed, unable to break free from the ice or the sword, and finally succumbed, falling still. After a moment of hesitation, she retrieved a leather pouch from her cosmic bag. With a deft motion, she ensnared the serpent's corpse within, securing the pouch before placing it back into her cosmic bag. Having completed her task, she once more restrained her aura, carefully discerning her direction, and made her way out of the forest. Amidst the dense mountain forest, a crystal-clear stream meanders through a clearing, cascading gracefully downward. Under the nourishing embrace of this water, the grassy banks flourish with vibrant wildflowers, presenting a splendid natural vista. Yet, within this enchanting scenery, two figures disrupt its beauty. One is clad in purple, the other in yellow, both adorned with identical insignias on their sleeves. They glare menacingly at each other. The youth in purple snorted and exclaimed angrily, "You from the Golden Blade sect dare to ambush me?" The middle-aged cultivator in yellow, however, maintained an impassive demeanor, replying coolly, "What of it, you brat?" Infuriated by his nonchalant attitude, the youth's face contorted in rage. "We are both disciples of the Purple Cloud sect. You, a remnant of a destroyed sect, do you not fear the retribution of your masters?" The middle-aged cultivator chuckled lightly. "If I execute my actions flawlessly, who could trace it back to me?" The youth, incensed to the point of fury, was evidently inexperienced, having faced little adversity in his cultivation journey, and thus was easily provoked. At that moment, he unleashed his spiritual tool towards the middle-aged cultivator. The latter prudently stepped back, manipulating his spiritual tool while discreetly retrieving a talisman. Both were at the 10th level of cultivation, engaging in a fierce exchange, evenly matched in skill. Just then, another figure emerged from the forest, clad in green. Upon witnessing the duel, his expression shifted dramatically. After a moment's hesitation, he finally retrieved an object from his bag of holding and hurled it towards one of the combatants. Following the sound of the stream, a few traces of spiritual energy stirred, capturing the attention of Imo Tienga, who cautiously concealed her presence and approached the site of the confrontation. By the streamside, on a patch of grass, two disciples from the Purple Cloud sect and the Golden Blade sect engaged in a fierce battle of magic. In the corner of the forest, a sinister-looking disciple from the Misty Cloud sect hurled a spiritual artifact. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air as the Purple Cloud disciple collapsed into a pool of blood, lifeless. The disciples from the Golden Blade sect and the Misty Cloud sect breathed a sigh of relief. They did not engage in further conflict or discourse. Instead, they divided the belongings of the fallen disciple and set the corpse ablaze, ensuring no trace remained, before parting ways in silence. Imo Tienga, concealed within the trees, was drenched in cold sweat. The fears harbored by Su Jingji had finally come to fruition. Disciples from the Golden Blade sect and the Misty Cloud sect, harboring resentment, had slain the isolated disciple from the Purple Cloud sect to vent their animosity. She could envision the subsequent events unfolding. Those who had taken the life of a Purple Cloud disciple would be unable to restrain themselves from striking again. As the assaults continued, the disciples of the Purple Cloud sect would soon discover the treachery among their ranks and, in their fury, retaliate against the two sections. Thus, a chaotic conflict among the three sects would ensue, resulting in countless casualties. This trial indeed posed grave dangers, as one not only had to guard against the beasts lurking in the forest, but also had to remain wary of other cultivators. After a prolonged effort to calm her tumultuous thoughts, Imo Tienga resumed her journey. Worrying was futile. She could only tread carefully as the formation leading to the exit would not activate for another day. Moreover, her determination to obtain the Foundation Establishment Pill remained unwavering. Upon locating the small stream, Imo Tienga could finally discern her position on the map. Subsequently, in an effort to avoid others, she meticulously studied a route. Fortunately, the materials elucidate the general characteristics of various locations, and each disciple possesses a copy of this map. By selecting a place that is generally unappealing, one can naturally avoid the majority of individuals. Should an unfortunate soul happen to wander into such a locale, it is reasonable to assume they would depart promptly. The location she sought was perceived by ordinary individuals as a treacherous expanse, characterized by cliffs and abysses, and also featuring a toxic spring that exudes poisonous mist year-round. The map indicated that this area was poorly situated, difficult to traverse, and devoid of easily slain beasts. However, it did harbor a colony of troublesome demon monkeys. Imo Tienga contemplated her strategy. Despite the challenging terrain, careful navigation should suffice, as she was no mere mortal and unlikely to encounter any dire mishaps. As for the colony of demon monkeys, they were quite suitable for her purposes. Proficient in formations, she knew that first-tier demon beasts were incapable of discerning her traps. By selecting an appropriate location to set up a concealment formation and luring the monkeys within, she would have no cause for concern, regardless of their numbers. Resolute in her decision, she proceeded without incident. Although her breath-concealing technique was not exceptionally advanced, the spiritual awareness of Qi refinement practitioners was relatively weak, making it rare for anyone to notice her presence. Before long, she arrived at the site indicated on the map, and upon inspection, she involuntarily furrowed her brow. This place indeed matched the description in the materials, an unpleasant environment, likely due to the toxic spring. Upon approaching, she was immediately enveloped in poisonous mist, with thickets so dense that no path was visible, most of which were also poisonous. Despite it being broad daylight, the area was shrouded in a gloomy haze, obscuring the sky entirely. With no better alternatives, Imo Tienga had no choice but to forge ahead with determination. As her spiritual awareness swept across the region, she gained a general understanding of the terrain and pinpointed the location of the monkey colony. By the edge of that toxic spring, numerous faint auras pulsated. The Qi refining practitioners, with their limited perception, found it challenging to detect the subtle energies of individual low-tier beasts, yet when gathered together, they became easily discernible. After consuming a frosty pill to safeguard himself from the noxious mist, he proceeded to set up a rudimentary obscuring formation and a spirit confinement array at a nearby location. True to its name, the obscuring formation primarily serves to mislead. Once one enters, they are destined to wander in circles, akin to the mortal realm's notion of a ghostly maze. The spirit confinement array, on the other hand, is designed specifically to ensnare beings infused with spiritual energy. Within this formation, the flow of energy slows considerably, making it a common practice to establish such an array within a practitioner's dwelling to deter intruders. After completing these preparations, Mo adjusted his spiritual energy to its optimal state and intentionally projected his aura towards the cluster of demon creatures. First-tier demon beasts possess little more intelligence than ordinary wild animals. Lacking the capacity for thought, they act solely on instinct. Soon enough, figures emerged from the poisonous mist, accompanied by their shrill cries. Upon closer inspection, Mo discerned that they were indeed a troop of monkeys. Suddenly, a provocative energy surged forth. Without hesitation, these demonic monkeys lunged toward his position, but before they could close the distance, they found themselves trapped in a circular chase, each monkey pursuing the other in a frenzied loop. While the scene appeared amusing, Mo remained vigilant. With a swift motion of his formation flag, quicksand began to rise within the array, igniting into flames. The monkey horde screeched in chaos, darting left and right, yet they could not escape. As the flames seared them, panic ensued, resulting in a tumultuous scramble, with the monkeys trampling over one another in their desperate bid for survival. Upon witnessing this, Mo once again waved the battle flag, causing a multitude of stones to cascade down upon the monkey horde, which found no refuge and perished beneath the chaotic barrage. Once all the demon monkeys had been eradicated, Mo exhaled in relief. Such a multitude of first-tier demon beasts would have posed a significant challenge to a chi refinement cultivator had she not meticulously set her traps. Despite her successful extermination of them, she had expended considerable amounts of spiritual energy. The capabilities of chi refinement cultivators were indeed lamentably low. They were unable to wield multiple spiritual tools simultaneously and could not sustain prolonged combat. Even the treasures free from cultivation restrictions failed to unleash substantial power. The more she practiced, the more fervently she yearned for the foundation establishment. Having restored her spiritual energy, Mo began to clear the debris of the battlefield. The previous monkey horde comprised no fewer than 20 or 30, suggesting that a chaotic battle would soon unfold within these woods. It was unlikely that the others had hunted many demon beasts, and the spoil she had gathered could well suffice to exchange for a foundation establishment pill. Thus, she stuffed the corpses of the demon monkeys into her bag of holding and settled down in the formation, opting to refrain from further hunting. Her sole aim was the foundation establishment pill. She had no desire to risk her life or attract undue attention. While she sat leisurely in meditation, the forest had already erupted into a tempestuous uproar. The initial slaying of the Purple Mist sect disciple went unnoticed. However, the ambition to take action was not limited to just one or two individuals, and soon others joined the fray. The Purple Mist sect, bolstered by their numbers, was unwilling to relent, especially considering both rival sects had suffered extermination. By afternoon, the conflict had escalated into open confrontation. Although the combined forces of the Cloud Mist sect and the Golden Blade sect did not match the Purple Mist sect's numbers, they were fueled by vengeance and often employed ambush tactics, achieving considerable success. However, as time passed, the disciples of the Zixia sect began to realize the situation, and both sides started to experience fluctuations in victory and defeat. As the casualties mounted, they fought indiscriminately upon sight. Mo remained oblivious to this turmoil. Had she not found herself in this particular place, she would likely have been embroiled in the conflict as well. The sky gradually darkened, and Mo did not engage in any actions. She simply sat quietly within the formation. Lighting a lamp was out of the question, for it would attract unwanted attention. Even if it did not draw in others, the arrival of a beast would render the night perilous for combat. In any case, she could still see somewhat. And she only needed to endure through this night, for the formation leading to the exit would be activated come dawn. Suddenly, her brow furrowed, and she lifted her gaze. Outside, a surge of spiritual energy stirred, indicating that someone was approaching. After a moment's contemplation, she tidied up the formation she had set, leaving only the 5 elements life and death formation, and concealed her presence, keenly observing the individual. The person stumbled forward, their steps unsteady, frequently tripping yet managing to reach her location. Abruptly, it seemed they collided with something, producing a thud, after which silence ensued. After a considerable time had passed without a sound, Mo pondered briefly before cautiously emerging from her hiding place, intent on investigating. She proceeded with utmost care. Adorned with defensive spells and wielding the Qingmu sword, she felt prepared to face any sudden threats from this individual, thus she resolved to take a closer look. Not far off, a figure lay on the ground, motionless. The darkness obscured clear visibility, but she could vaguely discern that the person was clad in azure robes. Imotienga felt a wave of reassurance wash over her as she approached, and upon closer inspection, she confirmed it was indeed a young disciple of the Yunwu sect. Senior brother, senior brother. She gently prodded the individual. After a considerable while, the individual finally reacted, managing to raise his head slightly, murmuring, "Junior sister, help. Help me." Imotienga was momentarily taken aback. Junior sister? Before she could ponder further, the person's head tilted again, and he fainted once more. After some contemplation, she decided to assist him into the formation she had laid out beneath the cloth. She did not recognize this individual. There were many disciples of the Yunwu sect, and she was only familiar with a select few. Even among those residing in the courtyard, she could only identify them vaguely, and this person was completely unfamiliar to her. Nevertheless, since they were both disciples of the same sect and there was no apparent trouble involved, she felt inclined to lend a hand. She channeled her spiritual energy into his body to assess his injuries. As the energy coursed through his meridians, Imotienga felt a slight sense of relief. His wounds were severe, yet fortunately, they had not affected his meridians, which made the situation manageable. After some thought, she retrieved a medicinal pill from her robe, first administering an ice-cleansing pill to prevent the surrounding toxic mist from entering his system, followed by a vitality-nourishing pill. The ice-cleansing pill was merely a commonplace antidote, not a particularly valuable elixir. As for the healing pill, she possessed a small recovery pill, which was indeed precious and could be utilized by foundational cultivators. To offer such a valuable item to an unknown chi refining practitioner felt rather extravagant, especially since she had no acquaintance with this person. Dispensing valuable resources seemed overly generous. Kindness must be exercised in moderation to elicit gratitude without inciting greed, a principle her second uncle had earnestly imparted. Before long, the man groaned softly, seemingly regaining consciousness. Imotienga then inquired, "Esteemed senior brother, are you feeling any better?" The man opened his eyes and, struggling to sit up, managed to force a smile. "Thank you, junior brother. If not for your assistance, today I might have lost my life." Imotienga replied calmly, "There is no need for gratitude, senior brother. It was merely a trifling effort." The man nodded. Retrieving a jade vial from his robe, he swallowed several pills and then extended the vial towards her, saying, "I cannot allow my junior brother to suffer a loss on my behalf." Imotienga accepted it without hesitation. This was customary in the realm of cultivation. No one wished to assist others at a personal loss, and those who received favors did not want to owe a debt of gratitude. Upon seeing her accept the vial, the man inquired, "May I ask where we are, and is it safe here?" Imotienga replied, "We are at the Poison Spring in the northwest." The man, evidently familiar with the place, visibly relaxed. "That is good to know. It seems unlikely that many would come here." After a pause, he continued, "I am Murongzi. May I ask how to address you, junior brother?" His use of "I am" rather than "my name" is indicated that he held a notable position among the chi refining disciples, a name that Imotienga recognized. Murongzi was indeed the disciple who, 2 years prior, had persevered until the end alongside senior brother Zhou during the trials at Misty Valley. He was also the cousin of Murong Yin and had joined the ranks under the foundational cultivator Lin Chi-wan, the very senior brother who guarded the medicinal garden and provided seeds as spoken of by Murong Yin. This esteemed senior brother had indeed earned considerable renown among the chi refining disciples. As Imotienga considered him a friend of Murong Yin, she responded with courtesy, "Ah, so it is senior brother Murong. I am Yu Xiaodian, an acquaintance of senior sister Murong." Murongzi let out a gentle exclamation, saying, "So it is you. I have heard about you from Xiaoyan." He scrutinized her from head to toe, revealing a smile. "No wonder I was momentarily confused. I thought you were a junior sister." Imotienga, already harboring doubts, naturally inquired, "Why is that?" Murongzi pursed his lips and smiled. "Because Xiaoyan remarked that it is a pity you are a male. Your figure and appearance are more suited to being a woman." Imotienga was rendered speechless. Aside from Su Jingji, even Murong Yin enjoyed jesting about her, commenting on her slender frame and androgynous looks, saying how fortunate it would be if she were a girl. The thought of Murong Yin brought a sigh to her lips. The cheerful and playful Murong Yin was no longer present. Noticing her unusual expression, Murongzi assumed it was due to her discomfort with being teased about her appearance and swiftly changed the subject. "Junior brother Yi, have you encountered anyone from the Zixia sect while you have been here?" Imotienga shook her head. "I have not." Observing the expression on Murongzi's face, which hinted at some concern, she countered, "Has something occurred, senior brother Murong?" This question elicited a sigh from Murongzi before he spoke. Since you have been here, you must be unaware that the disciples of the three sects have already clashed. I am unsure how it began. Initially, it was merely a skirmish, but it soon escalated into a chaotic battle. We have allied with the Golden Blade sect and are now engaged with the Zixia sect. I had no intention of getting involved, yet whenever I encounter someone from the Zixia sect, they invariably provoke a confrontation, leaving me no choice but to defend myself. Just a moment ago, I was combating a demon wolf when I was ambushed, and I barely managed to escape. As he spoke, a frown creased his brow, and amidst the current chaos, he found himself pondering the well-being of Xiaoyan. She had always been prone to laziness, and her proficiency in combat was rather lacking. Hearing his concerns, Mo too felt a twinge of worry. Among their companions, while Lui Dao and Qin Shi possessed a wealth of combat experience, even the strongest fists could falter against overwhelming odds. Su Jing's cultivation was mediocre at best, despite being born into a family of cultivators. His possessions were hardly sufficient should they encounter formidable adversaries. The one who caused the most concern was Murong Yin, who had never shown much inclination towards cultivation. Her abilities had only reached such heights through the consumption of elixirs, and her innate talent was rather unremarkable. The two exchanged a silent glance before Murong Zi forced a smile. Junior brother Yi, I hope you won't mind my taking refuge here. It is truly a challenge to recover from my injuries. Mo Tiange nodded in agreement. This place does not belong to me. Anyone is welcome here, so please. Senior brother Murong, do not hesitate. With a smile, Murongzi settled into a meditative posture to heal his wounds. Given the perilous nature of their surroundings, it was prudent to restore their spiritual energy as swiftly as possible. In the midst of the toxic mist, Mo Tiange and Murongzi sat in tranquil meditation, enveloped by an unusual silence, a rare moment of peace within this forest. Meanwhile, battles raged in various corners of the woods. Although expansive, the forest was not devoid of encounters. Should one of the parties belong to Zixia sect, it would inevitably spark a chaotic melee. Some would kill, while others would fall victim to death's embrace. As night descended, for the sake of safety and to vent their frustrations, the disciples from both factions gathered, seeking out solitary opponents to eliminate while safeguarding themselves against potential attacks. Murongzi focused intently on healing and restoring his spiritual energy, while Mo Tiange remained ever vigilant in the shadows. She was unlike her peers from renowned cultivation families, harboring no resentment towards the Purple Cloud sect. Instead, she yearned for tranquility, merely wishing to await the opening of the exit formation in order to exchange it for a foundation establishment pill. Suddenly, a ripple of spiritual energy stirred in the air, prompting Mo Tiange to open her eyes. Just as she was about to glance towards the poisonous spring behind her, she sensed a gust of wind and swiftly pushed Murongzi aside, rolling to the side herself. Her caution had salvaged their lives. In the next moment, both of them widened their eyes in astonishment, staring at the creature before them. The beast, with a flattened head and sharp teeth, boasted a back that resembled a small mountain. Its lower half remained submerged in the poisonous spring, yet the visible portion was enough for them to identify it. Murongzi murmured, a second-tier beast, the iron-toothed crocodile. So, there truly exists a second-tier beast here. Mo Tiange tugged him backward, brandishing her hand as she summoned the formation flags. The very spot where they had been meditating was the 5 elements life and death formation she had set up. As the iron-toothed crocodile lunged forward, it stepped into the formation. Senior brother Murong, what is this? She barely had time to ask before the crocodile surged forward, jaws agape, aiming to devour them. The two hastily retreated, and with a flick of her formation flag, the concealed formation disc and flags beneath them sprang to life, initiating the 5 elements life and death formation. Surrounding them, elements rose with a crack, causing the iron-toothed crocodile to pause momentarily, blinking its small eyes in confusion. Yet, its limited intellect failed to comprehend the unfolding situation. After a brief hesitation, it continued its charge, intent on swallowing the 2 insignificant figures before it. Yet it faltered, as entangled vines instantaneously emerged beneath it, ensnaring its entire form, rendering it utterly immobile. Frustrated, it lashed its tail, causing the vines to snap with a resounding crack. Cold sweat beaded on Mo Tiange's forehead. This beast possessed immense brute strength, and my formation cannot hold it for long. Murongzi's complexion also paled. There was insufficient time for us to escape. Mo Tiange waved the formation flags once more, causing water and quicksand to manifest within the array. swiftly transforming into a quagmire that once again ensnared the iron-toothed crocodile. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Brother Morong, I will hold it off. You attack it. If we cannot flee, we must fight." Morongzi hesitated for a moment. If we don't strike now, it will be too late." Emotienga urged, "Hurry. I will do my utmost to divert its attention from you. You focus on attacking." Inspired by her determination, Morongzi clenched his jaw. "Very well. I shall give it my all." Two chi refinement cultivators stood no chance against a foundation establishment practitioner, yet a mindless second-tier demon beast could indeed be confronted. Without hesitation, Morongzi summoned his flying sword and activated his light body technique to charge forward. However, in the next instant, his expression darkened. His flying sword, a gift from the elders of his sect, imbued with rare iron essence and remarkably sharp, had always afforded him great advantages in battle. Yet against the iron-toothed crocodile's thick hide, it seemed utterly ineffective. When the quagmire failed to restrain the beast, Emotienga waved her hand once more, igniting a fierce blaze within the formation, while simultaneously retrieving a seed of illusionary flowers to hurl towards it. Although the raging inferno momentarily halted the crocodile, the ethereal illusion merely prompted it to flick its tail. With her current spiritual energy, the seed she could utilize would only mature in a short span. Yet such trivialities were beneath the notice of a second-tier demon beast. With no other recourse, she retrieved a handful of spirit-replenishing pills. The rapid depletion of her spiritual energy due to the formation confining the second-tier beast forced her to resort to a gnawing strategy to prolong the confrontation. On the other side, Morongzi was not merely a figure of reputation. Upon realizing that his flying sword proved ineffective, he promptly switched to another weapon, a resplendent golden whip. With a swift flourish, the whip transformed into a beam of golden light, producing a resounding crack. However, after the initial strike, Morongzi's expression shifted as the whip still failed to pierce the thick hide of the iron-toothed crocodile. After several attempts, Morongzi's complexion turned ashen. Not only was he unable to breach the crocodile's defenses, but he also suffered damage to a spirit artifact, aptly named for its formidable teeth. Emotienga was no better off, although she relied on the advantage of the formation. The energy required to sustain it against the second-tier beast assaults was depleting far too swiftly. She could already sense her spiritual energy waning and had no choice but to shove a handful of spirit-replenishing pills into her mouth. At the rate of loss, she no longer feared the wastage of pills. Survival took precedence over the quantity of elixirs at her disposal. "Use the talismans, attack it with talismans," Emotienga shouted to the dazed Morongzi. The iron-toothed crocodile's hide was as tough as armor, impervious to mere physical attacks. Only spells could penetrate its defenses and inflict damage. Among the various talismans she possessed, spells of all elements were present: fire, ice, stone, quicksand, and vines, raining down upon the iron-toothed crocodile's head in a relentless barrage. The iron-toothed crocodile finally reacted. It lifted its head, its small eyes fixated on Morongzi, and opened its mouth, unleashing a spout of water. Morongzi was taken aback, barely managing to evade by sidestepping, yet inadvertently got splashed, causing him to falter and plummet. Observing that Morongzi had yet to rise, Emotienga called out anxiously, "Brother Morong," as if he had heard her voice. Morongzi struggled to stuff several pills into his mouth, painstakingly rising to his feet. Already gravely injured, he strained to wield his spiritual weapon and employ his lightness technique, only to be further assailed by the crocodile's torrent. This was a toxic spring, surrounded by perilous substances, and here, the second-tier monsters thrived. The iron-toothed crocodile's venom was far more potent than mere toxic mist, exacerbating his injuries significantly. With little time to spare, he swallowed a handful of healing and detoxifying pills, battling to ascend once more. With a flick of his hand, he sent forth a flurry of fine needles aimed at the creature's eyes. The iron-toothed crocodile blinked and shook its head, dislodging some of the needles while others embedded themselves into its thick hide, eliciting no response as they fell to the ground. Undeterred, Morongzi continued to launch more needles. Within the confinement of the spirit-binding array, the crocodile's spiritual energy slowed, and at last, it could not evade. With a piercing sound, one needle punctured its eye, provoking its furious roar that echoed through the air. Emotienga felt a surge of joy and promptly swallowed another handful of spirit-replenishing pills. With a wave of the array flag, a sea of flames descended upon the creature. The ground trembled as the iron-toothed crocodile, after enduring multiple magical assaults, finally exhibited signs of scorching on its thick skin. Seizing this opportunity, Murongzi drew forth his flying sword and lunged at the freshly burned section with fervor. In that moment, the sharp sting penetrated deeply, breaking through the tough hide of the iron-toothed crocodile and embedding itself within its flesh. The creature, racked with pain, lashed its tail, uprooting a large tree by the spring. Yet, it could not locate the irritating little bugs. All it could see were the scenes of the poisonous spring where it had resided for centuries. No matter how it struggled, it always found itself returning to the same spot. Blood streamed from its eyes, and its body ached painfully from the onslaught of spells. With another object lodged within its flesh, it emitted pitiful grunts of agony, but still could not find the two little bugs, only feeling the relentless barrage of magic. Eventually, it could no longer endure. Another spell struck, and it could not keep its eyes open any longer. Emotinga gasped deeply, her legs giving way as she knelt down. She had exhausted all her spiritual energy. The second-tier demon beast was overwhelmingly more powerful than the first-tier ones. The dozens of demon monkeys had posed no threat to her, easily dispatched by her 5 elements killing formation. Yet this second-tier beast had required immense effort to merely confine it. Had it not been for Murongzi's assistance, she would surely have perished today. Murongzi lay a short distance away, motionless, having expended nearly all of his talismans. With the death of the iron-toothed crocodile, he collapsed, unable to rise. Brother Murong! Brother Murong! Emotienga cried out as she rushed to him. He lay on the ground, unresponsive, blood at the corners of his mouth, clearly from the severity of his injuries. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved a small healing pill and placed it into his mouth, though she herself was unscathed. Her spiritual energy had been completely depleted. Should any danger arise in the near future, it would be troublesome. It was wiser to preserve his life, as the presence of two was always safer. After administering a small spirit pill, Murongzi gradually awakened. Upon seeing her, a hint of uncertainty flickered in his gaze. Junior brother Yi, what have you given me? Emotienga managed a wry smile. It was specially prepared for this trial. For now, I must take advantage of my senior brother. She dared not reveal that she possessed another vial. For despite Murongzi's seemingly trustworthy demeanor and his status as Murong Yin's elder brother, their relationship lacked depth. Murongzi harbored no suspicions. His expression softened as he earnestly said, "Thank you, junior brother Yi. Were it not for the elixir you provided, I surely would not survive until tomorrow." Emotienga merely waved her hand dismissively. "Senior brother Murong, if you do not wish to take advantage of me, simply return the elixir once we are outside. For now, we must focus on healing, otherwise, if we encounter anyone else." At this point, she furrowed her brow, sensing an approaching presence. The 3K faction was here. Gratitude to the patrons from the past 5 millennia, Lian and book friend 1008 for their generous contributions. Starting today, I shall take attendance. Special thanks to Kuhn for casting the first pink vote. This marks a historic moment. Although I still do not fully comprehend this pink vote system, I once naively believed that receiving donations would grant me free access to books, only to realize how mistaken I was. With a flick of her sleeve, Emotienga sent several items soaring into the earth. Subsequently, she took a few spirit-replenishing pills and placed them in her mouth. Having completed the 2 tasks, several figures emerged from the toxic mist. Dressed in purple, Emotienga tightened his grip on the Qingmu sword, while Murongzi, suppressing his pain, managed to stand. There were 3 individuals in total, all cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement. The leader was a middle-aged practitioner, accompanied by a young man in his 20s and an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, representing the old, middle-aged, and young generations respectively. All 3 appeared formidable. The middle-aged man, as the leader, likely held the highest status or was the most powerful among them, while the youthful one had reached the 10th level at such a young age, indicating he possessed considerable skill. The elder, with his wealth of experience, was undoubtedly the most cunning of the trio. Exchanging a glance with Murongzi, both shared a bitter smile, having just endured a fierce battle, only to encounter such a daunting combination. The 3 stood at a short distance, cautiously scrutinizing them. Emotienga and Murongzi feigned nonchalance, each tightening their hold on their flying swords. After a while, the young man could no longer contain himself and inquired, "What are we waiting for, brothers?" The elder furrowed his brow and replied slowly, "Exercise caution." Expressions of caution, contemplation, and fervor flickered across the faces of the trio. They were torn between the fear of facing a formidable opponent and the reluctance to forego the immense opportunity before them. The carcasses of second-tier demonic beasts could not only be fashioned into spiritual instruments, but could also be transformed into magical tools for foundation-building practitioners, representing a substantial fortune. The young man, unable to restrain himself, exclaimed, "Brothers, what are we hesitating for? Shall we let them escape unscathed?" The elder responded, "These two are not to be trifled with. We must not act impulsively." In the end, both turned their gazes towards the middle-aged practitioner among them. The middle-aged cultivator found himself in a moment of indecision, torn between the impulse to strike and the uncertainty of success, reluctant to let go yet unwilling to act. His two opponents, however, regarded him with an air of indifference, seemingly unconcerned with the outcome of his deliberation. In truth, both Emotienga and Murongzi were far from relaxed. Though Murongzi had consumed a minor healing elixir, his injuries could not be mended in an instant. Repeatedly engaging in combat while gravely wounded had inflicted severe damage to his meridians. His composed demeanor was solely a testament to his indomitable spirit. Emotienga mirrored his resolve, acutely aware of their recent arduous struggle. Both were utterly exhausted, and anxiety loomed heavily within them. Yet, she was no longer the naive child she once was. Having traversed the world with her second uncle and enduring numerous battles of wits over the years, she understood that displaying weakness at this juncture was unwise. Their facade successfully deceived their adversaries, prompting the middle-aged cultivator to struggle for a while before reluctantly suggesting, "Let us seek another location." As the trio turned to leave, Emotienga and Murongzi silently exhaled in relief. They lacked the confidence to confront them directly. Unexpectedly, however, the three halted once more, and the middle-aged cultivator sneered. "Almost fell for their ruse. If we slay a second-tier beast, they will surely bear no injuries. How much spiritual energy do they possess?" In an instant, Emotienga summoned a defensive talisman, while the Qingmu sword flew forth. Murongzi reacted swiftly as well. Though he had exhausted his talismans, he still wielded a spiritual weapon. The iron-infused flying sword shot forth with remarkable speed. Seizing the initiative, the two struck first, catching their opponents off guard. The young man, witnessing the two flying swords hurtling towards him, momentarily faltered in panic. The two swords moved with such velocity that they were clearly no ordinary weapons, compelling him to evade hastily. Emotienga subtly adjusted his position, casting a multitude of fire-thorn seeds that momentarily ensnared the young man. Just as he was about to suggest to Murongzi that they should first deal with the elder, a muffled groan reached his ears. Turning to look, he saw Murongzi clutching his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood, while the flying sword he controlled wavered precariously in midair. Emotienga was taken aback. Senior brother Murong. The three adversaries, however, were elated. With the youth ensnared, he could not escape for the time being. The middle-aged cultivator exchanged glances with the elder, and they both launched their attacks simultaneously. The middle-aged cultivator summoned a flying sword, the most common spirit tool in the cultivation world, while the elder hurled a mirror. Seizing the opportunity, the middle-aged cultivator swiftly closed the distance, grasped the flying sword, and aimed it at Murongzi. At that moment, Murongzi found himself within striking range of the middle-aged cultivator, rendered utterly defenseless. A sinister smile crept across the cultivator's face as he lunged forward with the sword. With a sickening sound, the sword plunged deeply into Murongzi, blood gushing forth along the blade. Simultaneously, the middle-aged cultivator let out a cry of agony, releasing the sword to clutch his abdomen. A flying sword protruded from his back, having pierced through his midsection. It was none other than Murongzi's razor-sharp sword infused with iron essence. Emotienga's expression shifted dramatically. He then heard the enemy shout, "Brother Zhang." Murongzi and the middle-aged cultivator met their mutual demise, yet the remaining two adversaries exhibited no signs of rage, only panic. In mere moments, one was ensnared while the other was slain. The elder made a decisive choice, retrieving the mirror from his grasp and swiftly retreating into the distance. Perhaps his survival until now can be attributed to his timidity. Emotienga did not pursue him. Instead, she cast her flying sword, swiftly eliminating the middle-aged cultivator, and then turned her attention to the lone youth remaining. Upon seeing the elder flee, the young man's expression soured significantly. He brandished his large blade, severing the fiery thorns, and charged towards Emotienga. She had never encountered an opponent who wielded a spiritual weapon in such a manner, akin to a mundane warrior. And for a moment, she found herself caught off guard. Fortunately, she possessed a defensive talisman. While parrying with the Qingmu sword, she began to retreat. She yawned to counterattack. Yet her spiritual energy was dwindling, forcing her to withdraw slowly. Noticing her hesitance to engage, the young man exhibited a smug expression as he advanced step by step. However, Emotienga suddenly revealed a smile. A formation flag materialized in her hand, and with a gentle flourish, the concealed formation flag sprang to life with a sharp sound. The youth was struck with terror, yet he was already entranced by the unfolding scene. A swirling tempest of yellow sand enveloped them, reminiscent of the far western deserts. Nothing else existed. This was the formation she had hastily set up earlier, uncertain if it would be utilized, yet fortunate for her. This youth was impulsive and had unwittingly stepped into her trap. Now that he was within her formation, he was at her mercy. Emotienga consumed another spirit-replenishing pill, grasped a handful of talismans, and urged her Qinglu sword to launch an assault on the youth within the formation. The young man, believing it to be yet another illusion, failed to defend himself and was struck with devastating force, meeting an untimely demise. Morongzi slightly opened his eyes, struggling to speak. Yi. Junior brother. Emotienga nodded. I am here. Morongzi spat out a mouthful of blood, and Emotienga hurriedly supported him, pressing his palm against Morongzi's hand to channel spiritual energy into him. This alleviated Morongzi's condition slightly, and he managed to reveal a faint smile. His voice barely a whisper, I know. I cannot go on. Please, do me a favor. Emotienga promptly nodded. Senior brother Morong. Please speak. With great difficulty, Morongzi pulled out his Chinquan bag, gasping for breath. In our family, the one with the most hope is Xiaoyan. Please, take the beast I killed and the flying sword. To her. He closed his eyes briefly and added, as for the rest, let it be a memento for my junior brother. As he spoke, blood continued to flow from his mouth, his grip tightening on Emotienga's sleeve. Upon hearing these dying words, Emotienga sighed inwardly. Rest assured, senior brother, I will deliver the items. Morongzi managed to smile, his eyes filled with reluctance and sorrow, before finally releasing his grip, his head tilting to the side as he breathed his last. She wiped her face, erasing the sadness, and rose to tidy the scene. Regardless of the circumstances, she must survive, cultivate her foundation, form her core, and bring forth life, living fully and freely. First, she removed the Chinquan bags and weapons from the three corpses, then set their bodies ablaze until nothing remained. However, she took special care to collect Morongzi's ashes in a delicate urn. Afterward, she cleaned the bloodstains from her own body and sorted the contents of the three Chinquan bags, having used many of her own pills and talismans. She was fortunate that the two disciples from Zixiao sect still had some left. Each of the three bore the corpses of demon beasts, though the other two had only 3 or 5, while Morongzi possessed a staggering 10. After some contemplation, she retrieved a cosmic bag to store the 3 demon beasts they had hunted, along with several spiritual artifacts from Morongzi. Having shared trials with Morongzi and having a past with Morongyin, she decided to return these artifacts to Morongyin, should she still be alive. Subsequently, she set about dealing with the corpse of the iron-toothed crocodile, which proved to be an excellent material for crafting, holding considerable value. While organizing, she discovered the flying needles left by Morongzi. These needles were translucent and ethereal, making them ideal for ambushes. She promptly collected them into her cosmic bag. Turning to gaze at the toxic spring, Emotienga couldn't help but sigh. Those who had recently been filled with laughter were now reduced to mere ashes. The tumultuous battle began at the 3rd hour of the day, and now it was nearing the end of the 12th hour. Emotienga calculated that it would take another 3 hours to exit the valley. In that span, much could transpire, and many lives could be lost. Thus, she needed to exercise greater caution. The formation leading out would be at the center, and the closer one was to the center, the greater the peril. After much deliberation, she resolved to meander along the periphery, allowing the 3 hours to pass before venturing toward the center once the formation was activated. Furthermore, she would maintain heightened awareness at all times, needing to evade both people and demon beasts. This was somewhat challenging, yet it felt safer than lingering near the toxic spring. Who could predict whether the elder from the Zixiao sect would summon his companions? Especially considering the considerable allure that the corpse of a second-tier demon beast held for cultivators of their caliber? In this mountainous forest, to the east lies a waterfall soaring 100 feet high, while to the southwest, towering mountains create a barrier. To the north, there exists a precipice from which they descended, and to the northwest, near the cliff, is the toxic spring, the sole exit from this wooded expanse. However, The toxic spring is fraught with peril, inhabited by packs of monstrous beasts and shrouded in poisonous mists, with hidden dangers lurking in its depths. It is scarcely conceivable for anyone to consider that route for escape. Thus, nearly 1,000 Qi refinement practitioners find themselves within this forest. Despite its vastness, encountering friends is a rarity, yet stumbling upon strangers is not particularly difficult. Having departed from the toxic spring just half an hour prior, Imotienga has already encountered several groups of people. Indeed, Morongz's words ring true. The three factions have banded together, both to guard against threats and to eliminate adversaries. To evade these individuals, she has expended considerable effort. Her breath-concealing technique, merely a legacy from the Yi family, is not particularly sophisticated. However, the enchanted jade pendant she possesses, besides masking her presence, also possesses the ability to gather and purify spiritual energy, thus enhancing the efficacy of her spells. With a keen self-awareness, she remains exceedingly cautious, taking care to avoid detection at the slightest hint of others nearby. Along her path, the devastation of battle is starkly evident. Imotienga has witnessed the aftermath of magical duels, charred trees, cracked earth, and congealed bloodstains. Each dark red pool upon the ground may well signify the end of a life. Occasionally, she encounters unburied corpses, some clad in purple robes, others in yellow or blue, their faces frozen in expressions of resentment and terror. Occasionally, she would encounter familiar faces, those of her fellow disciples, both brothers and sisters, seen within the confines of their sect. Fortunately, none among them were the few who could be deemed friends. As time went by, she gradually grew numb, able to disregard any trace of recognition. Yet, despite her caution, she was still discovered by two disciples of the Zixia sect. With her Qingmu sword secured by her side, she discreetly assessed her surroundings while clutching several talismans in her other hand. The two assailants consisted of a burly man, whose physique rivaled that of Louis Dao, and a strikingly beautiful woman. The man was at the 10th level of Qi refinement, while the woman was at the 9th, both appearing to possess considerable combat experience. They positioned themselves in front and behind her, effectively blocking her escape. The trees surrounding them were densely packed, with the two blocking her path at precisely the most vulnerable points. Unconsciously frowning, she realized that fleeing was no longer an option. She would have to fight her way through. However, these two had silently encircled her, indicating that they would not be easily dealt with. After scrutinizing her, the burly man exclaimed, "My lady, this young one seems to be the one that old Shin spoke of." Old Shin? She pondered for a moment. Could it be that elder from the poisoned spring who had fled? To her surprise, these two were actually a married couple. The woman's high cultivation and beauty were indeed striking, yet she had chosen such a coarse and unremarkable man as her partner. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she cast a glance at the woman, who, upon seeing her face, remarked with a smile, "Old Shun has always been timid, and surely your husband is aware of this. However, this young man is rather handsome. What a pity indeed." Hearing the admiration for other men's handsomeness, the burly man let out a discontented grunt. "My dear wife." Jealousy flickered within him, yet his spouse seemed quite pleased, covering her mouth with suppressed laughter before saying, "What is my husband afraid of? No matter how handsome, they still must meet their demise at our hands." Her words resonated with the burly man, who chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, my dear." He then turned to confront Imotienga with a fierce glare, exclaiming, "You, brat, prepare to meet your end." No sooner had he spoken than Imotienga swiftly made his move. The Qingmu sword shot forth with great speed, a feint indeed, as the blazing talisman concealed within the brilliance of the Qingmu sword was unleashed. The burly man, intending to retaliate, found himself enraged at being outmaneuvered, swinging his magical artifact towards the Qingmu sword. His weapon, a massive iron wheel, seemed perfectly suited to his robust physique, and he confidently engaged in a contest of strength. Regrettably, Imotienga's true lethal strike did not reside in his artifact. The Qingmu sword was repelled by a harsh blow. Yet the iron will continued its relentless assault towards Imotienga, while simultaneously, a parasol from behind her was hurled in her direction. Unperturbed, Imotienga unleashed the blazing talisman, resulting in a resounding explosion as the burly man let out a piercing scream. At that moment, just as the iron wheel and the parasol were about to strike, her figure vanished into thin air. In the next instant, Imotienga reappeared right before the burly man, thrusting the Qingmu sword with precision, piercing deep into his chest. The man shrieked in agony, collapsing to the ground, lifeless and silent. "My husband!" His wife shrieked, rushing forward. Imotinga executed a graceful leap, evading the parasol she had thrown. The success of this ambush was attributed to her superior cultivation level compared to the burly man who had underestimated her. The tactic of feigning weakness to overpower a foe is indeed one of the most effective strategies in the realm of cultivation. However, Imotinga had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. Her adversary had clearly lost their composure, and she was not inclined to perish alongside them. As talismans and spiritual artifacts were incessantly hurled at her, she deftly evaded them using her lightness technique. It was only when her opponent's rage rendered them uncontrollable that she made her move, clutching her Qingmu sword, talismans, and the last remaining seed, which she threw with a mix of other items. Yet, she was denied the opportunity to act. Before she could complete her throw, she felt a sharp pain coursing through her body, and her hand, which held the umbrella, faltered and fell, leading her to collapse onto the ground. Confirming the demise of her assailants, Imotinga swiftly gathered their belongings, disposed of the bodies, and without a moment's hesitation, made her escape. Despite her extensive experience in combat, this encounter marked her most successful mission to date. She made instantaneous judgments, acted with precision, and seized the advantage without error in the blink of an eye. Soon, she sensed more presences ahead. Imotinga turned abruptly, but her retreat was cut short as she detected several individuals nearby. With no other recourse, she concealed her aura and leaped up into a tree, camouflaging her form. The first group to pass consisted of a mix of the Golden Blade sect and the Cloud Mist sect. Imotinga had no intention of revealing herself. With so many individuals gathered, detection was highly probable, and conflict could easily ensue. Although greater numbers might offer some semblance of safety, they also heralded an escalation of disputes, which inevitably led to a higher likelihood of death. These individuals swiftly passed by, and Imotinga contemplated for a moment, choosing not to descend, but rather to remain perched atop the tree, gathering her breath. She retrieved the several Qianquan bags she had acquired earlier. The seeds in her possession had been exhausted. Yet within the Qianquan bags of the Purple Cloud sect disciples, there remained an abundance of talismans and medicinal elixirs, along with a few commendable spiritual instruments. However, for a Qi refinement disciple, these spiritual instruments, lacking personal refinement, proved cumbersome to wield and could only serve as reserves. Additionally, the flying needles left behind by Murongzi were exceedingly useful. Their manipulation relied on spiritual awareness rather than spiritual energy, thus circumventing the limitation that Qi refinement practitioners faced when handling multiple spiritual instruments. If employed adeptly, these needles could easily overwhelm most Qi refinement disciples. Having secured the combat essentials, Imotinga leaped from the tree and pressed onward. After a short distance, she halted in astonishment. The ground was strewn with numerous corpses, belonging to disciples from all three sections. Upon glimpsing the faces of the deceased disciples from the Cloud Mist sect, she recognized them as those she had encountered earlier. It turned out they had clashed with another group from the Purple Cloud sect, resulting in mutual destruction. Shaking her head, she collected the Qianquan bags from these individuals and set their bodies ablaze, ensuring that none remained. As she journeyed, the death toll had reached at least 50 or 60, with many locations she had yet to explore. It was likely that after 2 hours, fewer than half of those who had entered would emerge alive. The thought elicited a cold smile. This was perhaps an eventuality the Purple Cloud sect had not foreseen. Having merged with the Cloud Mist sect and the Golden Blade sect, they had suffered immense losses among their higher-tier Qi refinement disciples. Among these individuals were the most promising candidates for foundation establishment, leading to a significant decline in the number of cultivators reaching that stage within the next century. They cannot become the 8th sect. Instead, their strength has significantly diminished. Thus, she harbors no fear of facing punishment for taking a life, for by that time, they will realize that the Qi refinement disciples can no longer afford any losses. Realizing she had miscalculated the timing, she adjusted her thoughts, 068, to save a life. In the dense forest, a figure was darting through the air. Only when she sensed no other cultivators behind her did she come to a halt. What a stroke of bad luck. Imotinga clutched her chest, feeling a tumult of energy surging within her, filled with regret. It was all due to her overconfidence. She had set up a formation in her hiding place, believing herself to be secure. However, the spiritual fluctuations of the formation were detected by a group from the Zixia sect, leading to a carefully orchestrated ambush against her. Her escape was largely thanks to the few escape talismans she had left, as the formation provided her with some protection. Otherwise, facing 5 or 6 assailants single-handedly would likely have left her with nothing but ashes. Forced to use the escape talismans amidst the encirclement, her energy momentarily wavered. After consuming a chi-nourishing pill, she gazed at the starry sky and calculated that it was already the hour of the tiger. With just over an hour remaining until the formation's exit would open, amidst the fierce battles, the number of survivors dwindled and the frequency of confrontations intensified. Throughout her flight, she encountered corpses rather than living souls. Reflecting on this, Emotienga shook her head and let out a bitter smile. She could not concern herself with the fates of others. For now, preserving her own life was all that mattered. At this moment, sensing the instability of her inner energy, she hesitated briefly before ascending a tree abundant with foliage. She retracted all traces of her aura, refraining from setting up any formations or extending her consciousness beyond, quietly regulating her breath. Although she was not gravely injured, neglecting to recuperate would place her at a disadvantage should she encounter another adversary. She had no desire to resort to an escape talisman, lest a minor wound escalate into something more severe. As time passed slowly, it became evident that no one had approached this area. Indeed, the number of surviving cultivators in the forest had dwindled significantly. A sigh escaped Emotienga's lips. After enduring several life-and-death battles, she felt increasingly desensitized, as if death no longer stirred her emotions. Perhaps, after witnessing so much, it seemed trivial. The path of cultivation was littered with countless fatalities. If one did not acclimate to such realities, how could they progress further on the road to immortality? She was, in fact, grateful for her ability to adapt swiftly. Gradually, her breath steadied, and she felt a sense of relief. Nearby, there appeared to be a demon beast, as she faintly heard roars. However, it was clear that no one remained interested in capturing beasts at this time. The more individuals who perished, the greater the likelihood of the survivors obtaining foundational elixirs. Moreover, slaying others and directly claiming their spoils proved to be far more efficient than methodically hunting beasts one by one. Even she had acquired numerous demon beasts slain by others. The 2 cultivators killed at the toxic spring, the couple that surrounded her, and the group that ultimately perished together, along with the corpses of 2 or 3 dozen demon monkeys she already possessed, meant she had no need to retrieve all the beast carcasses to obtain a foundational elixir. Thus, she had no intention of provoking conflict. Becoming accustomed to death did not equate to a desire to kill. As long as others do not infringe upon her, she would refrain from taking action. Upon contemplating this, a trace of bitter laughter escaped her lips. It seemed she had indeed transformed into a person devoid of warmth and emotion. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps reached her ears, prompting Emotienga to open her eyes. She had not extended her consciousness, and thus did not notice until they drew closer. Through the foliage, she vaguely discerned several pairs of feet, apparently 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman's steps were unsteady, which struck her as peculiar. She tilted her head slightly, remaining motionless, opting to conceal herself. Under the circumstances of her own precarious situation, it was wise to avoid meddling in others' affairs. Below, the voices of these individuals drifted upward. "Big brother, why have we been walking for so long?" The voice was youthful and seemed rather impatient. Another voice, deeper in tone, replied, "How should I know? Hey, you little brat, you didn't deceive us, did you?" A cough followed from the woman, causing Emotienga to furrow her brow. "That voice, why are you too anxious? Can't you sense the aura of the demon beasts?" The demon beasts were the guardians of the Zhu Exine fruit tree. Morongyan's voice. This realization seemed to flicker past her awareness. As the younger one remarked, "It sounds somewhat reasonable." The footsteps gradually receded, and after a moment of contemplation, Emotienga silently descended from the tree, discreetly following them. These 2 male cultivators were not particularly formidable, one at the 8th level of chi refinement and the other at the 9th. How had they managed to survive thus far? Moreover, they were in the company of Morongyan. From their conversation, it appeared they sought Morongyan's guidance to locate a Zhu Exine fruit, of which she had never heard. Could it be some extraordinary fruit? Shaking her head, Emotienga dismissed the notion. If it were indeed an extraordinary fruit, Morongyan should have harvested it long ago. How could she possibly wait until now? It is evident that she must have been captured by these 2 individuals, using this ruse to deceive them. Stealthily approaching, she scrutinized the situation. Indeed, Morongyan was bound with her hands tied and bore injuries. The 2 male cultivators were from the Zixia sect. One appeared to be around 20, while the other was approximately 25 or 26. They quickly located the lair of the demon beast, and soon thereafter, she witnessed the two men erupting in fury, one of them brandishing a spiritual weapon and exclaiming, "How dare this wretched woman deceive us?" However, Murong Yin was quite astute. She swiftly dodged to the side, cunningly startling the demon beast, and concealed herself behind the two men, prompting the beast to charge at them. This demon beast was a first-tier giant ape, although its cultivation was not apparent. It possessed remarkably thick skin and immense strength. The two men found themselves momentarily restrained. Observing this, Murong Yin quietly retreated and, seizing the opportunity while they were distracted, fled with great haste. "Big brother, that girl is trying to escape." The younger one glared fiercely at Murong Yan's retreating figure. The elder, using his spiritual weapon to fend off the giant ape's assault, shouted, "Go after her. She deceived us. We cannot allow her to escape." After barely managing to defend against another strike from the giant ape, he muttered, "This is untenable. It's too powerful. It seems we must resort to using a treasure." With that thought, he retrieved a purple orb the size of a pigeon egg from his bosom and hurled it at the giant ape. A thunderous explosion ensued, instantly leaving the beast's flesh mangled, while the surrounding rocks and trees were obliterated, leveling the ground for a radius of 10 zhang. The man gazed with a pained expression at the scene where blood splattered everywhere, with not a single intact piece of flesh in sight. It was uncertain whether he felt sorrow for the dismembered bodies or for the precious items that had been expended. After a moment of anguish, he gritted his teeth and turned to follow his brother. Yet, he had scarcely taken a few steps when he heard his brother's anguished scream, which sent a jolt of alarm through him. He hurried forward, calling out, "Third brother, third brother." Not far ahead, he discovered his brother lying on the ground, utterly alone. Mo Tiange and Murong Yin sprinted until they could no longer sense the presence of that individual. Murong Yin looked at her with gratitude, saying, "Junior sister Yi, thank you so much. I'm fortunate to have encountered you. Otherwise, Mo Tiange shook her head, smiling. "There is no need for such formality. Senior sister Murong, it was merely a small effort on my part." After a pause, she inquired curiously, "What happened to you, senior sister?" Murong Yan's expression turned wry as she shook her head. "It is all my fault for neglecting my training in the past. This time, I have truly suffered. I encountered disciples from the Zixia sect several times and barely escaped with my life. When I eventually ran into them, they intended to kill me, but I deceived them into believing there was a rare herb here." Indeed, Mo Tiange nodded. What exactly was that object in their possession? Its power was immense. That, I am not entirely certain. It does not resemble a spiritual weapon nor a magical treasure. It seems to be a unique item forged from the essence of demonic beasts and lightning-based spells. Once it is thrown with spiritual energy, it detonates with tremendous force. To my knowledge, no one can withstand it. This was the first time Mo Tiange had encountered such a formidable force, and she feared that no qi refinement cultivator could withstand it. Hence, she chose to flee, for she was not yet willing to sacrifice her life. Upon seeing Murong Yin, Mo Tiange could not help but think of Murong Zi. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved to venture forth, with danger lurking everywhere. If she were to suddenly learn of her brother's demise, it could provoke emotional turmoil that might disrupt her combat focus. She inquired, "Senior sister Murong, do you have any plans moving forward?" Murong Yin, hearing her question, could only manage a bitter smile. "To be frank, junior brother Yi, before our arrival, I was filled with ambition and determined to secure a foundation establishment pill. Now, I realize how naive I was. There is no room for regret now. I can only hope to exit safely and dedicate myself to diligent cultivation in the future to pursue other aspirations." Listening to her words, Mo Tiange silently nodded. It seemed she had truly come to understand the gravity of the situation, which was a comfort, not in vain of Murong Zi's efforts. "Junior brother Yi." Murong Yin hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. "Never mind. If I survive to leave, we can speak then. For now, let us part ways here." Mo Tiange was taken aback. "Senior sister, are you not coming with me?" After a brief moment of shock, she realized that perhaps Murong Yin doubted her willingness to accompany her. She smiled and said, "What do you think, senior sister?" Seeing her expression, Murong Yin shyly chuckled. "I overthought it." Mo Tiange teased, "It is good that you are aware of your own laziness. I know my own limitations, which is why I must strive diligently." She glanced once more at the starry sky. "It is now the hour of the rabbit. We still have an hour left. Senior sister, we can move closer to the center." Murong Yan's face displayed a hint of hesitation. "Shall we go now? Surely many will head toward the center." Shouldn't we avoid them? Imo reassured her. Fear not. As the exit nears its opening, everyone is eager to depart and unlikely to provoke trouble, making it even safer than before. This reasoning held some merit, and ultimately, Murong Yin decided to trust her, responding cheerfully, Then I shall follow your lead, junior brother Yi. Imo nodded. Is your injury manageable, senior sister? Will traveling pose any issues? Murong Yin replied, It's nothing serious, merely a minor wound. With her assurance, Imo felt no hesitation. Then let us proceed. As they ventured deeper, the throng of people increased. Murong Yin grew increasingly anxious and whispered, Junior brother Yi, are you certain this is safe? Imo grasped her hand and offered a reassuring smile. It's fine. Trust me. Murong Yan's face flushed crimson, and after a moment, she nodded, all right. Unbeknownst to her, Imo continued to hold her hand as they dashed toward the exit. In the heart of the forest, there lay a vast clearing. Surrounding this expanse were numerous cultivators, disciples from all three sects, each eyeing one another warily, alert and on guard. Upon Imo and Murong Yan's arrival, all eyes turned toward them, yet no one dared to strike, for they feared disrupting the delicate balance. Although the disciples of the Zixia sect were numerous, each valued their lives, and the disciples of the Yunwu sect and Jindao sect refrained from making a move in such a disadvantageous position. After all, failing to eliminate their foes while risking their own lives would be a grave miscalculation. Unperturbed by the gazes of those around her, Imo sought a secluded corner near her fellow disciples and beckoned Murong Yin to join her. As the onlookers shifted their attention away from the two, their focus turned to the newcomers. Imo cautiously surveyed her surroundings. The Zixia sect had indeed suffered significant losses, with the number of attendees scarcely exceeding 100. Even when accounting for those yet to arrive, it was unlikely to surpass 200. The alliance of Yunwu sect and Jindao sect comprised approximately 60 to 70 individuals, each bearing the marks of battle, their expressions fierce. Among the few she recognized, only Zhang Shanghong remained, evidently having endured a fierce struggle, now seeking refuge in a corner to meditate. The absence of others, such as Qin Shi, Lui Dao, and Su Jingxi, caused her brow to furrow slightly. She harbored concerns that, based on the present numbers, the fatalities among the cultivators could exceed half, leaving her uncertain of the three individuals' fates. At that moment, Murong Yin gently tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Junior brother Yi. Noticing her pale complexion, Imo offered a reassuring smile. There is no need for concern. She lifted her gaze to the sky, which had begun to brighten, heralding the dawn. Once the sun rose, the formation leading to the exit would manifest, allowing for their escape. Finding a patch of clean grass, she settled down with Murong Yin, appearing to meditate like the others, while secretly remaining vigilant, attentively observing her surroundings. She believed many present shared her wariness. In these final moments, no one wished to risk their life. The elderly man also noticed her, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he, too, feigned ignorance, likely mirroring the sentiments of others present. Vengeance could be sought in the future. But sacrificing one's life was not a prudent choice. As the crowd swelled and the hour approached, several cultivators emerged from the woods, aligning themselves with their respective factions. Among them were also sworn enemies, glaring at one another but refraining from confrontation. Just as anticipation built for the activation of the formation, a sudden, thunderous shout pierced the air. You vile girl, I have finally found you. Return my brother's life. A figure lunged toward Murong Yin. Imo furrowed her brow, swiftly grasping Murong Yin with one hand while brandishing her Qingmu sword to intercept the assailant. Upon closer inspection, she recognized him as the elder brother from the duo that had previously captured Murong Yin. This was dire. Imo glanced around and indeed, the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. All eyes were now upon them, and several individuals had discreetly summoned their spiritual artifacts. A surge of fury coursed through her. This dim-witted brute had seemed utterly foolish during their previous exchange, but it was evident he was not merely slow-witted. Without hesitation, she unleashed a Rift Earth talisman. Though the oaf was dull, he was not unresponsive, executing a somersault to evade her attack. Their skirmish ignited a volatile reaction among the onlookers. A few disciples from the Cloud Mist sect attempted to intervene, prompting an immediate response from the Zixia sect. Yet, before any could reach the fray, a brawl ensued. Imo paid no heed to the ensuing chaos. Instead, she looked up to see the oaf producing a violet sphere the size of a pigeon egg, preparing to hurl it. A wave of alarm washed over her, and Murong Yin turned pale, for they had both witnessed the devastating power of that object. Once unleashed, they would stand no chance of withstanding its force. As the adversary prepared to hurl the violet orb, Imo-Tienga, in a moment of urgency, produced a high-level defensive talisman and struck it down, conjuring a protective barrier that enveloped both herself and her companion. With a resounding boom that reverberated through the air, the cacophony of anguished cries from other cultivators filled their ears. Channeling her spiritual energy, Imo-Tienga braced herself for the impending impact. To her astonishment, the force that surged towards her was effortlessly repelled. She opened her eyes in bewilderment. Qinshi, gritting his teeth, barked, "What are you dawdling for? Come help." He brandished a sword, infusing it with spiritual energy, standing resolutely before them, as if awakening from a dream. Imo-Tienga quickly summoned her own energy to share the burden of the oncoming force. After a brief moment, the oppressive pressure finally subsided. The towering brute, witnessing their unexpected defense, erupted in fury, bellowing as he charged towards them once more. Having narrowly escaped death, Imo-Tienga was not inclined to show him any courtesy. She swiftly conjured an ice talisman. Murong Yin, not one to remain idle, commanded her spiritual instrument to advance, while Qinshi unleashed a fierce fire spell. Despite the brute's considerable strength, he was no match for the combined assault of the three. In an attempt to evade the ice talisman, he was struck by Qinshi's spell, and in a split second, Murong Yan's spiritual instrument landed a solid blow, causing him to stagger and fall. Seeing him incapacitated, the trio finally exhaled in relief. The violet orb had indeed proven to be extraordinarily potent. Aside from them, those in the vicinity had suffered greatly, with some reduced to a bloody mess, only a few managing to withstand the onslaught. The casualties were primarily disciples of the Cloud Mist sect and the Golden Blade sect. Although the instigator had fallen, their fury ignited, and they brandished their spiritual instruments, charging at the disciples of the Purple Cloud sect. The disciples of the Purple Cloud sect, numerous and formidable, were unwilling to show weakness and surged forward. In the air, spells and magical artifacts danced wildly. Junior brother Yi, Qinshi had dealt with an ambush and waved to them. Imo-Tienga, while remaining vigilant, pulled Murong Yin closer to him. "Thank you, senior brother Qin." "No need for hasty gratitude," he replied, thrusting a handful of talismans into their hands. "Hold on for a while. The exit should open in about 15 minutes. Imo-Tienga understood that this was not the time for pleasantries. Accepting the talismans he offered, she turned and hurled a blazing talisman at the oncoming disciples of the Purple Cloud sect. This great battle was the most intense and populous of the day and night, with spells and talismans soaring through the sky, indistinguishable between friend and foe, leaving them no choice but to withstand the onslaught with their own magic. In the end, the three of them, unable to withstand any longer, affixed a defensive talisman to each of themselves, bracing against the myriad of assaults. At last, a radiant white light illuminated the center of the clearing, growing ever brighter until it coalesced into the shape of a formation, shimmering with colors and brimming with spiritual energy. All eyes were drawn to the formation, and the fighting ceased for a moment as everyone rushed towards it. Imo-Tienga intentionally stepped back, only to find others surging forward behind her, a chaotic throng pressing towards the formation. Soon, they were swept onto the formation, and the world around them shifted from darkness to light. As she looked up, Imo-Tienga beheld 3 core formation cultivators, their faces ashen. One after another, disciples emerged from the cliff, each one appearing disheveled and stained with blood, some even bearing severe injuries. Murong Yin approached her closely and whispered, "Junior brother Yi, could it be that we..." Although the Golden Core cultivators wore grim expressions devoid of murderous intent, it was unlikely they would unleash violence upon them. Moreover, after the final tumultuous battle, it seemed that only a third of the original disciples had survived. If further measures were to be taken, it might be more prudent to recruit new disciples altogether. Upon escaping the atmosphere thick with peril, Imo-Tienga felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her, and she nearly collapsed. Yet, as she turned her head, she saw Murong Yin intently focused on the formation. A thought struck her. She had yet to mention Murong Si. "Senior sister Murong." Murong Yin responded softly but remained fixated on the formation. Taking a deep breath, Imo-Tienga suddenly felt a wave of self-reproach for having to deliver such a harrowing message. "In truth, I encountered senior brother Murong." At these words, Murong Yin abruptly turned her head. Gritting her teeth, Imo-Tienga continued, "Senior brother Murong has passed away." Murong Yin stood frozen, seemingly in disbelief, before her complexion gradually paled. and she suddenly grasped Imo Tienga's hand. "Junior brother, please, say that again." With a sigh, Imo Tienga reiterated, "I encountered senior brother Morong. He has passed away." Morong Yan's face turned even paler, yet she did not release her grip, instead fixing her gaze upon her. "Do you have any proof?" This time, Imo Tienga said nothing but merely handed over Morong Zi's Qiankuan back. Morong Yan trembled as she received the box, her hands shaking with urgency. As she opened it and beheld the familiar spiritual artifacts within, her expression shifted to one of profound sorrow, and she instinctively covered her face with her hands. Although she bore no direct responsibility for Morong Zi's demise, the fact remained that he had perished while confronting the enemy alongside her. Witnessing Morong Yan's deep anguish weighed heavily on Imo Tienga's heart. Shi gently patted her shoulder, shaking his head in a gesture of consolation. As if to reassure her that this was not her burden to bear, she managed a strained smile, yet it brought her no solace. "Sister, please do not grieve. Brother thought of you until his last moments, hoping you would establish your foundation." At this point, she found herself unable to continue. A few dry words of comfort could hardly mitigate the heartache of losing a loved one. After a long pause, Morong Yan finally lowered her hands. Her face was devoid of tears, pale and despondent. Once a lively and charming girl, the recent series of blows had extinguished her former radiance. "I am sorry. Junior brother Yi, it is not that I do not trust you. Rather, it is. I can understand." Imo Tienga produced a jade box and handed it to her. "This contains the ashes of senior brother Morong. Sister, do not be too sorrowful. The deceased are beyond our reach now. It is essential to live on in a better manner." Morong Yan accepted the box and stored it alongside her Qiankuan pouch, managing a sorrowful smile as she asked, "Junior brother Yi, please tell me how my elder brother met his end?" Imo Tienga replied, "I encountered senior brother Morong by chance. He had already been ambushed and gravely injured. While he was still recuperating, we encountered a second-tier iron-toothed crocodile, followed by 3 others. In the end, senior brother Morong could no longer endure and chose to perish alongside one of them." In simple terms, she remained unconvinced and emphasized, "Senior sister, do not entertain thoughts of revenge. This enmity cannot be quantified." Morong Yan, of course, understood this principle, yet she could not shake off the sense of dissatisfaction. After a considerable pause, she wiped away the remnants of her tears, revealing a resolute expression. "Junior brother Yi, rest assured. I am no longer the naive person I once was. I know what must be done." Then, with a self-deprecating smile, she continued, "Although we are not blood siblings, my elder brother has always cared for me greatly. Whatever I desired, he would find a way to procure it for me. Now, he sought to provide me with a foundation-building elixir, yet I never anticipated the price would be his very life. Yesterday, I fell asleep while writing, neglecting the urging of my classmate Li Yin for updates. To be honest, it seems I hit a creative wall. Today, I revisited what I wrote yesterday, nearly discarding everything to rewrite it anew. I am grateful for the generous support received today. As for the unfolding events, they transpired precisely as Imo Tienga had anticipated. The individual who conceived this idea originally believed that facilitating interaction among disciples from the 3 sects would be beneficial. Yet they did not foresee it devolving into a deadly conflict. Consequently, the Yuaning patriarch of the Zixia sect was enraged, nearly striking down the instigator on the spot. This trial resulted in significant losses for their faction. In Imo Tienga's chamber, only 4 out of 5 emerged alive. The one who did not return was Su Jingji. Although Lui Dao sustained severe injuries, he ultimately survived. Su Jingji, however, has vanished without a trace, leaving no indication of his fate, nor any remnants of his remains. In this calamity, many like Su Jingji have vanished, yet none anticipated that he would be among them. Upon receiving definitive news, Su's family arrived to gather his belongings, thus erasing all traces of Su Jingji from this dwelling. Shortly thereafter, the sect master announced the results of the competition, which, as speculated, revealed no investigation or resolution. Instead, he directly proclaimed the distribution of Foundation Establishment pills. In this trial, only about 100 disciples of the Yunwu sect emerged alive. Yet 40 of them were said to have received the Foundation Establishment pills. Due to the significant losses among their elite disciples, the ancestor of Zixia sect, a Yuaning master, decided to distribute additional Foundation Establishment pills in hopes of nurturing several Foundation Establishment cultivators to compensate for the losses incurred. Imo Tienga and 3 others, including Morong Yan, were among them. However, this news did not bring joy to Imo Tienga. The death of Morong Zi and the disappearance of Su Jingji left her in an unprecedented state of confusion. She recalled Su Jingji's irritable demeanor on the day prior to the trial. In truth, she had an ominous premonition that day. Yet she did not ponder it deeply. Never could she have anticipated that it would be a final farewell. Junior brother Yi. Imo Tiange leaned against a tree and lifted her gaze to find Qin Shi standing before her, extending a bottle of wine. She forced a smile and accepted it. Qin Shi sat beside her, and the two silently drank. On this autumn afternoon, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon them, inducing a languid desire to remain still. The surroundings were tranquil, with only the distant waterfall murmuring softly, infusing a hint of vitality into the scene. Reflecting on a month prior, there had once been 8 individuals here, engaging in lively conversation, a group directing her to and fro. Yet now, Su Jing has passed away. Lui Dao is gravely injured, Wang Qian has married far away, Shen Bing has succumbed to the allure of beauty, and Murong Yin is resolutely devoted to arduous cultivation. Only Qin Shi remains to accompany her in this solitude. Qin Shi Xiao. If you were to establish your foundation, what would you do? Naturally, I would continue to cultivate. Why do you ask? Imo Tiange shook his head, unable to articulate the source of his inner turmoil. He simply could not fathom the ultimate purpose of cultivation. At this juncture, he turned slightly and smiled. Indeed, my intuition was correct. I have embarked on a path entirely distinct from that of my brothers in the Wang family. Though I am still youthful, those once dear siblings have turned to dust. For what purpose do we cultivate? This question eludes an answer. For me, cultivation is an inherent aspect of life, one that requires no justification. I merely wish to continue on this journey. This tranquil narrative imbued Imo Tiange with a profound sense of peace. His experiences mirrored her own. Is it truly only about continuing on this path? She pressed her forehead gently and murmured, I do not understand why I have taken this route. I was precocious in my youth. Recognizing the subtleties of human emotions from an early age, accustomed to the vicissitudes of human relationships, often feeling a pang of anguish within. In those moments, I lamented why I had to comprehend such complexities, why I could not be like other children. Later, upon meeting my second uncle, I realized that I was indeed different from other children. Cultivation? I too am uncertain of its purpose. However, my second uncle imparted this wisdom. Without strength, there is no freedom. Without strength, there is no freedom. Qin Shi murmured, gazing at her with a newfound complexity in his eyes. The bottle of wine was emptied, and Imo Tiange discarded it. In truth, she seldom indulged in alcohol, lacking both the mood and opportunity. Her second uncle abstained from drinking, stating that cultivators should not be entangled in worldly matters, and so she too held this belief. However, the sensation of having consumed wine felt quite comforting to her. Brother Qin, your esteemed elder must have departed by now, I presume? Qin Shi paused for a moment, choosing his words carefully. In truth, her second uncle's lifespan was nearing its end, whether this year or the next. At times, she felt she could calmly accept this reality, while at other times, it seemed utterly unimaginable. What would she do if her second uncle were no longer there? If he vanished like Brother Su, without even a farewell, what then? She hugged her shoulders, burying her head in her arms, hesitant to voice her thoughts further. Qin Shi desired to comfort her with a reassuring pat on the shoulder, yet hesitated, ultimately refraining from doing so. Instead, he spoke, I am not like you. My aptitude, in truth, is not the finest, yet throughout my cultivation journey, I have never encountered a bottleneck. My great-grandfather once remarked that perhaps I was destined for the path of cultivation from birth, unencumbered by desires or attachments. In other words, I possess no superfluous emotions. I cannot fully grasp your feelings, but I understand that your attachment to emotions is burdensome. If you cannot let go, you may not achieve greatness in the future. Imo Tiange was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the notion of attachment. Qin Shi sighed softly and finally placed a hand on her shoulder. This is all I can convey. Whether you can act upon it is entirely in your hands. Cultivating immortality. Perhaps for you all, there are numerous sacrifices made. Imo Tiange pondered deeply. Obsession. Is it because of the overwhelming desires since childhood that one harbors such fixation? She seemed to grasp a semblance of understanding, yet remained somewhat perplexed. Qin Shi offered her another bottle of wine. Do not overthink it. If you could comprehend so easily, it would not be obsession. This requires fate. Take your time. After consuming yet another bottle, she vaguely heard Qin Shi jesting. Junior brother Yi, have you never tasted wine? How can you drink it as if it were mere water? Imo Tiange, in a daze, looked up to see several figures of Qin Shi swaying before her. Tilting her head, She reached out as if to steady his form. Qin. Senior brother, are you employing an illusion technique? Qin, she was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, eventually pounding the ground in mirth. If I had known earlier to pour you some wine, you would have. Emo Tienga fixed her gaze upon him for a moment, then stood unsteadily, making her way towards the water's edge. Behind her, Qin, she called out, Junior brother Yi, what do you intend to do? She continued to stagger. Just washing my face. Upon reaching the pond, she crouched down and caught sight of her reflection, suddenly becoming transfixed. It had been a long while since she last paid attention to her appearance, and today she realized how vastly it had changed from her memories. Her once sparse brows now had a defined shape, the contours of her face appeared more pronounced, and her cheeks had become plumper, distinctly showcasing the visage of an adult. Although her mind remained muddled, an unsettling fear washed over her, for this face increasingly resembled that of a woman. Junior brother Yi, are you done yet? Yi shitty. As she lost her footing, she stumbled and fell into the water with a splash. After placing the person beneath a tree, Qin she contemplated for a moment, then raised his hand. In his grasp was an unexpected branch of fresh peach blossoms, still adorned with delicate petals, their hearts glistening with dew, as if freshly plucked from the tree. He murmured a few incantations, and with a swift gesture, he commanded, go. In an instant, the two vanished without a trace. To Qin Shi, it seemed as though they remained in their original position, encircled by a faint aura of light that enveloped the small area. He glanced down at the dazed Emo Tienga, a contemplative expression crossing his face. After a while, his hand reached to her neck and deftly retrieved a red cord strung with a jade pendant. The round pendant, smooth in its jade hue, bore clear cloud patterns. He sighed softly. Indeed, thanks to the Veiled One, for the generosity bestowed over 5 millennia. I have never encountered such peculiar comments in the discussion section, nor seen a trial like this. Am I a mere experimental field? 071. Foundation Establishment Pill. Awakening from her slumber, Emo Tienga was beset by a splitting headache. She propped herself up, finding the room enveloped in darkness, and felt a bit disoriented as she rubbed her temples. How peculiar. How did I fall asleep? Sitting upright, she circulated her energy for a small cycle, and soon her headache subsided. Gradually, she began to recall the events leading up to her drunken stupor. How embarrassing. To indulge in drink for solace, despite having never partaken before. The worst part was losing composure while intoxicated. After pondering for quite some time, she could not recall. So she decided to dismiss it altogether. Since she could not recall, it must not have been of great significance. What mattered was that she needed to remind herself to remain vigilant and not let her guard down any further. Fortunately, Qin she had not taken any liberties with her. Otherwise, being utterly oblivious could have led to her secrets being exposed by someone else. With this thought in mind, she rose from her bed and freshened up. She retrieved several moonlight stones from her bag and tossed them onto the bed, instantly illuminating the room. Though her attire remained intact, it was wrinkled and still bore the scent of alcohol. Emo Tienga frowned as she approached the washstand in the corner, removing her outer garment to wipe herself down. Once the odor dissipated, she donned a fresh outfit, just as she was about to undo her hair and restylize it. She caught sight of her reflection in the copper mirror embedded above. She paused, contemplating, before picking up a comb to loosen her hair, meticulously parting it before arranging it into a bun. During this process, her lack of practice led to several missteps. Once she finished, she could not help but let out a bitter smile at her reflection, realizing it had been nearly a decade since she had adorned herself as a woman, and she had forgotten how to style her hair. The visage in the mirror was increasingly unsatisfactory to her eyes. Thus, she disassembled her hair once more, opting for a simple bun instead. However, the face staring back at her still appeared too refined for a man. After pondering for a moment, she rummaged through her bag and retrieved a few items. She utilized a black elongated strip to carefully thicken her eyebrows, then poured a gray powder from a jade vial, applying it to her nose, the corners of her eyes, and her chin. Now, upon gazing at her reflection, her features appeared sharper, her eyebrows bolder, and she resembled a man more convincingly. Carefully erasing any remaining traces, she finally stowed away the items. These two objects were, in fact, materials for refining tools. However, they were harmless and could be used for facial application without concern. What mattered most was that with the Foundation Establishment Pill within reach, she needed to exercise greater caution. Unbeknownst to her, several hours had slipped by, and the outside world had brightened. Emo Tienga gathered her spiritual energy, descended from the bed, and tidied her attire before stepping out the door. In the hall, Qin Shi was seated in his usual spot, drawing talismans. Upon hearing her approach, he did not look up and remarked, "Junior brother Yi, you have finally risen." Reminded of the previous day, Imo Tienga felt a twinge of discomfort. But upon observing his unperturbed demeanor, she felt relieved and inquired, "What is the matter?" "To collect the foundation establishment pill," she replied, putting away his paper and brush. He turned to her, momentarily taken aback. This reaction made Imo Tienga somewhat anxious. Had she overdone her facial embellishments? After a brief pause, she shook his head, saying, "I must be mistaken. I simply feel you seem somewhat different today, though I cannot pinpoint how." At his words, Imo Tienga felt a bit more at ease and forced a dry smile. "Is that so? Aren't we just going to fetch the foundation establishment pill? Let us proceed." She nodded in agreement, and they made their way outside together. As they walked behind him, Imo Tienga discreetly wiped away a bead of sweat. It dawned on her that in this dwelling, they had always operated as a quartet. Now, with Su Jingji absent and Louis Dao left behind at Beifeng to recover from his injuries under the care of senior foundation establishment practitioners, the atmosphere in the house had grown considerably quieter. Had it not been for this, she might not have been so close to her. With the absence of their companions, they found themselves with no one else to converse with but each other. The southern peak of Yunwu Mountain remains as it always was, with the morning light gently illuminating the landscape and a refreshing breeze caressing the face. Yet, two companions from days gone by are now absent. Imo Tienga lets out a soft sigh as she approaches the Hall of Disciples, where a considerable queue has already formed, and she and another person stand patiently outside. Before long, it is her turn. She steps inside, presents her token, and after verification, leaves her spiritual imprint on another jade tablet. With great care, she accepts a jade vial from the hands of the duty elder. She stores it cautiously, as it is, without exaggeration, the lifeblood of an chi refining disciple. While others who receive foundation establishment pills are overjoyed, she maintains a sense of composure. "Brother Qin, you have reached the peak of chi refinement for some time now. Will you be entering seclusion soon?" she inquires. "Indeed. And you, junior brother? That would be for the best." "Second uncle." Yu Jiang lifts his eyelids. His gaze clouded as he studies her for a while. He coughs slightly before speaking in a hoarse voice. "Little Tian, you weren't hurt, were you?" "I'm fine." Imo Tienga quickly shakes her head, sitting on the small stool by the bed. She retrieves the jade vial containing the foundation establishment pill and exclaims joyfully, "Second uncle, look, I obtained the foundation establishment pill." Upon seeing the vial, Yi Zhang's hands tremble slightly as he takes it, opens it, and inhales the aroma. With his eyes half closed, he nods. "Indeed, this is the foundation establishment pill. Little Tian, you have worked hard." Imo Tienga shakes her head repeatedly. "It is merely good fortune on my part. This time, the trial yielded unexpected results, making the distribution of foundation establishment pills much easier." Yi Jiang reveals a loving smile. Gazing at her with tenderness, "Do you think your second uncle is unaware of what transpired?" "Ah, never mind. It is simply a relief that you have emerged alive." Her tone, laced with reproach, was nonetheless imbued with warmth and concern as she clasped the withered hand of her second uncle, genuinely smiling. "Uncle, you need not worry. I have grown quite formidable now. I diligently practice every day and have even learned to engage in combat without mercy. Uncle, let me tell you, during this trial, for an hour." Imo Tienga recounted the events of her recent trial, her words flowing like a gentle stream. Yi Jiang listened intently, a smile gracing his face at times, offering praise for her composed handling of situations, while at other moments, he provided thoughtful guidance on how she might better navigate challenges. By the end of their conversation, Imo Tienga felt she had gleaned more from his insights than she could have from her own reflections. Yet, a shadow of apprehension loomed in her heart. What would she do without her uncle? Once she finished her tale, Yi Jiang sighed and remarked, "Little Tian, observing your handling of matters this time, I can see you have truly matured. Your uncle is reassured. Even if you do not succeed in establishing your foundation this time, you are still young. Attempting again should pose no issue." His words resonated like a final farewell. Imo Tienga bit her lip, grasping her uncle's hand tightly, and softly called out, "Uncle, uncle." Her voice carried a hint of frustration. Yi Jiang, however, straightened his expression, adopting a tone of sternness. "Little Tian, just because we do not speak of it does not mean you can evade it. You must remember, you are a cultivator, a female cultivator at that. If you cannot even accept reality, how will you move forward? The path for a female cultivator to achieve success is far more arduous than for her male counterparts. You possess neither remarkable talent nor the support of esteemed relatives. If steadfast determination eludes you, it may be wiser to relinquish your aspirations early. Uncle Air has never addressed her in such a stern manner. Imotienga was momentarily taken aback, lowering her gaze without uttering a word. Yi Jiang softened his tone, asking if she could recall the lessons Uncle Air had imparted over the years. Lacking both exceptional aptitude and a protective ally, she must hold herself to a stricter standard. One must not be feeble, greedy, or ensnared by emotions. Remember, weakness and excessive sentiment are formidable adversaries for female cultivators. Not only today, but in the face of Uncle Air's downfall, she must accept the reality with composure. Should romantic feelings arise in the future, restraint is essential. For human hearts are capricious and the world is ever-changing. How could she be unaware of these truths? Yet, Imotienga remained silent, taking a long moment before leaving a pill of elixir behind and stepping out the door. Weakness and excessive sentiment are indeed formidable foes for female cultivators. The cycle of heaven's law is relentless. Only by mastering this law can one attain true immortality. Standing in the courtyard, she closed her eyes momentarily and then resolutely stepped forward. As for the generous support over 5,000 years, dear friends, your discerning eyes are too sharp. I shall refrain from revealing spoilers, resolutely avoiding any hints. At the completion of Qi refinement, upon acquiring the Foundation Establishment pill, Qin Shi indeed retreated to break through as he had claimed. On the northern peak of Yunwu Mountain, there are areas abundant with spiritual energy, primarily occupied by high-ranking cultivators' residences, though a few have been designated as shared dwellings. These so-called shared residences are accessible to all, albeit at the cost of a substantial rental fee payable to the sect. However, if it is for the purpose of Foundation establishment, it can be entirely free, and one will also enjoy priority access. These public chambers are fortified with formations both inside and out, and are guarded by Foundation-building cultivators on rotation. Generally, unless one exceeds the stipulated time limit of over a year, those in secluded meditation will not be disturbed, making it an ideal location for Foundation establishment. The process of seclusion for Foundation building may last anywhere from 3 months to a year. The initial 2 months are dedicated to conditioning the body, followed by the consumption of Foundation building elixirs, and then several months to absorb and adapt to the changes. If the Foundation is successfully established, additional time is required to consolidate one's cultivation. Qin Shi's journey will take at least 1.5 years, regardless of success or failure. Imotienga, on the other hand, felt a mixture of envy and boredom. She envied Qin Shi's calm demeanor before departure, devoid of any worry, seemingly brimming with confidence, likely possessing some secret technique or insight. Meanwhile, she herself would need to invest 1 or 2 years to reach the peak of Qi refinement to increase her chances of Foundation establishment. The boredom stemmed from the absence of Qin Shi, as she found herself without anyone to converse with. Lui Dao was gravely injured and would need to remain on the North Peak for at least 3 to 5 months. Moron Yen, with the support of her family, had also retreated to the public chambers to pursue the peak of Qi refinement, and the only other acquaintance, Brother Zhou, was similarly engaged in seclusion at the public chambers, aiming for Foundation establishment with the elixir, if he hadn't been unfortunate enough to enter at the 12th level of Qi refinement. He would soon be known as Uncle Zhou. As for Jiang Shanghong, the only remaining acquaintance in the household, she never truly considered him among her familiar circle. Since the incident of the sect's merger, he had not only become increasingly reclusive but also more melancholic. It was rather peculiar. When he first joined the sect, he was at the 10th level of Qi refinement, and now, even Qin Shi had gone into seclusion to break through, yet he remained stagnant. Naturally, she was not curious enough to inquire about Jiang Shanghong, as they had little rapport. Thus, life returned to its tranquil routine. Each day was spent in cultivation, occasionally attending lectures, and she refrained from taking on any duties at the Deacon Hall. Fortunately, after these events, the sect relieved disciples above the 7th level of Qi refinement from mundane tasks, rendering her lack of engagement inconsequential. Following a thorough reprimand from her second uncle and the absence of social interactions, her cultivation became remarkably focused, further enhanced by the ample consumption of medicinal pills. Astonishingly, she reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement within merely 3 months. She was quite surprised by her own rapid progress, never anticipating such a swift advancement. Lui Dao still remained at the North Peak, and she heard that a certain elder admired him greatly and intended to take him as a disciple. Upon hearing this news, Imo suddenly realized that she had not seen Lu Yidao for quite some time, and upon reflection, it seemed they had grown somewhat distant. A sense of guilt washed over her, prompting her to decide to visit Lu Yidao. However, this intention ultimately went unfulfilled, as she was intercepted upon her arrival at the North Peak and had to rely on a senior brother to convey a message and pass along a few inconsequential items. Gradually, she also learned the reason behind Jiang Shanghang's reluctance to attempt foundation establishment. It turned out that the Jiang family possessed a type of elixir that assisted in foundation establishment, enhancing the success rate, yet it was not easy to concoct, yielding only a small quantity of pills each time. Originally, with Jiang Shanghang's diligence in cultivation, he should have been able to obtain a foundation establishment pill. Unfortunately, he was already undervalued within the Jiang family, and the current head of the family, his direct descendant Jiang Changxian, also sought to establish his foundation this time, thus appropriating Jiang Shanghang's share. This outcome was something Jiang Shanghang could only begrudgingly accept, as foundation establishment pills are hard to come by. He planned to endure until the next batch was produced. The aforementioned thoughts of Jiang Shanghang are purely speculative, yet after 3 years of acquaintance, given his personality, it is indeed plausible that he might think this way. Upon hearing the news, Imo felt a twinge of envy. A pill that could enhance the chances of foundation establishment actually exists. However, since such a pill had not been mentioned within the sect, it was either due to the complexity of the formula or the rarity of the materials, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary disciples. If Jiang Shanghang could not obtain such resources from the Jiang family, what hope did she have? Thus, she could only feel envious. Having reached the peak of qi refinement, unable to progress further, Imo descended the mountain. Second uncle, Imo did not give up, saying, "Second uncle, I have achieved perfection in qi refinement." Yi Jiang finally opened his eyes, assessing her with a slight smile. 3 months, that is commendable. Seeing her second uncle's expression soften, Imo let out a sigh of relief, sitting by the bed as she always did. "Second uncle, how have you been? I'm not dead yet." Observing her worried demeanor, Yi Jiang's heart finally softened, and he replied gently, "My injuries have improved significantly. I should be able to last until next year." Imo lowered her head, falling into a contemplative silence. "Indeed, this is already good news. 2 years ago, my uncle mentioned that the lifespan would extend over the next 2 or 3 years, and now it can be confirmed that it is indeed prolonged. Now that you have achieved perfection in qi refinement, it is time to strive for foundation establishment. Are you prepared for it?" Imo shook his head, feeling quite perplexed. "Uncle, I can sense that my cultivation is no longer an issue, yet when it comes to entering seclusion to break through to foundation establishment, I still feel something is lacking." "What's lacking?" Yi Jiang pondered. "Your uncle has already explained the insights of foundation establishment to you and familiarized you with the process. By all accounts, you should be well prepared. Do you harbor any doubts within?" After a moment of hesitation, Imo nodded. "Whenever I think of foundation establishment, I feel a sense of unease, as if I have no confidence at all. Perhaps that's it." Yi Jiang understood. "It appears that you are not psychologically prepared. This poses a challenge. For if you force yourself into seclusion to attempt foundation establishment with an unstable mindset, your condition will falter, which would inevitably affect your success in establishing a foundation." "Yes, I have been unable to make the decisive choice to enter seclusion immediately." "Uncle, what should I do?" Yi Jiang replied. "It is understandable that you feel this way. Generally, practitioners cultivate to qi refinement perfection and wait a long time for the foundation establishment pill, thus having ample preparation. However, due to your uncle's circumstances, you hastily ascended to qi refinement perfection and are now eager to break through to foundation establishment, which is indeed too rushed. What then shall we do?" Yi Jiang closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought, while Imo anxiously gazed at him. She was aware that although her second uncle's condition was somewhat better than expected, he had only about a year left to live. She yearned for him to witness her foundational establishment before he departed, allowing him to leave with peace of mind. Therefore, this year was not one she could afford to squander. Traveling?" Imo was taken aback. "Does that mean leaving Yunwu Mountain and departing from my second uncle?" Yi Jiang nodded. "Indeed. When a cultivator encounters a bottleneck or experiences emotional turbulence, traveling is the most effective remedy." "But," Imo interjected anxiously, "doesn't that mean I would have to leave?" "Second uncle, how could I abandon you here?" Yi Jiang smiled faintly. "Are you worried that your second uncle may suddenly pass away here?" Imotinga fell silent. She was indeed terrified that her second uncle might depart before she could establish her foundation. Yet even more frightened of the thought that he might journey alone in solitude during his final moments. Second uncle, listen to me. Imotinga struggled for a long while, yet firmly shook her head. No. What if something happens? I won't go? And what if you must? Absolutely not. Xiao Tian, take your second uncle's life essence talisman with you on your journey. Imotinga gasped in shock, momentarily stunned as she called out, Second uncle. Yu Jiang closed his eyes and sighed. If anything were to happen to me, you would know by looking at that talisman. That way, you can rest assured, can't you? Aye. Yet Yu Jiang ceased speaking to her, retrieving a jade talisman from his bosom. He formed a hand seal with his right hand and murmured incantations. Moments later, a droplet of fresh blood appeared at the center of his brow. His incantation quickened, and with a flick of his fingertip, a droplet of blood promptly followed the gesture, merging into the jade talisman, which instantaneously transformed from pristine white to a deep crimson. Upon completing this act, Yu Jiang erupted into a series of violent coughs. Second uncle. Imotinga hastily supported him, patting his back. Silently, Imotinga accepted the jade talisman meant for her, indicating that her second uncle had indeed made a resolute decision. After a moment of contemplation, a look of determination emerged on her face as she nodded. I understand. Second uncle. Greetings. I am the assistant for timely updates making my debut. I extend my gratitude to classmate Bing Lingyu for their generous contribution, and I hope for future opportunities to meet again. As for wandering the world, it is not merely about traversing mountains and waters, but rather about seeking opportunities. The impact of such opportunities on cultivators can, at times, surpass that of innate talent. For instance, a millennium ago, there was a cultivator of humble talent who, by a stroke of extraordinary fortune, achieved the nascent soul stage and wielded immense powers, dominating Kunwu for a time. Nevertheless, such opportunities are exceedingly rare. They may only arise once in countless years. For most individuals, obtaining some spiritual herbs or items, or attaining enlightenment to break through their limitations, is already a significant achievement. Imotinga harbored no delusions of grandeur. With her level of talent, it was unlikely that she could grasp an unattainable opportunity. Even with a lifespan of 800 years, she might not ascend in rank. Furthermore, it was more accurate to say that her predicament was not merely a bottleneck, but rather an unstable mindset. The urgency of time combined with her inadequate talent led her to lose hope in successfully establishing her foundation, leaving her unable to calm her thoughts. After much deliberation, Imotinga resolved that it would be more beneficial to visit some prominent sects and engage with their disciples. Regardless, she is still young and has already obtained the foundation establishment pill, rendering it unnecessary to take risks for the sake of opportunities. With this decision made, she bid farewell to her second uncle and departed from Yunwu Mountain. This marked her first solitary journey since her arrival at Kunwu. She had never traveled alone without her uncle. However, she was no longer the naive girl who first came to Kunwu, having experienced much. She felt confident in her ability to handle any situation that might arise. Yunwu Mountain lies in a small corner of eastern Kunwu, and before it was annexed, only the Zixia sect and the Jindao sect were nearby, with the next closest sect situated 1,000 miles away. Besides a few minor sects, the nearest prominent sect is undoubtedly the foremost among the 7 great sects of Kunwu, the Tian Dao sect. The 7 great sects of Kunwu include the Tian Dao sect, Xinqing sect, Ancient Sword sect, Biyun sect, Zhengfa sect, Spirit Beast sect, and Danding sect. Among these, the Spirit Beast sect and Danding sect, which specialize in beast taming and alchemy respectively, are considered peripheral sects, slightly outnumbering medium-sized cultivation sections. Nevertheless, due to their exceptional skills in beast taming and alchemy, their strength surpasses that of average cultivation sects, thus securing their place among the 7 great sects. Following them in strength are the Biyun sect and Zhengfa sect. The Zhengfa sect adheres to Taoist principles, with most disciples donned in Taoist attire, while the Biyun sect is unique in that it attracts disciples of remarkable beauty, with a significant number of female disciples, resulting in many dual cultivation pairs within the sect. Subsequently, there are the Ancient Sword sect and Xinqing sect. The Ancient Sword sect is a renowned sect dedicated to the mastery of the sword. A sword cultivator dedicates their life to perfecting a singular sword, with most of their mystical abilities concentrated in that blade. Sword cultivators have historically been considered more formidable than ordinary practitioners in combat. However, they also face greater challenges in ascending through the ranks. Consequently, while the higher-tier practitioners of the Ancient Sword sect are roughly comparable to those of the righteous factions, such as the Baiyun sect. Their prowess surpasses that of their peers, and they have traditionally been regarded as on par with the Xianqing sect. The Xianqing sect's strength ranks just below the Tiandao sect, and like the Zhengfa sect, it belongs to the Taoist school. For millennia, the Tiandao sect, located to the northeast of Kunwu and separated from the demonic sects by a mountain, has been recognized as the leader of the righteous path. The Tiandao sect is distinct from other sects in that it lacks any defining characteristics. It neither imposes specific cultivation techniques nor mandates its disciples to pursue particular paths. Various unconventional practices are permitted, including the cultivation of demonic arts, as long as they do not contravene the sect's regulations. The strength of the Tiandao sect derives from its inclusive approach, treating all disciples equally regardless of their chosen practices, which has led to the emergence of many exceptional talents within its ranks. Imotianga's desire to join the Tiandao sect stems from its status as the leader of the righteous path and the eclectic nature of its teachings. This would not only broaden her horizons, but also minimize the risks of unforeseen complications. Although cultivators are not inherently paragons of virtue, those of the righteous path generally discourage conflict, making interactions with their disciples relatively safer. Not far from Yunwu Mountain, she found a secluded spot to change out of her Yunwu sect attire and donned a simple outfit. Given that the Yunwu sect has recently been absorbed by the Zixia sect and the recent upheavals, it is prudent to exercise caution. She then employed her lightness technique and set off toward the northeast. In the past, while following her second uncle through the tumultuous currents of life, Imotianga encountered practitioners who were originally mundane warriors, who had embraced the path of cultivation through martial prowess. Intrigued by their so-called martial skills and techniques, she diligently learned from them. Over the years, her participation in the Xiantai Assembly and the Foundation Establishment Pill competition has proven immensely beneficial. Her lightness technique is now executed with a swiftness surpassing that of the average cultivator, and within a mere fortnight, she arrived at the territory of the Tiandao sect. The Tiandao sect boasts an expansive domain, and this particular area falls well within its jurisdiction, with only a few minor sects paying fealty to it. However, the local marketplace is quite unique, as it periodically hosts a Dao convention, inviting Foundation establishment cultivators from the Tiandao sect to participate. This event allows anyone who pays the entrance fee in spirit stones to attend, pose questions to the lecturing cultivators, and engage in mutual discussions on the Dao. Imotianga found herself quite fascinated by this convention. The modest entrance fee encouraged her to linger and wait. Additionally, she took the opportunity to discreetly sell several spiritual artifacts that were inconvenient to sell near Yunwu Mountain, as the diverse crowd here, combined with the distance from the mountain, facilitated their successful sale, endowing her with a substantial amount of spirit stones. Emerging from a shop, Imotianga turned a corner, shedding her robe and altering her appearance, revealing her true self. When selling the spiritual artifacts, she had employed an illusionary technique to disguise herself in various forms, as the origins of these artifacts must remain undisclosed. Moreover, these shops were indifferent to whether a customer utilized an illusionary technique, as long as her true face remained concealed. Casually ambling around the corner, she extended her perception slightly, detecting no anomalies, and with a gentle smile, she slipped into another shop. The shop front is simple, lacking any adornment, with a counter displaying several ornate boxes containing spiritual artifacts, talismans, medicinal pills, and assorted trinkets. The keeper of the shop is a mortal woman who greets her with warmth upon her entry, inquiring, "Esteemed immortal, what may I assist you with?" Imotianga is merely browsing, thus she does not respond immediately. She casually inspects a few of the spiritual artifacts before turning her gaze to the woman. At this moment, she is taken aback. The woman, in her 20s, is quite beautiful. Although she is mortal, her appearance rivals that of cultivators. However, Imotianga is not astonished by her beauty. Rather, she is struck by the familiarity of the woman's visage. After pondering for a moment, she cannot recall when she might have encountered this person. Immortal? Noticing the woman's composed demeanor, she quickly offers a smile and introduces, "These spiritual artifacts, talismans, and medicinal pills you see are all of excellent quality. Furthermore, our humble shop also sells talisman paper and brushes, crafted from the finest materials sourced from extraordinary beasts. Please, have a look." Imotianga has already surveyed the items on the counter. The spiritual artifacts appear to be rather ordinary, not of high caliber, and the talismans are of a low grade. As for the medicinal pills, she remains unsure, but the other items likely fall into the realm of the commonplace. Having recently sold a considerable number of spiritual artifacts, talismans, and medicinal pills, she finds herself sufficiently stocked and thus casually picks up a handful of talisman paper alongside a brush and some cinnabar. "How much for these?" she inquires. The woman glances briefly and replies with a smile. "These talisman papers and cinnabar are merely 1 spirit stone, but this brush costs 7 spirit stones. 8 spirit stones, for the current Imotienga, were hardly significant." At that moment, she retrieved 8 spirit stones from her chincoin bag and placed them on the counter. The transaction was remarkably effortless, and the woman was quite delighted, carefully wrapping the items she desired and presenting them with respect. "Immortal Master, here are the items you requested." As Imotienga accepted the items and was about to depart, a young cultivator entered the shop. This cultivator appeared to be merely at the 5th level of chi refining. Dressed in simple attire and bearing a weary expression, yet his handsome features exuded a certain grace. Upon entering, the shopkeeper joyfully called out, "Husband, you're early today." It turned out he was indeed her husband. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Female cultivators were already fewer in number than their male counterparts, and many low-tier female cultivators were taken as concubines by higher-tier cultivators. Consequently, it was often challenging for lower-tier male cultivators to find partners, leading many to marry mortal women. One could only wonder whether the beautiful woman before them was a wife or a concubine. The cultivator responded with a faint acknowledgement, his demeanor decidedly aloof. However, upon noticing Imotienga, he swiftly donned a smile. "Esteemed friend, do you require anything?" Imotienga was well aware of her status as a peak chi refining cultivator, and thus he dared not look down upon her. Yet, his earlier indifference towards his wife, juxtaposed with his welcoming demeanor towards others, left her feeling somewhat displeased. This sentiment intensified as she caught a glimpse of the subtle desolation in the woman's eyes, stirring a pang of heartache within her. Undeterred by her coldness, the cultivator continued warmly, "Feel free to browse, my friend. While my shop may lack in certain areas, our talisman papers and brushes are of excellent quality, all crafted by my own hand." Before Imotienga could respond, the woman interjected, "Husband, this esteemed master has already purchased talisman papers and brushes. Is that so?" The cultivator smiled awkwardly. "If that is the case, I thank you for your visit. Please make yourself at home." Imotienga nodded slightly, yet she had no intention of departing. Instead, she feigned interest as she examined several spiritual artifacts displayed on the counter. The woman was about to introduce herself when she saw Imotienga wave her hand, indicating that there was no need for formalities. Should she find something of interest, she would voice it. Recognizing her desire for solitude, the woman stepped back. Observing her husband's weary demeanor, she busied herself with serving tea and water. Imotienga sighed inwardly, perplexed as to why the cultivator, who treated his wife poorly, was still so dearly cherished by her. When the wife posed a question, the cultivator blinked, retrieving a cloth bag from his cosmos pouch and tossing it aside. "Today was not fortunate. This is all I managed to gather. You may take care of it." The woman acknowledged with a nod, lifting the bag and retreating into the inner chamber. Imotienga, seizing the opportunity, casually selected a few talismans, exchanged several spirit stones, and then departed. She expressed gratitude to Li Yin for the generous reward and to the user 0810 for their pink vote, finally catching sight of a pink vote 074. It struck her as curious that the woman bore a familiar countenance. Later that evening, while washing her face, Imotienga suddenly had an epiphany. As she removed her disguise, the reflection in the mirror revealed a striking resemblance to the woman she had encountered earlier. Their similarities lay in their eyebrows, eyes, and facial contours. The resemblance was indeed striking. Had she not donned a disguise, she might have been recognized immediately. Oddly enough, she had no sisters, and her closest relatives were all from the mundane world. It was inconceivable that any members of the Yi family remained in Kunwu, was it? Uncle Air once remarked that when the Yi family relocated to the mortal realm, he specifically stated that unless a spiritual root emerged, they would not set foot in Kunwu again. This woman is an ordinary mortal, evidently lacking a spiritual root, having attained the completion of chi refinement. She detected a transformation within the spiritual energy coursing through her. Her cultivation techniques consisted of 2 methods. One was the technique, and the other was the Qingmu technique. Due to the accelerated progress offered by the technique, it became her primary focus, while the Qingmu technique served as a supplementary practice for combat. However, both techniques absorbed spiritual energy into her body in a comparable manner. Although the Qingmu technique drew upon with spiritual energy, it also assimilated a minor amount of other types. Whereas the technique was capable of absorbing any kind of spiritual energy, the energies drawn in by both methods intermingled without distinction. Yet, upon achieving the completion of chi refinement, a cool, distinct spiritual energy gradually manifested within her, albeit in limited quantity, setting it apart from the others. Each type of energy flowed through her meridians independently, neither interacting nor repelling one another. She had yet to inform Uncle Air of this occurrence, but for now it seemed harmless, thus she chose to let it be. Having reached the pinnacle of chi refinement, cultivation no longer increased her spiritual energy, it merely refined its quality. Imotienga had simply grown accustomed to the practice, often meditating and circulating her energy during idle moments. However, during this habitual cultivation, an astonishing phenomenon arose. The two unrelated streams of spiritual energy within her dantian and meridians continued to operate independently, yet the cool spiritual energy began to increase gradually. Upon discovering this phenomenon, she conducted an experiment within her dantian, carefully separating two distinct types of spiritual energy and allowing them to gradually intermingle. Before long, she observed a diminishment in the energy corresponding to their respective attributes, while the cooler, shadowy energy appeared to increase. After some contemplation, she surmised that this chilling energy might originate from the method of cultivation, yet the text did not mention such a transformation, leaving her uncertain. Generally speaking, the heavens are associated with yang, the earth with yin, and similarly, the male with yang and the female with yin. In truth, regardless of gender, both possess a balance of yin and yang. However, males typically exhibit a predominance of yang, while females a predominance of yin. Consequently, the cultivation techniques within the realm of immortality that are specifically designed for female practitioners tend to lean towards the yin attribute. Given that the method is exclusively cultivable by those of a pure yin constitution, it stands to reason that this would hold true. Nevertheless, she had never encountered any mention of the spiritual energy cultivated by female practitioners differing from that of their male counterparts, thus rendering her unable to ascertain whether it was indeed yin energy. The night swiftly passed, and Imotienga gathered her belongings before stepping outside. This day marked the commencement of the Taoist convention organized collectively by the local market. On this day each month, cultivators from the surrounding areas would flock to the event, predominantly those aspiring to the teachings of the Tiandao sect, with occasional foundational cultivators seeking discourse with the Tiandao practitioners. Imotienga had already ascertained the location of the venue and, having navigated several directions, proceeded directly towards an unremarkable small courtyard. The entrance of the courtyard stood ajar, guarded by two low-tier cultivators who occasionally exchanged spirit stones for tokens as visitors passed by. Imotienga followed behind them, exchanged two spiritual stones, and received a wooden token engraved with a number before entering the small courtyard. After traversing a hall, she was guided into a chamber and ascended a staircase leading underground. After navigating several twists and turns, she finally entered a grand hall. This hall was immense, rivaling the preaching palace of the Yunwu sect, capable of accommodating no fewer than 1,000 individuals. At the far end stood a raised platform adorned with several cushions, while beneath it were tables and chairs. It was only upon hearing the host's introduction that she learned that by offering an additional spiritual stone, one could secure a chair. Unaware at the time, she had only paid the entry fee and thus could only sit upon a cushion. However, she was indifferent to this and chose a corner seat, neither too far nor too close, to rest her eyes. In truth, most attendees also sat on cushions. 2 spiritual stones per month was quite a sum for loose cultivators, considering that an ordinary chi refining disciple of the Yunwu sect received merely 5 spiritual stones each month. Gradually, more individuals entered the venue, and after a considerable time, the number of attendees began to swell. As the hall filled, Imotienga opened her eyes to survey her surroundings. The crowd was substantial, with only about 20% of the seats remaining vacant. Among the attendees were casual-clad loose cultivators, disciples from minor sects in their respective garb, as well as young scions accompanied by their retainers. It appeared that this Tao conference was destined for success, attracting not only loose cultivators but also members from sects and families, which sparked a flicker of anticipation within her. Outside, newcomers continued to pour in until the seats were nearly filled to capacity, with only a few remaining unoccupied. A quarter of an hour later, the doors of the hall closed, while simultaneously a small door at the back opened, and several chi refinement practitioners escorted a foundation establishment cultivator onto the elevated platform. At the same moment, All the Qi refinement cultivators in the hall stood up and performed a gesture of respect. Seeing this, Imo followed suit. The foundation establishment cultivator was a man in his 30s, clad in a light purple robe with white trim, his demeanor calm and composed, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Imo felt it was challenging to discern the exact level of this cultivator's foundation establishment unless he practiced some secret technique. Otherwise, the specific cultivation level of a higher-tier cultivator remained elusive. However, given that the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator ranges from 300 to 400 years, this man appeared to be only in his 30s, suggesting that his true age had yet to reach a century, making him relatively young by the average age of foundation establishment practitioners. The cultivator settled onto a cushion at the center of the platform, surveying the audience below before speaking. Greetings to all. I am Wen Xiangdao from the Tiandao sect. Today, I shall share some insights with you all, and I warmly welcome any fellow practitioners who wish to engage in discussion. After a brief pause, he continued, I believe that many of you have already heard numerous insights on cultivation. Rather, today, I would like to share my thoughts on the foundation establishment process. Upon hearing this, Imo interest was piqued. Initially, she had only been intrigued by the market-oriented gathering, but she had not anticipated that the discussion would delve into insights on foundation establishment, which was precisely what she yearned to learn. She was not alone in her excitement. The enthusiasm was palpable among the others as well. It is important to note that casual cultivators seldom encounter content of this nature. While the offspring of prominent families and disciples of lesser sects may have the opportunity, they are not practitioners of the heavenly Tao sect, the foremost sect in the celestial realm, and thus their teachings diverge significantly from those of their elders. When Xiangdao paused momentarily, seemingly contemplating how to commence, before gradually articulating, as you all are likely aware, the foundational establishment for Qi refinement practitioners begins with achieving the pinnacle of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Following this, one must consume a foundation establishment pill and then enter seclusion for a year or so. Should one succeed, they will ascend to the foundation establishment stage. If one fails, they remain at the Qi refinement phase. With a stroke of fortune, one might even reach the 11th layer of Qi refinement. Allow me to share with you my own journey and insights regarding foundation establishment. I possess a tri-spiritual root aptitude, which is rather ordinary within the heavenly Tao sect, and my cultivation method is a rather commonplace elemental practice. By sheer luck, I acquired a foundation establishment pill, and to my astonishment, I succeeded in my foundation establishment on the first attempt. I suspect many of you are similarly average, with your hopes for foundation establishment appearing almost negligible. Yet you harbor a glimmer of hope, wishing for fortuitous circumstances to elevate you into the foundation establishment phase. However, what I wish to convey today is that foundation establishment is not solely a matter of chance. It is widely acknowledged that the spiritual root affects the rate of spiritual energy absorption, the efficacy of cultivation, and the probability of ascending to higher levels. One could assert that those with fewer spiritual roots are inherently more suited for immortality than those with a mixed lineage of roots. Some ascend effortlessly, while others struggle in vain. Of course, do not entertain the illusion that foundation establishment can disregard the influence of spiritual roots. That is simply implausible. Nevertheless, with sufficient patience, one can certainly narrow the gap between oneself and those endowed with superior, innate spiritual roots. Many cultivators, after reaching the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, often find themselves impatiently yearning for an immediate advancement in their cultivation. However, several factors influence the success rate of foundation establishment at this juncture, one of which is the density of one's spiritual energy. The phrase caught Ling Tiange by surprise. Density of spiritual energy? What does that mean? When Xiangdao continued, do you understand the transformations that occur within your body post-foundation establishment? He scanned the room, met with the anticipated silence, and proceeded, let me elucidate, upon establishing your foundation. Your meridians will expand, your dantian will enlarge, and the spiritual energy that previously flowed between the dantian and meridians will congeal into a liquid state. Consequently, your body will possess ample space to continue absorbing spiritual energy. By now, you should have surmised my point. Indeed, if you linger in the Qi refinement stage for a bit longer, allowing the spiritual energy to become more refined, it will significantly ease the conditions necessary for it to transform into liquid form. When Xiangdao spoke for the better part of half an hour before concluding this segment, after a brief pause, he commenced the next part. Furthermore, I must emphasize that one should not assume that mental demons only manifest during the core formation stage, and thus neglect their mindset. While it is true that foundation establishment does not incur mental demons, your mindset profoundly influences your actions and confidence. Do not underestimate the importance of a stable mindset. A cultivator with a composed mentality will embark on their foundation establishment methodically and can calmly address any challenges that arise, thereby enhancing the probability of successful foundation establishment from another perspective.